Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 129 Challenge 4. Translator Larbra Studio Editor Larbra Studio. 2 days. I can cure him in 2 days. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The black rain palm is the famous poisonous palm art. Yet, Miracle Dr. Fang could treat this in 2 days. Is this the Sakigrid Followers Guild? They are really skillful. Miracle Dr. Fang. I have an internal illness. Can you take a look later on? What Fang Huazi said evoked emotions within those martial artists who were suffering from severe illnesses. If injuries sustained from black rain palm can be healed within 2 days, that means their injuries could be treated easily. As for Wang Xian, they did not think Wang Xian was as capable as Miracle Dr. Fang. They were almost certain he would win the competition. Wang Xian, are you confident? Asked Old Qin and Old Zou with worry and mixed expressions. Wang Xian peered over his shoulder and gave them an assuring look. He beamed at the haughty Fang Huazi and said, I love your arms though. After speaking, he turned back to the middle-aged man who suffered injuries from the black rain palm. Sir, please follow me. 5 minutes. 5 minutes at most. Wang Xian threw a smiley glance at the middle-aged man before he walked up the stairs. The middle-aged man was stunned as he revealed a shocked expression when he looked at Wang Xian. 5 minutes. When Old Zou heard Wang Xian, his eyes were glowing. Gao Cheng, follow him. Yes. Old Zou, the middle-aged man's expression changed before he followed behind Wang Xian. What's going on? Can he really treat Gao Cheng in 5 minutes? No way. Black rain palm is a vicious palm art. To survive under the attack of this palm art is considered lucky. What can he do in 5 minutes? Everyone was in disbelief. Everyone knew how formidable the black rain palm was. Hence, no one believed that injuries could heal in 5 minutes. He's playing tricks. Fang Huazi stared coldly at Wang Xian. He would never believe Wang Xian when he said he could treat the black rain palm in 5 minutes. Even if it were Fang Huazi, he would need to consume some precious herbs before the injuries could heal. If he dares to play any tricks, we can just simply break his arms. Yan Zhongyuan said impassively, disregarding everyone in the room. Fang Huazi smiled and nodded as he waited quietly. Thump. 5 minutes passed very fast. Everyone looked over as soon as they heard the footsteps coming down the stairs. Wang Xian put on a smiling face as he walked down. Gao Cheng was following behind him with thrill and disbelief on his face. Incredible. It was incredible. Fang Huazi knit his eyebrows slightly as he stared at Gao Cheng. What's going on? A hospital director whispered and asked puzzledly. Fang Huazi of the Sakigrid Followers Guild. Come over. Let me break your arms. Wang Xian widened his lips with a taunting look. Everyone was caught by surprise as they looked suspiciously at Wang Xian and Gao Cheng. Seeing that everyone's attention was gathered on him, Gao Cheng could not hide his excitement and exclaimed loudly. I've recovered. I'm fully recovered. This is impossible. Fang Huazi glared at Gao Cheng and gritted his teeth. This is totally impossible. If both of you dare to play any trick on me, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's somewhat impossible to recover in 5 minutes. Did they collude? Even so, they can't deceive the Sakigrid Followers Guild and Yan Zhongyuan. Not only did Fang Huazi find it hard to believe, but the rest of the people did too. This is great. I really recovered. Gao Cheng lifted his shirt up, revealing his belly where the trace of black rain palm had disappeared. How did it happen? It really disappeared. Gone. It's gone. 5 minutes. 5 minutes was all it took to treat the black rain palm. Everyone was looking at Gao Cheng's belly in disbelief. It was healed too. Fascinating. Haha. Look. I really recovered. I finally recovered from the injury that has been torturing me for 3 years. As Gao Cheng exclaimed, he patted his stomach with excitement. There's no such thing as impossible. You're just a piece of trash. You still have the cheek to challenge with that petty skill of yours. Wang Xian sneered at Fang Huazi. Now, can we fulfill our bet? Impossible. I don't believe you can treat the black rain palm within 5 minutes. No way, he exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing that Gao Cheng had fully recovered, Fang Huazi was looking dreadful. Absolutely impossible. No way. Why not Miracle Dr. Wang deserves his name. He purged the toxic of the black rain palm with his hand in 5 minutes. Look. Gao Cheng rebuked in a loud voice as if he was a loyal fan of Wang Xian. His body jerked as he released an imposing vibe of a martial artist. Haha. My cultivation is restoring rapidly after I recovered. Within days, I will be able to return to my peak condition. He really recovered. It's confirmed he's recovered. 5 minutes. He used only 5 minutes to treat Gao Cheng. He's more formidable than the Sacred Followers Guild. Where did this mysterious young man learn his medical skills from? He is highly proficient in it. The crowd was witnessing the entire incident with shocked faces. Some were surprised. Some were exclaiming in disbelief. The rest had respect for Wang Xian from the bottoms of their hearts. The hospital directors were looking at Wang Xian with great admiration in their eyes. In medical learning, there is no first nor last. Whoever possesses the skill will win. Wang Xian, with a skill that surpassed the Sacred Followers Guild, was worthy of their respect. Let's materialize the bet now. Wang Xian looked at Fang Huazi and said coldly. Given the reputation of the Sacred Followers Guild, I'm sure you will not go back on your word. Fang Huazi had a mixed expression with a slight tinge of fear in his eyes. The bet was to cripple both arms. He trembled, as he did not expect he would lose to a miserable extent. But Fang Huazi dared not go back on his word because of the reputation of the Sacred Followers Guild. He believed the other party would spread the word once he broke his promise. By then, the Sacred Followers Guild would cripple him without any helping hands. No one can humiliate the Sacred Followers Guild. Yan Zhanyuan darkened his expression gradually. It was beyond his expectations that Fang Huazi would lose to a nobody. He had followed Fang Huazi here because Fang Huazi saved the old man and his family. He did not anticipate such a situation now. Give me face and let this matter rest. Yan Zhanyuan lifted his chin and looked at Wang Xian. I can forgive your ill manners just now. Give the Yan family face. As Yan Zhanyuan spoke, he exuded a powerful vibe from his body. Everyone around him took a deep breath. Yan Zhanyuan spoke for the Yan family. He was protecting Fang Huazi. In Rivertown, the Yan family could not be stopped. Scram! Chapter 130 Return of the King. Scram! Wang Xian shouted and his voice exploded in the medical hall. When Wang Xian finished his word, the entire medical hall quietened down. They were looking at Wang Xian in shock. The one he was chiding was from the Yan family. When Yan Zhanyuan heard his words, his face stiffened and his expression turned heavy gradually. He stared at Wang Xian with killing intent. I dare you to repeat yourself. Yan Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and threatened. Word by word. Can't you understand the human language? Wang Xian replied in the same manner coldly, but with the intention of mocking Yan Zhanyuan. The atmosphere in the medical hall chilled rapidly. Everyone held their breath as they witnessed this shocking scene. Seeing this, Old Qin said with an angry expression, a loss is a loss. Could it be that you are trying to impose your will on others? He looked to the few hospital directors, and his eyes were filled with displeasure. The hospital directors were stunned and understood that Old Qin wasn't pleased with how they had reacted previously. One of them gritted his teeth and said, a contest of medical skills shouldn't be affected by age and authority. The winner has the right to decide the fate of the loser. These rules have to be followed. Yes. The other hospital directors seconded and nodded their heads. This group had no personal view and would go whichever way the situation dictated. Now that Fang Huazi had lost, they naturally knew where they should stand. As for the rest of the martial artists, they didn't speak a word. Nonetheless, all of them had their attention on Fang Huazi, Yan Zhanyuan and his clique. What they were implying was crystal clear. The rules were the rules and the Yan family still did not possess the strength to break them. With the Qin family around, the Qin family would at least have the right to speak up. Great. Yan Zhanyuan looked across coldly before landing on Wang Xian. Just you wait. Now that you've offended the Yan family, I'll let you know what is worse than death. Can you represent the Yan family? Wang Xian smiled and stared at Yan Zhongyuan. What I've said are the words of the Yan family. If you dared to touch Miracle Dr. Feng Huazi today, I'd guarantee the Bohai Sea would have another corpse, Yan Zhongyuan threatened. All right. Understood. Wang Xian nodded his head. Brett, if you dared to touch my master, you wouldn't even know how you die. The juvenile behind Feng Huazi stared at Wang Xian with his bloodshot eyes. He had also not expected his master to have lost to this Brett. Wang Xian looked emotionlessly at the juvenile before turning to the silent Feng Huazi. He mocked. Stretch out your arms. Otherwise, you'll publicize this throughout the underworld, and let others determine how reputable the Sacred Followers Guild is. He. You. Feng Huazi stared fiercely at Wang Xian. He had not expected Wang Xian to be still thinking of touching him after Yan Zhongyuan had threatened him. Yan Zhongyuan heard Wang Xian. His expression turned even colder and he gave him a death stare. The complexion of the juvenile by the side had turned pale. I guess I have to do it myself, Wang Xian added as he stretched his hands over and placed them on Feng Huazi's arms. Feng Huazi's body shivered slightly. The consequences aren't something you can bear. Yan Zhongyuan stared at Wang Xian and reminded him. Wang Xian was unmoved. He smiled radiantly and stared at Feng Huazi. You wouldn't dare. I, Feng Huazi, have cured countless experts. If you dared to cripple me. Feng Huazi rambled on with a hideous look. However, before he could complete his sentence, he gradually lost all feeling in his arms. His face stiffened and fear gripped him. If I crippled you, Wang Xian smiled and continued staring at him. Then as a doctor, you wouldn't be able to use your arms anymore. In the future, you would have to use your legs to administer acupuncture for others. Yeah, that would be an incredible scene. Wang Xian gradually retracted his arms as he spoke. He smiled and looked across the group. I won't be sending you guys off then. How dare you? Really crippled my arms. How dare you? Feng Huazi's body shivered vigorously. To his horror, he could no longer sense the existence of his arms. It was as though they had been wiped off unknowingly. This sent a chill down his spine. If the arms were crippled by the common way, he still could rely on his medical skills to restore them quickly. However, he couldn't sense what the issue was with his arms at all currently. In fact, he couldn't even sense his arms. Great, you were still the first one who wouldn't show respect to the Yan family. Yan Zhongyuan clenched his fist tightly, smirked and stared at Wang Xian. Not going off? What are you still staying for? Wang Xian looked at them and mocked. My arms ill remember this. Feng Huazi stared at Wang Xian. His face had turned a little pale as he turned around and left. You better remember it. Your arms can't be cured, rest assured. My medical techniques in the field of osteopathy are still very good. Wang Xian added this in bad taste as he saw the back view of Feng Huazi leaving. Feng Huazi stumbled and almost fell to the ground if not for the juvenile beside him who held onto him. He. Wang Xian laughed and had a satirical smile. Brother Wang Xian, you just offended the Sacred Followers Guild and Yan family completely. You have to be careful from now on. Seeing that Feng Huazi and the group had left, Old Qin reminded in a solemn tone. Yan family. Wang Xian's eyes shimmered and revealed a smirk. Yan family's strength is truly terrifying. Even if all the other ancient martial arts families allied together, they wouldn't be as strong as the Yan family. An old member of Yan family reached martial artist level 9 20 years ago. He's probably even stronger now. Now that you have offended the Yan family, things will get troublesome. Old Zou spoke with a heavy heart. When he had just arrived at Rivertown, Yan family was already a great and giant force in Rivertown. If he had to go against the Yan family, he would have no confidence at all. Just a few days ago, the Yan family announced that they would be returning. They have invited all the martial artists of the underworld to attend the Yan family's banquet in 2 more days. Although it was said to be a banquet, it is also a form of declaration. A declaration of their return. They are announcing to all that the king of Rivertown will be returning. I dare to bet that during this banquet, they will show their strength and even resort to violence to warn the rest. Moreover, the ancient martial arts families in Rivertown will experience a major reshuffling when the time comes. There will probably be many families who would choose to go under the umbrella of the Yan family. At the side, Old Duan added with a solemn face. Head had conflicts with the Yan family previously. Now that the Yan family was returning, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Duan family. Reshuffling, old Zou heaved a sigh. When he knew that the Yan family would be returning, he immediately invited Old Qian and Wang Xian. This was done in the hope of strength in numbers, and to deal with the changes happening to Rivertown in the future. Looking at it now, everything was hard to tell. The day after tomorrow, Wang Xian heard their conversation and a faint smile appeared on his face, announcing the return of the king of Rivertown for the future. In that case, Wang Xian would like to make an announcement too. The descent of the king. As to who would be the real king, he would really like to know. Chapter 131 Choice. Chapter 131 Choice. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Wang Xian, do you want to go into hiding for the time being? Old Qin suggested in the medical hall as he was worried when he saw Wang Xian deep in thought. Wang Xian was back from his daze. He shook his head and grinned. Just a Yan family. Since they are announcing the return of the king, he'll check them out the day after tomorrow to see how the king returns. As he spoke, he widened a suggestive smile on his face. Old Qin was startled, while old Zou was looking at Wang Xian, stunned. Okay. After a morning of eventful happenings, it's noon now. He'll treat everyone to the first-rate restaurant for lunch. Anyone who needs treatment can queue up in the afternoon. Wang Xian changed the subject and beamed at everyone. Miracle Dr. Wang. We should be the ones who buy you lunch. Yes. We should. Let's go. We can have our lunch first and wait to get treated. It's not urgent now. The surrounding martial artists answered readily. All of them suffered from internal injuries. Since they'd finally met such a skillful doctor, they must show their respect and enthusiasm. Given that they were not some powerful martial artists, it would be extremely difficult to invite doctors from the Sacred Followers Guild or Medical Saint sect to treat them. They might not have many doctors, but each of them had a strong network. They would ignore those who did not have a background or could not afford their medical fees. Even for old Duan, he could not invite the Sacred Followers Guild or the Medical Saint sect to treat his injuries. This was also their proud capital. It's okay. I own the restaurant next door. I'll buy everyone lunch to thank you all in advance for referring business to me in the future. Wang Xian chuckled and brought them to the first-rate restaurant for a delicious treat. A total of 5 martial artists required treatment in the afternoon. Among them, old Duan had the most severe injury. Hence, Wang Xian consumed much of his dragon energy. The other 4 were treated easily. Thanks, Wang Xian. Thank you. Let me know if you need any help in the future. After old Duan recovered from his injury, he was full of gratitude. You're welcome. I was paid. No need to thank me. Wang Xian waved him off. But sometimes, money cannot necessarily cure my injury. I still have to thank you. Old Duan bowed and said with gratitude. You can come back to me again if you need any help, said Wang Xian as he lifted old Duan up. Then, I shall not disturb you further. Old Duan nodded and left after a few polite remarks. Wang Xian was grinning as he looked at the medical hall after everyone left. The medical hall makes the most profitable business, Wang Xian exclaimed. He had received a total of 35 million for his medical fees after treating 5 people. Out of that, 20 million came from old Duan, as he consumed much more dragon energy. Those who were treated, including old Duan, wanted to befriend Wang Xian after they had seen his formidable skills. This allowed Wang Xian to realize the benefits of being a skillful doctor. The Sacred Followers Guild is so prideful and arrogant because they have a powerful network. Just Fang Huazi alone can get Yan family to strike for them. How strong can the entire Sacred Followers Guild be? When Wang Xian thought of the vicious look on Fang Huazi's face, he knew he had completely fallen out with him and the Sacred Followers Guild. Regardless of Sacred Followers Guild and the Yan family, so long as you provoke me. Radiance flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. He had made a decision. First, he would get rid of the Yan family. A week is over. I should be back in school. Wang Xian was sitting down, pondering over some thoughts. When he looked at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. He stood up slowly and went back to school. His 1 week leave was up after spending 3 days in the sea and 4 days in the medical hall. But still, Wang Ziyan could not attend school because he would have to stay in the medical hall. When he was back in school, surrounded by students with hands full of books, Wang Ziyan suddenly felt that he was not of the same world as these people. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, Wang Ziyan's phone rang. He took it out and froze after looking at it. 2 messages from 2 people. One was Guan Shuking, and the other was Lan Qingyu. The messages had similar content, asking if he was in school and if he wanted to have dinner together. Wang Ziyan hesitated as he was unsure of how to reply to their messages. He could not possibly go out with the 2 of them. Should he reject both? In that case, he would feel apologetic to the 2 girls. Hey, isn't that Wang Ziyan the guy who was fancied by the 2 goddesses? Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. Yes. How lucky he is to have earned the hearts of the 2 beautiful goddesses. I wonder who he will choose. Should be Lan Qingyu. After all, she had an influential family background. If he marries Lan Qingyu, he can enjoy the rest of his life. That's true. Guan Shuking pales in her family background. Otherwise, she's not a bad choice. There's a post on the school forum about who Wang Ziyan will pick in the end. Guan Shuking had more than 1,000 supporters, while Lan Qingyu had over 5,000 supporters. After all, Lan Qingyu has a better family background. Suddenly, Wang Ziyan overheard the 2 girls whispering next to him. Wang Ziyan was stunned. The school forum's post. He frowned deeply as he fished out his phone. Indeed, there was a post regarding his choice between Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. When he saw the post, he was not feeling prideful at all. Instead, a dreadful look surfaced on his face. He had not felt the way he did now when the people in the school forum called him a scumbag. That was because he did not care about his own reputation. But now, 2 girls were involved. Getting all the finger-pointing would upset the 2 girls. In particular, Guan Shuking. After all, he and Guan Shuking shared a long history. Woo! Wang Ziyan took a deep breath. He fancied Guan Shuking. Lan Qingyu, too. Forget it. Not many people were infatuated. Wang Ziyan was not one of them either. But he knew that he had to make a choice. Wang Ziyan took out his phone. He hesitated before he replied to Guan Shuking. Sure. Where are you? I'll look for you. Then he looked at Lan Qingyu's message and replied. Hey. I'm having dinner with Guan Shuking tonight. Sorry. A choice. A tough decision. But this was a choice he needed to make. If not, what else could he do? Make both of them his girlfriends? Would they agree? Date both of them together? Wouldn't they mind? Heartbroken. Apparently, it was not easy to date both girls. If he did not make the decision when he needed to, he would suffer the consequences. So he chose Guan Shuking, whom he was very fond of and had been together with him for a longer time. Chapter 132 Mr. Fang. Chapter 132 Mr. Fang. Did he choose Guan Shuking? In one of the rooms of the girls' dormitory block, Lan Qingyu's already pale face was filled with misery. I just need a hug and some comforting words right now, but who would have expected? Although I have thought of the possibility of you choosing him. Why does it have to be right now? Lan Qingyu was in a daze and her complexion was as white as a sheet. Wang. At this moment, her phone rang. She saw that it was from her dad as she picked it up in a daze. Qingyu, we need you back to handle the company matters. If we can't get past this hurdle, our Lan family will be in deep trouble. The solemn voice of her father sounded from the other end of the phone. Lan Qingyu was hesitating. Dad, why don't I just drop out of school and focus on managing the family business? Lan Qingyu's father pondered for a moment before replying slowly. Alright, you wouldn't really learn anything from school anyway. It's fine if you were coming back to manage the company in advance. Yeah. Lan Qingyu was a genius. When she was 14 years old, she had demonstrated exceptional business acumen. At that time, she followed her grandparents and stayed within the company for the majority of the days. Gradually, through learning and understanding, her talents in business were quickly developed. When she was 17 years old, she was already able to complete a project on her own. Lan Qingyu's performance greatly shocked everyone in the Lan family. Subsequently, The master of the Lan family decided that he would hand over the Lan family's business to Lan Qingyu for management. After a few years, she had further consolidated her position as the successor of the family business. However, it wasn't that simple to manage a family corporation with a market capitalization of close to 10 billion. After hanging up the phone, she looked around her room blankly and flipped through some photographs in her phone gallery. Do I not have any chance now? A teardrop flowed out slowly from her eyes. Lan Qingyu rested her head and arms on the table and her shoulders were shaking slightly from sobbing. Isn't that Guan Shuking and Wang Xian? They are eating together again. Yeah. Look, they are really intimate. Could it be that Wang Xian has gotten together with Guan Shuking? Really, Wang Xian has chosen Guan Shuking? If he has chosen Guan Shuking, it must be true love. After all, Lan Qingyu's qualifications are too good. Within the school, when the students saw Guan Shuking eating with Wang Xian, they were all shocked. They had not expected Wang Xian's final choice to be Guan Shuking. Zou Xian, when do you think we can go for a picnic again? I really miss the time when we had a picnic at the Eastern Hill. Guan Shuking smiled radiantly at Wang Xian as she spoke. Picnic, that's easy if you like. We can have it tonight. Nope. I have already eaten tonight. I'll get fat if I eat again. In that case, let's do it tomorrow. I'll get some large lobsters. Crabs. Wang Xian chatted happily with Guan Shuking. After they finished their meal, the two of them took a walk around the school again. Guan Shuking had likely sensed something and took the initiative to hold Wang Xian's hand. Wang Xian smiled and walked around the school with her. The two of them were just like any couple as they strolled within the school. The news of Wang Xian choosing Guan Shuking was also revealed on the school forum by others, causing a huge uproar. I really had not expected Wang Xian's final choice to be Guan Shuking. This must be true love. Lan Qingyu's family is so rich and yet he has chosen Guan Shuking. What a man! Wang Xian has made the right choice this time. If he can give up a girl with a superb family background and choose to be with Guan Shuking will likely be very blessed. The news of Wang Xian getting together with Guan Shuking was shocking to many people. However, there was still a large number of students who were impressed with Wang Xian. The next day, other than staying in his medical hall, Wang Xian spent all his remaining time with Guan Shuking. He had also thought it through. Since he had made his decision, he shouldn't try to hide the facts. However, he sat within his dormitory room in shock on the third day. Old Wang. Lan Qingyu has suspended her studies and has submitted her resignation as the vice president of the student council. I heard that she wanted to drop out of school initially, but the school has retained her name in the school's name roll. Nonetheless, she is unlikely to come back in the future, Wang Dahai said to Wang Xian. Looking at his reaction, Wang Dahai shook his head. I had not expected Lan Qingyu to be so in love with you. You are a really lucky guy. Wang Xian frowned. He took out his phone but hesitated. In the end, he did not contact her. Lan Qingyu's sudden drop out of school frustrated him a little. Bam! At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open suddenly with a loud bang. Who's that? Don't you know how to be softer? Wang Dahai turned around and cried out unsatisfactorily. However, when he saw the figure by the door, he was slightly surprised. At the door, an extremely handsome man was standing there. He had a pair of eyes, which inclined upwards, and thin lips which made him look extremely beautiful. That's right. He was beautiful. This was an extremely beautiful and exquisite-looking man. Wang Dahai opened his mouth slightly. You are Mr. Fang? Mr. Fang was a very mysterious person in the school. All the students only knew that he was so good-looking that he made the other male students jealous, and was so beautiful that even girls envied his beauty. His family was extremely rich and he rarely appeared in school. Among the girls, they referred to him as Mr. Fang, a rather elegant name. You must be Wang Xian. Mr. Fang didn't pay attention to Wang Dahai and stared fervently at Wang Xian with his sharp eyes. Wang Xian looked at the extremely good-looking guy at the door and roared impatiently. Speak. I just returned yesterday and I had not expected Lan Qingyu to have dropped out of school because of you. Therefore, I decided to investigate about you. To my surprise, You are really outstanding. Mr. Feng walked over slowly with his eyes fixed on Wang Xian. It was as though there were nothing and no one around him. I'm really surprised to learn that there is a man as outstanding as you. Mr. Feng was observing him as he complimented Wang Xian. However, you've made two mistakes. He wasn't bothered by Wang Xian's silence. First, you shouldn't have made Lan Qingyu fall in love with you. Second, you shouldn't have offended my Yan family. I'd like to invite you to a place tonight. He continued. As he spoke, an invitation card appeared in his hands. He flicked it lightly and it landed on the table beside Wang Xian. I'll make this an unforgettable night for you. If you don't come, you better watch out for your relatives and friends. Mr. Feng turned around and left with a huge smile after completing his sentence. Everyone in the school knew that Mr. Feng was fond of Lan Qingyu. However, Lan Qingyu didn't have the same feelings at that time. Subsequently, Mr. Feng, for unknown reasons, had rarely gone to the school. Now that he had returned, he received two pieces of negative news. He truly appreciated the fact that there was such an outstanding man in Rivertown, as he felt that there was finally someone he could relate to. However, it was destined that one of them would disappear forever from Rivertown. Wang Xian looked at his back view and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's the Yan family again threatening me. His mood wasn't great to start with because of the Lan Qingyu incident. Wang Xian took out his phone and called Mo Qinglong. He only told him 4 words. Dragon Sect. Fall in. Chapter 133 Craziness Before Destruction 1. Chapter 133 Craziness Before Destruction 1. Craziness Before Destruction. Whenever Wang Xian fought with someone in the past, he did not prefer talks. Instead, he struck immediately. But this time, he wanted to have some fun. The Yan family had been threatening him time and time again. If he did not let them have a taste of despair, he would be letting himself down. Wang Xian wanted them to fall as heavy as they could when they were at the top. Dragon King. Harmonious voices sounded off in front of him. Wang Xian opened his eyes and saw 52 Dragonians gathered before him. Mo Qinglong, his disciple Mo Yuan, and 50 Dragonians. Mo Qinglong had already hit the inborn realm while his disciple, Mo Yuan, was a level 9 martial artist. The rest of the remaining Dragonians remained at level 7. Level 7 was considered high in Rivertown. The current old Zou was only a martial artist at level 7. But the Zou family was ranked 4th in Rivertown. Old Duan was only a level 8 martial artist. Level 7 Dragonians may not fight 2 levels above them, but they could easily deal with level 8 martial artists. As for level 9 Mo Yuan, he could defeat half-step to inborn, but he's still not a match for inborn expert. As for Mo Qinglong, he's invincible to the inborn experts. Wang Xian looked at the Dragonians and pondered. The strength and defense capability of the Dragonians was not any average martial artist could compare with. In the future, they could even fight 2 or 3 levels above them once they activated the divine dragon bloodline within them. With such a strength, it is good enough to deal with the Yan family. Wang Xian looked at the Dragonians and burst out softly. Follow my orders today. Our target is the Yan family. Today it's your first appearance. I hope all of you will not disappoint me. Yes, Dragon King. All the Dragonians answered with bountiful fighting spirit. Follow me and wait for my orders. The Yan family was the #1 ancient martial artist family in Rivertown. They were known as the domineering giant in this place. 20 years ago, the Yan family announced that they would go into seclusion to avoid chaos. They stayed low profile and ignored all underworld and society affairs. A few days ago, the Yan family announced their comeback. Their comeback stirred a great commotion in the entire Rivertown. In particular, in the ancient martial arts circle, their comeback marked a huge shuffle in the rankings. 20 years ago, the Yan family had 3 level 9, 6 level 8 and dozens of level 7 martial artists. With such strength, the family was an invincible existence in Rivertown at that time, and they remained invincible at present even with their strength from 20 years ago. Now, 20 years had passed, and the Yan family could only be more powerful. The comeback of the Yan family struck fear into all the martial artists and the martial art families in Rivertown. Today, It was the 9th day since the Yan family made their comeback. At the same time, it was the day they declared their return formally. The Yan family invited all the martial artists in Rivertown to the Yan family's mountain villa. Everyone knew their intention. The declaration of the king's return. Yan family's mountain villa was situated before a summit near the sea known as Mount Qingfang. The entire Mount Qingfang belonged to the Yan family. Hence, the Yan family's mountain villa was worthy of its name. The villa was extremely lively in the evening. The martial artists and the martial art families in Rivertown were not a lot, but were made up of 300 to 400 people. All the martial artists were moving to the Yan family in groups. Some of them had grave expressions. Some were feeling uneasy. Some were looking thrilled. When Wangzi and Bahir asked old Duan to old Zou in a group of more than 20 people. I called him just now. He should be here soon. Let's go in, old Zou replied slowly with a solemn face. Wang Xian did not give any face to the Yan family. I'm afraid today. Old Duan was a little worried. He should have his own plans. Old Zou was contemplating too. He could not tell Wang Xian's thoughts. Given his understanding of Wang Xian and the imposing vibe that he released occasionally, he could sense the domineering strength in Wang Xian. Wang Xian was full of mystery. Since he dared to show up for this event, he should have some backings. But all these were just his conjectures. All the families and martial artists in Rivertown are here. No one dares to turn the Yan family down. I wonder what they will be doing or what announcement they will be making at this event. Old Duan said as he tensed up. Well, take one step at a time. There are so many martial artists in Rivertown. I doubt the Yan family can take things too far. Old Zou pondered and answered him as he walked. Her isn't that. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard. Old Zou and old Duan peered over their shoulders immediately. They raised their eyebrows. Hu family, the one beside the master of Hu family is. Whirling Blade Hu Fei is Hu Fei part of the Hu family. This is possible. Hu Fei is ranked 7th in Rivertown. Hu Fei did not rise in Rivertown, but in the far north. No one has linked Whirling Blade Hu Fei with the Hu family. From the looks of it now. Unexpected. Totally unexpected. Hu Fei is a level 9 martial artist. What did the Hu family bring Hu Fei here for to strengthen the Hu family? Or are they together with the Yan family? Old Zou and old Duan were looking even more solemn than ever when they saw the sudden appearance of the level 9 martial artist. The water in Rivertown got murkier. No one could predict what would happen at tonight's dinner. All the martial artists entered the ancient-looking villa. The villa looked retro, as if it was one of those secluded villas in the martial arts movies. 2 burly, middle-aged men were standing on the left and right of the entrance. From the vibes they gave off, all the martial artists that streamed and had grave expressions on their faces. Even the gatekeepers are level 5 martial artists. The Yan family is too domineering. All the power of all martial artists in Rivertown combined may not be comparable to the Yan family. People around exchanged whispers. Stepping on the red carpet, everyone strolled into the villa. The villa was huge, with little bridges and streams. Looking picturesque, there was an open space all the way to the back. It was filled with tables and chairs as though it was a sect gathering from the ancient underworld. On the tables were fruits and food. 2 striking flags were placed at the sides with words that said, Return of the Hidden Dragon, roaming the 9 skies. The words were magnificent. Guests can sit according to their strengths and rankings. A steward look-alike middle-aged man stood in front and gave everyone the instructions. His hands were behind his back. With the imposing manner of a level 8 martial artist, everyone took a look and headed to their seats after a slight hesitation. Starting from the 2nd family in Rivertown, Ren family, Hu family, Duan family, Zou family, etc. They sat in their own seats. Half an hour before the start of the Yan's dinner event, everyone was here early. The steward observed the situation with a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. This is right. When the Yan family returns, all of them must submit to them. Chapter 134 Craziness Before Destruction 2. Chapter 134 Craziness Before Destruction 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. 7:30 p.m. The tables set up at the Yan family's mountain villa training field was filled with martial artists. Martial artists from Rivertown sat in 2 rows according to their strength. Those who were at the forefront were all top-ranking families. However, there were 8 seats placed horizontally across the middle. These seats were for the Yan family. The Yan family was very particular about the setting of this banquet and was being extremely arrogant. 2 straight vertical rows for the various martial artists of Rivertown and a horizontal row at the front for the Yan family. This setting was an emulation of the local authority in ancient times. The king would be seated in the middle, and his officials would sit in 2 rows in front of him. Everyone could tell that the Yan family was seeing the other families in Rivertown as their officials. While they were the king, there was still half an hour until the start of the banquet. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Yan family felt satisfied. At approximately 7:35 p.m., members of the Yan family started walking in from the entrance to the banquet one after another. The 6 of them instantly attracted the attention of everyone. In the middle of the group, an old man held a walking stick with a dragon head at the top. He had a head of gray hair but the looks of a child. One would easily mistake him for a middle-aged man of 4,050 years old. To the side of this old man was an extremely good-looking juvenile wearing white. The juvenile had pearl-white teeth and thin, red lips which made him look extremely beautiful. Beside the 2 of them were 2 old men. They had burly statures and looked across the surroundings as though they were far superior to the rest. Further to each side were 2 middle-aged men. The old man in the middle must be the leader of the Yan family. Yan Gukong. He reached martial artist level 9 20 years ago. I wonder if he has taken that final step. The oldest generation of the Yan family included Yan Gukong, Yan Gufeng and Yan Guli. Among them, Yan Gukong is the strongest. Those 2 middle-aged men are Yan Zhonyuan and Yan Zhongwen. Both of them are level 8 martial artists. Together with their martial artist level 8 butler, they still have 3 other level 8 martial artists who aren't here today. They are too strong, really too strong, even if Yan Gukong hasn't made the breakthrough. The strength that the Yan family has displayed is enough to overwhelm everyone here today. The martial artist families and martial artists, who were seated at the side, looked at the 6 people in shock as they walked towards the seats at the forefront. When the 6 of them reached their seats, they turned around and looked down on the surrounding crowd. Yan Gukong was holding onto a dragon-head walking stick and shouted, 20 years ago, our Yan family announced our retirement and stayed away from the matters of the underworld. On this very day, 20 years later, our Yan family is announcing our return. The reason why we have invited everyone is to announce this. 20 years we have been missing from the underworld of Rivertown for 20 years. Today, our Yan family is back. Yan Gukong lifted his head slightly and looked across the 2 flags erected at 2 ends. Return of the hidden dragon roaming the 9 skies. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. I'm grateful to everyone who could attend the Yan family's banquet. Please enjoy the food and alcohol today. However, our Yan family has a few things to announce before we start. It's coming. The entire banquet hall was silent. When they heard Yan Gukong, their hearts skipped a beat. What was coming next would affect everyone's interests. Yan Gukong looked across the crowd and showed a faint smile. First, the Yan family hasn't participated in the quarrels of Rivertown in the last 20 years. Since we are announcing our return, it's only natural for us to collect some interest. Experts rule the underworld. Our Yan family won't rob you guys of your interest. However, we will be collecting 20 of your resources. What 20? Before Yan Gukong had finished his words, a middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, Wait for me to finish. Yan Gukong stared at the middle-aged man and said plainly. The middle-aged man immediately held his breath and did not dare to say another word. The surrounding crowd turned solemn as they waited for Yan Gukong. Second, now that the underworld is changing and the competition for resources has gotten fiercer, our Yan family welcomes any families who wish to become our affiliates. Third, ancient martial arts families in Rivertown have been fighting over their own interests all along. I feel that we should get together and take a common stand against outsiders for survival. Anyone has any objections? Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Each announcement was more ruthless than the previous. First, collecting 20 of interests from every family. Second, recruiting affiliates to the Yan family. bird, becoming the king of Rivertown. In other words, it was similar to the ruler of the underworld in ancient times. When Yan Gukong completed his announcement, the surrounding martial artists and ancient martial arts families instantly turned solemn. The three announcements of Yan Gukong were simply ruthless. Our cow family supports the Yan family. Old Yan and Yan family's strength are something that we all could see with our eyes. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood up and replied loudly. As he spoke, he looked across the crowd. Yan family's strength is miles ahead of us. If old Yan really wants to do a major reshuffling in Rivertown, who can possibly stop him? Old Yan is compassionate. The three conditions aren't too tough. Our cow family is willing to support the Yan family. I, Shingyang, am willing to join the Yan family. I've always held old Yan in high regards. Am willing to join Yan family and be on the same boat as them. Our Wu family is willing to support the Yan family and become an affiliated family. One after another, leaders of various ancient martial arts families and martial artists stood up and announced their desire to join and support the Yan family. There were more than 24 people who stood up and pledged their loyalty to the Yan family. Haha, great. Now that you guys have joined our Yan family, our Yan family will naturally be kind to you. All of you will be part of the Yan family from today onwards. Yan Gukong looked on as he spoke to the 24 people. It is obvious that these people are bought over by the Yan family in advance. 20 of our interests and to follow the instructions of the Yan family from here onwards. That's equivalent to treating us as his subordinates. That's too much. The conditions of the Yan family were truly too much. Some were agreeable, but the majority was willing to accept. The Yan family wants to collect 20 of our interests the moment they announce their return, and have even demanded our obedience. That's no different from treating us as their subordinates. The few families, which were seated at the forefront, exchanged glances. Old Yan, aren't you too overbearing with your three conditions? Although the Yan family is strong, aren't you a little too over yourself by demanding to collect our interests and treating us like your subordinates? Our Hu family is just a small family. All we are looking for is to survive steadily. We will not be participating in this. Seated in the first row, Hu Fei, who sat beside the leader of the Hu family, stood up and spoke to Yan Gukong. The families in Rivertown have always sought their own development. Moreover, the relationships between ancient martial arts families in Rivertown are cordial. I don't think your concerns are warranted. The 20th generation leader of the Ren family, who was a level 9 martial artist, also stood up and made his decision known. Old Zou, Old Duan, and the leaders of a few other families also stood up. With regard to these three conditions, they couldn't agree. Ha ha ha. Great, it's all right. It's only natural that you guys won't agree. Yan Gukong laughed out loud. However, his expression turned vicious as he looked at the remaining martial artists. However, don't forget that we are part of the underworld. In the underworld, experts rule. If you guys don't agree, the Yan family can only suppress you guys and make you guys agree with violence. Chapter 135 Craziness Before Destruction 3. Chapter 135 Craziness Before Destruction 3. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Domineering, confident, arrogant, with his dragon head walking stick in his hand, Yan Gukong swept his overbearing gazes across everyone. The crowd next to Yan Gukong overlooked the rest of the people, exuding powerful aura. Old Yan, aren't you a bully? We're just a small family. You don't have to be so pushy. I have been in the underworld for more than 10 years, and I still have some connections. The Hu family just wants to stay out of this. Hu Fei said to Yan Gukong and his clique solemnly. His purpose here this time was not to fight for any status. He just wanted to ensure the safety of the Hu family. He had seen situations like what happened tonight in the Yan family throughout his dozen years of underworld experience. When a powerful family rises, the rest of the families either submit to it or be destroyed. This was the norm in the underworld. Hence, he was here to protect the Hu family. Oh, is that so? Yan Gukong remained silent, but the young man next to him looked at Hu Fei with a teasing look. The whirling blade. Hu Fei, I have heard of your name. It's just that I'm not sure if you have what it takes to be a legend. As the young man spoke, He slowly walked down from the table. Hu Fei frowned as he glared disgruntledly at that young man. "I'm talking to old Yan. You're not fit to talk to me yet. Is that so?" The young man swung his arms, and a belt sword appeared creepily in his hand. He lifted his chin slightly and said, "Sacred Seas of Swords. Yan Feng, I want a taste of your blade." "What sacred seas of swords?" Hu Fei was stunned by Yan Feng and he looked shocked. His eyes narrowed. "You're from the sacred seas of swords. Heh. You can test me. Aren't you a level 9 martial artist?" Yan Feng put on a smiling face and looked as though he was someone charming. "Oh, you said you have many friends. Just nice. I have friends too. Haha. Good to have friends around the world." At the same time, a gentle and feminine voice was heard. Subsequently, a fair-looking young man stood from the back of the row. The young man made a leap and presented himself in front of the Yan family at an unbelievable speed. He sat down on an empty seat there with a smile. "It's a better seat here. What a broad vision. He's formidable. He's fast. This young man is at least a level 9 martial artist. Gosh. This young man is actually from Sacred Seas of Swords." Sacred Seas of Swords. Gone. I did not expect that young man to be someone from the Sacred Seas of Swords. The Yan family is unstoppable. The martial artists were differentiated by levels, as were the families and clans. In the underworld, the families and clans were split into third-class force and saint-class force. According to this classification, the Yan family was considered to be the second class, while the first-class force would already have inborn experts. As for the saint-class forces, it meant the families or clans possessed daunting influence and strength with over 10 inborn experts. Sacred Followers Guild, Medical Saint Sect, and Sacred Seas of Swords were colossuses. Even Yan Feng was a member of the saint-class force, and no average families or sects could afford to get into his bad books. Hu Fei glared at Yan Feng with a dreadful expression. He did not expect that the young man before him was a disciple of the Sacred Seas of Swords. The Sacred Seas of Swords headquarters was located on an island in the sea. That island was one of the sacred lands of swordsmanship. The young man who was recruited by the Sacred Seas of Swords must be a rare talent. The sword vs. the saber. Show me your skill. If you can defeat me, I'll let the Hu family leave this place. Otherwise, Yan Feng lifted his chin and wielded his belt sword like an agile snake. The sharp edge of the sword gave off a cold radiance. "Haha. My grandson has made himself clear. Show us what you've got so that we know if you're qualified to defy the Yan family." Yan Gukong looked at his grandson and laughed out loud. It was a great blessing to the Yan family that this grandson of his was a disciple of the Sacred Seas of Swords. With his grandson around, they could suppress the entire Rivertown even without him making his moves. Fine. Hu Fei curled his fingers tightly and took out a sharp machete from his back. His impassive eyes were focusing on Yan Feng. "I'm going to attack." Yan Feng drew his lips into a faint smile. His body made a quick move and attacked Hu Fei like a ghostly soul. His move is creepy. Indeed. The disciple of the Sacred Seas of Swords. Hu Fei narrowed his pupils and held his machete tight as he brought it down in front of him. The blade brought a whirling gust of wind. Hayek. But when his machete came into contact with the sword, the belt sword wrapped it like an agile snake. It went for Hu Fei's hand and stabbed it. What a creepy sword. Hu Fei was appalled. He quickly drew his machete back. But even so, his palm got a wound that cut into his bone. The victory was determined within a stroke. What a daunting young man. He possesses a level 9 strength at such a young age. In the future, he can definitely be an inborn expert. Too dominating. He's only in his 20s. He is capable of defeating Hu Fei. This. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How can we resist the Yan family? Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. At the same time, Hu Fei, who had exchanged more than 10 strokes, was horrified. All of a sudden, Yan Feng had another transparent soft sword in his hand. The sword went through Hu Fei's shoulder, and his face paled after this. "You can exchange more than 20 strokes with me. Not bad." Yan Feng gave Hu Fei praise. Hu Fei's face was ashen. He stared at Yan Feng in disbelief with his body trembling. He was already a famous level 9 expert. Hu Fei, the leader of the Hu family, was panicked as he ran over. We admit our loss. We lost. What the leader of the Hu family said made everyone shudder. It's over. It's completely over. The Yan family is unstoppable. Bai family is willing to follow the lead of the Yan family. Gu family is willing to join hands and fight along with the Yan family. I, Gu Xing, am willing to join the Yan family. All of a sudden, some of the families and martial artists made their pledge to Yan family. The Yan family was too strong. They were so strong that they could easily suppress everyone. Since the sparring has begun, let's do a few more rounds to make those who refuse to submit to us surrender. Suddenly, Yan Zhanyuan, who was standing in front, made his speech. He walked out slowly and swept his cold gazes across a few people. He's trying to get rid of all his enemies. Beat the dog before the lion. The Yan family is eliminating those who have offended them. Everyone's face was pale when they saw Yan Zhanyuan approaching them. They were praying that he would not look for them. Old Zou and Old Duan saw Yan Zhanyuan looking over, and their faces were washed out. Both of them had grudges. Chapter 136 Descent of the King 1. Chapter 136 Descent of the King 1. Translator Alarbra Studio. Editor Alarbra Studio. The Yan family sat there like how a king would. Every action or word from them was watched closely by the surrounding people. No one could stop them, and they wouldn't be stopped. Just like the return of the king, the return of the true ruler. Don't push it. Seeing Yan Zhanyuan approaching him, his body was shivering slightly and fear started creeping on him. Behind him, the other Duan family members' faces were as white as sheets as they stood there helplessly. What do you mean by pushing it? This is just like any other ordinary sparring. My nephew is a martial artist level 9 expert and so is Hu Fei. We are both at martial artist level 8. Yan Zhanyuan looked at Old Duan tauntingly before turning to Old Zou. Oh right. Where's that brat? Wang Zan, why isn't he here? Old Zou's heart sank and had a ghastly expression. He knew that his close relationship with Wang Zan on that day had completely angered the Yan family. I gave him an invitation letter, but it seems like he's not here today. Yan Feng looked around with derision. His medical skills are so great and he has the capital to be proud. I still thought he would appear. It seems like he has disappointed me. He shook his head gradually and looked a little disappointed. However, I told him that if he wasn't here, he'd better watch out for his family and friends. Yan Feng stared at Old Zou and smirked. Those who offend our Yan family will definitely deeply regret their actions. Come, let's spar. Yan Zhanyuan looked to Old Xuan and said plainly. Yan Feng waved his hand to signal for a martial artist level 7 expert from Yan family to step out. He then looks towards Old Zou in contempt. Alright, who's afraid of you? Come. Old Duan's face turned solemn. He clenched his fist tightly and walked to the middle of the field. Old Zou was equally solemn as he faced that expert from the Yan family. The crowd held their breath and looked at Old Duan and Old Zou with pity. They were currently the third and fourth strongest families in Rivertown and were extremely strong existences in the entire Rivertown. However, in the face of the Yan family, they couldn't do anything but be manipulated by them. They could already foresee the Duan family and Zou family being erased from Rivertown in the near future. Haha. Come. Yan Zhanyuan laughed heartily before launching his attack. This was originally a training field and there was ample space. Cripple him, tell Wang Zian that this is just the beginning. If he dares to be a coward, he'll let him experience a life worse than death, Yan Feng said to the martial artist from the Yan family. Yes. Young master. That middle-aged man nodded his head and stared harshly at Old Zou. Wang Zian-esque contempt filled the eyes of Yan Feng, as one that was favored by the gods. He was spotted by an expert from the sacred seas of swords and had trained under him since he was young. When he was 18 years old, he was brought to the sacred seas island by his master. He had always been under the dazzling limelight when growing up. Soon, the Yan family would become the king of the entire Rivertown. At that time, he would be the crown prince of Rivertown. No one would dare to go against his words. So what if that brat has some medical skills? Crushing him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Yan Feng smirked and stared at Old Zou. He looked to the surrounding crowd and spread his domineering aura towards them. On the training field, Yan Zhonyuan was engaged in an intense fight with Old Duan. Old Zou and the middle-aged man were also fighting with all they had. Nonetheless, it was clear that Old Duan and Old Zou were on the losing end. Since the Yan family had chosen them for the battles, they would definitely be confident about the outcome. It's over. Old Zou and Old Duan are probably going to be defeated soon. Yan Zhonyuan and the other martial artist are ruthless with each strike. The third and fourth strongest families are going to be crushed so easily that's horrifying. The crowd looked attentively at the battle of these four people and discussed softly. Zhu Jing, his father and the members of the Duan family were all watching anxiously. Their faces were as white as sheets and their eyes were filled with despair. Arg! Arg! A piercing scream sounded and the crowd felt as if their hearts skipped a beat. Yan Zhonyuan palm struck ruthlessly on the chest of Old Duan, causing it to sink in directly. It was an extremely brutal scene. As for Old Zou, his four limbs were crippled and he lay on the floor motionless. Even his elixir field had been crushed. A complete tragedy. As the two old men fell, it also represented the complete destruction of the Zou family and Duan family. Zhu Jing and his father's eyes were bloodshot, and they stared at the members of the Yan family with deep hatred. The members of the Duan family were shivering in anger and clenching their fists tightly. However, they didn't dare to retaliate. Undermatch, who still dares to go against our Yan family? At this moment, seeing that Old Duan and Old Zou were lying on the floor, Yan Gukong stood up slowly and shouted. He lifted the dragon head walking stick in his hand slowly. Who else? It was another angry roar. This roar was full of might, dominance and the aura of an expert. When his dragon head walking stick landed on the ground, a low and dull sound propagated together with an invisible air wave towards the crowd. Instantly, everyone felt a faint sense of pressure. Half-step Inborn, the leader of the Ren family, who was seated in the front, instantly opened his eyes widely. His face was filled with horror. This aura was definitely from someone who was at the half-step to Inborn realm. He had not expected Yan Gukong of the Yan family to make this step and achieve the realm of half-step to Inborn. Half-step to Inborn, oh my gosh, he's at the half-step to Inborn realm. Old Yan is a half-step to Inborn expert. Ill surrender. Ill surrender. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. We are willing to defer to the Yan family. We are willing to follow the commands of the Yan family from here onwards. The remaining martial artists, who had not made a stand previously, immediately bowed down. A disciple of Sacred Seas of Swords and a half-step to Inborn expert. What a horrifying family. They might very well become a first-class family in the future. The martial artists bowed down to show their will to submit. On the training field, Old Zou looked at the horrifying Yan family in despair. Even if Wang Zan was here right now, there would be no other way out. It's over. Haha, follow our Yan family and you will bask in glory in the near future. Yan Gukong looked at the crowd and laughed heartily. He then added 4 words. The king has returned. Let's give up. The leader of the Ren family felt helpless. He knew that the Yan family couldn't be stopped and they couldn't oppose the Yan family. What was left for them would be only to surrender. Although he was unwilling, there was no other option for him. Just as he was about to lower his body, a voice sounded suddenly. The invitation letter stated that the banquet would start at 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. right now. It seems like someone has been impatient. It was unexpected and the surrounding crowd was shocked. They turned around and looked at the entrance. A juvenile was walking towards them with a faint smile. There was a group of people following behind this juvenile and they had a unique disposition around them. All of them had completely sealed their auras. One could not sense a shred of internal energy from them. It was as though they were ordinary people. Everyone was shocked to see this group of people. Within the Ren family crowd, Ren Jian saw a familiar figure. Looking at the old man beside the figure, his eyes constricted. He's here. Chapter 137 Descent of the King 2. Chapter 137 Descent of the King 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Within the group of 53 people, a young man was walking in the center with an elderly man following beside him. The young man put on a smile and swept his gaze across everyone in front of him casually. But when he saw the old man who was lying on the ground, his smile slowly disappeared. The banquet in the training field was plunged into silence as they watched the incoming group of people. Who are you? How dare you make a scene in the Yan family's mountain villa? A martial artist from Rivertown shouted at the top of his lungs. You wanted to please the Yan family. A bunch of small fries. How dare you even mess with the Yan family? The leader of the Bai family also did the same thing. The ones who just arrived were Wang Xian and his dragon sect. He swept his cold gaze across everyone and strolled to old Zou. I didn't think you'd dare to come. I thought you were a coward. When Yan Feng saw Wang Xian bring his men over, he gave a faint smile after looking at them. Yan Feng did not take those people to heart. In fact, he felt that this was getting interesting. It's only 8 o'clock now. I thought I was punctual. But I didn't expect the dinner to have been brought forward. You're not sticking to the time. Wang Xian threw an impassive look at Yan Feng. The so-called Mr. Feng in school. Before he came to old Zou and squatted beside him. Wang Xian. You're here. Be careful. The Yan family. They are just too strong, said old Zou with an ashen-looking face. In despair as he looked at Wang Xian. Don't worry. Old Zou. Leave this to me. Wang Xian placed his palm on old Zou and used his dragon energy to treat him. The 4 limbs of old Zou had been crippled, and his elixir field was destroyed. His life as a martial artist was completely ruined. But to Wang Xian, this was nothing. An immense dragon energy repaired all his injuries. Old Zou recovered speedily, and his expression was slightly different when he stared blankly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled at him and lifted him up from the floor slowly. Old Zou was injured because of him. However, he was not too late. He could still treat the injuries. And for those who hurt his friends, he could. Well, what powerful medical skills you have. No wonder the Sacred Followers Guild was defeated by you. Yan Feng's eyes brightened up when he saw old Zou stand up suddenly. He'll give you a chance to atone for your mistake. Submit to the Yan family, and I can forgive your rude and imprudent behavior. I can also let your friends off. As he spoke, he was looking down his nose at Wang Xian, giving off immense confidence from within. Yan Feng stared at him as though he was looking at his prey, as the one favored by the gods. He had never regarded Wang Xian as his match. Wang Xian wore a smiling face and looked over. Yan Feng was overconfident such that he was arrogant. Wang Xian ignored Yan Feng. Old Zou. Who hurt you? I sparred with a martial artist from the Yan family, and I was crippled by him. Old Zou had a bitter look on his face. After all, it was his fault for being poor enough with his skills to get eliminated by a martial artist of the same level. Sparring. Wang Xian looked at the Yan family. Since all of you like sparring, then spar with my people. Show me what the Yan family has got as the return of the king. Haha, lad. I guess you want it the hard way. I've given you a chance. If you make me angry, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yan Feng looked at Wang Xian, who disregarded him with a ferocious look. Lad, with just these people of yours, we could destroy them without the Yan family. Old Yan, well, cripple these arrogant fellows on your order. One by one, the martial artists and the families sought permission from old Yan as they raised their cold voices at Wang Xian. Yan Gukong made a gesture, and all the martial artists went silent immediately. None of them dared to utter a word. You are the fellow who offended our distinguished guest from the Sacred Followers Guild, disregarding the Yan family. Aren't you? Yan Gukong glared at Wang Xian, questioning him. Your people injured my friend. Right? Wang Xian did not answer him. He also stared at Yan Gukong and questioned him back. This is what happens when you go against the Yan family, Yan Gukong said without any emotions. Very well. Since you like it this way, you'll do it your way. Wang Xian nodded impassively. He swept his gazes around and bellowed in a cold voice. Who was the one who injured my friend? Step out now. It's me, Brett. You'll cripple him every time after you heal him. This is the consequence of offending the Yan family. The middle-aged man who fought with old Zou spoke impassively to Wang Xian as he looked at old Zou scornfully. Well then, let's spar. Wang Xian beckoned, and a Dragonian walked out in wide steps. Level 7 martial artist. Mo Shis and the Dragonian stared at that middle-aged man. Haha, challenging the Yan family, that's interesting. Upon seeing Wang Xian sending his people to fight with the Yan family, Yang Yukon laughed out. If so, it's only polite to accept the challenge. Let's play with them. The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. He bowed to Yang Yukon before he stared at Mo Shisan with his chin up. I'll destroy you. Given Yan Beiyan and old Zou's combat skills, Yan Beiyan is at his peak as a level 7 martial artist. He could be even a level 8 martial artist. The art that he practiced was already formidable among the martial artists at level 7. And he's almost invincible. Yet this juvenile actually challenged him. He's obviously courting his own death. Who's that young guy who dares to provoke the Yan family? He even shows himself at this dinner today. He's asking for it. This fellow wasn't here just now, so he didn't witness how formidable the Yan family is. Now, he seems like a clown, copying the Yan family by asking for a spar. Hee hee. What a joke. Everyone stared at Wang Xian with disdainful looks. The less wit, the more courage. If he dared to provoke the mighty one, his outcome would be dreadful. Wang Xian listened to the surrounding discussion, seeing the arrogant expression on the middle-aged man's face. Wang Xian revealed a playful look. Boom! Just when everyone was waiting for Mo Shisan to be abused by Yan Beiyan, Mo Shisan moved. A faint black aura was exuded from his body as he charged rapidly at the middle-aged man like some savage beast. Some capability he has. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. He curled his fingers into a fist tightly and darted out. Trash. Boom. A faint voice sounded from the training ground, followed by a low groan. The middle-aged man from the Yan family flew out at a terrifying speed. His sunken chest could be seen in the air. Bam! The middle-aged man from the Yan family landed on the table heavily and lay there without moving. How was this possible? Everyone was taken aback. That middle-aged man was at the peak of level 7, but he was instantly killed by someone of the same level. This was unbelievable. Brett, how dare you lie to us, damn you. Seeing his clan mate being killed in a split second, Yan Zhanyuan was furious. He would never believe that Mo Shisan was only a level 7 martial artist. At his level, he could never achieve an instant kill. Chapter 138 Descent of the King 3. Chapter 138 Descent of the King 3. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Die. Twisting his body, Yan Zhanyuan lifted a sword and slashed towards Mo Shisan rapidly. How dare you send a level 8 martial artist expert to battle a level 7 martial artist expert from the Yan family? That's despicable. Tisk. Just a brat courting death. This time, the Yan family will definitely not let them off. The crowd looked on coldly as Yan Zhanyuan launched his attacks. Although it was shocking that Mo Shisan had defeated the middle-aged man from the Yan family in an instant, the crowd saw Wang Xian's action of hiding Mo Shisan's true strength as the reason for his imminent downfall. Despite seeing Yan Zhanyuan making his moves, Wang Xian did not say a word. Instead, he simply smiled and looked on. Those who dare to offend our king shall all die today. Mo Shisan looked at Yan Zhanyuan. Around him, devilish flames were rising. His fingers turned into a claw as he swung his arm. One could vaguely see faint scales on the hands of Mo Shisan. Dragon scales. Courting death. Yan Zhanyuan manipulated the long sword in his hand. To his astonishment, he saw Mo Shisan intending to take the attack directly with his bare hand. Murderous intent filled his face as he slashed down ruthlessly. Bam! However, what happened sent chills down Yan Zhanyuan's spine. Mo Shisan had grabbed onto the longsword directly with his hand. Moreover, cracks were starting to appear on his longsword. Raw! Mo Shisan let out a low growl as he attacked heavily with his right hand. Yan Zhanyuan was shocked by the development and immediately raised his arm to defend against the attack. Crack crack. To his astonishment, he heard the bones of his arms cracking. Bam bam bam. Mo Shisan clenched his claws and dealt 5 consecutive punches to Yan Zhanyuan's 4 limbs and elixir field. In less than 10 moves, Yan Zhanyuan was down on the ground. Martial artist level 9, the crowd exclaimed, looking on in disbelief. He is definitely a martial artist level 9 expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated Yan Zhanyuan so easily. Yan Zhanyuan could be considered as very strong, even among martial artist level 8 experts. Bam! Great, how dare you make a fool of the Yan family, you have completely angered me. When Yan Gukong saw Yan Zhongyuan crippled by Mo Shisun, the dragon had walking stick in his hand smashed heavily on the floor. At the same time, a strong and dense aura started emitting from his body. He stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. I have made my decision. You won't be stepping out of the Yan family's gate tonight. Yan Feng lifted his belt sword and pointed at Wang Xian. His belt sword was like an agile snake and had a dazzling glow. Let me destroy him. Yang Guli, who was beside Yan Gukong, walked over slowly with a heavy look. His eyes were fixed on Mo Shisun. I'm really just a level 7 martial artist. Mo Shisun pouted and looked at him with murderous intent. Mo Yuan, martial artist level 9. At this moment, Mo Qingong's disciple, Mo Yuan, walked forward and past Wang Xian. He maintained a cold smile while observing his surroundings. Mo Shisun bowed to Mo Yuan before leaving. Mo Yuan nodded in response before looking to Yan Guli. Yan Guli's expression changed and the crowd was stunned. Everyone's attention was on Mo Yuan. It can't be. Mo Yuan looks so much stronger than Mo Shisun. Mo Shisun claimed to be martial artist level 7, but was able to easily crush martial artist level 8. Now we have Mo Yuan, who looks much stronger and is claiming to be martial artist level 9. How strong is this group of people? The martial artists around looked at Mo Yuan in disbelief. At this moment, they had put away their disdain and chose to take this group of people more seriously. Yan Gukong from the Yan family also squinted his eyes. His palm wrapped around the dragon head walking stick tightly and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Yan Feng's expression had also turned heavy. He looked at Mo Yuan before looking across at the group of people behind Wang Xian. Playing tricks. Yan Guli's expression changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and jumped towards Mo Yuan. You're not good enough. Mo Yuan looked nonchalantly at Yan Guli and his face was filled with contempt. Die. Yan Guli's palm turned red, emitting dazzling and scorching light as he struck towards Mo Yuan's head. Dragon Claw. Mo Yuan was unmoved. Just as Yan Guli's attack was about to hit him, he swung his 5 fingers like a claw towards Yan Guli. Arg! Horror and shrieks sounded. Mo Yuan grabbed onto Yan Guli's arm easily. His eyes were filled with contempt as he said, "You are too weak." Next. Bam! Yan Guli was sent flying back and landed heavily in front of Yan Gukong. He was throwing out blood violently. Instant kill. How can this be possible? He can't be a level 9 martial artist. Definitely not. He is at least a half-step to inborn realm expert. Half-step to inborn. Could it be that he is really at the half-step to inborn realm? Who is that juvenile? How is he able to bring along such powerful people? Shock. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that juvenile to bring along such horrifying people. What would the Yan family do now? At this moment, the people in the crowd who had chided them to get on the good books of the Yan family previously were turning pale. They would have never expected this group of people to be so powerful. The members of the Yan family turned solemn. Even the arrogant looks on Yan Gukong were gone. Yan Feng had also put aside his arrogance and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. He. Let's continue, Wang Xian said as he looked across the crowd at Mo Yuan. Yes. Mo Yuan nodded his head and turned his attention to Yan Gukong in the middle. Only you are qualified to be my opponent. Yan Gukong's expression turned ghastly, and his hand that was holding onto the walking stick started shivering. This is unexpected. Really unexpected. May I ask, where are you guys from? Dragon Sect, Mo Yuan said plainly. Dragon Sect, I don't think we have any deep grudges between us. If we continue with this fight, you wouldn't come out unscathed. Yan Gukong stared at Mo Yuan as he spoke. Since you have offended our Dragon King, it's only natural to annihilate you. Mo Yuan pouted. As to whether we would come out unscathed, your Yan family isn't qualified to say that. You are really full of nonsense. Mo Yuan spoke, and as he finished his words, the devilish aura around him raged fiercely as he attacked Yan Gukong. Fight. Yan Gukong was shocked. The opponent was too overbearing. Get back battles between half-step to inborn experts could implicate a large area. Seeing the fight, the leader of the Ren family quickly retreated. All the ancient martial arts families also retreated in a hurry as they looked to the fight in horror. They had initially thought that the Yan family would announce the return of the king and dominate over all others. To their surprise, a juvenile brought a group of horrifying experts over that could even match Yan family's half-step to inborn realm expert. Father, that old man is likely to be even stronger than Mo Yuan. Ren Jian and the Ren family were dumbfounded by the fight. When Ren Jian saw the old man behind Wang Xian, he subconsciously recalled the events of that fateful night. He couldn't hold back his thoughts as he spoke to his father. The leader of the Ren family was slightly shocked as he turned his gaze towards the old man in front of the group of 50 people. The old man maintained a faint smile throughout and didn't seem to be concerned about the current battle. Jian, are you sure? The leader of the Ren family was shaking slightly. I'm sure. Ren Jian nodded his head heavily. Inborn expert horror crept into the leader of the Ren family. Chapter 139 He's the King of Rivertown 1. Chapter 139 He's the King of Rivertown 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Twists and turns. One after another. The eventful twists in the ancient martial arts world of Rivertown stunned everyone. First, Yan family declared a strong return as a king and oppressed the entire ancient martial arts world in Rivertown. Next, a mysterious young man led his dragon sect to challenge the Yan family. Everyone opened their eyes to a new world when they saw two half-step to inborn experts fighting at the stage of the training ground. But they were all waiting since their fates were closely linked to the victorious party. All the people from the Yan family were looking gloomy as they observed the showdown. Their arrogance and egotism were long gone. Too fast. We can't see their moves clearly. Is this the half-step to inborn experts combat? It's horrifying. All the martial artists retreated to the edge of the field as they watched the battle in horror. All they could see were two figures exchanging hands at a fast speed, but they could not see their strokes clearly. Yan Feng held his belt sword tightly as he stared at the field. Is this the best the Yan family can do? Just then, Mo Yuan's voice cut through the battle. How dare you be arrogant when you just became a half-step to inborn? You're gone. As Mo Yuan's cold bellow passed through again, the two entangled figures separated themselves. Pook! Yan Dukon's figure kept going back with his hand clasping at the dragonhead walking stick. Ka. Pook! Yan Dukon's cheeks were flushed with redness as the dragonhead walking stick slowly cracked by itself. He spat a mouthful of blood and stared at Mo Yuan with an ashen face. What? Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. He was defeated. Yan Gukong from the Yan family was defeated. The Yan family is defeated. Rivertown is going to change hands again. That middle-aged man is incredibly powerful. Gone. No one thought that the day that the king returns would be the day they would be defeated. The surrounding martial artists had mixed expressions. Old Yan. Brother. The people from the Yan family held their breath as they ran towards Yan Gukong. All of them stared at Mo Yuan with an icy cold look. Yan Gukong was panting as he glared at Mo Yuan with a gloomy look. He gritted his teeth. I've lost. I think you can still go on. Mo Yuan walked towards Yan Gukong slowly with a sarcastic smile on his face. We admitted our loss. What else do you want? An old man from the Yan family asked Mo Yuan with an awful look. Just now, my friend was defeated. Didn't you cripple him? Wang Xian looked at the people from the Yan family with a mocking expression. He cast a look at Yan Feng. With a nonchalant face, he asked, now you know the consequences for threatening me. You. Yan Feng stared coldly at Wang Xian without all his calmness and arrogance. I'm the disciple of the sacred seas of swords. My master is an inborn expert. If you dare to lay a finger on the Yan family, all of you will die. Haha. Inborn expert. Claps of thunderous laughter were heard. Get your inborn expert from the Yan family out then. Otherwise, he'll be too bored. Haha. Suddenly, the laughter took over the entire training ground. Everyone was surprised as they quickly located the source of the sound. An old man who had been standing in front of the 50 people walked out slowly. His hair was swaying even without the moving air as he exuded immense black aura from his body. The demonic aura lingered. Within a range of 10 meters in the sky, a demonic dragon roar could be heard vaguely. Gulps. Inborn. He's an inborn. An inborn showed up. That old man is actually an inborn. Gosh. The Yan family is finished. That old man is an inborn expert. Indeed. Just as Jian said. He's an inborn. And he's even more daunting than those whom I've met. That imposing deposition was invincible. All the people around shuddered as they sensed the imposing demeanor of Mo Qinglong. The inborn expert with mighty and powerful oppression. The oppression made them tremble in their boots. Inborn realm. Would anyone from the Yan family like to fight with me? Mo Qinglong stood beside Wang Zan and swept his cold gaze across all the members of the Yan family as he yelled. Inborn. Yan Yukong was shaking violently as despair flashed across his eyes. Everyone from the Yan family glanced at Mo Qinglong with fear and hopelessness. Just now, they were acting like they were invincible to all the martial artists in Rivertown, just like this inborn expert was doing now. But at this moment, they were like those martial artists from before, feeling frightened against this group of people. They had a deeper sense of despair and fear. I heard that the Yan family was full of experts. The dragon sect would like to challenge them. Mo Yuan exuded his imposing aura, and strolled behind Wang Zian. At the same time, the 50 Dragonians released their magnificent fighting spirit and disposition. Demonic aura lingered around the 50 Dragonians. As the aura gathered, they looked like an army of demons. Gosh! Everybody stared at Mo Yuan and the 50 Dragonians. All of them had fear in their eyes. All of them possessed a similar demeanor to Mo Shisun. Where did this dragon sect come from? How could they be so terrifying? How can it be? Over 50 people who could crush Yan Zhongyun. The Yan family is finished. How could it be? How could it be? Yan Yukong could not believe his eyes when he saw the demeanor displayed by the Dragonians. Yan Feng had an extremely awful look on his face. More than 50 powerful existences with a half-step to inborn and an inborn expert. Things had gone beyond his expectations. What do you want? Yan Yukong asked in a low voice with a dreadful look. Now, he did not even dare to raise his voice. He was no different from those families and martial artists just now. You were the one who invited me here. What do you think? Wang Zian looked at Yan Yukong, then turned to Yan Zhongyun, who was on the floor. And Yan Feng? He asked playfully. All of you said there will be another corpse in the Bohai Sea if I offended the Yan family. You all even asked me to think of my friends. Haha. Wang Zian chuckled and stared at Yan Yukong. His expression turned cold. You tell me what I should do. His words caused embarrassment to the Yan family. If anyone dared to speak to the Yan family like this, there would be no doubt about the consequence: extermination. When they thought about it, all of them trembled. I'm the disciple of the sacred seas of swords. They have dozens of inborn experts. But this time, the Yan family lost. Yan Feng said slowly as his body shook and he stared at Wang Zian. His words hinted a warning and a plead. He mentioned sacred seas of swords because he wanted to protect the Yan family. Why are you admitting defeat now? Wang Zian stared at Yan Feng and said sarcastically. Didn't you want me to submit to the Yan family and think about my friends? Besides, do you think he'll let you off when you mention sacred seas of swords? Chapter 140 He's the King of Rivertown 2. Chapter 140 He's the King of Rivertown 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Wang Zan's mocking voice resounded throughout the entire training field as everyone's attention fell on him. It was this juvenile who had offended the Yan family. Yan family had invited him over and was preparing to teach him a lesson. However, to the Yan family's surprise, he had called along a group of terrifying people with him. The disciple of the sacred seas of swords was still arrogantly demanding his surrender to the Yan family just a while ago. As of this moment, all he could do was make empty threats and beg for forgiveness. What a huge twist of events. At this juncture, Wang Zan wouldn't even be bothered by him. So what if you were from the sacred seas of swords? Wang Zan smirked and looked at Yan Feng. You. Yan Feng instantly got embarrassed. Watch your words. Mo Qinglong swung his arm, and dense devilish aura penetrated into Yan Feng's body directly. He didn't even have the opportunity to react when his body stiffened. You destroyed my elixir field. Yan Feng's body shivered violently. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Mo Qinglong. Oh, do you think this is over, threatening us with the sacred seas of swords? Mo Qinglong looked emotionlessly at Yan Feng and his eyes were filled with contempt. Yan Feng's body tensed up. He had not expected this group of people to be unafraid of the sacred seas of swords, or to cripple him directly. Helplessness and despair started welling up in his heart. This was the very first time he felt such emotion since he was born. Incredible. This group of people is too strong. They aren't even flinching when dealing with a disciple of the sacred seas of swords. That old man is an inborn expert. Using sacred seas of swords as a threat wouldn't be effective. Do you really expect the sacred seas of swords to risk their men to fight with an inborn expert for Yan Fang? Inborn experts could easily rule over an area. Yan Fang's threat was simply a taunt to the old man. He has truly caused his own demise. The Yan family is finished. The surrounding martial artists and families looked at this in shock as the Dragonians walked towards the Yan family members whose faces had turned as white as sheets. Every member of the Yan family looked on in despair. Wang Ziyan looked across Yan Feng and his family with contempt. He walked directly to old Duan to heal his injuries before helping him up. Thank you, my benefactor. Wang Ziyan. Old Duan, who was previously filled with despair, was trembling in agitation and even wanted to go down on his knees to thank Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan patted him on his shoulders and replied, "It's all right. I leave this to you guys. He'll be waiting for you at the pavilion by the side," Wang Ziyan said to Mo Qinglong. "Yes, Dragon King." Mo Qinglong nodded his head respectfully. That old man was addressing that juvenile as Dragon King. An inborn expert has to be so respectful to that juvenile. What is his real identity to have an inborn expert obeying his commands? Can it be that he is from an even stronger ancient martial arts family? Upon seeing how Mo Qinglong reacted to Wang Ziyan, everyone around was dumbfounded. Seeing the juvenile walking freely to the pavilion and even pouring himself a cup of tea under such circumstances, they couldn't help but have even more respect for him. This was probably what they called the demeanor of a king. That insufferably arrogant Yan Feng from the Yan Feng was miles apart from this juvenile, who was unfazed by the circumstances. All he did was say a few words and smile as he watched. And he could decide the survival of your family. This difference in demeanor was distinct. Wang Ziyan sat within the pavilion leisurely. He had vented his frustration that had built up because of the Yan family, and what was remaining could be easily dealt with by Mo Qinglong. Mo Qinglong was from the ancient Fiend clan and would naturally know how to deal with such matters. This time, the Yan family would truly be erased from Rivertown. Great tea. Despite the incessant screams and wails, Wang Ziyan ignored all of them and simply focused on enjoying his tea. The tea was fragrant and made one want more of it. Wang Ziyan loved to drink tea and disliked drinking alcohol. This was because of the influence of his neighbor, Uncle Zhang. The Yan family's mountain villa had beautiful scenery. In front of the pavilion was a small stream. Enjoying the scenery while drinking tea was a great way for one to liven up. However, I still like to be near the seas during the spring. Moreover, I could even dive into the sea to look around when I have nothing to do. Wang Ziyan mumbled to himself. Dragon King. After half an hour, Mo Qinglong brought a group of people over as he reported to Wang Ziyan respectfully. The Dragonians didn't follow over. The group of people behind Mo Qinglong were all martial artists and families of Rivertown. Dragon King. All the martial artists and families of Rivertown hesitated for a moment before greeting Wang Ziyan in the same respectful manner. Wang Ziyan nodded his head and smiled faintly to Mo Qinglong. Are you done? Everything has been settled. Moreover, this incident won't leak out. Mo Qinglong smiled. This wasn't the doings of the dragon sect, but the doings of all the martial artists and families in Rivertown. Everyone who was present wouldn't spread this incident. They wouldn't dare to. All they had to do was to treat the Yan family as if they had never returned. The only possible issue would be Yan Feng's identity as the disciple of the sacred seas of swords. However, the dragon sect wasn't fearful of them. Wang Ziyan nodded his head. Thank you, Dragon King, for breaking us free from the control of the Yan family. If the Dragon King is to encounter any issues, you could instruct our Ren family and we wouldn't reject your request. Thank you, Dragon King. Just a word from the Dragon King and we, the martial artists of Rivertown, would risk our lives to complete your task in the future. Thank you, Dragon King. The family head of the Ren family immediately thanked Wang Ziyan. Currently, the circumstances of Rivertown had changed. This juvenile in front of him would be the ruler of the underworld of Rivertown. The remaining martial artists and families also expressed their gratitude immediately and made their loyalty pledges. Looking from another perspective, they had surrendered their services to the Dragon Sect. Dragon Sect was different from the Yan family. Dragon Sect had an inborn expert. Even if they were restricted by the Dragon Sect, they were willing to be so. When one's strength reached a level where others could only look up to them, they would not choose to resist, but rather to follow. Wang Ziyan listened to the loyalty pledges of various martial artists and families before waving his hand. Everything will be as before. Don't cause trouble in Rivertown and stay within your area. Oh, right, I've opened a medical hall along Old Street. If you suffered grave injuries or have lingering injuries, you can come to me for treatment. I have to inform you guys that the fees are very high. Wang Ziyan spoke nonchalantly. However, the martial artists and families in front of them were all shocked. What does he mean everything as before? Don't cause troubles. He operates a medical hall. What this would mean is that he will not be consolidating the underworld of Rivertown. He will not be declaring himself as the ruler and will not rob us of our interests. And he operates a medical hall. This. Everyone was taken aback. Every single one of them had already prepared their pledges of allegiance, prepared to lose a large portion of their interests and prepared to make Wang Ziyan their leader. However, Wang Ziyan wanted them to carry on as before. Thank you, Dragon King, for your compassion. Thank you, Dragon King, for your compassion. All the martial artists and families were agitated and looked at Wang Ziyan with deep respect. They bowed down immediately as they expressed their gratitude. Wang Ziyan smiled and waved his hand. He looked to Old Zou and said, Old Zou, look for me at my medical hall at noon tomorrow. I'll take a look at your injuries. Yes, seeing Wang Ziyan talking to him caringly, Old Zou got agitated. He sighed emotionally. Thank you, Brother Wang Ziyan. Don't stand on ceremony. Everyone, I have to go. It's already past 9 p.m. and I have something in school. Wang Ziyan smiled, turned around and left. This compassion and demeanor in Rivertown. He's the king. If he's the king, I'm convinced. Chapter 141 Mad Doctor 1. Chapter 141 Mad Doctor 1. Translator Larbre Studio. Editor Larbre Studio. Wang Ziyan is different from other people, Old Zou exclaimed as he looked at Wang Ziyan. He listened to what everyone was saying around him and felt lucky that he managed to befriend someone who valued friendship. Old Zou knew that he was crippled by the Yan family because of Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan would surely keep this in mind. From now on, the Zou family would have a more comfortable life in Rivertown. No one dared to mess around with them. Indeed, if it were the Yan family or other families, they would get us to cough out enough interest even if they didn't rule over us. The family head of the Ren family looked at Old Zou and joked. If Old Zou needs any help, you can look for me, Ren Tianhong. Since the Zou family has such a connection with strong backing, we must have more bonding. Haha, the Zou family is lucky only. When Old Zou heard him, he chuckled and made some polite remarks. He knew that the Ren family head might sound like he was joking, but it was from the bottom of his heart too. Old Zou, you're fortunate. Yes, Old Zou. Let's find a time for a martial art sharing session. All the martial artists and the families spoke to Old Zou fervently. Given the Zou family and that Dragon King status now, it was worth associating with them. Even though that young Dragon King did not rule the martial art circle in Rivertown, the Dragon Sect had shown their capabilities and that none of them could be matched. Besides, they admired the Dragon King from their hearts. At least Rivertown would stay peaceful with him around. A situation like what happened in the Yan family would not happen again. It's all because of the Dragon King. They had the most heartfelt respect for him. The Dragon King said he opened a medical hall at the old street. Shall we pay him a visit? Yes, we should. We can go over with some gifts. But there can't be too many of us. The Dragon King might find us irritating. Why don't we gather the gifts and get Old Zou or Old Du and a Ren family head to send them over? This is feasible. We can prepare a huge gift as a token of appreciation under the name of all martial artists and families for the Dragon King. Today, the Dragon King did us a huge favor. That's right. All the martial artists of Rivertown agreed. Sometimes, that was the case. If they were being oppressed, they would put up resistance and even retaliate. But when help was rendered to them, they would be genuinely grateful and respectful. Wang Xian may not have gotten them to submit to him, but they would obey any orders from Wang Xian immediately. This was the impact of a powerful and generous man. Wang Xian, walking on the road, did not know his unintentional act had impacted the martial artists and the families in Rivertown. Wang Xian had never thought of asking them to submit to him. Not that he never thought of it, but rather, he was not interested in them. The highest level they had was level 9 martial artists. With only 1 or 2 such people, what could they do? Too weak. They were so weak that Wang Xian had no intention to keep them for his use. At the same time, it was not necessary to get them to surrender some of their interests like how the Yan family had. Wang Xian disdained such intimidating practices. As a divine dragon that would roam the 9 skies in the future, he must have class. He could earn money by himself, or even fish from the sea, but obtaining them through such methods he would not stoop to it. Wang Xian was only concerned about his future businesses of the medical hall. After tonight, he believed any martial artist who was injured would look for him in the future. This could help to drive more business and make more money. Wang Xian loved the feeling of making money by himself. When he was back in school, it was already 9:30 p.m. Wang Xian quickly headed to the eastern hill. It still was not too late. He ran over with a smiling face as soon as he spotted a spark of fire lit on the eastern hill. Zou Xian, you reached it. Have you settled all your things? Wan Shuking asked smilingly, as though she was waiting for her husband to return. Yes. I'm here. Is the food ready? After he settled the Yan family, Wang Xian was in a chirpy mood. He squatted down and rubbed his palms while looking at the food in the cooking pot. It's almost done. Hee. It still feels more comfortable to be able to cook our own food here. The atmosphere is better here compared to eating in the first-rate restaurant. Wan Shuking removed the lid as she smiled, blowing the steam away. Really, then we shall have all our meals here, Wang Xian said with a smile. Sure. Wan Shuking happily nodded her head and sat closer to Wang Xian. Wang Xian gently placed his arm over her as he smiled. Wan Shuking was stunned for a moment with her cheeks flushed with redness, but darkness helps to conceal her blushing face. It's done. Here, Zou Xian. Let's dig in. Wan Shuking took the lid away happily. Great. I will help you with the shells. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Eastern Hill. Outdoor picnic. It was cozy and relaxed. No one would have thought that the dominating king from just now would be having an outdoor picnic. Eating seafood with a girl. The relationship between Wan Shuking and Wang Xian had finally been confirmed, except for not having their nuptial chamber. Wang Xian was pondering when he could proceed to the next step. The next morning, Wang Xian went to the medical hall as soon as he woke up. He opened the door and placed the signage with the rules at the entrance. Wang Xian made himself tea and took out the gifts sent from Old Zou and Old Qin the other time. Old Qin gave him a box of 100-year-old ginseng, a very precious one. On the other hand, Old Zou gave him a secret medical manual. Wang Xian was feeling bored, so he began to read the manual. This manual was obviously written by a doctor who practiced ancient martial arts. The book recorded many case studies and treatment methods. Wang Xian did not know the treatment methods. He treated people using his mighty dragon energy and the vitality of the wood attribute. Of course, there were pros and cons to this. Reading some of these medical books would benefit him when he treated others in the future. The September sun continued to shine. Wang Xian lay on the deck chair in the room with a smiling face. He sipped his tea and read his books, enjoying a relaxing afternoon. Woo-woo-woo. Just then, the ambulance siren echoed through the road on the old street. Wang Xian paused and put down his teacup slowly before he went outside to have a look. Doctor, where's the doctor? At the same time, 2 men barged in and raised their voices inside. Wang Xian knit his eyebrows slightly. There's no doctor here. If you have a patient, You can carry him to one of the chairs in the room. Fuck, what kind of fusing medical hall is this? The doctor recommended we go here. If they delayed my dad's treatment, ill fusing kill them all. The middle-aged was very nasty with his words. He shouted outside, "Doctor, are you sure this is the place for treatment?" "Yes, this is the place. Hurry, bring the patient in." Doctor's son was not surprised by the poor attitude of the patient's family member. With a large number of patients in the hospital, they'd met all kinds of weirdo family members before. Chapter 142 Mad Doctor 2. Chapter 142 Mad Doctor 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. If my father doesn't recover after going through so many troubles, don't blame me for being violent. A middle-aged man looked furiously at Dr. Sun and roared. Dr. Sun frowned. "Sir, you have agreed to our sending him here. If it wasn't because of your recommendation, why would I send my father here no matter what? Let's cure my father before speaking," the middle-aged man said impatiently. Dr. Sun did not pay attention to the middle-aged man and said to the group of nurses, "Come, carry the patient into the medical hall." "All right, Dr. Sun." 4 nurses placed an old man on a stretcher before walking into the medical hall. "Place him on the bed," Wang Xian said to the nurses. Seeing them carrying a patient in, he knew that this was a referral from the hospital. "Where are the attendants of the medical hall? Where's the doctor? Why isn't there any equipment around? Give my father the treatment right away." The middle-aged man followed into the medical hall, looking around and growling, "Calm down. Since the hospital has sent the patient here, he'll be able to cure him." Wang Xin frowned slightly as he spoke to the middle-aged man. "Hurry over and start the treatment for my father then. We can't afford any delay. Hurry up, my father's treatment has been delayed by over 10 hours. Even if he was fine previously, he won't be now." The middle-aged and 30-plus-year-old man demanded impatiently. Wang Xian frowned and walked slowly to the patient. Dr. Sun walks to Wang Xian and asked with eyes of admiration, "Miracle, Dr. Wang. The patient's heart is failing and his situation is dire. What our hospital could do for such dire state patient is simply extending his life by a few days. But we are not able to cure him completely. Therefore, we have sought the intentions of his family members and sent him here. Do you have any solutions?" "Let me take a look." Wang Xian nodded his head as he stretched his hand over and placed it on the chest of the old man. "You are the doctor so young." At this moment, a few middle-aged and young men looked at Wang Xian in shock. They had not expected the doctor of this medical hall to be a juvenile. Is he even reliable? Wang Xian ignored them and did a sensing of the old man's body. Treatment wouldn't be difficult. "I can cure him." Wang Xian lifted his head as he spoke to Dr. Sun. "Miracle, Dr. Wang. You are so incredible," Dr. Sun said in admiration. Wang Xian smiled and looked to the middle-aged man. His lips curved into a smile and he said, "Your father's illness is curable." Really, the middle-aged man was taken aback and a little shocked. Curable. Wang Xian nodded his head. "Can we kindly ask Dr. Wang to start treatment?" The middle-aged man kept his temperament in check and squeezed out a smile. Payment before treatment," Wang Xian said plainly. "I wouldn't pay you any less. Hurry up and treat my father before we talk about this," the middle-aged man replied unhappily. He. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and revealed a faint smile. He walked to the chair beside him and said, 8 million for treatment. Once you've paid up, I can guarantee his recovery. If you don't pay or not of the money, just bring him out." Wang Xian sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. "What 8 million? Why don't you just go and rob?" The middle-aged man was shocked by Wang Xian. He flared up and pointed his fingers furiously at Wang Xian. "Initially, 2 million was enough for your father's treatment. However, you have a bad attitude. It's 8 million now. Pay up if you want treatment. Otherwise, scram." Wang Xian spoke coldly to the middle-aged man and the crowd. The middle-aged man and the few young men were enraged. They stared hideously at Wang Xian. "Brat, do you know who I am? I am giving you a warning right now. Treat my father immediately or I won't be courteous with you." "Oh, he. Wang Xian looked at them with mocking eyes. "The price is 10 million now. Brat, you must be courting death." Green veins lifted out of the middle-aged man's arms as he walked towards Wang Xian. "Sir, Please calm down. Seeing the enraged middle-aged man and crowd, Director Sun quickly interrupted. Scram! Your hospital must be thinking of robbing us. A young man shouted coldly at Director Sun. Brett, treat my father right away. Once he recovers, he'll give you 2 million. Don't test my patience. The middle-aged man walked to Wang Ziyan and looked down at him as he spoke solemnly. He rolled up his sleeves and revealed his tattoos. Wang Ziyan looked mockingly at the middle-aged man and said, 15 million. FCKU. Tisk. How dare you kick up a fuss in Divine Dragon Medical Hall? Just as the middle-aged man extended his arm and was grabbing towards Wang Ziyan's arm, a cold shout sounded from outside the medical hall. The middle-aged man paused and stared angrily at the entrance. However, when he saw the group of people at the entrance, his face stiffened up gradually. The middle-aged man stared at the 6 people, dumbfounded. His body couldn't help but shiver. The head of the Ren family, Hu Fei of the Hu family, Old Zou, Zhu Jing and Old Duan. When his gaze met the head of the Ren family, fear crept upon him. Ren family used to be the #1 ancient martial artist family in Rivertown before the Yan family announced their return. The Ren family had great strength and influence in the entire Rivertown. Moreover, the head of the Ren family was also the director of an organization. The middle-aged man had met him once when his father brought him to a banquet. His father had warned him solemnly that the family head of the Ren family could not be offended, as he could annihilate them with just a wave of his hand. His father had also briefed him a little about the situation of the ancient martial arts circle in Rivertown. This petrified him. He had never expected that there was such a horrifying group of people that still existed in the current era. Why would the family head of Ren family come to this medical hall? He's the leader of the #2 ancient martial artist family in Rivertown. Fear crept up to the middle-aged man. You must be courting death. At this moment, the family head of the Ren family moved his palm and 2 silverish beads shot towards the middle-aged man. Arg! All the middle-aged man could feel was intense pain on his knees, as though they were broken. He couldn't resist the pain and landed on his knees directly. Cold sweat broke out on his head. Big brother. Big brother. The few young men ran towards the middle-aged man instinctively when they saw him going on his knees suddenly. I'm sorry. Ren family head. I'm sorry. If there's something that I've done badly, it'll definitely change. The middle-aged man ignored his brother's exclamations. He immediately begged for forgiveness from the Ren family head while enduring the intense pain of his legs. He didn't dare to have any sense of resistance of unhappiness. You must be looking for death to kick up a fuss in the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Ren family head shouted coldly at the middle-aged man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Miracle doctor. Please forgive me this time. The middle-aged man turned to face Wang Ziyan, kowtowed in a hurry and begged for Wang Ziyan's forgiveness. Wang Ziyan looked at the middle-aged man on his knees and shook his head in contempt. He was completely different from his arrogant self just a while ago. To cure your crippled legs. 5 million. Chapter 143 The Miracle Doctor Chart. Chapter 143 The Miracle Doctor Chart. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. In the Divine Dragon Medical Hall, a middle-aged man was shuddering as he lay on the bed next to his father. A few juveniles were standing at the side with caution. They wailed softly and did not dare to move, let alone talk. Scary. They did not know that the owner of this medical hall had such a strong background. Gazing at their elder brother and father who were lying on the beds, their faces turned pale. Initially, it only cost 2 million for the treatment. Now, it had shot up to 20 million. It's 20 million. How much can the Zhao family's companies pay? However, given such a circumstance now, they must pay. They had to pay. Because of their arrogance just now, they needed to pay a painful price 10 times more than before. Dragon King. These are some of our tokens of appreciations from the martial artists and families in Rivertown. I hope you can accept them. Yes. Dragon King. Please accept them. Let us know if we can be of some use to you in Rivertown in the future. The Ren family head, Old Duan, and Hu Fei spoke to Wang Ziyan fervently and respectfully. Your thoughts are appreciated. Just leave it aside. And calling me Wang Ziyan will do. Wang Ziyan smiled and nodded at them. Yes. The group of people smiled and nodded. They looked around and said with some hesitation, "Then we'll take our leave now. Please rest well." "Okay. I still have some patients to attend to. Thank you for your concern." Wang Xian nodded with a smile. "You're welcome." The group of people beamed at Wang Xian. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head. Ren family head and the rest left. But only old Zou stayed put. "Old Zou, let me check your body," Wang Xian said to old Zou with a smile. "Thank you, Wang Xian." Old Zou thanked him as he followed Wang Xian to the second floor. In fact, Wang Xian had already cured old Zou's injuries, but because old Zou got implicated because of him last night, he decided to reward old Zou. "Lie down. I'll unblock your meridians for you," Wang Xian said with a smile. Unblock the meridians. Old Zou hesitated as he revealed a pondering look. He lay on the bed slowly. Wang Xian placed his hand inside old Zou's body and injected an immense amount of dragon energy into his meridians. Even though old Zou was a level 7 martial artist, his conception vessel and governing vessel were not unblocked yet. He did not use the dragon energy to unblock them. Instead, he unblocked all the vessels before the conception vessel and governing vessel. That is to say, if old Zou wanted to attain level 9 in the future, it would take him a few months to do so, and it would be a breeze for him. Wang Xian clearly distinguished his gratitude and resentment. Old Zou moved his body on the bed, looking shocked. Done. Wang Xian smiled as he opened his eyes slightly. "My meridians are unblocked." "You actually unblocked my meridians?" Old Zou flinched as he stared at Wang Xian with disbelief. "You had a tough time yesterday." Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. "Compared to what I have now, the pain I received yesterday was nothing." Old Zou shook his head and exclaimed, "Others envied that I can make friends with you. I'm also envious of myself now." Unblocking the meridians. Only the top 10 miracle doctors of the miracle doctor chart can do this. Your medical skill is extremely terrific. Miracle doctor chart. "You didn't know about it?" asked old Zou doubtfully. Wang Xian shook his head. The miracle doctor chart is an international chart that consists of the top-notch miracle doctors in the world. The first on the chart is Hand of God from Europe. He's recognized as the world's #1. It is said that he is capable of reviving the dead. The second on the chart is Medical Saint from China. He's the current head of the Medical Saint sect. The third one is Sakigrid 1, the head of the Sakigrid Followers Guild. Fourth is Emperor Samana from India, and fifth is King Sana from an island country. It is said that each miracle doctor is highly skilled in medicines, and they can also use special techniques to unblock the meridians to increase the cultivation speed. Of course, unblocking meridians needs to consume a large number of herbs, so it is tedious. "Wang Xian, I'm really grateful that you can help me unblock them," old Zou said to Wang Xian thankfully. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. He did not know that there was such a chart around in the world. "Wang Xian, I'll not disturb you further. Let me know when you need any help." Old Zou cupped his fist and said, "Sure, old Zou." Wang Xian nodded his head and sent old Zou to the door. After which, he spun around and looked at those who were standing in the medical hall obediently. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. He walked over and gave them treatment. Dr. Sun stood by the side with curiosity piqued. Her eyes were full of admiration. For the subsequent days, the Divine Dragon Medical Hall was finally made known in Rivertown. Every day, there would be 2 or 3 patients turning up at the medical hall to seek treatment. At the same time, not only did the medical skills of Miracle Dr. Wang become famous, but also the rules of the medical hall. Apart from the expensive fees, the patients must have a good attitude. Otherwise, no one knew how much Miracle Dr. Wang would quote for the cost of treatment. The medical hall received 2 or 3 patients and earned about 6 to 10 million a day. Within a short period of 10 days, his deposits hit 150 million. Tisk tisk. I'm also a billionaire now. Wang Xian lay on his deck chair and smiled to himself. Wang Xian was delighted as head penniless in the first place. But now he had 150 million in his hand. Brother. At this time, he suddenly heard Zou Yu's voice. Wang Xian spun around and saw Zou Yu, who was beautifully dressed. Ever since he had strengthened Zou Yu's constitution with his dragon energy, The military training was much easier for her. Her skin was not that tanned anymore. You got a break? Asked Wang Xian with a smile. Yes. I don't have military training tonight. And tomorrow is the last day of it. Zou Yu walked in happily. She grinned at Wang Xian. Why are you lying down here like an uncle? Hee. I'm relaxing. Get me a cup of tea, said Wang Xian smilingly to Zou Yu. Sure. My brother. Zou Yu walked to the side, filled the teacup, and passed it to Wang Xian. Brother, it's National Day soon. When are we going back? National Day. Wang Xian paused and looked at his phone. Indeed, it was almost the end of the month. I had forgotten about it. We're not going back. Brother, Sister Lai is getting married on National Day. Don't you want to go back? Zou Yu rolled her eyes at Wang Xian. Then she picked up a huge Baotai figure from the table. She's getting married. Wang Xian was stunned. But Uncle Zhang did not tell me. Sister Lai told me. So I guess Uncle Zhang didn't tell you. We need to go back on National Day, said Zou Yu. She hesitated and decided to continue. Brother, I want to tell you something. But you must not let anyone you know. A lady asked me to be her disciple and join her sect. I agreed. Chapter 144 Thistles and Thorns Sect. Chapter 144 Thistles and Thorns Sect. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. What? When Wang Xian heard his sister, he stood up immediately and stared at her in shock. Brother, calm down. This isn't anything bad. Seeing her brother's agitated looks, Zou Yu explained. This was a rather siffy matter. Initially, I couldn't believe it either. However, when my master displayed unbelievable abilities, I realized that there are people who can walk on walls and injure others with just a leaf in this world. Brother, I'm going to become a heroine in the future. Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. What's the name of the sect you are joining? Thistles and Thorns Sect. My master told me that our sect is very strong, and is a second-class sect. Moreover, my master is incredible and is a level 8 martial artist. Zou Yu answered before asking curiously. Brother, do you know about sects? Wang Xian nodded his head gradually. Wang Xian had not told Zou Yu about the matters of the underworld, since she had joined a sect by coincidence. Wang Xian did not intend to hide further. Brother, you know about them too? Zou Yu's eyes stared opened wide as she looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Do you think your brother's medical hall is just any ordinary medical hall? Wang Xian smiled and said to Zou Yu. Zou Yu's eyes popped open and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. She then asked suddenly, Brother, you were so bad. Why don't you tell me about these things? You were really bad to hide it from me. I wanted to share this matter with you once I learn about it. You have changed. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Xian started coughing violently upon hearing Zou Yu. All right. It's your brother's fault. I just thought that the timing wasn't right. Zou Yu stared at him and was clearly displeased. Wang Xian smiled and quickly walked in front of her. Did your master teach you any cultivation arts? Nope. Last night, my master said that I have great body constitution and talents. However, she said that I have to undergo examinations with other disciples tomorrow night before teaching us cultivation arts. Zou Yu answered. Tomorrow night? I'll go with you tomorrow. Wang Xian hesitated for a while before he spoke. Brother, you are going with me this might not be acceptable. Zou Yu replied shyly. It will be fine. You can tell them I'm from the ancient martial arts circle too. Moreover, since you are entering the ancient martial arts circle, your master will know that you can't hide it from your family. I don't think she will say no. Wang Xian said. All right then. Let me ask my master. Zou Yu nodded her head and continued. Brother, my master is a really beautiful lady. Is she? That's great. If your master was a guy, I might not agree to him taking you as a disciple. Wang Xian joked. Zou Yu rolled her eyes at him. The main reason why I'm here today is to ask you something. Brother, now that you are so rich, should we buy some presents for Sister Li's wedding? Also, shall we get some presents for Uncle Zhang? Wang Xian nodded his head. Let me get some gifts for Uncle Zhang and Sister Lai. Uncle Zhang and his family have been taking care of us. It's about time that we repay and thank him. Uncle Zhang had always seen them as his own family and took great care of them. For some people, although they weren't related by blood, their relationships were closer than those with blood ties. Wang Xian and Zou Yu had always remembered how Uncle Zhang had taken care of them and their grandmother. It's only natural for them to return this gratitude as though Uncle Zhan was their kin. You'll leave this to brother then. I'm hungry. Brother, bring me out for dinner. Zou Yu pulled her brother's hands as she asked him. What do you want to have for dinner? Wang Xian caressed her head and asked. I want to have steamboat. Why don't we ask sister-in-law to eat with us? Zou Yu smiled and asked. Alright. Before this, follow me to the upper story. Wang Xian brought Zou Yu to the upper story and asked her to lie on the bed. Brother, what do you want to do? Zou Yu looked inquisitively at Wang Xian and asked. I'm not sick. Just lie down. Let brother examine your health. Wang Xian patted on her head. He'll make you sleep for 5 minutes in a while. Close your eyes. Oh. Zou Yu nodded her head and closed her eyes. She knew that what her brother was doing would be for her good. Wang Xian tapped lightly on Zou Yu's body and she fell unconscious immediately. Over the last few days, he had been reading some medical books. He understood a little about how to knock one unconscious by tapping at certain spots of the body. These small techniques were still useful for him, regardless of whether Thistles and Thorns sect is good or bad. Since Zou Yu will be entering the ancient martial arts circle, let me strengthen her body a little. The reason why Zou Yu was spotted by her master was probably because Wang Xian had strengthened her body previously. While Wang Xian was at it, he decided to help Zou Yu open all her meridians. He wanted Zou Yu to be an existence that equaled one who was favored by gods no matter where she was. Dense dragon energy entered Zou Yu's body and into her meridians directly. Zou Yu's body had been strengthened previously. There were almost no impurities in her body. And now, all 8 extraordinary meridians were opened. Based on what Wang Xian knew of the ancient martial arts circle, those that were born with their 8 extraordinary meridians opened were known as having an inborn constitution. Inborn constitution only existed within the myths. There might not be even 1 in 100 million people. However, as long as one with inborn constitution was to start cultivating, he would definitely reach the inborn realm. Horrifying. After exhausting some dragon energy to open all 8 extraordinary meridians on Zou Yu, Wang Xian tapped on her body again. Brother. It's done. After recovering consciousness, Zou Yu looked at Wang Xian. Alright. Let's go have steamboat. Wang Xian smiled and went over to First Ray Restaurant to get guan shuking. After which, they walked to the steamboat restaurant around the corner. 8 p.m. Wang Xian sent Zou Yu back to the dormitory before returning to the medical hall to give Old Zou a call. Old Zou, I have something to ask you. Do you know anything about Thistles and Thorns sect? Wang Xian went straight to the point. Thistles and Thorns sect. Old Zou was taken aback slightly. I know a little about them. They are a rather good sect within the province and could be considered as a second-class sect. Nonetheless, their actions are righteous and open and they could be considered as an orthodox sect. The sect leader is a half-step to inborn expert. I heard that there are several sects who come to Rivertown to recruit disciples recently. Did Brother Wang Xian come across them? My sister was selected by a member of the Thistles and Thorns sect. Therefore, I'm just asking around, replied Wang Xian. In that case, please give me some time. I'll get you more detailed information. Old Zou immediately replied. Alright, thank you. Old Zou. Wang Xian nodded his head. In less than 10 minutes, an information file was sent to Wang Xian. Wang Xian opened it with his computer. Not only was there information on Thistles and Thorns sect, but there was also information on other sects. Chapter 145 Selection of Disciples. Chapter 145 Selection of Disciples. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. The Thistles and Thorns sect was an influential second-class sect in the province. They had a half-step to inborn expert and dozens of level 9 martial artists in the sect. There were 3 sects in the southern province. One was the third-class sect, Green Lotus Sword sect. Another one was also a second-class sect, Northern Summit sect. Of course, not including some substandard sects. These 3 sects were recruiting disciples in the entire southern province. However, a few sects came to Rivertown for recruitment because there were no sects in the Rivertown, except for those martial art families. But the families never released their art of cultivation to outsiders. This meant that there was a chance of finding many talented people in Rivertown. On top of that, the Yan family was said to be exterminated by a mysterious expert. These sects got outrageous since the Rivertown suffered a loss in strength. Looks like there isn't many powerful sects or families in the entire southern province. Wang Ziyan looked at the information he got and grinned. Tomorrow, I shall check them out with Zou Yu, Wang Ziyan thought to himself. He then shut down his computer and walked towards his dormitory. The next morning, Wang Ziyan received a notification from Zou Yu that her master agreed to let him come along. At about 6 p.m., Wang Ziyan arrived at the school entrance. When he reached it, he spotted Zou Yu waiting with a woman. Wang Ziyan looked at her. Referring to her as a woman sounded a little too old for her. She should be a young woman, as she looked to be about 30 years old with a perfect figure. This was the best figure Wang Ziyan had ever seen. Wearing quaint clothes, her hair was bunned up, and she had fair and flawless skin. Her watery and bright eyes looked very beautiful. In comparison, even Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu lost out to her as their charms were lacking. Zou Yu. Wang Ziyan put on a smiling face as he shouted, "Brother Zou Yu beamed as she waved her hand. She immediately turned to the woman and said, Master, he's my elder brother." Okay, that woman nodded as she fixed her gaze on Wang Ziyan and began to observe him before shifting her eyes away again. "Brother, this is my master," Zou Yu introduced softly. "Hello." Wang Ziyan greeted the woman. Follow me. It's getting late," the woman said to them with a nod. "Yes." Master Zou Yu stuck out her tongue and beckoned Wang Ziyan as they followed her master to a Mercedes car. "Elder Fang." A middle-aged driver greeted the woman respectfully in the car. "Let's go," said the woman. Yes, the driver nodded and started the car immediately. "Brother, my master wanted me to remind you not to speak or walk around when you're there. Just keep still and watch. There should be a lot of people tonight." Zou Yu whispered a reminder to Wang Ziyan in the back of the car. "Don't worry," Wang Ziyan smiled and patted her head. The car drove out of the city for an hour before they came to the cross-border between Rivertown and Pangju. Pangju was Wang Ziyan's hometown, but they were still far from his home. The car stopped in a somewhat remote area, where there was a small neighborhood. When the car entered, Wang Ziyan realized that this district was not as simple as it seemed. The environment in this district was pleasant. But in this neighborhood, someone could jump up to a stone platform that was as high as 3 to 4 meters. Many weapons like machetes, spears, and rods were found in the surroundings, which seemed a little out of the world. This must be a branch of the Thistles and Thorns sect, or their headquarters. Wang Ziyan pondered to himself when the car was parked in a parking lot. Wang Ziyan looked around and realized many branded cars were parked over here. There were a total of 40 to 50 cars with Pangju and Rivertown's car plates around. "Follow me," the woman said coldly, leading them from the front. They came to somewhere at the back with a training ground in front. But a crystal-like thing was placed in the middle of it. The crystal was a hexagon shape, emitting a special glow that looked extraordinary, with tall and huge poplars surrounding it. At this time, hundreds of people were standing in the field. There was a middle-aged man in a suit with a juvenile beside him, and a well-dressed old man with his grandchild. Based on their dressing, it was easy to tell that they were rich people. "Both of you wait here and don't run around. The sect will begin the tests later. I'll be leaving to settle some stuff now." Zou Yu's master reminded them of this before she walked to a room. Zou Yu nodded and looked around with curiosity. "So many people, at least dozens of them, want to join the Thistles and Thorns sect." Wang Ziyan observed the surrounding with a curious look on his face. "Brother, not every one of them can enter the sect. Most of them will be eliminated," Zou Yu said to him with pride on her face. "But my master said that I just need to go through the process. After that, I can join the Thistles and Thorns sect for sure." "You're amazing," Wang Ziyan smiled and said to Zou Yu. "Of course. I'm definitely awesome." Zou Yu raised her chin slightly and said in a cute voice, "Sigh. I wonder if my child can make it into the Thistles and Thorns sect." "Certainly, Director Zhao. Your son is suave and charming. He must be a talent. I hope so. Director Wank, your son has an 80% chance. I heard he was praised by an expert. Hee. Well, my son did not let me down. That expert said my son has high hopes. This time, it is a rare opportunity in the last 10 years for Thistles and Thorns sect to recruit disciples in the open. I hope my son or daughter can get in. The discussions around Wang Xian made him understand something. The Thistles and Thorns sect not only sent their men to recruit disciples. Some people with resources brought their children to join too. It would just depend on their endowment to join the sect. Hey, excuse me. Just then, a voice that was louder than the discussion was heard. Everyone was discussing at a soft volume, as they did not dare to raise their voice. Apparently, this person did not care about it. All the people frowned slightly and looked over with a displeased look. That is the Song family. It's the Song family. I heard that someone from the Song family joined the Thistles and Thorns sect a few decades ago. Now, he's the elder of the sect. Each time, a member of the Song family can join the Thistles and Thorns sect directly. Song family of Pangju. They are the colossal existence in Pangju. No wonder they dare to raise their voice here. That juvenile is Song Aowen. I heard he was selected by that elder in the Song family when he was a child. That elder taught him cultivation art. Now, he's only 18. And he is already a level 4 martial artist with astonishing talents. He almost can join the Thistles and Thorns sect straight away. One that is favored by God. This is the supreme talent. One by one, they spun around to look at the incoming person with amazed looks on their faces. Zou Yu also looked over with her curiosity piqued. An imposing juvenile in white had his chin up, and a haughty look on his face. A level 4 martial artist. He's awesome, Zou Yu exclaimed softly with a face full of envy. You will soon become one too. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled. Given Zou Yu's inborn constitution now, she could easily hit level 4. Heh, do you think it's that easy to become a level 4 martial artist? At this time, a contemptuous voice was heard. Chapter 146 Shiver in Fear 1. Chapter 146 Shiver in Fear 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. A voice that had a mocking intonation caused Wang Xian and Zou Yu to frown slightly. Zou Yu turned around angrily and looked to the one who was speaking. The voice came from a girl that was approximately 1718 years old. She had a ponytail and looked extremely pretty. Her proud demeanor made her look just like a little swan. I'm talking to my brother and this has nothing to do with you. Moreover, as long as I work hard, I'll be able to reach martial artist level 4 quickly. Zou Yu gave the girl a harsh stare as she spoke grumpily. You let's see if you can even make it into Thistles and Thorns sect. The girl looked at Zou Yu with contempt. She lifted her head proudly and said arrogantly, I'm already a level 2 martial artist and an expert has agreed to take me as her disciple. Alright, Yaner. After you become a martial artist, you've got to be aware of your identity. A middle-aged man beside the girl glanced at Zou Yu as he spoke to his daughter. I understand, father. I'm not an ordinary woman from here on. The girl nodded proudly, lifted her head high and ignored Zou Yu. Zou Yu pouted and said angrily, Who said I can't enter the Thistles and Thorns sect? My master is an elder. What? The girl beside her was slightly shocked and looked at Zou Yu. Your master is an elder. Zou Yu didn't want to entertain her. She grabbed Wang Xian's arm with both of her hands and put on an expression that seemed to suggest that she did not want to entertain her. Wang Xian patted Zou Yu's head. This girl looked just like a young girl from a small family most of the time, but she did have times when she was very competitive. With regard to Zou Yu's decision to join the Thistles and Thorns sect, Wang Xian had no objections and allowed her to do as she wished. With Wang Xian's current strength, it would be easy for him to find her a better sect or get her an art of cultivation to cultivate. However, he did not do so. Since it was similar even if she cultivated in other places, it would be fine as long as his sister was happy. Lies. Seeing Zou Yu chose to ignore her, the girl beside Zou Yu grumbled. Wang Xian glanced at that girl and his lips curved up slightly. The elders of Thistles and Thorns sect are coming. At this moment, a voice pierced the atmosphere. Wang Xian looked over and saw the higher management of Thistles and Thorns sect walking over. There were a total of 7 people and they wore a common uniform with the logo in the shape of a thorn at the chest area. At the forefront of the group was an old lady. Zou Yu's master, Elder Fang, was amongst the group too. The old man in the middle is the vice sect leader of Thistles and Thorns sect. Old Lei. Ordinary matters of the sect were all handled by Old Lei. The elders are here. The one beside Old Lei is Zhao Qingzhen, an elder of the Zhao family. Some people who were familiar with the higher management of Thistles and Thorns sect commented softly. As the 7 of them approached, the entire training field also quietened down. Everyone looked respectfully towards the 7 higher management members of the Thistles and Thorns sect. Time's up. Those who aren't here don't have to come. Vice sect leader Lei of the Thistles and Thorns sect looked at the crowd before speaking to another elder beside her. Yes. Vice sect leader Lei. Everyone is present. Let's start with their assessment. The other elder nodded his head, looked at the crowd and announced. The assessment of the Thistles and Thorns sect would begin soon. Please get ready. Those who pass our assessment will become a member of the Thistles and Thorns sect in the future, while failures will have to leave. Now, come forward one by one. The elder nodded his head in satisfaction as he saw everyone listening quietly and attentively. He signaled to a young man near him. The young man nodded his head, brought a book with him and walked towards the transparent hexagon crystal. Come forward for the assessment when I call out your name. The young man looked at the crowd and shouted, Yang Xing, Hangzhu. Here a juvenile answered anxiously. Come up. The young man looked at the juvenile and instructed. Yes. Yes. The juvenile walked to the young man and looked at him anxiously. Place your hands on the assessment crystal, the young man said to the juvenile. The juvenile nodded his head and placed his hands on the crystal. A magical thing happened. To his surprise, a black and blurry human figure appeared within the crystal. When the young man saw it, he shook his head. Fail. You can go back. That juvenile was shocked. With a disappointed look, he lowered his head as he walked back. What just happened? How did he fail? How does this assessment work? How do they determine success or failure? Below the platform, the crowd looked on with doubts. This is an assessment crystal. You can just see it as a piece of unique assessment equipment. When you place your hands on the crystal, dark spots will appear in the crystal. The greater the number of dark spots, the poorer one's talents are. Below the platform, a middle-aged man from where the Song family was standing explained to the crowd. That's right. Anyone who touches the assessment crystal will cause the crystal to be tainted. The level of pollution determines one's talents. The greater the black spots, the poorer one's talents are. If an image of a black man appeared, it would mean that the person has cultivation talents. The young man nodded his head and explained to the crowd. The crowd nodded their heads slightly. The juveniles who were here for the assessment looked anxiously at the assessment crystal. Next, Liu Yun, another juvenile, walked forward. When he placed his hands on the crystal, a black man figure appeared. The juvenile was embarrassed. Fail. Next. Fail. Next. After 4 consecutive juveniles failing, the remaining crowd got nervous. It's so hard to get into Thistles and Thorns sect and become a martial artist. Next. Zaiyaner. Tisk. You'll definitely pass. Beside Wang Xian and Zou Yu, that juvenile girl with a ponytail lifted her head, walked forward confidently and placed her hands on the crystal. Some black spots appeared on the crystal gradually. However, the black spots were clearly much lesser than the previous 4 candidates. When the young man saw the black spots in the crystals, he smiled and announced, Middle-class talents. Pass. Zaiyaner lifted her head proudly and walked down the platform. That juvenile girl actually passed. She's really lucky. Middle-class talents are considered to be really great talents for cultivation. The crowd sighed emotionally and looked at the juvenile girl in envy. The higher management members of Thistles and Thorns sect also revealed faint smiles while watching from above. Middle-class talents could be considered as great. When Zaiyaner walked past Zou Yu, she lifted her head proudly and sneered. Zou Yu pouted. Next. The assessment carried on. There was a total of 40+ juveniles and the assessment was carried out at a quick pace. Approximately 1 out of 5 or 6 would pass. Moreover, most of them only had ordinary talents. Next, Song Owen. When reading out this name, the young man raised his voice and looked to where the Song family was with a radiant smile. Junior brother, you are still taking the assessment with your strength. It's a done deal that you can enter our Thistles and Thorn sect, the young man said to the approaching Song Owen with the intention of getting on his good books. I have not assessed my own talents previously. Therefore, I would like to give it a try. Song Owen smiled radiantly and nodded his head as he walked up to the platform. Elder Song, your grandson is really talented to reach martial artist level 4 at such a young age. I'm afraid even our disciples aren't as talented. Where the higher management members stood, a middle-aged elder spoke to Elder Song. Haha. He's still fine. Elder Song smiled. Although he might have sounded humble, his face was filled with pride. Elder Song's grandson's talents are at least middle class. In fact, he might even be better. Vice sect leader smiled and commented. At least middle class and might be even better. Congratulations. Elder Song. The remaining members congratulated. Hee. Let's take a look. Let's take a look, Elder Song said with smiles. On the platform, Song Aowen walked towards the assessment crystal confidently and placed his hands on it. Tiny black spots appeared. They were few, even fewer than Ziyaner. The young man was shocked and exclaimed, high-class talents, high-class talents. Upon hearing the exclamations of the young man, Song Aowen smiled proudly. Not too far off from what I expected. Junior brother Song, you might be able to reach the heights of Elder Song or even higher in the future, the young man said with envy. Haha. Great. Seeing his grandson's performance, Elder Song revealed a proud look. Congratulations. Congratulations. Beside him, the other elders congratulated Elder Song. Elder Song waved his hand and remarked, I had not expected this from my grandson either. We are really lucky to recruit a disciple of high-class talents this year. Vice sect leader Lei commented joyously. Didn't Junior Sister Fang recruit a new disciple? This is Junior Sister Fang's first disciple. I believe her talents should be exceptional too. Among the 7 people, there were only 2 female members. Suddenly, the middle-aged lady looked to Elder Fang and asked this jokingly. What are you thinking of snatching my disciple away again? Elder Fang asked coldly, glancing emotionlessly at the middle-aged woman. Haha. Junior Sister Fang? You are reading too much into it. My disciple also has high-class talents. She isn't much inferior to Elder Song's disciple. Why would I snatch your disciples? The middle-aged woman said nonchalantly. Tesk with the disciple I found last month run over to you suddenly for no reason, Elder Fang replied coldly. That's her own decision. New things wouldn't come if the old things aren't gone. Perhaps this disciple of yours would have top-class talents. He. The middle-aged man mocked and embarrassed Elder Fang. Alright, let's carry on. Seeing the 2 female elders quarreling, Vice sect leader Lei waved his hands helplessly and interrupted. Chapter 147 Shiver in Fear 2. Chapter 147 Shiver in Fear 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Elder Fang and Elder Zhu shared a huge conflict all the time. A month ago, Elder Fang had found a talented disciple, but Elder Zhu snatched that disciple away. Everyone knew about this, but none of them said anything. After all, that disciple had the final right to choose Elder Zhu. Elder Fang could only suffer her loss in silence. The middle-aged woman, Elder Zhu, cast a glance at Elder Fang as she straightened her body on the chair and continued looking at the field. Next, Wang Yu. One by one, the young girls and boys went up to the stage. When the youthful voice was heard again, Zou Yu threw a nervous look at Wang Xian. Go on, Wang Xian said to Zou Yu with a smiling face. Okay. Zou Yu nodded as she walked perturbingly towards the assessment crystal. She's the one you brought? Vice sect leader Lei asked Elder Fang on the stage when he saw Zou Yu walking up the stage. Yes. Elder Fang nodded. She's not bad. Is she better than Q Yun? Elder Zhu, who was next to her, said with a smile. Elder Fang frowned and kept her silence. Several elders around them shook their heads at this. High-class talents were 1 in a million. How could it be easy for Elder Fang to seek another one again, to practice the ancient martial art? It's not only about being a talent. but also depends on the personal efforts and understanding vice sect leader Lei consoled her. That's true. Elder Zhu chuckled in agreement, but her tone was full of sarcasm. Elder Feng remained calm and fixed her gaze on Zou Yu. She knew that Zou Yu was a talent, but she was still far from the disciple which she had found a month ago. I just asked for her to be someone of good character. Unlike the previous one, Elder Feng had coldness flashing in her eyes as she thought to herself. Heh, I want to see what kind of talent you are, Ziyaner. Next to Wang Xian glared at Zou Yu with a smirk. Only that juvenile from the Song family was better than you. The rest are not as good as you. The middle-aged man beside her said to his daughter as he watched the training ground with a prideful face. Place your hand on the crystal on seeing Zou Yu on stage. The young man instructed her. Okay. Zou Yu nodded as she placed her hand slowly. Everyone's attention was fixed on Zou Yu. She's quite pretty, Song Aowen from the Song family commented smilingly when he saw Zou Yu. You've grown up. Song Aowen's father patted his shoulder and said. If you like her, go ahead and woo her. You are old enough. Song Aowen giggled and observed Zou Yu from head to toe. Zou Yu placed her palm onto the crystal. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No reaction. All the people were stunned as they stared at the crystal with surprise. The crystal had no reaction at all. It was as though it was not activated. The young man standing at the side watched in surprise. Why is there no reaction from the crystal at all? What's the matter? The higher management members on the platform knit their eyebrows. Could the assessment crystal break down? Elder raised the question. Impossible. The assessment crystal can never break down. An elder rebuked immediately. Elder Feng knit her eyebrows. She darted out and landed beside Zou Yu. After careful examination, Zou Yu's palm was touching the assessment crystal firmly. Master, this doesn't seem to be responding. Zou Yu looked at the crystal under her hand with confusion. She was at a loss. Lift your hands, Elder Feng said with a frown. Okay. Zou Yu nodded and raised her hand. Elder Feng stretched her hand out, and a tinge of black color appeared in the crystal. She raised her eyebrow before she grabbed Zou Yu's hand and placed it on the assessment crystal again. What's the matter? Vice sect leader Lei stood up on the platform and asked doubtfully. Is she a jinx or what? Elder Zhu said wickedly. All of the people were watching curiously as they wondered what was happening. Elder Feng had mixed expression when the assessment crystal was not responding to Zou Yu's touch. She hesitated before she placed her hand on Zou Yu with flickering eyes. Immediately, a stream of internal energy passed through Zou Yu's hand and went towards the assessment crystal. With a soft sound heard, the assessment crystal seemed to be activated as it was giving off a luster glow. The glow continued to be incandescent under the moonlight. Elder Feng narrowed her pupils with a trembling body. She stared at the glowing assessment crystal with disbelief. She could not believe it even now. Even when the crystal was glowing, she still felt like it was a dream. Suddenly, the vice sect leader Lei's eyes were agape. He could not help but exclaim with a shaking body as he looked at the glowing assessment crystal. His roar was so loud that some average people found it unbearable. Flawless and pure. Inborn constitution. Elder Zhu stood up immediately as she repeated the words with a shaken and nasty look. Flawless and pure. Inborn constitution. All the elders stood up too. One by one, they darted out and showed up in front of Zou Yu. What's the matter? Why are the higher management members of the Thistles and Thorns sect so excited? That young girl can make the assessment crystal give out a white luster glow. What's going on actually? Judging from the look of the higher management members, it seems like that girl is a tremendous talent. What does pure and flawless mean? On seeing the excitement of the higher management members, everyone was puzzled as they discussed. Zou Yu, you actually have an inborn constitution. An inborn constitution, but I checked on you. Elder Feng could not believe it as she grabbed Zou Yu on her shoulder and spoke with excitement. Master, I have no idea either. Zou Yu was lost as she looked at her master. Seeing all the elders and vice sect leaders beside her, she turned back to peer at Wang Xian timidly. Little girl, let grandpa check your body. The vice sect leader Lei stretched out his hand to Zou Yu with a shaking voice. Zou Yu was puzzled as she looked back at vice sect leader Lei. Did he call himself Grandpa? Zou Yu stretched out her hand. With a pair of trembling hands. Vice sect leader Lei did not look like a vice sect leader now. All the surrounding elders stared hard at them with heavy breaths. Vice sect leader Lei placed his hand gently on Zou Yu's hand as though he was afraid he might hurt her. He closed his eyes. And a gentle stream of internal energy flowed into Zou Yu's body. The energy went through her 8 extraordinary meridians slowly. Vice sect leader Lei's body was shaking as tears of excitement slowly ran down his cheeks. Fuck, it's really the inborn constitution. Chapter 148 Saintess 1. Chapter 148 Saintess 1. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Vice sect leader Lei laughed raucously. Without any premonition, his laughter resounded within the entire training field. His laughter was just like that of a maniac or retarded person. However, Vice sect leader Lei wasn't bothered. Heaven is blessing our thistles, and thorn sect. Heaven is blessing our thistles, and thorn sect. Vice sect leader Lei roared out in agitation. She really is inborn constitution. The surrounding elders' eyes popped open and they were thrilled. Inborn constitution, inborn constitution. They knew clearly what this would mean. This would mean that within 5 years, Thistles and Thorn sect would have an inborn expert as they advanced and became a first-class sect. They would also become the strongest existence in the southern province. For the entire Thistles and Thorn sect, this was a blessing from the heavens. One could easily say that they were favored by the heavens. What just happened? Why would Vice sect leader Lei be so agitated? That juvenile girl must have some incredible talents. Otherwise, Vice sect leader Lei wouldn't lose his composure. Inborn constitution, could it be a horrifyingly strong existence? The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded to see the maniac Vice sect leader Lei and agitated elders. Inborn constitution, where the Song family was. They understood ancient martial arts a lot more than ordinary people because of Elder Song. When they heard those words, everyone was shocked. Song Aowen sank into a daze as he looked at the juvenile girl on the platform as though he was retarded. As compared to the inborn constitution, his high-class talents could be considered as trash. Inborn constitution really exists in the world. A few members of the Song family were still in a daze. Inborn constitution had been circulated as part of mythology. It had been a few hundred years since there was a human with inborn constitution. Master, is inborn constitution incredible? Seeing the thrilled looks of the elders and the vice sect leader, Zou Yu asked her master this curiously. Inborn constitution. Zou Yu, you might not know what this truly means. Elder Feng helped to comb Zou Yu's hair as she explained. This would mean that you could reach the inborn realm quickly and become an expert stronger than even your master and our sect leader. So incredible. Zou Yu's eyes popped open and her mouth opened slightly in awe. We can't let others know about the inborn constitution. At this moment, Vice sect leader Lei turned solemn. He knew that he had been too agitated a while ago and had not controlled his emotions. As a result, everyone knew about it. We can't let other sects know about this. Otherwise, we would attract lots of trouble. Elder Song also added solemnly. Vice sect leader Lei put on a stern face, turned around, looked at the crowd and announced, those who wish to join our Thistles and Thorns sect today will be enrolled. Besides this, with regard to the inborn constitution, everyone has to forget about it and not mention it to others. Otherwise, kill. Vice sect leader Lei's stern voice reached the ears of everyone and everyone could sense the killing intent within it. The surrounding crowd was shocked. As for those juveniles who had been eliminated in the assessment, they were thrilled. Thistles and Thorns sect had allowed them to join because of her. It's all because of that girl. That Thistles and Thorns sect enrolled everyone. Some people felt it was unreal in thinking that the Thistles and Thorns sect would be wasting their resources to groom those without talents because of this juvenile girl. However, the families of these juveniles knew why Thistles and Thorns sect would do so. It was to silence them and prevent them from leaking information about inborn constitution. Now that their kids had joined Thistles and Thorns sect, they would enjoy both the fame or obscurity that would come with it in the future. Once Thistles and Thorns sect got into trouble, their kids would too. Besides that, Thistles and Thorns sect probably had another intention in mind. That was if you dared to leak anything, your kid would be dead. Although the actions of Thistles and Thorns sect had the intention of threats, no one was opposed to it. Instead, they were thrilled. They did not know how incredible Inborn Constitution was, but they did hear Vice sect leader Lei commenting that the heavens were blessing Thistles and Thorns sect. Inborn Constitution must be an incredibly horrifying existence to make the Vice sect leader of Thistles and Thorns sect lose his composure. Thistles and Thorns sect would likely get stronger and stronger in the future. In that case, their kids would also do better in the future. Thank you, Vice sect leader Lei. We don't know anything that happened tonight. Even if others are to place a knife by our necks, we would not speak a word about today. That's right. We would die before we said anything about what happened today. Members of each family gave their promises one after another regarding not speaking of what had happened. Great, great. Vice sect leader Lei nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned to the other elder and instructed, inform the sect leader right away and ask him to get here as soon as possible. Yes. That elder nodded his head immediately. Under normal circumstances, they naturally wouldn't request the sect leader to come over immediately. However, the sect leader had to rush over immediately this time. Vice sect leader Lei stared at Zou Yu intensely before heaving out a long sigh. With a friendly smile, she asked, "Is your name Zou Yu? Our sect leader will be here in a while. We will be letting the sect leader guide your cultivation in the future. Our sect leader is a half-step to inborn expert and we would provide you with the best resources. What do you think?" Seeing how Vice sect leader Lei reacted, Zou Yu pulled back. She felt a little like a big gray wolf asking a little rabbit to open the door. Elder Feng wasn't looking pleased. She knew what Vice sect leader Lei meant by asking Zou Yu to go under the wing of the sect leader and providing her with the best resources. Although she wasn't comfortable, she did not speak a word. Zou Yu had an inborn constitution after all. If Zou Yu announced she had an inborn constitution, even the Sacred sects would fight over her. She's not qualified to become the master of Zou Yu. Master Zou Yu lifted her head and pulled Elder Feng's arm. Elder Feng had a bitter look. Zou Yu, I'm not qualified to become your master. Let our sect leader guide you. Master, I have already seen you as my master. Moreover, it is you who brought me here. My brother also agrees to you being my master. Zou Yu looked at Elder Feng and said, Zou Yu, your master would be our sect leader. He's the strongest in our sect. Elder Feng is not qualified to guide you. Elder Zhu glanced at Elder Feng in envy before saying this to Zou Yu with a smile. She called Zou Yu a jinx previously but didn't dare to do so now. Instead, she couldn't wait to get on the good books of this future inborn expert. Zou Yu looked at her master, feeling indecisive. She had already taken Elder Feng as her master from the bottom of her heart. However, Elder Feng had also wanted the sect leader to guide her. This made her feel a little indecisive. The crowd below the platform saw what had happened and almost fainted. What the? Vice sect leader wants the sect leader to be your master and yet you are hesitating. How infuriating. Chapter 149 Saintess 2. Chapter 149 Saintess 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. She will continue to have Elder Feng as her teacher. Seeing Zou Yu growing flustered, Wang Zan slowly stepped forward from the audience. He knew about the Thistles and Thorn sect. The sect leader was a 90-year-old man. When he thought about Zou Yu becoming the disciple of an old man, he preferred Elder Feng to him. Besides, as Zou Yu progressed with her cultivation, the sect leader would still be able to guide her. Moreover, Wang Zian would be around too. Who are you? This is not something you can poke your nose in. HMPH. Upon hearing Wang Zian's comment, Elder Zhu frowned and shouted at him. Brother Zou Yu spun around and called him as soon as she heard his voice. Is he your brother? The Elder Zhu was stunned, and her expression quickly changed. She observed Wang Zian from head to toe. I wasn't expecting you to be Zou Yu's brother. Not bad. Do you want to join the Thistles and Thorn sect too? How about this? I'll take you as my disciple and groom you. Wang Zian was speechless as he looked at the middle-aged woman. What offense is it her? He is. At that point in time, a young man had stepped out suddenly and declared that he was Zou Yu's brother. All eyes were on him. Those who wished to join the Thistles and Thorns sect were all people from Pangju and Rivertown. Among those were ancient martial artists from Rivertown who did not join any sects, and they were not from any families, as their strength was not strong enough. They were considered rogue cultivators. Some of the rogue cultivators wanted their sons or grandchildren to join the Thistles and Thorns sect for a better cultivation environment. At the same time, they could get themselves a strong backing. Hence, they brought their offspring here. Wang Xian had been hiding in the crowd, and hence, no one recognized him. But when he walked out, those who came from Rivertown recognized him immediately. He is here. Those rogue cultivators from Rivertown were struck by terror. Whatever happened that night was still vivid to them. That young man led the dragon sect and trampled the Yan family. Since then, that terrifying inborn expert had cursed every one of them. Whenever anyone wanted to talk about what happened that night, that person would die an immediate death. A terrifying curse. However, they did not mind about the curse as they had participated in that incident as well. They did it to ensure that no one would ever leak out the truth. She's the younger sister of the Dragon King. No wonder she has the inborn constitution. Those rogue cultivators from Rivertown thought to themselves. They walked towards Wang Xian, ignoring all the strange looks cast on them. Greetings to the Dragon King. Dozens of middle-aged old men brought their children over to Wang Xian respectfully and greeted him. The one over here is the real king. What is Thistles and Thorns sect to him? Isn't he the miracle Dr. Wang? Not only were those rogue cultivators from Rivertown stunned, but those wealthy people who had some connections were also stunned when they saw Wang Xian. They might not know what had happened to the Yan family, but they knew the miracle doctor of Rivertown. Miracle Dr. Wang. It was said that Miracle Dr. Wang had the ultimate skills in Rivertown, and that even old Qin and the Qin family had to treat him politely. Besides, there were those affluent people who attended the Qin family's dinner that night too. Hence, they did not hesitate at all when they saw the rogue cultivators go up to him and greet him. Miracle Dr. Wang. Another dozen people came to Wang Xian and greeted him with humility too. This had caused the people from Thistles and Thorns sect in Pangju to be dumbfounded. What's with those from Rivertown? Why are they so respectful to that young man? Dragon King Miracle Dr. Wang. What a title. Those who are here are somewhat capable people. Yet, they are so respectful to that young man. Who is he? What sort of background does he have? Wang Xian looked at those people from the Rivertown, nodded his head slightly and waved them off. The rogue cultivators and the rich did utter a word and returned to their original spots. Gosh! What did it feel like when some courtiers were paying their respects to their king? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! All the Pangju people were taken aback as they wondered how formidable this young man was. Making these people back off with just a gesture. The higher management of the Thistles and Thorns sect were staring at Wang Xian with disbelief too. Even Vice Sect Leader Lei showed a doubtful look in his eyes. Elder Song. I asked you to check on the information from Rivertown. Vice Sect Leader Lei. I remember it's him. So it's him. Elder Song suddenly interrupted Vice Sect Leader Lei as he continued with a shocked face. According to the info that we got, there was a mysterious young man known as Miracle Dr. Wang in Rivertown. He defeated Fang Huazi, who was ranked 18th in the domestic miracle doctor's chart easily with his medical skills. At the same time, he crippled Fang Huazi's arms. Also, we found out that all the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown share a close relationship with this young man. When we wanted to dig deeper, we couldn't find any further information. Now he operates a medical hall in Rivertown. He charges a high consultation fee and is known as the Crazy Doctor. In Rivertown, it is said that he can treat all illnesses. Elder Song swept a glance at Wang Xian with radiance flickering in his eyes as he spoke with some shock. Miracle Dr. Wang in the Rivertown. I've heard of him. He defeated the Sakegard Followers Guild, which goes to show that he is formidable, another elder said with a solemn face. Zou Yu was among them as she listened to their remarks about her brother. Her lips were slightly parted, as she did not expect her brother would be so powerful. A miracle doctor is equivalent to a sect, Vice Sect Leader Lei said slowly, and everyone was struck with complex thoughts. Indeed, a miracle doctor is equivalent to a sect. Those miracle doctors on the miracle doctor's chart would have a strong network. They could even get a half-step to inborn martial artist over if they asked for it. The inborn experts could even owe those better doctors a considerable favor, with the strength that could defeat Fang Huazi from the Sacred Followers Guild, and also being ranked 18th on the Miracle Doctor chart. This was good enough for the Thistles and Thorn sect to be wary of. I did not expect Zou Yu's brother was such a famous person. Radiance flickered in Elder Fang's eyes. The disciple whom she had discovered accidentally had a more profound and more terrifying background. Zou Yu's brother is Miracle Dr. Wang. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. Vice Sect Leader Lei had a change in his expression. He cupped his fist at Wang Xian and spoke politely. It's fate. Wang Xian smiled. I did not expect Elder Fang to take in my sister as her disciple all of a sudden. You should know that Zou Yu has the inborn constitution, Vice Sect Leader Lei said hesitantly. Of course. I know. I thought she could begin her cultivation at a later stage. But since she's happy about it, I'll just let her be. Wang Xian nodded his head. Besides, I also learned about Thistles and Thorns sect. You have some good reviews. Vice Sect Leader Lei and the rest of the elders felt uncomfortable about what Wang Xian had said. Obviously, Wang Xian had checked on the Thistles and Thorns sect. However, they got over it very soon. After all, his sister had joined a sect out of the blue. As her brother, it was natural for him to find out more. If they fought further, having Zou Yu with such a powerful brother would be extremely beneficial to the Thistles and Thorns sect. Chapter 1 and 5 Saintess 3. Chapter 1 and 5 Saintess 3. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. In the future, not only did Thistles and Thorns sect have a disciple with inborn constitution, but it had also gained the friendship of a powerful miracle doctor. At the thought of this, Vice Sect Leader Lei exchanged glances with the elder group. It was clear that they couldn't hide their excitement. For the Thistles and Thorns sect, today was their lucky day. Just as Vice Sect Leader Lei had shouted previously, the heavens were blessing the Thistles and Thorns sect. Does Miracle Dr. Wang have any opinion on the master of Zou Yu? Our intention will be to let our sect leader guide Zou Yu personally. After all, our sect leader is a half-step to inborn expert. Vice Sect Leader Lei lowered his stance as he asked Wang Xian once again. Let's stick with Elder Fang. When Zou Yu enters the ancient martial arts circle, I will also help her out in cultivation. Wang Xian replied. Alright, in that case, let's go with what Miracle Dr. Wang suggested. Vice Sect Leader Lei nodded his head. Zou Yu smiled, looked at her master and said, Master, I think that's better too. It's you who brought me here while my brother has been hiding these things from me. Zou Yu added, and it was clear that she was still upset with Wang Xian. This made Wang Xian smile bitterly. I was thinking of letting you enjoy your university life. Zou Yu rolled her eyes at him before breaking into laughter. Elder Fang was a little moved. Her previous disciple only had high-class talents, but was easily tempted and poached by other people. Now that her current disciple had inborn constitution, she wouldn't agree to letting the sect leader be her master, and chose her instead. She was glad to have a disciple like her. Different from Elder Fang, the surrounding elders looked extremely displeased. Lei Quan, where's the disciple with inborn constitution? At this moment, an agitated voice pierced the atmosphere, following which, an old man with a head of white hair rushed over at a horrifying pace. Half-step to inborn couldn't walk in the skies yet. Only by reaching the inborn realm could one levitate in the air for short periods. Sect leader. The elder group and disciples immediately bowed. Vice Sect Leader Lei immediately walked to the old man and repeated the sequence of events. Great, great. The sect leader of Thistles and Thorns sect was thrilled as he looked at Zou Yu. After which, he turned to Wang Xian and greeted Wang Xian with his right fist clasped in his left palm. Miracle Dr. Wang. I have long heard of you. Sect Leader Tang. Greetings. Wang Xian exchanged customary words. Miracle Dr. Wang. Are you really letting Zou Yu join our Thistles and Thorns sect with Zou Yu's gift and your ability? It would be easy for you to get her into a sacred sect. Sect Leader Tang asked Wang Xian calmly. Since fate brought us here, let's just go with it. It doesn't matter if it is a first-class sect or sacred sect. Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. In that case, Zou Yu will be a member of the Thistles and Thorns sect from here onwards. Ha ha. Since Zou Yu still insisted to let Elder Feng be her master, I'm fine with it. I could find time to guide her in her training in the future too. Sect leader Tang laughed loudly. His face was rosy and he was also very agitated. He hesitated for a moment before making the decision. Members of Thistles and Thorns sect, listen, here, all the disciples, including the elders and vice sect leader Lei, all bowed down. Those juveniles who had not joined Thistles and Thorns sect also followed and lowered their bodies. From today onwards, our Thistles and Thorns sect will have a saintess position. Zou Yu will be the saintess of the Thistles and Thorns sect. Her status will be equal to vice sect leader Lei. No one is allowed to go against the words of the saintess. Otherwise, you would be punished according to our sect rules. When the saintess reaches the inborn realm and leads our Thistles and Thorns sect forward, she will take over the role as the sect leader. Sect leader Tang announced to the crowd. Everyone was shocked, but no one objected. One who had the inborn constitution could easily reach the inborn realm with cultivation. On that day, she would be able to lead Thistles and Thorns sect to join the ranks of first-class sects. Even if she was made the saintess, no one would object to it. Upon hearing the announcement of the sect leader, Zou Yu was stunned and shocked. Wang Xian stood aside and smiled. Even with Zou Yu's constitution, he was a little surprised that Zou Yu was designated as the saintess and the future successor of the sect leader. The only question would be if Zou Yu was willing to take up the role of the sect leader. However, it would be fine even if she wasn't willing. In the worst scenario, Wang Xian could help to raise an inborn expert. Disregarding others, it would be easy for him to create another inborn constitution. Wang Xian was equivalent to a bug-like existence for the ancient martial arts circle. However, it would be difficult for him to raise someone above the realm of inborn. Greetings, saintess. An elder went down on one knee in front of Zou Yu and greeted with respect. The surrounding elders, excluding Zou Yu's master, Elder Feng, also went down on one knee. The rest of the disciples of Thistles and Thorns sect had also gone down on one knee as they greeted the saintess. Prostration was only done when Zou Yu assumed the role. Under normal circumstances, even ordinary disciples wouldn't have to execute such prostration. After all, modern era thinking was also affecting the ancient martial arts circle. You guys, get up quickly. Seeing everyone paying such high respect to her, Zou Yu blushed and spoke quickly. Below the stage, Saintess was shivering slightly and her eyes were filled with fear. She lifted her head and saw the girl she'd been mocking a while ago. She couldn't help but regret her action. Will she expel me or? Saintess was filled with horror and fear and did not move an inch while kneeling down. When everyone got up, she didn't even notice where the Song family was. Song Aowen also lowered his head. He recalled his arrogant remark previously that this girl was pretty. If he dared to say this at this moment, disregarding others, his grandfather would kill him. You're just a piece of trash. She's way out of your league. All newly enrolled disciples gather in front. Vice sect leader Lei nodded his head in approval and said to the group of juveniles in front of him. The group of juveniles immediately rushed forward and stood upright. Vice sect leader Lei looked across and his attention eventually landed on Saintess. Seeing vice sect leader Lei staring at her, Saintess' expression turned as white as a sheet. Are you Saintess? Your talents are still commendable. From here on out, you shall follow behind the saintess and are in charge of her living needs, vice sect leader Lei announced. She's so lucky to be able to stay close to the future inborn expert. She could follow the saintess around. What a lucky girl. The juveniles looked at Saintess with envy. Upon hearing the words of vice sect leader Lei, Saintess' expression turned even paler. Her legs went wobbly and she almost fell to the ground. With a little crying tone, she answered, yes. When vice sect leader Lei saw her, he thought she was just a little agitated and wasn't too concerned. Zou Yu looked at that girl and revealed a smile. However, she wasn't intending to be calculative with her. Chapter 151 Home. Chapter 151 Home. Translator Larbra Studio, Editor Larbra Studio. Brother. If sect leader Tang wants me to inherit the Thistles and Thorns sect as the sect leader after 4 or 5 years, do you think I should do it? Do whatever you like. Just letting your vice sect leader handle the sect's affairs will do. Didn't sect leader Tang do that to vice sect leader Lei? Since vice sect leader Lei and sect leader Tang will assist you, you shouldn't have much to worry about. But he'll be just 23 or 24 then. Am I not too young? I'm afraid they will not listen to me. In the ancient martial arts world, people respect those who are highly skilled. Since you possess strength at such a young age, people will be respectful to you. But, if you don't want to be the sect leader, you can just say no. Wang Xian and Zou Yu laughed as they walked towards the car park area near the Thistles and Thorns sect. They walked as they exchanged conversation after midnight. On hearing the last answer from her brother, Zou Yu was displeased and she pouted. But I want to become the sect leader. I want to uphold the righteous and help the weak, leading the Thistles and Thorns sect to become the strongest sect. Then, he'll be the renowned Zou Yu, a female god of war and warrior of the ancient martial art world. Hee. As she spoke, she seemed to be imagining herself to be the next sect leader, leading the Thistles and Thorns sect and becoming a female god of war. Wang Xian chuckled. Well, if you want to be a female god of war, you must work hard. If you want to cultivate, I have ways to speed up your process in attaining inborn realm. Really? Brother Zou Yu asked, brightening up her eyes. Yes. Within half a year. Half a year is good enough for you to attain the inborn realm. Wang Xian smiled as he spoke to Zou Yu. For Dragonians, Wang Xian could help them to attain the inborn realm within 100 days, even if they were average people. But Zou Yu did not have the divine dragon bloodline. For her to achieve the inborn realm, half a year would be good enough. Half a year. Zou Yu parted her lips slightly. Then she nodded her head with a resolute look on her face. Wang Xian beamed as he looked at the motivated Zou Yu. Let's go home the day after tomorrow, said Wang Xian to Zou Yu. Okay. Sister Li's wedding is on October 3rd. Uncle Shang is having a wedding banquet, Zou Yu said with a smile. After they sat in the car, the middle-aged driver started the engine and drove them home. We're fortunate this time. With the rise of the Thistles and Thorns sect, it will be more advantageous to us. That girl is quite a daunting talent. A saintess, you must respect her when you see that girl in the future. Yes, father. Thanks to her, you can get into the Thistles and Thorns sect this time. Practice hard on your cultivation. Saintess brother is somebody. He could even talk to sect leader Tang, a half-step to inborn expert, on an equal status. You must find a way to befriend the saintess. She's the future sect leader of the Thistles and Thorns sect. When the saintess and her brother went into the car, those middle-aged and old men reminded their children, since they were following behind Wang Xian and Zou Yu from about 10 meters away. The Song family was among them too. They cast their respectful and fearful gazes on the young man and girl who went into the car. Your grandfather wants us to please the saintess, and she will be the leader of Thistles and Thorns sect in the future. Also, it would be best if we could curry favor with her brother too. An old man looked around the family members and spoke slowly. The saintess brother. Miracle Dr. Wang Song Aowen frowned. That young man was only older than him by a few years. In the beginning, Song Aowen had been a genius. But now, a girl appeared and surpassed him immediately. He was already feeling uncomfortable with it. If he was asked to please the saintess, he had nothing to say. But he did not have to please the young man. Your grandfather is in charge of the information department of the Thistles and Thorns sect. According to the information he got, he thinks that the saintess brother is even more daunting than the saintess. Remember how the rogue cultivators and the rich from Rivertown were acting tonight? Song Aowen froze and frowned. Your grandfather suspected that her brother does not only possess formidable medical skills, but also has mighty strength. Of course, all these things were speculation, but whatever we saw was already good enough to give him our respect. The old man continued. Song Aowen slightly hesitated before he nodded his head. Grandfather, I know what to do. The old man nodded slowly. When Wang Xian and Zou Yu reached Zou Yu, it was almost 1 a.m. The dormitory was locked, so they had to sleep in separate rooms in the hotel. In such a situation, Wang Xian wondered if he should get a house. As soon as the thought was planted, he could not control it from growing. If he had a house near the sea, he would not have to stay in the dormitory anymore. Besides, he rarely went to school nowadays. Staying in the dormitory was inconvenient to him. If he lived near the sea, he could go directly as and when he wanted to. Moreover, it was inconvenient to date Guan Shuking if he stayed in the dormitory. If he got a house outside. Ha ha ha. Wang Xian burst out with kinky laughter as he thought about it. After all, he was already 20 years old. Sometimes, his underwear got wet during his sleep. Ha ha. A Seaview house in Rivertown would cost over 10 million. But he could afford to get one now. It was one day before the National Day holiday, and it also marked the last day of the military training. During the last night of military training, the school held an orientation night. The programs were quite good, but Wang Xian and Zou Yu were not in the mood for it. Zou Yu had started her cultivation ever since she obtained the art of cultivation. Wang Xian was speechless upon seeing her overdone way of cultivating. On the first day of the holiday, Zou Yu drove Guan Shuking home before they headed back to their home. Their hometown was next to Lake Xianfeng at Feng Lake County. In Pengju City, the county was small with lovely scenery. When the pink Bentley drove into the county, it drew a lot of surprise from many people. Such a luxury car almost did not exist in the county. The car drove to the northern part of the county near Lake Xianfeng, which was surrounded by paddy fields. About 70 to 80 residents were residing on one stretch of the paddy fields. As it was far away from the city center, this area was also much of the countryside. The road was smooth with poplar trees planted by the residents on both sides. Each poplar tree was more than 10 meters in height. During summer, those aunties and uncles who had nothing to do loved to gather under the shade for mahjong or chit-chatting sessions. Looking around at the surroundings, Wang Xian felt a sense of belonging. What a beautiful car. When the pink Bentley was driving down the road, the surrounding people under the shade were staring at it with shock. This B logo. Is that a Bentley? Oh right. I heard their cars cost a few million each. Wow. A few million, we can buy a few houses in the city center of this county. It's a dead end in front. I wonder who their relatives are. Who has such rich relatives? As everyone looked doubtfully at the car under the shade, the car stopped in front of the single-story house. A young man and a young girl stepped out of the car. Chapter 152 in return. Chapter 152 in return. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. That is. Aren't they the siblings? Wang Xian and Wang Yu. Yay. It's really them this. How can this be possible? They even had trouble gathering the school fees previously. How can they afford to drive such a good car now? Although these siblings are poor, they are pretty good in studies and have qualified for the first-year university. Did they engage in illegal dealings otherwise? How can they afford such a good car? I believe they borrowed it from others. The people of the current era were no longer as pure and honest. They had a serious mentality comparing with others. Comparing their cars. Comparing the results of their kids and comparing the conditions of the family. Wang Xian and Wang Yu's family was the poorest among the 7,080 families in this area. When their grandmother was still alive, she couldn't do much because of her old age. They were barely able to make ends meet by doing some farming and receiving aid from their neighbor, Uncle Zhang. When the people tried to educate their kids, they always liked to use Wang Xian and Wang Yu as examples. Take a look at Wang Xian and Wang Yu. Their results are so good even though they barely get enough food. What about you? You get to eat well and live in a comfortable environment and yet your results are so bad. Although they were complimenting Wang Xian and Wang Yu for doing well in their studies, they were also commenting on their family background. They were really poor. When Wang Xian heard the exclamations and doubts from his neighbor, he wasn't bothered. Among the surrounding 7,080 families, only Uncle Zhang had been kind to them from the bottom of his heart. As for the other families, Wang Xian didn't want to comment. He could still remember the incident when his neighbor, who had a relatively good relationship with them, hired Zou Yu to give tutoring to their daughter. After giving tutoring for over a month, they only gave Zou Yu 300 Each session lasted 3 to 4 hours and she was giving their daughter tutoring every day. Yet, they only paid her 300. This left him speechless and helpless at those moments. They knew clearly that Wang Xian's family wasn't doing well and took advantage of them. This made Wang Xian and Zou Yu disappointed. However, they were both young at that time and didn't speak up about it. Since then, he finally got a clear view of the kind of people they were. Wang Xian took out the key and opened the door. It was a small house and it didn't have many things in it, other than a simple sofa and a few stools. The left and right rooms were Zou Yu's and his bedroom respectively. As Zou Yu had cleaned the place before he went to Rivertown for her studies, the house wasn't very dirty. Take out the presents, let's go to Uncle Shang's house, Wang Xian said to Zou Yu as he walked to the back of the car and took out some gifts. Wang Xian had personally bought these gifts. Uncle Shang liked to drink tea and therefore Wang Xian bought him some tea leaves. Pure tea leaves from the 1980s, each caddy would cost 120. And Wang Xian bought 2 boxes for Uncle Shang. 5 sticks of premium cigarettes from Huang Helu and Supreme Ruler which cost 18. In total. Uncle Shang didn't drink and therefore Wang Xian did not buy alcohol for him. He also bought Aunt Zhang some cosmetics and accessories which cost a balm too. As for Sister Lai, he bought her a watch that cost over 100,000. Let's go, Wang Xian carried the gifts and said to Zou Yu. Alright, brother. The two of them headed out of their house. However, when they reached the door, they saw 3 housewives, a middle-aged man and an old man walking towards their house. Zou Xian. Zou Yu, did you guys strike the lottery? The crowd at the door looked over inquisitively. They noticed the gifts in Wang Xian's hands and asked their question curiously. We did make some money seeing that they were their neighbors and seniors. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Where are you guys going, seeing Wang Xian carrying the gifts? The middle-aged man smiled and asked. We are going to Uncle Zhang's house. We got him some gifts. Wang Xian said plainly before continuing. We'll be going over now. What are you carrying? Huang Helu Supreme Ruler Pure Tea. That middle-aged man was surprised by the gifts in Wang Xian's hands. Just some small tokens. Wang Xian said plainly before heading to a nearby house with Zou Yu. What's Huang Helu? What Supreme Ruler? The housewives standing by the side asked the middle-aged man inquisitively. Cigarettes. The middle-aged man's eyes were still fixed on Wang Xian's gifts. His eyes were full of shock. How valuable could cigarettes be? The group of housewives sneered. 1 stick costs approximately 1,800. He had 10 sticks with him, and so those are close to 20. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette from the cigarette pack that cost 10 as he spoke. 1,800 for a stick, so expensive. Oh my gosh. Can it be that the Wang siblings have really gotten rich? Let's go take a look. The crowd followed behind curiously as they headed towards Uncle Zhang's house. When Wang Xian and Zou Yu arrived at the doorstep, a Land Rover, which cost approximately $2 to $3 million, drove out from Uncle Zhang's house. Wang Xian was taken aback. Through the car window, he could see that it was a young man who was driving the car. Uncle Shang and his family did not send him off, and this made Wang Xian a little suspicious. Have the wedding matters been settled? Who knows, Zou Lai is marrying into a rich family, but this might not be a good thing after all. That's true. I heard that she's getting married only because she is pregnant. Yeah. I heard rumors that the groom's family wasn't agreeable to this wedding. Comments from the housewives sounded from behind Wang Xian and Zou Yu. Wang Xian frowned. After seeing that the Land Rover had driven off, he walked through the main door. Once he was in the yard, he could see Uncle Shang and his family sitting in the living room. Uncle Shang was smoking and was clearly not looking pleased. Uncle Shang, Wang Xian shouted. Uncle Shang was taken aback. When he saw Wang Xian and Zou Yu, he immediately extinguished the cigarette in his hand and revealed a smile. Wang Xian and Zou Yu, you guys are finally on break. Uncle Shang had taken great care of Wang Xian, and this might be because he did not have a son. Yeah. We got back once the school break started. We bought you some gifts too, Wang Xian replied and walked towards the house. Why did you even bring gifts over? Are you rich now? Take them away. Take them away. Seeing Wang Ziyan carrying bags of gifts with him, he reprimanded Wang Ziyan fiercely. Hee, I really am a little rich now. Wang Ziyan chuckled as he walked in and placed the gifts on the table. He had been to Uncle Zhang's house for meals frequently. Therefore, both Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu were familiar with the place. Why did you go to the expense of buying gifts? Just make sure you guys can take care of yourself. Aunt Zhang stood up and grumbled. Take them away. Take them away. Wang Ziyan felt warmth from their actions. He smiled and replied, we have already bought them and can't get a refund on these. You kids. Old Zhang. Take a look at what Zou Yan got for you. Zou Yan and Zou Yu came in a luxury car just a while ago. That car is worth at least several million. Behind them, the neighbor who followed Wang Ziyan toward Uncle Zhang's family commented curiously. Luxury car. Uncle Zhang was stunned. He then looked at the gifts in the bags. 10 sticks of cigarettes. These were the kind that he had never smoked before. In addition, there were 2 boxes of tea leaves which were his favorites. Huang Helu, Supreme Leader, and 8,582 brand pure tea leaves. Sister Lai, who had been standing by the table, suddenly revealed a surprised look after taking a look at the gifts. I heard that Huang Helu and Supreme Ruler both cost 1,800 a stick. My box of cigarettes only cost me slightly over 100. A single stick is enough for me to get 10 boxes of cigarettes. A middle-aged man commented with envy. So expensive. Uncle Zhang was shocked. Dad, these cigarettes are cheap in comparison. 8,582 pure tea leaves are the really expensive ones. A box will cost at least a few $100,000. Sister Lai commented. What? Chapter 153 The Wedding. Chapter 153 The Wedding. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. All of them stared at the 2 boxes of tea leaves in shock. Zhang Yuanli was taken by surprise too. She'd found herself a rich boyfriend. As such, she understood some of these things. She and her boyfriend had once bought a box of pure tea leaves from the 1980s for an elder. However, she never expected this brother would gift 2 boxes of such tea leaves to her father. It cost more than 200. It's just some tea leaves. Since Uncle Zhang loves to drink tea, I had to buy him some good ones. Looking at his surprised look, Wang Ziyan chuckled. No amount of money could measure the bonds they shared. Aunt Zhang. Sister Lai. We bought you some presents too. Zou Yu. At the side, beamed as she took out Aunt Zhang's jewelry and Sister Li's watch. This. Zhang Yuanli was taken aback when Zou Yu passed her the Vacheron Constantin watch and the platinum jewelry to her mother. All these things cost at least 200. Said Zhang Yuanli in shock as she looked at Zou Yu and Wang Ziyan. 200. And these things, didn't they cost around $500,000? Uncle Zhang was stunned. His expression was slightly different than before. Zou Ziyan, did you do something bad? Where on earth did you get the money to buy all these things? I'm telling you, we cannot do anything that breaks the law, said Uncle Zhang. The rest of the people around them were staring at Wang Ziyan with doubts and suspicions. How can a student have the money to buy such expensive gifts? Not to mention, they were from the poor Wang siblings. Uncle Zhang, when I was in college, I earned some money by chance with my own restaurant and a hospital in Rivertown. Now, I'm still quite loaded. Wang Ziyan explained ambiguously. When you go to Rivertown next time, I can bring you guys to check out my restaurant. Hospital. Uncle Zhang felt relaxed when he heard what Wang Ziyan said. That's good. But the things you bought were too expensive. It's okay. Wang Ziyan shook his head. It's not much. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I'm rich enough to buy these things. Oh well, you've grown up in the blink of an eye. You became more capable. That's very good. Uncle Zhang patted him on the shoulder with consolation. He is rich now. The surrounding neighbors stared at Wang Ziyan with a surprised look. They were jealous when they saw the gifts that Wang Ziyan sent to Uncle Zhang and his family. Almost $500,000 worth of gifts. Yet Wang Ziyan gave it readily to Uncle Zhang, and they might receive more in the future. I didn't expect Zou Ziyan to be earning big bucks now. That's incredible. He's a boss at such a young age. I thought so too. Zou Ziyan is so clever. He will become somebody in the future. It's happening now. Zou Yu is awesome at such a young age. He might become a millionaire in the future. Zou Yu, don't forget us in the future. The surrounding crowd praised Wang Xian with faces full of smiles as they curried favor. Wang Xian smiled and nodded, but did not utter a word. Everyone felt embarrassed. Zou Xian and Zou Yu, have you had your lunch? It's almost noon. You'll make your lunch now. Aunt Zhang stood up at this time as she asked them. Not yet. Thanks, Aunt Zhang. Don't stand on ceremony with me. You just arrived. Right, take a seat and chat with Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang opened up the cigarette packaging and distributed a box to each of the neighbors. He spoke with them for a while before they finally left. Zou Lai, brew the tea for your brother and me. Uncle Zhang took out the tea leaves happily. Sure, Dad. Zou Yu, since you're doing well, I feel at ease now. From now on, don't buy these things for me anymore, said Uncle Zhang to Wang Xian smilingly. Okay. Wang Xian chuckled and asked with doubts. Oh, Uncle, who drove out just now when I was here? Your future brother-in-law. Uncle Zhang was obviously unhappy when he said this. Sigh. Let's not talk about this. Zou Yu, how's school? Uncle Zhang changed the topic, and Wang Xian did not continue to ask. Instead, he chatted with Uncle Zhang about other things. Uncle Zhang, since Sister Lai is getting married, aren't you busy now? After lunch, Wang Xian saw Uncle Zhang sipping his tea relaxingly, and he raised his question. Nothing to be busy about. Since the banquet is managed by the hotel, it's much more manageable than before, Uncle Zhang answered. Oh, Uncle Zhang, where's your fishing rod? Let's go fishing if you have nothing going on later. Lake Xianfeng was quite renowned in the entire southern province. The entire lake spanned 30 to 40 kilometers, and the deepest area of the lake was more than 10 meters deep. Uncle Zhang even undertook an area at the Lake Xianfeng to rear fish. Wang Xian had loved to fish since he was young. The fish that he caught mostly turned into food on the table. Fishing, we can't fish anymore. This year, weird things have happened to Lake Xianfeng. Not a single fish could be found in it. Those fish that I reared in the fish pond this year were all gone. It's very odd. All the families which reared fish incurred quite a loss. When Uncle Zhang talked about the fish, he frowned immediately. The fish were gone in all of Lake Xianfeng. Wang Xian's curiosity was piqued. Yes, it was bizarre. This even went on the news, and someone was sent to investigate. But there isn't any conclusion to date. I reared more than 10 yet head as a fish, but now it's all gone. Uncle Zhang shook his head and sighed. Oh, Wang Xian was even more doubtful. Wang Xian and Zou Yu returned to their home from Uncle Zhang's place after 2 p.m. After they came back home, Zou Yu smiled and asked Wang Xian, Brother, do you know who Sister Lai is marrying? Not sure. Uncle Zhang looks like he didn't want to talk about this, so I didn't ask much. She's marrying someone from Rivertown. A rich second generation. I heard Sister Lai say that his family is rich. Really, but why did Uncle Zhang seem reluctant about this? Asked Wang Xian curiously. Brother, Sister Lai told me that her future husband has some family issues. What issues? Wang Xian looked curiously at Zou Yu. Sister Li's husband came from a wealthy family. His family disagreed with this marriage in the beginning, but Sister Li's husband loves her so much that they got a baby. That is why they had no choice but to agree. Moreover, Sister Lai told me that her husband's parents were going to arrange a joint marriage with an equally wealthy family. Hence, even though they agreed to the marriage, they were not happy at all. Simply said, they are looking down on Sister Li's family. HMPH, what snobs. This time, Uncle Zhang was angry about the bride's car. Uncle Zhang's original plan was to get the groom to fetch the bride from here since it is only a 2-hour car ride from Rivertown. The atmosphere would be far more lively, and Uncle Zhang and his family would look good. Yet the other party's parents turned this idea down because it was too troublesome. They wanted to ask Sister Lai to set off from a hotel in Rivertown. The man was a weakling too. He dared not defy what his father said. What was more infuriating was that Sister Lai is getting married, but the guy did not help her at all. He said he was busy with his own family work. Don't you feel angry too? Chapter 154 Venomous Sea Snake. Chapter 154 Venomous Sea Snake. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Note: the venomous sea snake within this chapter refers to a type of snake often found in historical Chinese culture that has the ability to evolve into a dragon. Zou Yu grumbled as she explained to Wang Xian. After learning the causes and effects, Wang Xian also frowned. No matter how one looked at this, the groom's actions weren't right. A wedding should be a joyous event. Since they had decided to get married, they should complete the wedding joyously. Now that it had turned out this way, it was only natural that Uncle Shang wasn't pleased. Perhaps the groom's family is trying to show they are infuriated by doing so. What an egocentric family. Sister Li's boyfriend isn't helping the situation. He doesn't have a backbone. Zou Yu grumbled and felt indignance for Sister Li. Wang Xian frowned and commented, "Forget it. It's not appropriate for us to speak on this. Let's just follow Uncle Zhang's decision." Since this was relating to Sister Li's wedding, it wasn't appropriate for Wang Xian to comment on it. Zou Xian, Zou Yu, are you guys there? Can it be that these kids have gone to bed? At this moment, a foreign voice sounded from outside their home. The voice seemed to be from a neighbor of theirs. "Sleep," Wang Xian said softly to Zou Yu before walking towards his room. Zou Yu also stuck out her tongue playfully as she headed for her room. They had seen the true colors of these people, and there wasn't a point to keep in contact with them. When one got rich, others would claim to be your relative even if you stayed deep in the mountains. On the contrary, when one was poor, no one would show concern for you even if you lived in a lively city. That's the way things were. Can it be that these kids aren't at home? Their car is still here. Where else could they go? I guess they have gone to bed. Some people commented at the doorstep, seeing that they weren't getting a response from within the house. They shook their heads helplessly as they turned back. In this small area with 7,080 families, the news of the Wang siblings getting rich had spread within a few hours. They drove a luxury car that cost several million and even gave old Zhang's family gifts that cost 400. This made many people jealous, and they had come over to get on the good books of the Wang siblings in hopes of getting some benefits. You guys don't even take a second look at them, and weren't willing to help them with the simplest thing in the past. Now, you guys are trying to curry favor from them. These kids aren't silly. Just a short distance away, Uncle Zhang sat at the entrance of his house. He shook his head in contempt as he saw the group of people. Only by treating others with sincerity would you be returned with sincerity. Wang Xian took an hour nap in the afternoon. He took out his phone to play after getting bored. If it wasn't because of Sister Li's wedding, Wang Xian wasn't thinking of returning during the National Day holidays. Other than Uncle Zhang's family, there wasn't anything that he felt sentimental about in this place. After having dinner at Uncle Zhang's place, he returned to his home. Zou Yu continued with her cultivation enthusiastically. One could easily tell the advancement she was making as she had the inborn constitution. Zou Yu got a little addicted to the feeling of getting stronger quickly. 8 p.m. The sky had turned dark. In places like the village, there wasn't anyone walking around at 8 p.m. Around the village, faint moonlight shone on the hazy world. "I'll go take a look." Zou Yu was practicing her cultivation. Wang Xian was bored from having nothing to do. Recalling his conversation with Uncle Shang in the afternoon, he got up and headed out. Lake Xianfeng was just 300 to 400 meters from his house. The lake was so huge that one could not see the end of it. This was a naturally-formed lake. The villagers had occupied the area near the shores to rear fish. As for the deeper waters, there was a rule that limited fishing to 5 days a year. During these 5 days, Lake Xianfeng would be extremely lively. Even people from nearby cities might come over for fishing, although it couldn't be compared to other large-sized lakes in the country. Lake Xianfeng was still rather famous. Wang Xian arrived at the lake and saw the glittering water under the moonlight. He removed his underwear and jumped right into the lake. Based on Uncle Zhang's account, the fish in Lake Xianfeng had mysteriously disappeared. This was definitely not common. Perhaps this is caused by some animals or even ancient martial artists. Let's take a closer look, Wang Xian thought to himself, before jumping in and swimming deeper into the lake. As he dived into the lake, He gradually changed into a 5 to 6 meters long five-colored divine dragon. The water near the edges was shallow. Wang Xian swayed his dragon tail as he swam rapidly towards the center of the lake. His current speed was incredibly fast. In just 5 minutes, he had swum 7 to 8 kilometers. The depth was over 10 meters and the bottom of the lake was just mud. Indeed, there aren't many fish in the surroundings. Wang Xian looked around in shock. Due to restrictions on fishing in Lake Xianfang, there should be a lot of fish. Whenever the fishing season arrived, the people had been able to catch over 100 tons of fish easily. Yet, there were barely any fish left at this moment. Wang Xian observed the surroundings carefully as he moved within the lake. Nope. He covered the surrounding with his dragon power, but couldn't sense any abnormality in the surrounding. He looked across and hesitated for a moment before swimming in the east direction. After swimming 4 to 5 kilometers, Wang Xian found that the bottom of the entire lake was abnormally ordinary. However, it was also because it was so ordinary that it was a little creepy. Wang Xian felt like he was in a no-man's land while staying under the water. There wasn't anyone around and the surroundings were serene and cold. This place. Wang Xian observed his front direction. This place was even more desolate than the center of the lake. There wasn't even any animal in the surroundings. Not even 1 or 2 small fish. And at the bottom of the lake in front of Wang Xian, it was abnormally pitch dark. He swam over and realized that it was a strange species of seagrass. Black seagrass. Wang Xian was surprised and grabbed it with his dragon claw. SSSSSS. Wang Xian felt a corroding sensation on his dragon claw and was instantly shocked. These seagrasses were poisonous. Looking ahead, he noted that the areas covered by the seagrasses weren't small. It spanned approximately 2,000 meters in radius. He swam slowly above the seagrass and looked down at this strange region. That is, Wang Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the middle of the grass. At that place, there were 9 caves. As to how deep these caves were, Wang Xian couldn't sense it. Nonetheless, the entrance of each cave was at least 1 meter in width. What's inside must be what's responsible for the disappearance of all the fish within Lake Xianfang. Wang Xian swam slowly above the cave entrance as he focused on the cave. Growl. The cave was extremely deep. Based on his senses, it should be over 10 meters deep and he couldn't see what was in there. He let out a light roar that carried the dragon power towards the cave. SSSSSSSS. At this moment, a sound that resembled a poisonous snake hissing propagated across. There were 9 caves and 9 pairs of black eyes were staring at him. Their black tongues had the shape of a triangle. This was a species of snake. What really surprised Wang Xian was that where their heads were, there were bulging buns. The 9 snakes only revealed their heads and stared coldly at Wang Xian. These are, seeing the snakes that extended from 9 caves, a thought came to his mind. Venomous Sea Snake Level 10. Extractable Dragon Energy 235. 432. Possess Wind Divine Dragon's Bloodline. Venomous Sea Snake, an animal that possesses the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. Wang Xian looked at the 9 venomous sea snakes in shock. Extractable dragon energy from them was even higher than roving heavens. They must be horrifyingly strong. Suddenly, he recalled the animal in ancient Chinese culture. A venomous sea snake evolved into a serpent in 500 years. A serpent evolved into a dragon in 1,000 years. A dragon evolved into a horned dragon in 500 years and into a winged dragon in 1,000 years. Winged dragons had wings and were commonly known as the wind dragon. This animal was in existence that had the bloodline of the divine dragon. Looking at their bulging heads, they must be evolving into serpents soon. Chapter 155 9 Dragons Royal Carriage 1. Chapter 155 9 Dragons Royal Carriage 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Hiss! Just when Wang Xian was staring at the venomous sea snakes, they stuck out their tongues slowly and wriggled out from the caves. With cold and sharp eyes, they glared at him as they squeezed their bodies together. These venomous sea snakes are thinking of devouring me. As Wang Xian sensed the look from the venomous sea snakes, he slowly retreated. 9 level 10 venomous sea snakes were something of a threat to him. especially when these snakes were much stronger than roving heavens. Wang Xian could suppress roving heavens, but he had to be careful when facing these venomous sea snakes. The venomous sea snakes wanted to devour him as a lower-level divine dragon. If they could devour him, they could turn into dragons immediately, gobble him up. Just as Wang Xian's thoughts were running, the venomous sea snake at the center threw its coiled body at him at a fast speed. The intelligent snakes decided to join forces and attack him. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He swiped his tail gently, creating a muddy swamp area with streams of water currents. But to his surprise, the 9 venomous sea snakes were moving as fast as him. After all, they have the bloodline of Wind Divine Dragon. Even Thunder Dragon could not compare its speed with them. Wang Xian showed a stern look on his face, seeing the incoming attack from the 9 venomous sea snakes. He swept his tail across. All the snakes were about 5 meters long, and their bodies were thicker than a human thigh. But they were smaller than Wang Xian. Bam! The mighty divine dragon power swept 3 venomous sea snakes more than 10 meters away. But the 4th venomous sea snake opened its bloody mouth and bit onto Wang Xian's tail with its black teeth. The immediate numbness stiffened up Wang Xian's body. At the same time, the other 5 venomous sea snakes widened their lips just to chew at his body. Hiss! Wang Xian felt the immense pain as he sensed the poisonous teeth sinking into his body. This is bad. Their intelligence is too high to have a perfect joint attack. Wang Xian had a slight expression change. The 9 venomous sea snakes seemed to know what each other was thinking such that they could achieve a perfect attack. Drops of fresh blood were absorbed by 5 poisonous snakes. If they did not bite on the body part which had the most robust defense, his injuries might be more serious. Get lost, Wang Xian exclaimed, and the 5 colors on his body were flashing violently. Finally, his body turned green. Green, the wood attributes of the divine dragon with anti-poison effect. Roar! Wang Xian widened his mouth and spurted a gust of green gas from it. SSS. The intense wood attributes gave off a sizzling sound when they hit the venomous sea snakes. Hiss! The 6 venomous sea snakes were in pain as they quickly loosened their bite and retreated. Wang Xian jerked, releasing the green gas from his body, and his injuries were slowly recovering. Hiss! The 9 venomous sea snakes stared at Wang Xian ferociously as they surrounded him once again. Wang Xian stared back at them with icy cold eyes. He swayed his green body and cast a glance at the black seaweed in the surrounding area. Roar! This time, Wang Xian decided to strike before them. The green wood attributes spread out to the surroundings. Whoosh! Just then, the seaweed around them began to grow exponentially. Thousands of seaweeds twisted and slid towards the 9 venomous sea snakes. Hiss! The venomous sea snake swished and swam rapidly towards Wang Xian for an attack again. Ignorant! Wang Xian exuded a rich and immense green gas, causing the surrounding water plants to grow frantically. It was as though the wood release from the first Hokage in the Naruto manga series. 1. Even though he had yet to master the ability to trap his opponent with massive wood, he could control the seaweed growing frantically within more than 10 meters. Hiss! The 9 venomous sea snakes swirled their bodies as they avoided the seaweed, but the amount was too substantial such that they could not move. You can't stop us. Die! A venomous sea snake stuck out its tongue as it quickly struggled out from the seaweed. I'm still too weak. The seaweed cannot hold them for long. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He got an idea. You are asking for your own death. As Wang Xian waved his dragon claws in the water, all the seaweed around him gathered and entwined together, trapping 9 venomous sea snakes in a semicircle. Bam! A snake tried to bash its way through a small hole. They were, in fact, just poisonous snakes without any claws. As such, they would need at least 10 seconds to break out from the trap. Now! Wang Xian took a deep breath. This move determined success. If he failed, he'd need to be stronger before he came back here again. The radiance on his body flashed again before he turned into a blue marine dragon. Suck! He opened his mouth and sucked up all the lake water in the area surrounded by the seaweed. A vacuum area was created at the bottom of the lake. The venomous sea snakes were petrified as they quickly struggled out of the seaweed. Go to hell! With an icy cold look, He could only barbecue this bunch of ignorant fellows. The colors on his body switched again. The Inferno Dragon was exuding blazing hot flames. As the lake water seethed, he opened his mouth and spat out a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball charged and attacked the area surrounded by the seaweed. Cremation. Flames of more than 10 meters were fired off and landed on the black seaweeds. Boom! As all the lake water was already sucked up by Wang Xian. The entire area was burning in the fire as soon as the flame landed on the seaweed. The bottom of the lake was on fire. From the top, the entire lake looked like a red, fiery volcano ready to erupt. It was horrifying. Woo-woo! Wang Xian returned to the Azure Dragon form as he panted slightly. After releasing a few of the high consumption attacks in one go, it was tedious for him too. In Azure Dragon form, he could quickly rejuvenate himself. The flame burned, seething the lake water. The entire bottom of the lake formed a fascinating picture. Hiss! Wang Xian stared coldly as he heard the dreadful cries from the venomous sea snakes in the sea. The flame slowly reduced under the control of the Dragon Ball. Shoo! At this time, the Dragon Ball flew back into Wang Xian's mouth as he devoured it. The fire disappeared. All the seaweed within 100 meters was turned into ashes. The 9 venomous sea snakes were bound in the middle with their heads leaning against each other. A burning smell came from their bodies as they were covered by a thick layer of blood. What a pathetic scene. However, they did not die. They leaned against each other and resisted the fearsome fire attack of the Dragon Ball. Even so, they were seriously injured, hugging themselves together lifelessly. The harshness in their eyes had completely disappeared. Wang Xian was shocked by what he saw. The assault that he had performed was equivalent to 3 level 6 divine dragons striking out together. Yet, they were only seriously wounded. In that case, his eyes glinted and he said 3 words slowly. Surrender or die. And note, 1 a skill which allows vegetation to sprout out from the body or the surroundings. Chapter 156 9 Dragons Royal Carriage. Chapter 156 9 Dragons Royal Carriage. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Surrender or die. Wang Xian swayed his body and covered it with his dragon might while looking coldly at the 9 venomous sea snakes. The 9 venomous sea snakes gathered together and looked at Wang Xian in horror. As they had the bloodline of the divine dragon, Wang Xian had an innate advantage against them. However, Wang Xian's level was too low and he was too weak. Therefore, the 9 venomous sea snakes had wanted to devour Wang Xian initially. After suffering grave injuries and in the face of a real dragon, they were shivering in fear. Surrender or die. Wang Xian lifted his dragon claws and repeated himself. We surrender. Under Wang Xian's might, the venomous sea snakes lowered their heads and replied, absorb these. Wang Xian threw out drops of divine dragon blood essence onto the heads of the 9 venomous sea snakes. The eyes of the 9 venomous sea snakes lit up when they saw the blood essence. However, they were also hesitating. Looking at the mighty Wang Xian, they chose to absorb the essence blood eventually. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied smile. These 9 venomous sea snakes had the bloodline of the wind divine dragon and could be considered as rare existences. Only the venomous sea snakes had the bloodline of the wind divine dragon and had preserved their evolution path. Their bloodlines were extremely pure. However, it wouldn't be easy for them to eventually evolve into the wind divine dragon. To evolve into a dragon, they required thousands of years of cultivation. If they did not have any great chance encounters, it would be hard for them to become wind divine dragons. However, the paths of these 9 venomous sea snakes would undoubtedly be smoother after Wang Xian imparted them the cultivation arts of the wind divine dragon. As long as they cultivated diligently, there would be a day where they made the leap through the dragon gate and evolved into a divine dragon. Looking at the looks of these 9 venomous sea snakes, they should be able to evolve into serpents soon. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at these 9 venomous sea snakes. From the first time he saw them, he had an idea in mind. 9 Dragons Royal Carriage. That's right. It would be to take the 9 Dragons Royal Carriage as he went on a supervision trip around the world. The thought of 9 divine dragons. No. Even if it was just 9 serpents flying in the air pulling the throne, that would be an awe-inspiring moment. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion as he stared at these 9 venomous sea snakes. As he waved his dragon claws, dense wood attribute energy entered their bodies, treating their wounds. Thank you, Dragon King. The injuries on the 9 venomous sea snakes recovered gradually. They remained at the bottom of the lake and bowed down respectfully. All right, rest well over the next few days. He'll be bringing you to the seas after that. Wang Xian looked at them. Yes, Dragon King. The 9 venomous sea snakes nodded their heads. Cultivate diligently. Wang Xian took another glance at them before swimming back into the lake. Wang Xian was exceptionally satisfied to be able to subdue these 9 subordinates from Lake Xianfang for this trip. These 9 venomous sea snakes were even more important than a group of devil monkeys. Within the entire group of devil monkeys, only roving heavens could possibly match the 9 venomous sea snakes. The rest of them wouldn't be a match. Splash! Flying out from the lake, Wang Xian put on his underwear before getting into his room quickly. I've got to get some clothing equipment in the future. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome to remove my clothes when turning into a dragon. It would be best if I could get celestial equipment that could freely change its size. Wang Xian thought to himself. Seeing that it was 11 p.m., he went to bed without thinking further. Brother, time to get up. The next day morning, Zou Yu tried to wake Wang Xian up early in the morning. Brother, let's go. Sister Lai is holding a wedding banquet in a hotel in the city. A hotel in the city? Are we going that far? Can't they do it within the county? Wang Xian changed into his clothes quickly while looking at Zou Yu with doubtful eyes. This is a decision by Sister Li's husband. He said that it will look grandiose if it is done in the city, and he wanted to marry Sister Lai in a grand way. Uncle Shang has the same view too. They have given a dowry of 580, and it should be enough. Zou Yu explained. Alright then. Let's head to Uncle Zhang's house. Wang Xian and Zou Yu went over to Uncle Zhang's house. There were quite a few people in the yard when they arrived. They were all people who were managing different aspects of the county. For example, someone who held a role similar to the village chief, and there was also someone responsible for collecting and managing their common funds. Hey, Zou Xian and Zou Yu, you guys are here. When the crowd saw them, they quickly greeted. Wang Xian smiled and returned the greetings. He looked to Uncle Zhang and asked, Uncle Zhang, is there anything I can help with? Nothing. Nothing. Oh right. I heard that you got a car. Can you send Sister Lai and Aunt Zhang to the hotel and a while I'll inform the hotel about it? Uncle Zhang was going to be busy. Alright. Wang Xian nodded his head. 9 a.m. Sister Lai and Aunt Zhang followed Wang Xian and Zou Yu to the yard. When she saw the pink Bentley, she was filled with shock. Zou Yu, this Bentley cost at least 4 million. Right. Yeah. My brother got it for me. However, they didn't charge my brother for it. Zou Yu chuckled. No charge. Sister Lai was confused. 4 million. Oh my gosh. Aunt Zhang looked at the car in disbelief. Zou Yu opened the door and ushered the group in. Aunt Zhang looked at the internal decorations of the car inquisitively. Sister Lai, which hotel are we going to? Let me get the GPS set up. Sanwen International Hotel. Alright. Wang Xian sat beside the driver and the car drove out slowly. The crowd that was gathered at the doorstep of Uncle Zhang's house was shocked by what they had seen. No one had expected the Wang siblings to be doing so well. The journey lasted 30 minutes and the car arrived at the city center. Sanwen International Hotel was a good hotel. Pangju was just a small county and didn't have a 5-star hotel. The car stopped by the side. Aunt Zhang and Sister Lai alighted and headed into the hotel. Why don't you follow Sister Lai and Aunt Zhang? I'll go get some money. Wang Xian said to Zou Yu. Alright, brother. It was Sister Li's wedding and Wang Xian naturally wanted to give some monetary gift. He withdrew 660, as it was an auspicious number. When he got back to the hotel, Aunt Zhang and Sister Lai had settled the matters in the hotel. The hotel was big and could accommodate more than one wedding. Another family was hosting a wedding beside Sister Lai today. The entrance to the other wedding was decorated in a grand manner. As for Sister Li's side, they didn't put up much decoration as they were simply inviting relatives and friends over for a meal and weren't having any other ceremony. When Wang Zhan arrived at a temporary room in the hotel lobby, he saw Sister Lai had changed into her wedding costume. Zou Yu, give Zou Yu a call again. Ask him if he's coming, Aunt Zhang told Sister Lai grumpily. Alright, Mom. Sister Lai nodded her head, took out a phone and dialed a number. Tell me he isn't even going to show up at the wedding. How am I going to face our relatives and friends in the future? Aunt Zhang grumbled. It isn't that our daughter has to marry into a rich family. It's all because of their child's action. Aunt Zhang, calm down. A wedding should be a joyous event. When Sister Lai heads to Rivertown, my brother and I will accompany Sister Lai. Chapter 157 The Monetary Gift. Chapter 157 The Monetary Gift. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Mum, Zou Yu couldn't make it as he is being held up at home, said Sister Lai as she walked very quickly towards her mum. She held onto her mobile phone, and was not looking very good. Just what is going on? Your dad has already told him yesterday that we will have the wedding in Rivertown, and we don't even need the wedding car. We are having the ceremony right here and now. Shouldn't he just show up? At the very least. Aunt Zhang stood up with an awkward look and said, our relatives will be here any moment. Are we going to tell them that the groom is busy and couldn't make it? Who would buy this story? Mum, Zou Yu wished to be here as well. It's just that. I understand. It's his parents. There. Sigh. Let's forget it. Holding onto her frustration, Aunt Zhang raised her palms and did not utter a single word. Sister Lai sat at the side, looking displeased as her eyes turned red. Wang Zhan and Zou Yu witnessed the whole incident and frowned. This brother-in-law was just too much. Zou Lai, please welcome the guests in at the front door. Zou Yu, you shall help her out as well. About half an hour later, Uncle Zhang walked in, and he knew what had happened. Looking displeased, he said, let's manage what's here and not be bothered by the rest. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Zou Yu stood up and nodded. I will help to welcome our guests in as well, Wang Zhan said happily as he stood up. All right, we're counting on you kids. Uncle Zhang thought as he nodded that his son-in-law did not live up to his expectations. Fortunately, he was proud to show that he had a promising nephew. Everyone here had a huge sense of pride. That included Uncle Zhang. Wang Zhan, Zou Yu, and Sister Lai arrived at the hall of the hotel. At the entrance, another family was also holding a wedding ceremony, right beside theirs. Both the bride and groom welcomed their guests as they stood by the reception. Judging from their guests' identities, they could tell that the families lived in Pangju and life could not be better. Uncle and aunt-in-law. This way please, Sister Lai said with a smile as she saw her own uncle's second brother in her dad's family and his wife. Oh my, you look gorgeous today. Where's your boyfriend? Show him to your aunt-in-law, the lady said as she walked into the front door. My boyfriend has yet to arrive as he is caught in a jam on the highway, Sister Lai expressed with some embarrassment. Oh, he should have come a day in advance. Anyway, I know y'all be busy down here, so I shall make my way in. Sister Lai nodded, looking awkward. It was truly an embarrassment that her own husband was not present on their wedding day. At this moment, another group of relatives had arrived. Sister Lai welcomed them with a big smile. Aunt Zhang also came to welcome each and every guest. Zou Yu also went up to welcome them with Wang Zhan, who brought a smile. Oh my, you are really beautiful today. Our Zou Lai shall be enjoying her new life with her new wealthy family. But you still have to visit your own family more often in the future. Zou Yu, I heard that you and your brother have won a fortune. Is that true? Congratulations. And don't forget about your neighbors. Zou Yu showed some awkwardness as the group of adoring relatives and neighbors pulled her aside and bombarded her with questions. Oh yes. Zou Lai, where's your future husband? I don't see him anywhere. He has yet to arrive as he's caught in the traffic jam. Zou Lai tried to explain boldly as she gave the look of embarrassment. Some nodded, while some had their doubts but did not question. The groom of the other wedding looked at them with a frown and said, they are so rowdy. Must be some villagers. Such an annoyance. We shall have someone remind them to keep their volume down when our guests have arrived. The bride replied with displeasure as well. The groom nodded his head. Wang Zhan stood at a corner, watching people starting to present their monetary gifts. many of them in the form of cash. And he walked out of the hotel after notifying Zou Yu. He had left the money that he had withdrawn in his car. As he walked out of the hotel, he saw a group of more than 30 neighbors alighting from a bus. The bus was rented by Uncle Shang to pick up the neighbors. "Hey Zou Zian, where are you going?" a neighbor asked with a smile. "I need to grab something," Wang Zian replied in their direction. "Our Zou Xian has just won a fortune. Shouldn't you be treating your neighbors to a drink?" asked a middle-aged man. "We need to leave tomorrow. Perhaps another time," he replied. "I need to grab something. Please excuse me. HMPH, this fellow is so full of himself." That middle-aged man looked displeased, as he felt that Wang Zian was treating them with a perfunctory attitude. "I could not agree more. We went to his house yesterday. Clearly, he was at home. But he didn't answer the door even when I shouted for him a couple of times. This fellow thinks that he is capable enough to be ignorant. He's definitely full of himself." "I agree. He is so insensible that he doesn't give that respect to his elders." The elder relatives whispered with criticism as they saw him walking away. They were given the cold shoulder when they just wished to give that pleasant approach. Naturally, it sparked unhappiness. "All right, let's get going. He might not even come back to us anymore," said a highly respected elder, as he led the group into the hotel. Unknown to them, all that was spoken had been heard by Wang Zian. "HMPH, why should I give you all those benefits? I am well aware of those who treated me well. The rest is not my business." Wang Zian felt disappointed, but he did not argue with them. As he arrived at the hotel's parking lot, he took out the 660 in cash from his car. He knew that Uncle Shang was holding on to that pride, so he had to uphold that pride for him. He took the money and made his way back to the hotel. "Oh, Zou Yu, why isn't your husband here? I hope he's not looking down on us." "That's right, Zou Yu. That is so insensible of him for not showing up. If he's not going to show up for the wedding, I wonder what's going to happen for the rest of your life." Sometimes, one may not be blessed with happiness even after being married to a wealthy family. Wang Zian heard all those comments made by the people surrounding her as he walked into the hotel. Wang Zian knew those ladies who were talking had some conflicts with Uncle Zhang in the past. These people, seriously. Wang Zian shook his head and frowned as he watched the embarrassed looks on Uncle Shang and Aunt Shang. "Please excuse me, Uncle. I would like to present my monetary gift." Wang Zian spoke as he walked towards the crowd. "Oh, Zou Zian has come to present his monetary gift. Over here." The middle-aged man made a path for him. Wang Zian thanked him and made his way to the reception. "How much are you presenting?" Zou Zian asked another middle-aged man who was accounting for the gifts. 660. Wang Zian put the pouch on the table as he replied, and took the stack of cash out. "What 660? Chapter 158 Strength 1. Chapter 158 Strength 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. The middle-aged man taking records couldn't hold back his exclamation, and this drew the attention of the crowd. Those who were chatting, and those who were waiting to give their monetary gifts turned their heads over immediately. "Zou Zian, are you sure you would like to give all this as a monetary gift?" The middle-aged man doing recording stood up and asked in disbelief. 660. "Oh my gosh, the kid from the Wang family is giving 660 as a monetary gift. 660 as a monetary gift. He must be filthy rich. I heard that Wang Zian just gave old Zhang's family gifts that cost 400. 500 yesterday. Today, he gave 660 as a monetary gift that would be over 1 million in total. Oh my gosh. The Wang sibling is filthy rich. Old Zhang took great care of the Wang siblings and their grandmother in the past. Now that the Wang siblings have gotten rich, it's time that they start returning the kindness. Isn't this a little too extravagant? Giving out 1 million in just a few days. 660 as a monetary gift, that's enough to get a house in the count." The neighbors looked over and their faces were filled with shock and envy. Monetary gifts in the hundreds would be sufficient. Those who were closer might give a few thousand. However, Wang Zian gave 660 as a monetary gift. He must be really rich. When Uncle Zhang saw the thick stack of monetary gifts, he was taken aback slightly. He stood up and walked over immediately. Zou Zion, take it back. I can't accept these. You have already spent over 500 on gifts. Take it back. Save it for the time when you get a wife. It's fine, Uncle Zhang. It's just a small token. It's only natural for me to give some gifts for Sister Li's wedding. Just keep it and spend as you wish. I'm not lacking this money either. Wang Zion smiled and replied to Uncle Zhang. Even if you aren't lacking these, you shouldn't be giving so much. Take it back. Son, it's really fine. When Uncle Zhang is free, come to Rivertown and I'll bring you around. Wang Zion waved his hand. This. Uncle Zhang was hesitating. He also knew that Wang Zion was really rich now, and his sister was driving a luxury car that cost over 4 million. However, he was still really moved to see Wang Zion willing to spend 1 million on him. Uncle Zhang patted Wang Zion on his shoulders and continued. I didn't really help you guys much and the help isn't worth that much. Uncle Zhang, some gratitude shouldn't be measured in monetary terms. Wang Zion replied to Uncle Zhang in a serious tone. Sigh. Alright then. Although I don't have a son, having you as a nephew is better than having a son one. Uncle Zhang was teary-eyed and moved. Uncle Zhang, you should go entertain your neighbors. You don't have to be so courteous with us. Wang Zion smiled. Great, great. The gloominess that hung over Uncle Zhang was gone and he revealed an excited look. This nephew of his had really made him proud. Don't just stand here. Get a seat inside. The banquet will be starting soon. Please take a seat and wait a moment. Old Zhang, you are really lucky. Your daughter is marrying into a rich family and now you have such a nephew. I'm really envious. Yay. Old Zhang 660. As monetary gift I believe you could enjoy the remainder of your life. Hayes. Who would have expected the Wang siblings to return Old Zhang's kindness in such a way? The Wang siblings are really rich now and Old Zhang is really lucky. If we had. As the crowd was discussing, some were feeling regretful. If they had taken care of the Wang siblings previously, they might be the ones on the receiving end right now. Can you guys shut up and stop your babbling? Are you treating this as your house? Have you guys not seen the outside world before? At this moment, a cold sneer sounded from the side. The crowd was slightly shocked and turned around. At one end, a slightly plump and burly young man extended his arm and revealed his tattoo. He was pointing at the crowd and shouting, Damn, you can't you keep your volume down? Seeing that everyone had looked over, he shouted at them once again. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang's expression changed. He immediately walked over and apologized. I'm sorry that we have gotten a little noisy. I'm sorry. The bride and groom beside the young man stared at Uncle Zhang coldly and sneered. I wonder what you guys are babbling about. The groom isn't here and yet you guys are making so much noise. That's right. The groom can't be seen. Perhaps he's not coming. The groom and the bride remarked sarcastically. The young man beside them raised an eyebrow and added, Oh, so the groom isn't here yet. Hee. Are you guys hosting a wedding banquet with a dead person? What is there to be happy about? The mockeries of the bride and groom had embarrassed Uncle Zhang. When Uncle Zhang heard what the young man said, his face turned red immediately. He was already mad that the groom wasn't here today. Now that he heard others commenting that his daughter was marrying a dead person, his body shivered in anger. You better watch your words, Uncle Zhang said in agitation. You better clean your mouth. Have you eaten shit? When Wang Zion heard the young man and saw the embarrassed looks on Uncle Zhang, he walked over emotionlessly as he spoke to the young man. So what if I've said it? I, Feng Hai, have not been afraid of anyone in Pangju, the young man replied arrogantly to Uncle Zhang and Wang Zion. They are here. Feng Hai, don't waste your time entertaining the group of clowns. At this moment, the groom saw cars stopping outside and immediately reminded Feng Hai. Tisk. Trash. Feng Hai sneered at Wang Zion before turning to the groom and nodding his head. He saw people were arriving at the entrance and the three of them immediately went over. That's too much. Uncle Zhang looked at their back views, feeling embarrassed. These young men are really rude and arrogant. Yeah, they are too arrogant. Is this something a human would say? The surrounding neighbor commented, and also looked at the back views of these young men with displeasure. That is. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man was shocked to see the group of people that these young men had gone over to receive. Walking at the front was a middle-aged man in a suit. He was full of smiles. Uncle Zhang and his neighbor knew this middle-aged man well. He was one of the top figures in the entire Fenglei County. The middle-aged man didn't have a good reputation. He had a group of underlings, and no one in the entire Fenglei County dared to offend him. They saw the middle-aged man talking with the groom and bride while also trying to get on the good books of Fenghai. Du Qingshan, that's Du Qingshan, he's actually trying to get on the good books of that young man. That young man must have a strong backing for Du Qingshan to be acting so respectfully. Du Qingshan is here, look at those behind him. Aren't those famous businessmen in Pengju? Oh my gosh. The families and friends of this family are really awesome. We can't afford to offend them, since even Du Qingshan is trying to get on the good books of them. Fenghai must be someone influential in Pengju too. There's no wonder why they were so arrogant. The surrounding crowd looked in shock as they witnessed the arrival of the group of people. Uncle Zhang looked even more ghastly. He clenched his fist tightly, but his expression gradually turned into a helpless look. End note. One nephew and niece are often used to describe those with a close relationship even though they might not be related by blood. Chapter 159 Strength 2. Chapter 159 Strength 2. The relatives and friends of this family are really impressive. Let's just go to our seats now. A rather esteemed elder saw that all the guests entering were reputable people from Pengju, and he sighed faintly. Let's go, and some people made these comments indignantly. The young chap earlier on had not only pointed at them and scolded them, he even said nasty words to them. This made them feel very helpless. The other person had such strong connections. Even Du Qingshan from the county had to fawn on him. To find fault with that young chap, it was akin to seeking trouble for oneself. Not to mention that there were others who seemed to have extraordinary identities in the crowd. Let's go in. Zou Xian. Uncle Shine looked with unease as he spoke. His daughter had gotten married off, and things that went against his wishes kept happening. Wait a moment. Let's go over. Uncle Zhang. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the young chap walking alongside the bride and groom, showing respect as they walked towards the crowd. There was a slight smile on his face with a tinge of arrogance. Uncle Zhang looked at Wang Xian with bewilderment. Come with me. Uncle Zhang. I cannot take this lying down any more. Wang Xian gave a cold look as he turned his head towards Zou Yu. Zou Yu. Let's go over. At this moment, Zou Yu nodded her head and gave a slight smile as she looked upon the young chap and the bride and groom receiving people with respect. Forget it. Zou Xian. They are mighty. And that Du Qingshan is a renowned character in the county. We cannot afford to offend him. Uncle Shang looked on with discomfort as he tugged at Wang Xian's arm. No worries. Uncle Zhang. Leave it to me. Wang Xian looked at Uncle Zhang and gave him a reassuring look. Uncle Zhang frowned and shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. Then I shall go over with Zou Yu. Wang Xian smiled when he saw that Uncle Zhang disliked getting into trouble. Wang Xian and Zou Yu then walked towards the direction where the young chap and the bride and groom were situated. Sigh. This kid. Zou Xian. Uncle Zhang looked uneasily and went along, as he was afraid that Wang Xian might lose out. As the young chap and the couple walked in, they immediately frowned and expressed displeasure as soon as Wang Xian and his company of two walked towards them. What are you guys here for? Are you trying to pick a fight? Just as Wang Xian and his company walked over, Feng Hai stared at them with aggression. Maybe it was because he was apprehensive about the few people around. Therefore he did not start yelling. However, the few people, including a middle-aged couple, who were talking to the bride and groom were stunned. Some of them even threw curious looks over. When they saw Wang Xian and Zou Yu, they were visibly astonished. We are here to give you a slap. Wang Xian looked at Feng Hai coldly and uttered such harsh words. What kind of upbringing did you have? HMPH. Zou Yu, who was also beside Wang Xian, spoke to Feng Hai. Xiao Xian and Zou Yu. Standing behind them was Uncle Zhang. Looking flustered, he immediately pulled Wang Xian and Zou Yu back. What are Zou Zian and Zou Yu doing? Why are they trying to offend that young chap? I think they are trying to dig their own graves. Even Du Qingshan has to be respectful towards that young chap. What exactly are they trying to do? These two people are just fooling around. They think that just because they are rich, they are so great. They had better not bring it upon us. This pair of Wang siblings are just too full of themselves. Just because they have that bit of money, they never realize there are people out there who are even richer and more powerful than they are. Just behind them, the people of Fang Lake County were showing signs of uneasiness, as they whispered amongst each other. Saint, damn it. Are you trying to dig your own grave today? My brother is getting married here, and we have elders here. While I still have a good mood, you better get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being nasty at this moment. Feng Hai expressed his anger after hearing what Wang Zian said. He immediately pointed at Wang Zian and Zou Yu, shouted angrily and threatened them boastfully. His voice interrupted an elderly man who was just beside and wanted to speak. The elderly man was astonished, and the middle-aged man and a young man that stood beside the elder were equally astonished. Fuck. The middle-aged man beside the elderly man directly spoke of vulgarity and expressed his discomfort and anger. To everyone's surprise, the middle-aged man swung his palm in full force and slapped Feng Hai hard in his face. Smack. Feng Hai could not even react in time, and even if he could dodge, he would not dare to do so. The middle-aged man's palm landed on Feng Hai's face, and the sound of the slap echoed through the main hall. This kind of force showed that the middle-aged man did not hold back his strength, and there was even a possibility that a few of Feng Hai's teeth might have fallen out. The crowd surrounding them were astonished. The family of the bride and groom were utterly shocked as they looked at the middle-aged man beside them. The middle-aged man and his family were notable figures that they had gone through painstaking efforts to invite. If it were not for the sake of their grandfather, the middle-aged man and his family would not even have come. But they could not figure out why. Why would the middle-aged man directly slap their friend's face? However, what shocked the crowd more was the fact that the middle-aged man and the elder were going over to the side of Wang Zian and Zou Yu immediately. They bent their bodies, showing a great sign of respect on their faces. Saintess, Mr. Wang. These three people were not just any other people. They were the Song family from Pangju. The young man was Song Aowen, a disciple from the Thistles and Thorns sect. The middle-aged man and the elderly man were also participants of the selections conducted by the Thistles and Thorns sect. As they saw the future sect leader of the Thistles and Thorns sect, Aka the Honorable Saintess, as well as the miracle Dr. Wang. Even the Song family wanted to fawn over them, so they naturally did not dare to stir any more trouble. They saluted respectfully. As to how Feng Hai spoke towards the Saintess and Mr. Wang, they were also not going to relent. If Mr. Wang said to slap your face, you had to do it. Zou Yu nodded her head. She was the Saintess of the Thorns and Thistles sect, so it would be more appropriate for her to handle the matter. Zou Yu looked at the astonished faces of the bride and groom's families and gave a faint smile. Why did you all spout a vulgarity earlier on? Apologize to my uncle now. The bride and groom were stunned as they looked at Zou Yu. Apologize. I asked both of you to apologize. You hear me? The elder from the Song family had a sullen expression as he gave the command to the bride and groom's families. Director Song. We. The families of the bride and groom left their mouths open in disbelief. Do you need me to teach all of you? If this matter is not settled with a solution that we are satisfied with, I think the Li family can cease to exist in Pengju. The elder of the Song family stared at the families of the bride and groom coldly. His warm expression had disappeared from his face. The families of the bride and groom felt a shiver down their spines. When they saw how serious the face of the elder was, they were terrified. Sorry, it was our fault just now. Wang Zian and Zou Yu did not say a word, but continued to stare at them coldly. I am sorry, it was my fault. Please, I beg of you to forgive us. As they felt the icy stares of the three members of the Song family, the silence of the young man and young woman, both of their voices quivered, as if they were about to cry. You should apologize to my uncle. Wang Zian spoke coldly. I apologize. The bride and groom were thoroughly afraid. Who did they offend exactly? Why? Why is the Song family treating them with such respect and falling out with us? Chapter 160 Strength 3. Chapter 160 Strength 3. Translator Larbre Studio. Editor Larbre Studio. The entire hotel lobby quietened down. This included Uncle Zhang's relatives and friends and also the relatives and friends of the bride and groom. The businessmen and influential figures on Pengju that they had invited over were looking at the development in disbelief. They knew clearly of the background of the bride and groom. The groom's grandfather is the president of a mining organization. He could be considered as one of the earliest batches of people in Pengju who got rich. Although the family business had been on a decline, the groom's grandfather had great connections throughout Pengju. As long as his grandfather was still around, the majority of the people in Rivertown would be respectful to him. Many rich men in Pengju were invited to the wedding. In fact, the old master had even invited members of the Song family. The Song family was the strongest family in Pengju at this moment. Their background was mysterious but strong. In Pengju, whenever the Song family stomped its feet, the entire Pengju would feel the tremors. Yet, the three members of the Song family were bowing down respectfully to a juvenile sibling and even ordered the groom and bride to apologize. Why would the Wang siblings be so influential even? The guests that were invited by the other party had to be respectful to them and even slap the arrogant young man for the Wang sibling. That's incredible. How did the Wang siblings get to know those influential figures? Even these people had to be respectful to the Wang siblings. Look, Du Qingshan is walking over. All the influential figures had gathered there. Oh my gosh, all of them are going over to greet those siblings. How can this be possible? Behind them, Uncle Zhang and his relatives and friends were dumbfounded. Those were people that they couldn't offend. Yet, when the Wang siblings went over, even those influential figures had to bow to the Wang siblings and even ordered the bride and groom to apologize. In fact, even Du Qingshan, who had been overbearing in the entire Feng Lake County, just stood there like a small underling. He wasn't at the level of those influential figures yet. At this very moment, Uncle Zhang was completely shocked and stood there in a daze. He saw the arrogant young man fall to the floor from the slap, and he saw the arrogant bride and groom bowing down and apologizing in fear. This was completely beyond his imagination. Zou Yu, Zhao Ziyan. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth and looked at his nephew and niece. Wang Ziyan smiled at Uncle Zhang before looking coldly at that couple. Seeing that it's your wedding today, I won't be calculative with you guys. Thank you. Thank you. The bride and groom had already been scared out of their wits. When they realized Director Song didn't add a word, they finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. If he was someone that the Song family was so fearful of, what would the groom and bride even be in front of him? However, I wouldn't just let that young man off so easily. Wang Ziyan glanced at Feng Hai, who was just getting up. Feng Hai's mouth was filled with blood and his entire face had been deformed. He'll leave this to you guys. Zou Yu frowned upon seeing Feng Hai, speaking to the three members of the Song family. Yes. We will definitely give the saintess and Mr. Wang a satisfactory explanation. Three members of the Song family replied immediately. This was the order of the saintess. Even if the saintess wanted to crush the Lai family, the Song family would not hesitate a moment. When Feng Hai heard what the Song family members said, his eyes were filled with despair, following which, he blacked out and fell to the ground. Since the Song family had spoken, he was finished. Even if he was not dead, he would be severely punished. The faces of the bride and groom, together with the surrounding crowd, had turned as white as sheets. Mr. Wang, saintess, I had not expected to bump into you guys in Pengju. Are you all here to attend a wedding too? The old man from the Song family looked around before asking this with a smile. Yeah, we are from Pengju too. My sister is getting married today. Seeing how careful the Song family was acting, Zou Yu smiled and nodded her head. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. Since she's a relative of the saintess, she's also a relative of the Song family. Hee. The old man from the Song family smiled. She's the only relative we have in Pengju. Please help them along in the future. Wang Ziyan placed his hands over the shoulders of Uncle Zhang. as he spoke to the old man from the Song family. Not a problem at all. This is just a small matter. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. Just leave this to the Song family. The old man from the Song family immediately gave his guarantee. After this, he smiled, since they are the relatives of the saintess and Mr. Wang. They are one of us. Let's go over a while. Zou-kun, prepare some gifts for them. Yes, father. The middle-aged man beside the old man nodded his head, following which, he headed towards the table that was collecting the monetary gifts. Du Qingshan, who was standing at one corner, looked at the development in disbelief. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. His expression changed, and he walked to Uncle Zhang and asked, "Big brother, are you from Feng Lake County?" "Yes, Director Du. How are you?" Uncle Zhang heard someone speaking to him. When he saw it was Du Qingshan, he was slightly shocked and immediately replied, "I am not Director Du. Big brother, you can just address me as Zou Du. Zou Du would do. You should be a few years older than me." Du Qingshan put on a big smile and quickly added, "I had not expected us to be from the same area." As he spoke, he smiled radiantly and said to the old man of the Song family, "Director Song, we are from the same hometown. I'll look out for Big Brother in the future. No one would dare to offend him." When the old man from the Song family saw Du Qingshan walking over trying to curry favor, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "Come with me in a while." Yes. Du Qingshan was thrilled upon hearing the old man from the Song family. His face turned red in agitation as he looked to Uncle Zhang. "Big brother, we should be friends since we are from the same place. Let me just go give my monetary gift," Du Qingshan said as he walked towards the place to give the monetary gifts. At this moment, the middle-aged man was standing in front of the table collecting monetary gifts. The middle-aged man who was in charge of collecting immediately stood up, smiled and asked, "Sir, how much would you like to give?" 500. Inyo. The middle-aged man from the Song family smiled before taking out stacks of cash from a briefcase. "Whose name should I record for these?" The middle-aged man's pupils shrank as he spoke. "Just record it as the Song family." The middle-aged man from the Song family replied after pondering for a moment. "All right." The middle-aged man nodded his head in a hurry. At this moment, Du Qingshan also walked over with a smile and said to the middle-aged man, "Hey brother, please help to record mine too." Director Du. You. 300. Du Qingshan smiled. "My big brother's daughter is getting married. It's only natural that I give a little more." Big brother. When the middle-aged man heard Du Qingshan, he swallowed his saliva before replying, All right. One gave 500, and the other gave 300. Stacks of cash now filled the table. Chapter 161 Wedding Car Lineup 1. Chapter 161 Wedding Car Lineup 1. Translator Larber Studio. Editor Larber Studio. Gulp. Everyone around them was watching in disbelief. Subsequently, they cast envious glances at old Zhang and his family. They knew that old Zhang's family had achieved a place in the sun. Even the influential Du Qingshan had to fawn upon him with respect, and gave him 300 as a monetary gift. From now on, who, in the entire county, would dare to offend old Zhang and his family? Not to mention the Song family, who was more powerful than Du Qingshan. Everyone, please proceed to the function room. We'll begin our banquet soon. After Wang Zhan and Zou Yu told Song family, they walked towards Sister Lai. Uncle Zhang was following beside them in a daze, but he was more happy and proud than ever. Let's go. Xiaoxian and Zou Yu were awesome. Both of them turned into powerful people. That's right. Both of them just walked over and said a few words. The other party apologized immediately. The big shot they invited even struck out immediately. Old Zhang, you really hit the jackpot to have such nephew and niece. Old Zhang, don't forget us when you strike a fortune, said the crowd to Wang Zhan, Zou Yu, and Uncle Zhang pleasantly. The jealousy in them had long since disappeared. What they had were envy and fawning for Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang looked at the friends and relatives around him, and appeared to be standing up with his head high. All this was because of his nephew and niece. At the same time, the banquet struck a blow to his relatives and friends. Most people felt regretful. If they had shown slight care and concern for the Wang siblings back then, they would be rewarded for it now. Even if it was a small reward from the Wang siblings, they could hold their heads up in the Fang Lake County. "Oh, Aunt Zhang and Sister Lai, aren't you rushing down to Rivertown today?" asked Zou Yu with curiosity. The banquet ended at about 2 p.m., and Zou Yu was driving Wang Ziyan, Aunt Zhang, and Sister Lai back home. "Sigh. We'll be going tomorrow instead of today. Your Uncle Zhang is going to rent a wedding car. Since they are not coming to fetch us, we'll have to send Zou Lai over." Aunt Zhang shook her head slowly. "Even though we settled the young guy today, it also irritated your Uncle Zhang. He could not take this lying down, so he decided we should send her over ourselves," Aunt Zhang said, looking at her daughter. "Zou Lai, if Zou Yu's family bullies you after you marry over, you can always come back. Don't endure them. Don't worry, Mom. Zou Yu has been good to me. He's just too obedient to his parents." Sister Lai pouted. Obviously, she was not very pleased with her boyfriend this time. "Sister Lai, what's the name of the future brother-in-law and his father? What kind of businesses are they into?" Upon hearing their conversation, Wang Ziyan turned over and asked Sister Lai. "Your future brother-in-law is called Y Zhuan. His family is in the medical equipment business. His father is Y Qingguo, who has some reputation in Rivertown." Sister Lai replied. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Why, Zou Ziyan, do you know them?" After learning of Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu's strength today, Sister Lai was also taken by surprise. Compared to how they were acting in the afternoon, her husband's family might not have such a daunting influence. Wang Ziyan shook his head. He took out his phone. "I'll settle the wedding car. On top of that, I'll also settle some other things for you, Sister Lai." As he spoke, he called Uncle Zhang and asked him not to rent any car. He would settle this matter. Sister Lai stared at Wang Ziyan with a stunned face. She hesitated before she decided to swallow her words. Aunt Zhang quickly thanked him. After talking to Uncle Zhang, he continued to call the head of Ren family. Ren family had shares in most of the car dealers in Rivertown. Getting their help in finding a wedding car should be an effortless task for them. When the head of Ren family received Wang Ziyan's call, he was thrilled on the phone. He patted his chest and promised to prepare the wedding car. The car reached the home of Aunt Zhang. Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu went to their house and sat for a while. In the evening, after having dinner at Uncle Zhang's place, they chit-chatted with Uncle Zhang for half an hour in front of the door. After Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu went home, Wang Ziyan dialed Old Qin's number with hesitation. "Hello, Wang Ziyan, what's the matter?" Old Qin's voice was heard. "Old Qin, I need to ask you something. Do you know Y Qingguo, who deals with pharmaceutical equipment in Rivertown?" Wang Ziyan asked Old Qin directly. "Y Qingguo, are you talking about the Y Qingguo from the Ling Medical Equipment Group?" Old Qin asked with doubt. "I guess so. He has some reputation in Rivertown." Wang Ziyan nodded. "Old Qin, does Y Qingguo have any immediate superior in the Rivertown, or does he need to answer to any leaders or any organizations?" "Yes. Two in the healthcare industry. And another one is Miao Jian, who is cooperating with Duan family. Y Qingguo also needs to curry favor with the rest of the hospital directors too." Old Qin answered. "Can you help me contact them tomorrow? I need their help," Wang Ziyan said with a smile on his face. "Haha. Sure, Wang Ziyan. These are trivial matters. If they know you were the one who asked for their help, they will rush over here no matter how busy they are." Old Qin laughed out loud as he spoke. He knew about what had happened in the Yan family. After he heard old Zhu's account, he remained shocked for a long time. At the same time, he was glad that Qin family was on good terms with Wang Ziyan. Currently, who in Rivertown dared to defy Wang Ziyan? He may not have proclaimed himself to be the king, but everyone took him as the king without saying. Wang Ziyan chuckled. "Thanks, Old Qin. You can pass them my number later and get them to call me. This time, I will make sure Uncle Zhang is completely out of worry so that he can enjoy his life from now on." After hanging up the phone, a faint smile surfaced on his face. After he settled Sister Li's matter, he would not have anything to worry about in his hometown. In the future, they could always come back to visit Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang once a year. In less than 5 minutes, a phone call came in. Hello, young Master Wang. Imyo Jian. How may I help you? Back in a luxurious villa near a mountain, a middle-aged man was holding a phone with a beaming face as he asked respectfully. Hello, Director Myo. It's not something difficult. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. Speak your mind. Young Master Wang. Your matter is the most important thing now. Tomorrow, my sister is marrying someone from the Wei King Yuo's family in Rivertown. I need your attendance. Sure. Young Master Wang. Just send me the address. And I'll go over tomorrow. Wang Zian nodded and smiled. Hubby, tomorrow is our 25th wedding anniversary. Where are you going? A wealthy lady next to Miao Jiang asked immediately when she heard his call. I can't make it tomorrow. I have to accompany a big shot to do something. Miao Jiang shook his head with a solemn face. At the same time, his eyes were filled with surprise. Old Qin asked the wealthy lady sternly. Someone even more powerful than the Qin family. Chapter 162 Wedding Car Lineup 2. Chapter 162 Wedding Car Lineup 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Wang Xian made 4 to 5 consecutive phone calls, after which, he smiled satisfactorily. Every single one of them had promised to be here on time. What just happened to Miao Jiang was also happening to several wealthy and influential people in Rivertown. They were all people who had the abilities to directly or indirectly affect the Wei family's medical equipment company. In fact, if 2 or 3 of them were to join hands to mess with the Wei family, they would be able to force the Wei family to declare bankruptcy. Wei family's influence in Rivertown was still above average and had assets of 700,800 million. However, it had a weakness, and that was poor connections and background. Let's go to bed. After settling all the matters, Wang Zian got on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Zian and Zou Yu headed over to Uncle Zhang's house for breakfast. There were already quite a few people who had gathered there in the morning and were chatting. Zou Zian, when will the wedding cars that you got be coming? I shouldn't have troubled you with this. If I had known that you were getting the wedding cars from Rivertown, I wouldn't have asked you to. Uncle Zhang sat beside Wang Zian and spoke while drinking pure tea. It's fine, Uncle Zhang. I've asked them to be here by 9 a.m. We will reach Rivertown by 11 and just in time. Wang Zian smiled. 9 a.m. It's almost time. Uncle Zhang nodded his head. Zou Zian is a really great kid and knows about returning kindness. He has settled everything for you. Old Zhang, you don't have to worry. An old man beside Uncle Zhang commented. Yeah, I'm really lucky. Uncle Zhang smiled. Look, there are quite a number of cars heading our way. At this moment, a middle-aged man standing by the side saw the situation on the road. He was shocked by what he saw. The wedding cars are here. The rest of the crowd looked over inquisitively. At this moment, Wang Xian received a message on his phone. He stood up, smiled and said, They are here. Once Sister Li is ready, we can go set off right away. Let's go. Let's go. Uncle Zhang nodded his head and looked towards the wedding cars lined up from afar. He revealed a smile and went to the room to call Aunt Zhang and Sister Li immediately. Sister Li changed into her wedding gown. She had exquisite makeup on and looked extremely beautiful. What are these cars? They are simply stunning. There are even sports cars. Oh my gosh, there are at least 50 to 60 cars in this lineup. These cars are simply stunning. Wow. Look at the car plates. Look at those car plates. When Uncle Zhang and his family member walked out, they immediately heard the exclamations of the crowd. They looked over and were surprised to see 5,060 wedding cars. The one leading the lineup was a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom that cost over 10 million. Behind it were 9 other Rolls-Royces. Behind the Rolls-Royces, there were 10 Bentleys. Moving further back, there were Lamborghini Aventadors, Ferrari sports cars, Maseratis and many others. At the very end, 6 Land Rovers concluded the lineup of 5,060 wedding cars. Seeing such a luxurious wedding car lineup, Sister Li's jaw dropped in astonishment. However, What truly shocked her were the car plates of these cars. The southern province cars started with S. Cars from Rivertown would start with SB. The car plate number of the first Rolls-Royce was SB 11111. The car plate number for the second Rolls-Royce was SB 22222. Moving back, she even saw car plates like SB 88888 and SB 12345. Due to the influence of her finance, she knew a little about the significance of car plate numbers. An ordinary man would never be able to get numbers like SB 11111, 22222, 88888. Those who owned these car plates were undoubtedly the filthy rich and influential people of Rivertown. How did Zou Yu get these luxury cars? Sister Lai was shocked. Yo, Master Wang, the wedding cars are here. Are you satisfied with these? At this moment, Ren Anjai alighted from a car at the back and ran towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian had asked the Ren family to help him find some wedding cars, and the Ren family had decided to let his son bring them over. Great. I have troubled you guys. Wang Xian nodded his head and smiled. Not at all. Not at all. Ren Anjai waved his hand in response. All right. Let's go then. Wang Xian looked at Sister Lai and Uncle Zhang. Let's go. Let's go. Zou Xian, this lineup is a little too extravagant. Uncle Zhang sighed emotionally. Wang Xian simply smiled in response. He got onto Zou Yu's car and the crowd headed towards Rivertown. Summer Sun International Hotel was one of the only 3 5-star hotels in Rivertown. Due to its connection with the Zou family, the Summer Sun International Hotel also had the best business. Today, the son of King Guo, Wai Zhuan, would be having his wedding in the Summer Sun International Hotel. The Wai family could also be considered as a respectable family in Rivertown. Therefore, the wedding of the future successor to the Wai family was done in a grandiose manner. What the bride's party is sending their daughter over with the wedding cars that they sourced themselves. Within a luxurious room of the hotel, a middle-aged woman looked bitter as she questioned the young man. Yes. Mum, isn't that great she didn't have to come from the hotel? Once she arrives, we can start the wedding ceremony, the young man explained. Great, how can this be great? Isn't that embarrassing? Her family will probably get cars that cost several $100,000 as wedding cars. When they arrive at the hotel lobby, they will embarrass us. No way, this won't do. The middle-aged woman spoke with a hideous look. They could choose to not go to the bride's house, but their son's wedding had to be luxurious in Rivertown. Tell me, Zou is such a fine lady, her family background isn't any inferior to ours. Furthermore, she just returned from her overseas studies. You, the middle-aged woman pointed at the young man and remarked angrily. All right. Now that they are getting married, let's not talk about these scenarios. Just get someone to escort her to the 8th floor when she arrives. King Guo interrupted. Dad, aren't we going to receive them at the lobby? The young man said bitterly. He was none other than Wai Zhuan. Doesn't she have legs? Is she handicapped after this wedding? If her parents aren't satisfied, get them to look for a better family. The middle-aged woman commented grumpily. Mom, how can you say that Zou Lai is my wife and your daughter-in-law? Upon hearing his mom's comment, Wai Zhuan wasn't pleased. All right, Mom shall not speak of her in such a manner. I'll try to manage our relationship in the future, the middle-aged woman replied. She still loved her son deeply. Wai Zhuan nodded his head with satisfaction. At this moment, the middle-aged man added, we are not going to receive them. Just get Zou Lai to come up directly. Wai Zhuan revealed a bitter look. After giving some thought to it, he finally nodded. In that case, he'll let Zou Lai know. Sigh. It would be great if you married a girl like Zou. If our families worked together, our business would reach new heights. Why did you choose a girl from a village? Sigh. When the middle-aged woman saw her son leave, she sighed emotionally. What else can we do? This child is determined to marry her. He even made her pregnant. Tisk. It's entirely the village girl's fault. Chapter 163 The Price of Getting Off the Car 1. Chapter 163 The Price of Getting Off the Car 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. A fleet of 50 to 60 wedding cars drove into Rivertown in a massive formation as they headed to the Summer Sun International Hotel. 10 Rolls-Royces, 10 Bentleys, and the rest were other posh cars like Lamborghinis, Aventadors, and Maseratis. This team of wedding cars, worth at least $300 million, looked extremely lavish. When the cars entered the city area of Rivertown, they drew the immediate attention of many people. Such a luxurious wedding fleet was uncommon. Uncle Shang and Aunt Shang were sitting in a Rolls-Royce, looking around happily. Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu were beaming as they followed behind the car fleet. Sister Lai got married in a blink of an eye. I wonder when it'll be your turn. Zou Yu stared gleefully at the car fleet in front. You think too much. I'm only a Yurtwo student, Wang Ziyan said nonchalantly as he darted a look at Zou Yu. Hee hee. Zou Yu chuckled. The car fleet quickly arrived at the doorstep of the Summer Sun International Hotel. There was ample open space for parking in front of the hotel. Under the direction of the hotel staff, a fleet of 50 to 60 wedding cars was parked in rows. The scene was spectacular. Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu stepped out of the car. Wang Ziyan fished out his phone and made calls to those who had contacted him yesterday. After he ended the call, Miao Ziyang and the rest of them, who were waiting for him in advance, trotted over. Young Master Wang, 6 of them greeted him with a beaming face. Thank you for taking the trouble to come over here today, Wang Ziyan said to them with a smile. It's no trouble. You're welcome. Miao Ziyang and the rest quickly waved their hands. It's our honor to offer you our help. Besides, it's a small matter. Thank you. Wang Ziyan nodded with a smile. What they want us to go over ourselves, this is fucking too much. Our car fleet has arrived downstairs and yet they refuse to receive us personally. What is this? At the same time, Uncle Zhang's raging voice was heard from the front. Wang Ziyan frowned slightly and walked over immediately while Zou Yu followed behind quickly. Miao Ziyang and the rest who were following behind were puzzled as well. When they received the orders from Old Qin and young Master Wang to put up a front for the bride and wife family's wedding today, they thought of such a situation. But now, it seemed more severe than they thought. Is the wife family seeking their doom? A middle-aged man could not help but whisper. Let's take a look. What's wrong? Uncle Shang. Wang Ziyan and Zou Yu walked to the first Rolls-Royce and asked Uncle Shang doubtfully. Why Zhuan is such a loser? He wants us to go to the 8th floor ourselves. Going there by ourselves, they are not even providing the wedding car. Now that we're here, they didn't even bother to receive us. Do they know the rules? Aren't they bullying us? Uncle Shang raised his voice in a fit of anger. Aunt Shang, next to him, was looking dreadful. Sister Lai was looking embarrassed. This is too much. What a bunch of assholes. Zou Yu raged after she heard Uncle Shang's account. However, she immediately covered her mouth the moment she realized her choice of words. Zou Yu, you're right. Those assholes think we're some pushovers. Uncle Shang immediately agreed with what Zou Yu said. You think it's troublesome to fetch us in a wedding car? Fine. Yesterday, you refused to show up at the wedding banquet of the bride. This is over. And now this. Uncle Shang could not take it lying down anymore. When Wang Ziyan heard this, his face turned sullen. With a pair of cold eyes he said, has the wife family finished setting up the banquet in the hotel? Yes. They are done. They invited quite a few people over. Still, their family took this wedding seriously. Sister Lai replied immediately. Seriously, they are trying to make themselves look good. What about us? This is not the first time. Uncle Zhang snarled. Sister Lai did not dare to reply to her raging father. Calm down. Calm down. Aunt Zhang comforted him. Well, wait over here. They want to look good. Right, get them to come over and receive us. If they don't come, we're not going up. Let's wait and see. Wang Ziyan looked at Uncle Shang and suggested. Zou Ziyan is right. Zou Lai, you will tell Wai Zhuan to get his butt down here to receive us with his family. Otherwise, we're not going up. Tell him this is what I said, Uncle Shang said directly. Zou Lai showed a bitter expression. But when she thought of Wang Ziyan's effort, getting her a fleet of luxurious cars in Rivertown, she was unhappy to walk up herself. So, she called her boyfriend, Wai Zhuan, who was greeting the guests, answered his girlfriend's phone immediately in the hotel. Soon, he had an embarrassing look as he hurriedly consoled her. Mom, Dad, let's go down and receive Zou Yu. Shall we? Zou Yu and her family have arrived. Waishuan walked to his parents and said bitterly, didn't we tell them to come up straight to the 8th floor? The middle-aged lady frowned and said with an impatient expression, Mom, the father-in-law said we must receive them. Otherwise, we're not following the customary practice. Waishuan answered with an embarrassed look. Practice since they are here. They should abide by our practices. Are we going to abide by their practices from the countryside? Can they afford it? The middle-aged woman threw out mean words. Get them to come up now and stop making trouble. King Yuo frowned and continued. We still have to entertain our friends and relatives. This. Waishuan was feeling helpless. He made a call again. However, before he could even finish what he wanted to say, an angry voice was heard from the phone. Waishuan, I'm telling you now, either your family comes down to receive us, or I'll send my daughter back. Upon hearing this, Waishuan's face paled slightly. He was an introvert, and he had been an obedient child to his parents since he was young. This time, he had shown great determination in marrying Zou Yu. Now that he was in such a situation, he could not do much. Dad, Mom. Waishuan came to his parents with a dreadful look. What's the matter? The middle-aged lady raised her eyebrows and asked. Father-in-law is unwilling to come up on his own. Let's go down. Shall we? We just need to receive them and bring them up. Waishuan pleaded as he asked. Such a troublemaker. The middle-aged lady sulked as she stared at her son with dissatisfaction. Fine. Let's go. It's not good if we insist. King Yuo frowned and said to them. HMPH. Let's go. We're going down to fetch the bride. Please take a seat. Everyone. King Yuo greeted his friends, relatives, and his business acquaintances as he prepared to go down. Oh, picking up the bride. Let's go and have a look. Yes. We're going over too. We haven't seen how beautiful the bride is. Haha. Yes. Let's join the party. The friends and relatives around them followed behind with curiosity. They had yet to see the bride, so they wanted to check her out. Chapter 164 The Price of Getting Off the Car. Chapter 164 The Price of Getting Off the Car. Seeing the group of people following, King Yuo had a ghastly expression. If I let my relatives and friends witness the bride arriving in a wedding car that costs a few $100,000, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What will this tell them about us? They probably will say we are mean to let the bride sit in such a car. The middle-aged woman looked disgruntled. However, she couldn't possibly send them back after seeing their enthusiastic looks. This had made her look even more disgruntled. She really knows how to cause us trouble. King Yuo mumbled softly as he headed down with a grumpy face. Director, why didn't you ask the photographer along? There should be video coverage for receiving the bride. Right. As the group of more than a dozen people walked out of the lift, one middle-aged man asked this. It's fine. We like to keep this process simple. The two kids have already taken lots of wedding photos and videos as records. King Yuo squeezed out a faint smile. In that case, let our groom be at the front to receive the beautiful bride, and the parents behind him to welcome their daughter-in-law. A middle-aged man joked loudly. Let's go. The crowd behind him seconded. No one had noticed the looks on King Yuo or the middle-aged woman. On the other hand, Waishuan was wearing a faint smile as he walked out. Where are the wedding cars? When the crowd arrived at the lobby, King Yuo looked around. He instinctively skipped the luxurious cars as he looked around him. Where are they? The middle-aged woman also looked around. Her face darkened as she commented. Don't tell me they are only coming in 2 or 3 cars. What a huge lineup of wedding cars ahead. Wow. Rolls-Royce and sports cars. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Oh my gosh, take a look at those car plates. Which influential person of Rivertown do these belong to? What a grand lineup. I haven't heard of any wealthy man in Rivertown getting married today. At this moment, doubt sounded from the crowd of relatives and friends. King Yuo and the middle-aged woman also saw the luxurious wedding car lineup. However, they did not believe they were from Zou Yu's family. They knew clearly about their daughter-in-law's family. The crowd also didn't believe that these luxury cars belonged to the Yu family. They knew the Yu family well. Although they were rich, they still couldn't afford a wedding car lineup that cost $300 million. Son, give them a call. The middle-aged woman heard the exclamations of the surrounding relatives. If the wedding cars that arrive in a while cost just a few $100,000, it would be really embarrassing in comparison with the luxury cars ahead. The middle-aged woman and Wai Qingguo weren't looking pleased. When the phone call got through, it was Uncle Zhang who answered the call. "We are right ahead of you guys, can't you see us?" Wai Zhuan, who was making the call, was instantly shocked as he looked ahead. There was indeed a familiar face standing in front of the Rolls-Royce. "Father-in-law, these cars." "Come over," Uncle Zhang said impatiently before passing the phone to his daughter in the car. "Dad, Mom, they are right there. Let's go over." Wai Zhuan pointed to the cars ahead and led the group over, where the middle-aged woman looked in the direction her son pointed and followed behind her son. There Wai Zhuan pointed his finger again. Wai Qingguo and the middle-aged woman looked over and saw two familiar figures standing beside the Rolls-Royce. They were the parents of the bride. "Why are they standing?" Wai Qingguo and the middle-aged woman were shocked. When they got closer to the wedding cars, they started seeing other familiar faces. At this moment, they couldn't help but be surprised. They knew clearly about the bride's family and were extremely dissatisfied about it. They were from a village. However, they were in a Rolls-Royce luxury car right now and were surrounded by several dozens of other luxury cars. Even the Wai family couldn't afford such a grand lineup. "What the? It can't be. Look at those luxury cars from the bride's family and those car plates. Aren't those the cars of the Ren family's head? And those cars right there, aren't those the cars of several other wealthy men in Rivertown? Why are they all being used as wedding cars? Isn't the bride from the village? The Wai family wouldn't be able to afford such a luxurious lineup of wedding cars too." The crowd of relatives and friends were commenting and felt disbelief. Wai Qingguo and the middle-aged woman were also stunned by what they saw. Their daughter-in-law was indeed sitting in the luxury car. "It's really hard to get you here." When Uncle Zhang saw them walking over, he remarked mockingly. "Father-in-law." When Wai Zhuan heard Uncle Zhang, he greeted with embarrassment before looking towards Sister Lai. Wai Qingguo and his wife asked, "You, how did you guys get so many luxury cars as wedding cars?" "What, I can't get other cars to send my daughter over just because you were not willing to fetch her," Uncle Zhang replied angrily. "Huh." Uncle Zhang's words surprised the crowd behind the Wai Qingguo's couple. They looked towards Wai Qingguo and his wife curiously. It seemed that they weren't very pleased about it. Moreover, the Wai family seemed to have not sent wedding cars to fetch the bride. "All right, let's talk after we get in. Let's go upstairs. We have a number of guests waiting." When Wai Qingguo heard Uncle Zhang, he quickly diverted the topic out of embarrassment. Those that had come along with him were all his relatives and friends. He didn't want to lose his composure here. "Zou Lai, let's get up together," Wai Zhuan said to Sister Lai, who was in the car. "Wait a minute. Brother-in-law, we had a hard time sending Sister Lai over. How can she just go up with you? You've got to at least give her a red packet to get her off the car. These are the rules and customs." Wang Xian placed his hand on the car door as he smiled and spoke to Wai Zhuan. Uncle Zhang looked at the Wai family's reaction before turning to Wang Xian. He stood aside and didn't say a word. "Red packet." Wai Qingguo and his wife were slightly shocked and Wai Zhuan frowned. They had not prepared any red packet. However, giving a red packet to get the bride off the wedding car was also a customary thing to do. The amount was at the crux of the issue. "You guys must have gone crazy from thinking about money," the middle-aged woman grumbled softly. However, Wang Xian, who was closest to her, could hear her perfectly. "Zou Lai, let's not kick up a fuss. Will you just get off the car? The wedding is about to start. We can't afford to miss the auspicious hour," Wai Zhuan said quickly. "Hee." Wang Xian looked at the Wai family's couple and revealed a cold smirk. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the back of the crowd. "Ayo, a wedding should be lively. Can it be that the Wai family didn't even prepare a red packet? How can you guys not show even this level of sincerity?" It was from Miao Zhiwei and the group. They could now tell that young Master Wang had invited them over to support him and mess with the Wai family. Any one of the 6 of them could severely damage Wai family's business. Any 2 or 3 of them together could make the Wai family bankrupt. Chapter 165 Painful Price. Chapter 165 Painful Price. The sarcastic tone stunned Mr. and Mrs. Y. Yuan, and the rest of their relatives and friends. Anger flashed within King Yuo's eyes. He bet the in-laws wanted to embarrass them. Our wife family is preparing a grand wedding. King Yuo lifted his head with a furious look as he traced the source of the voice. However, he froze before he could finish his sentence as he looked shockingly at the 6 people in front of him. Director Mio, Director Lai, Manager Fang, Director Zhao, Director Hang, and Director Wu. When King Yuo saw them, his pupils could not help but constrict. All 6 of them were people whom he needed to fawn upon. Why are they here? Hello? Director Y. Mio Jion smiled at King Yuo with a sarcastic look on his face. Today, we are here to send the bride off. But, we didn't expect to wait this long. The bride came. And yet, you were slow in receiving her. You don't even have basic manners. Director Y. You're doing things the wrong way. Yes. It was our oversight. Mio Jion spoke as if he was teaching a lesson to King Yuo. But King Yuo did not dare to be displeased about it. He hurriedly bowed and apologized. If you want the bride to come out of the car, you should at least prepare some red packets. Director Zhao beside him grinned at King Yuo. 1. Yes. I got it. Well, prepare them right away. King Yuo apologized with a nod. Even though he was full of surprise. Why did these 6 people come with the bride's wedding car? Was it a coincidence or? Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, and Sister Lai were shocked to see this. What was going on? Why did King Yuo treat those 6 people besides Zhao with so much respect? The relatives and friends behind King Yuo were equally surprised when they saw this. Among them, some recognized Mio Jion and the rest. All 6 people had a great influence on family's business. Yes. Well, get it done now, said the middle-aged lady quickly with a constant mixed expression. If you don't have the red packet, that's fine. You can always give something else. Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly at King Yuo and his wife. What else? King Yuo knit his eyebrows slightly when he heard Wang Xian. Radiance flickered in his eyes as he stared at Wang Xian, unsure of his identity. Since it's for the bride, it's as good as switching the gift from your left hand to your right hand. Wang Xian looked at them with his lips drawn. Seeing everyone staring at him, he smiled and continued. All the shares of the Ling Medical Equipment Group and all assets of the Y family can be treated as Sister Li's red packet for getting off the car. What are you insane? What sheer nonsense is this? As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the middle-aged lady pointed her finger at Wang Xian and shrieked. What nonsense are you talking about? King Yuo stared at Wang Xian with a dreadful look. Even Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, next to him, were shocked. I think it is feasible. It's not a big deal to transfer Y family's assets to the bride. Young Master Wang is right. You'll have to pay some price for getting a daughter-in-law. You didn't even receive the bride when she has been here for so long. Take it as a little punishment. Yes, since young Master Wang's sister is married to the Y family, you can't treat her poorly. Assets transfer is not a big deal. Mao Yian, Director Lai and the rest persuaded King Yuo in a cold tone. To them, it was a great honor for the Y family since young Master Wang's sister was marrying their son. How dare the Y family forego and pay no attention to the customary practice? No wonder young Master Wang had to get the 6 of them. Y family was digging their own grave. King Yuo's expression turned awful immediately when the 6 of them expressed their opinions. He was staring at Wang Xian with a pair of disbelieving eyes. Young Master Wang? The 6 of them actually addressed him as young Master Wang. The middle-aged lady watched this scene, looking pale. What are Director Mio and the rest trying to do? Force them? You can't blame me for asking too much. Sister Lai held her banquet yesterday when she married to your family, but none of you turned up. Not even the groom. I even had to look for my own wedding car. In that case, I can only ask for a bigger red packet for my sister Lai. Wang Xian beamed as he looked at the pale-looking middle-aged lady and King Yuo. The relatives and friends behind them were shocked as they stared at them. None of them uttered a word. Transferring all our assets. Isn't this Too much. Why King Yuo had a constant mixed expression as he spoke with a trembling voice. Nope. I don't think so. Mao Xiong answered with a face full of smiles. I can tell that the Wei family is bullying the bride's family. If you don't pay such a price, who knows if you will continue to bully the bride. That's right. Director Wei, you need to reconsider it. If you don't agree with it, we have our own ways too. Manager Fang said impassively to Wei Qingyuo. How can all of you do such things? The middle-aged lady had an ashen look with her body trembling violently. Her voice sounded like she was crying. I'm getting a safety net for my sister Lai, said Wang Xian coldly to them. Wei Qingyuo, don't turn things ugly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to make it up. Mao Xiang at the side threatened him. A look of despair flashed across Wei Qingyuo's eyes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fine. We will transfer all our assets to our daughter-in-law. Please step out of the car. Great. Director Wei, you're generous. Come to us if you have any need in the future. Mao Xiang said smilingly to Wei Qingyuo. A stick and a carrot. 6 of them could easily make the Wei family bankrupt. At the same time, they could bring Wei family to the next level. Upon hearing Mao Xiang, Wei Qingyuo gave a smile. None of them knew if the smile was a happy one or an upset one. Perhaps it was both. Whatever had happened today was totally beyond his expectations. A daughter-in-law from the countryside, whom they despised, actually had such an influential brother. He could get all the people whom Ling Medical Equipment Group depended on over here. He wanted all of the Wei family's assets to be transferred under the bride's name. Yet, Wei Qingyuo did not dare to refuse. Otherwise, Ling Medical Equipment Group would not survive for more than 6 months. How? The middle-aged lady was stupefied. Are they giving away the properties and assets that the Wei family worked hard for in the past decades just like this, to the daughter-in-law whom she had always looked down upon? Uncle Shang and Aunt Shang were dumbfounded as they looked at Mr. and Mrs. Wei. Then back to Wang Xian again. Sister Lai, in the wedding car, was looking confused. All the Wei family's assets are going under my name. Zou Yu, aren't you getting the bride out of the car on your big day? The relatives and friends of the Wei family quickly got this situation out of a fix. Yes. Zou Yu, pick her up and get ready for the wedding. Wei Qingyuo and the middle-aged lady said hurriedly. It was a situation that was hard for them to swallow, but nothing could be changed. In the future, they would have to please this daughter-in-law. End note. One small, red envelope-like packets containing cash are usually given on Chinese New Year and Chinese weddings for good fortune. Chapter 166 Getting a Beachfront House. Chapter 166 Getting a Beachfront House. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Sister Li's wedding had ended and Uncle Shang and his wife were delighted. After getting to know about Wang Xian's background from Mao Xiang and the group, Wei Qingyuo and the middle-aged lady had given up on some thoughts that they were harboring. They knew about the reputation of Miracle Dr. Wang from the old street. It was just that they hadn't seen him previously. At this moment, they had truly witnessed his capabilities. To make up for their actions for the last 2 days, they even wanted to head to Pengju to host a makeup banquet. However, this idea was rejected by Uncle Zhang. Now that his nephew and niece had made him really proud in Feng Lake County, he wasn't really bothered by this. What made Uncle Shang and his wife really contented was that they wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Lai being put into a tough spot and the Wei family in the future. With all their assets transferred to Sister Lai, the Wei family would have to treat their daughter-in-law really well. Otherwise, if they bullied Sister Lai and she left, the Wei family would be finished. When the cowardly Wei Zhuan saw how this had developed, he was thrilled instead. This made Wang Xian and Zou Yu a little speechless. This brother-in-law of ours really has no desire to be in conflict with others. Zou Xian, Uncle really has to thank you for what you've done for this incident. After the wedding banquet, Uncle Shang patted on Wang Xian's shoulders and spoke with a radiant smile. Uncle Zhang, these are just some small matters. Ask Sister Lai to bring you guys to first-rate restaurant to have a meal over the next 2 days. Sister Lai should know about it. This is the restaurant that I own. As for accommodation, You guys could stay with Sister Lai over the next few days. Wang Xian smiled at Uncle Shang and his wife. Sigh. Uncle Shang patted Wang Xian's shoulders once again and heaved a sigh, with a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He remarked, "Work hard." Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. "Uncle Shang, Aunt Shang, we are leaving." Zou Yu waved at them before driving off. "The returns of today are from small assistance rendered a few years ago. We are really lucky." Seeing the card disappearing from his vision, Uncle Shang sighed emotionally. Aunt Shang, who was standing by the side, smiled and wrapped her arms around Uncle Shang's arm. "Brother, where are we heading? Back to school?" Zou Yu asked, courteously as she drove. "Let's not return to school. It's not convenient to always stay at school. I'm thinking of getting a house outside school," Wang Xian said to Zou Yu. Wang Xian had made up his mind to get a house several days earlier. The dormitory room was small, squeezy and inconvenient. He definitely would like to have a house outside the school. Moreover, it had to be a beachfront house, one where you could see the seas once you open the windows. "Brother, we are getting a house." Zou Yu turned her head towards Wang Xian and asked excitedly. Wang Xian nodded his head. "Let's get a beachfront house." "Wow, brother. Let's go get a house," Zou Yu remarked agitatedly. Wang Xian smiled. "Let's go to the Supreme Seas Development Zone." Supreme Seas Development Zone was the name of a luxury development area. It was located by the Golden Supreme Coast. Golden Supreme Coast was an extremely beautiful beach in Rivertown. Currently, this piece of land was owned by a well-known developer. The developer had built a luxury living area on it and named it as the Supreme Seas Development Zone. Houses within the Supreme Seas Development Zone were all beachfront houses. They were beside the seas and were sufficiently warm, so that flowers could bloom during the spring season. The Supreme Seas Development Zone was a little far from the city area and would take 40 minutes by car. It was also a half-hour ride away from school. The car arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Seas Development Zone, and they could see the golden beach illuminated by the sun from afar. The entire beach was extremely breathtaking. Within the zone, there were wooden huts and beautiful pools. The villas weren't beside each other and were widely apart from one another, just like a standalone villa. Over this piece of land, there were only 30 to 40 villas. "Let's go take a look at the sales office." Wang Xian looked to the sales building by the side. "All right, brother." Zou Yu nodded her head and drove the car to the front of the sales building. The Supreme Seas Development Zone was relatively pricier than the surrounding cities. The price of the villa started at 30 million each. From what he understood from his research online, the houses in this area weren't sold out yet. Zou Yu stopped her car at the entrance of the sales building. After alighting, she skipped joyously to Wang Xian and held onto his arm. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" There weren't many people in the sales building. Only 4 to 5 salespersons were in it, and they were just sitting by the side and playing on their phones. A beautiful saleslady asked after seeing Wang Xian and Zou Yu walk in. Both of them were a little too young and no one had expected them to be buying a house. "We would like to view the houses." "How many houses are left in this zone?" Wang Xian asked directly. "We are only left with the 2 most expensive villas. Their prices are both above 60 million. As for the rest, they are sold out." The saleslady smiled and replied. Can you bring us to view the houses?" Wang Xian asked directly. "Are you sure you guys are buying?" That saleslady looked at them in shock. "Can't we view the houses?" Wang Xian frowned and repeated his query. "Yes, you can. Of course, you can." After taking a further look at their dressing, the saleslady nodded her head. "In that case, bring us there." "All right, please wait a moment while I go get the keys." The saleslady nodded her head, took out 2 rings of keys before saying to them, "Please follow me." When she walked out of the sales building and saw the pink Bentley parked at the entrance, she was shocked. Soon, the smile on her face got deeper. "Sir and Miss, let's get there by cable car." The development area of the Supreme Seas Development Zone was huge and the separations between villas were huge. Sitting in the cable car, the saleslady introduced the area to them enthusiastically. "As of this moment, we still have 2 villas that aren't sold. These villas are also the best. The villas have 3 floors with an area of 1,500 square meters. There's also a car park slot beside the houses. The sales lady brought them to the first villa. Looking from outside the villa was exquisite. The villa had a large yard in the middle of it with different kinds of flowers grown. The villa had 3 floors with each floor spanning approximately 500 square meters. The house was already renovated and fitted with the necessary furniture. There was a study room, individual bathroom and even a gym. On the 3rd floor, there was even an indoor pool. The entire villa was extremely luxurious. The price for this villa is 73 million. There's another villa a short distance away. That villa would be over 80 million. The sales lady said to them, "Let's go take a look at the other one." Wang Ziyan looked around the villa before saying this to the sales lady. The sales lady smiled and said, "All right, sir. The other villa has a completely different style from this. When you open the window of the other villa, the seas are just right below. The interiors are fitted with the best sound isolation materials. Therefore, you won't find it noisy at night. Let me bring you guys there to take a look." "Sure." When Wang Ziyan heard her words, his eyes lit up and he nodded his head immediately. Chapter 167 Breeding Spiritual Grass 1. Chapter 167 Breeding Spiritual Grass 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. "This is the one," Wang Ziyan exclaimed with excitement as he stood by the villa's window and looked down at the sea. It was a villa which was located deep within the Supreme Sea's development zone, close to the sea. This villa was built on a towering rock that emerged from the sea, thus having the sea water right beneath it. It was different from the other villas that were located more than 100 meters away from the sea. The entire villa stood at 3 stories, and the exterior had a swimming pool that linked to the sea and a boat placed beside the villa. The exciting thing was the slide placed on the roof, allowing people to slide straight into the sea. This villa seemed much more magnificent than the previous one which he had viewed. "How much does this villa cost?" Wang Ziyan asked the salesman excitedly. "Sir, this villa is currently selling at 83 million. If you are able to make the full payment, you may have the property only for 80 million. You may have the villa with all the facilities available inside," the saleswoman replied politely. 80 million? Wang Ziyan nodded and said, "He'll take it. May I sign the contract and stay in today?" "Yes. Of course." The saleswoman nodded with enthusiasm and shook, and moved herself right beside Wang Ziyan. She looked at Wang Ziyan with glittering eyes and brushed her breast against Wang Ziyan's arm. "All right, please bring me the contract. And if possible, I shall stay here today." Wang Ziyan spoke as he looked coldly at her. "Oh yes, yes. Sir," the saleswoman nodded and walked out with some disappointment. Wang Ziyan made his way up to the top level of the villa and watched Zou Yu view the surroundings with excitement. "Choose a room for yourself," Wang Ziyan said to Zou Yu. "All right, brother. You'll choose the room on the 2nd level," she replied excitedly. "Okay. I shall have the room on the 3rd level then. That reminds me, brother. My master will be coming over and staying with us later," Zou Yu told Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan nodded and said, "Sure. We can give Elder Fang the room right beside yours." "When is she coming over?" Wang Ziyan was not surprised that Zou Yu's master was staying with them. Ever since Zou Yu had become the saintess of the Thistles and Thorns sect after joining the sect, sect leader Tang had always wanted to arrange someone skillful enough to protect her. However, Zou Yu turned down the offer. Fortunately, Elder Fang would be following her from now on. Apart from giving martial arts guidance, she would also ensure Zou Yu's safety. "I just sent her the address. She will be here in the afternoon," said Zou Yu. "Okay," Wang Ziyan acknowledged. At this moment, the saleswoman came back with a middle-aged man in a suit. "Sir, we have brought all our information, and we may proceed with the transaction now." "Sure." All it took was just the signing of the purchasing contract and the payment. "Sir, if you have any needs, you may contact us via our hotline, and we will answer your needs as soon as we can," the middle-aged man said to Wang Ziyan with much veneration. "Oh yes. I really do have a need. Does your company provide purchasing services for yachts?" Wang Ziyan had always dreamed of possessing a yacht. A yacht would complete that sea view villa. It would also be a pleasure to take Zou Yu or Guan Shuking out to the sea for a ride. Having a zesty life on the sea could not be more wonderful than swimming under the sea in his dragon form. Yet the middle-aged man was stunned for a while and replied, "Well, we have a collaboration with a yacht agent who represents a well-known yacht brand in the world. If you wish to purchase, we have a booklet with the various types of yachts." He took out a booklet and handed it to Wang Xian. The yachts were known as the top luxury brand in Italy. Wang Xian viewed the price of the yachts, which ranged from 3 million to 80 million, came in different styles and were mesmerizing. This yacht cost just as much as this villa. Zou Yu was shocked as she came and looked at the different yachts in the booklet. Wang Xian nodded. He pointed at a particular yacht and said, "How's this one? It's beautiful, but it costs 40 million. It's too expensive." Zou Yu replied with her lips pouting as she looked at the yacht that Wang Xian had pointed out to her. The yacht stood at 26 meters long and was able to make long-distance travels. The interior concept was no different from a house. It was filled with all kinds of amenities such as a dining area, a bedroom, and a living room. The double-decker yacht was grand and luxurious. "Let's decide on this. Then the cheaper ones are too small," Wang Xian said decisively. Both the middle-aged man and the salesman were astonished. In just within a day, 120 million had been spent. "Sir, we will need you to pay the deposit first, and we will deliver the yacht within a week," said the middle-aged man, in an ordering manner. Sure, Wang Xian nodded and made the payment for the deposit immediately. "Thank you, and contact us if you have any needs." As both the middle-aged man and the salesman left, Wang Xian lay on the sofa with a huge smile on his face. Just the renovation of the entire villa alone cost tens of millions of dollars, with all appliances purchased from top brands in the world. Zou Yu also toured herself in their new home happily. "Brother, my master has arrived. I'm going out to receive her." Zou Yu ran out of the house. By then, half an hour had already passed as Wang Xian was chatting with Guan Shuking on his mobile phone. "Brother, come and help me out." Wang Xian stood and went outside as he heard Zou Yu's voice. After a short while, as he arrived at the courtyard, he saw a Wrangler SUV had been parked. Zou Yu, with her master and the chauffeur, had their hands full. What seemed peculiar to Wang Xian were some grass and stones that were removed from the car. "What are these?" asked Wang Xian as he looked dumbfounded. "These are some spiritual stones and spiritual grass that possess spiritual energy," replied Elder Fang, who looked at Wang Xian in bewilderment. "Spiritual stones and spiritual grass that possess spiritual energy." Wang Xian was stunned for a while and immediately went up to pick up one of those stones. Dilapidated spiritual stones. Instantly, some words flashed across Wang Xian's head. Spiritual stones. Wang Xian's eyes started to fill with fire, but he shook his head. Wang Xian needed a complete spiritual stone. Dilapidated spiritual stones were totally useless to him. He looked at the spiritual grass, but there was no sign given from his system, as the grass may have been too low in terms of level. "These items are used as a form of support for Zou Yu's training," said Elder Fang as she took out 2 tufts of spiritual grass from her car carefully. The tufts of spiritual grass were placed in a wooden bucket of half a meter wide, which was filled with red mud and some spiritual stones. One of the tufts appeared to be redder in color, and it glowed with red halation. The other tuft had some green fruits which were about the size of a pinky fingernail grown on it, and there were 5 to 6 of them. Chapter 168 Breeding Spiritual Grass 2. Chapter 168 Breeding Spiritual Grass 2. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. 100-year blood nurturing grass level 1. Extractable dragon energy 665. 100-year spiritual bead level 1. Extractable dragon energy 343. What? When Wang Xian saw the information about these 2 tufts of grass, he was shocked. He was actually able to see the level of these medicinal grasses. Moreover, dragon energy could be extracted from them. Nope. They should be referred to as spiritual medicine. 100-year blood nurturing grass. Could it be that this medicinal grass has been living for 100 years and has evolved into a spiritual grass? Wang Xian thought to himself. Our thistles and thorns sect had a hard time getting these 2 tufts of grass. This is the blood-nurturing grass. Consuming it would strengthen one's breathing and blood flow and strengthen one's body. This is the spiritual beads grass. Consuming the spiritual beads on it could increase one's spiritual strength. However, the spiritual beads on it haven't matured and would require an additional month. Spiritual grasses like these are few even in the entire thistles and thorn sect. Elder Fang explained as she held onto the 2 tufts of spiritual grass. Master, are those stones with spiritual strength and spiritual grasses expensive? Zou Yu looked at the white and translucent stones around her and asked inquisitively. They are naturally precious. Now that we are at the age of Dharma decline where spiritual energy is scarce, cultivation is extremely difficult. Not everyone has the inborn constitution like Zou Yu. A small stone like this will be enough for an ordinary ancient martial artist to absorb. However, each one of these is worth several hundreds of thousands. 1. The value of these 2 tufts of grass is even higher. You can't get it without 4 to 5 million. Moreover, many would see these as priceless. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to get them. Elder Fang explained to Zou Yu patiently. Wouldn't that mean that the stones with spiritual energy and these spiritual grasses are worth 40 to 50 million? Zou Yu remarked in astonishment. There were over 100 stones with spiritual energy that her master had brought over this time. Together with these precious spiritual grasses, the value was extraordinary. These resources are for your training use for the next half a year. There will be an auction in the southern province tomorrow. At that time, there would be spiritual grasses up for auction. He'll bring you along to get some items. Elder Fang continued. Zou Yu's eyes lit up as she nodded her head slightly. The thistles and thorns sect had highly valued Zou Yu's inborn constitution. They weren't stingy at all when it came to various cultivation resources. Let me place the remaining spiritual grass in a place with ample sunlight. Zou Yu, bring these spiritual stones into your room. I'll teach you how to absorb the energy in a while, Elder Fang said to Zou Yu. Alright, Master, answered Zou Yu. Miracle Dr. Wang. I'll be troubling you for the near future. Elder Fang said to Wang Xian. It's alright. You are Zou Yu's master. I should be thanking you for guiding her. Wang Xian shook his head. Although Elder Fang wore loose clothing, her perfect body was just like a mature peach. Looking at her was pleasing to the eyes. Elder Fang nodded her head and smiled. After which, she took the tufts of medicinal grasses to the front yard. With the assistance of a middle-aged man, she planted them. After watering them, and placing some broken spiritual stones around them, Elder Fang finally nodded her head in satisfaction before heading back to the villa. As for the driver, after helping Elder Fang, he left immediately. After seeing them leaving, Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before appearing in front of the medicinal grass Elder Fang had planted. Wang Xian knew relatively little about medicinal grasses. Medicinal grasses and medical techniques were often highly related. However, the shame was that Wang Xian was just a pseudo-miracle doctor. It seems like only medicinal grasses that are over 100 years could be considered as level 1 spiritual medicine. Only then can I see their information and extract dragon energy. Wang Xian confirmed the thought in his mind. From another perspective, the devil flowers that he met in the seas previously could also be considered as a form of spiritual medicine. Level 1 spiritual medicine is worth 4 to 5 million. This is similar to the value of a 100-year-old ginseng. Can I breed my own spiritual grass? Wang Xian pondered. When he knew how precious spiritual medicine was, as well as its effects, he had a thought in mind. As a divine dragon, coupled with the fact that he could turn into an azure dragon of wood attributes, he could control all types of plants. The most common ability and what he was most apt at in this moment was controlling plants. Using wood attribute energy, he could make the plants grow at a rapid pace and control them for attacking. Does this mean that I can breed spiritual medicine rapidly? For example, making a 100-year spiritual grass grow into a 500-year spiritual grass in a short amount of time. If Wang Xian could do it, he would be a bug-like existence in the future. All the experts in the ancient martial arts circle would be requesting spiritual medicine from him. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about the resources required for the Dragon Palace. Wang Zan had spent a total of 120 million to buy the villa and the yacht today. This left him with only 30 million. How poor was he? Wang Zian walked in front of the medicinal grass that Elder Fang had planted. There was a total of 10 tufts of them. These medicinal grass were all around 30 to 40 years old and weren't cheap at all. This is the spiritual beads medicinal grass. However, it has not borne the spiritual beads yet. Wang Zian looked at the medicinal grass. It was different from those that Elder Fang had placed in his own room. This was just a seedling in comparison. It still had some effects if consumed now. However, the effects were a far cry from those 100-year-old spiritual beads grasses. Those that were below 100 years were classified as medicinal grass. As for those above 100 years, they were classified as spiritual medicine. Wang Zan bowed down and dug out the spiritual beads grass. SSS. Moving his fingers slightly, a dense aura of the azure dragon surrounded the grass and prevented it from dying. Let's experiment on it. Wang Zan returned to the villa. When he walked past the second floor, he noticed that Elder Fang was guiding Zou Yu with her cultivation. He headed for the third floor directly and closed the door. I hope it will work. The spiritual beads grass was only about 20 centimeters tall and had the thickness of a thumb. It was of a bright green color, just like bamboo which had grown out of the earth. It was much smaller than the one in Elder Fang's hands a while ago, which was half a meter tall. Wang Zian held it and emitted an intense aura of the azure dragon. Gradually, he injected them into the spiritual beads grass. The spiritual beads grass glowed in a faint green color. Wang Zian noticed that spiritual beads were growing at a very slow pace. It really works. Wang Zian's eyes lit up as he continued injecting the aura of the azure dragon into it. This is it. However, after 10 minutes, Wang Zian could feel that all the energy in his body had been depleted. The spiritual beads grass had only grown by 10 centimeters. Indeed, it isn't that easy to create a spiritual medicine. Wang Zian's complexion was pale and he felt fatigued. He hesitated for a moment before going to the top floor of the villa. After removing his clothes, he slid into the seas from that slide. Dragon transformation. Wang Zian dived into the seas. He noticed that the waters directly below were only about 1.5 meters deep. Swaying his body, he swam towards the seas rapidly. Splash! The giant body of the divine dragon appeared. Wang Zian held that spiritual beads grass between his lips and swam to the region where the waters were 7 to 8 meters deep. After which, he created a space that was free of water. Wang Zian in human form was a lot weaker than when he was in the dragon form. The energy in his body in human form was also a lot lower. With a change in thought, lights of 5 colors were emitted from his body, and he turned into an azure dragon with wood attribute energy. I don't believe I can't create a spiritual medicine. Wang Zian stared at that spiritual beads grass, as a dense aura of the azure dragon was injected into it gradually. And note, the age of Dharma decline was referenced from the 3 divisions of time following Buddha's passing in East Asia Buddhism. It was said that during this period, no one would be able to attain enlightenment. Chapter 169 Breeding Spiritual Grass 3. Chapter 169 Breeding Spiritual Grass 3. Immense energy of azure dragon filled itself into the spiritual bead herb, which spurred its growth. The azure dragon energy had allowed the herb to grow from 20 centimeters to 30 centimeters. Gradually, the spiritual beads grew to half a meter under the irrigation of the energy. Why hasn't it reached the level of a spiritual medicine? Wang Zian stared at the spiritual beads in bewilderment and used his dragon energy to check its status. Oh my! This spiritual bead might be at a bottleneck stage. Wang Zian frowned. Every living thing had its shackles to unlock, spiritual grass included. It usually required a long period of time before the spiritual grass reached the stage of spiritual medicine. As time passed, the energy of the herb would be accumulated, and it would be able to break free from its shackles. What Wang Zian was trying to do was to speed up the growth by force, but it was unable to break the shackles. Looks like it's not going to be as easy as I'd expected. Wang Zian frowned again as he realized that it was not easy to cultivate spiritual medicine. It would be too absurd to think that any random person with a wood element energy could use their power to speed up the growth for spiritual medicine. In fact, unknown to Wang Ziyan, his Azure Dragon energy contained essence of the wood element. A pinch of energy was equivalent to 100 points of wood elements. As he was trying to recover from the energy lost, he gave it a thought and shook. Since spiritual medicines are able to boost my dragon energy, does it mean that the shackles can only be broken by injecting dragon energy? Immediately, Wang Ziyan injected some dragon energy right into the spiritual bead herb. Instantly, Wang Ziyan saw spiritual beads born from the spiritual bead herb. Spiritual bead level 1. Extractable dragon energy 432. Yes, I did it. A tuft of herb had finally been cultivated into spiritual grass after a massive amount of Azure Dragon energy and 14 points of dragon energy had been used up. Wang Ziyan was definitely on cloud 9. In conclusion, compared to the energy depleted in cultivating the medicine and the amount of energy he could gain from it, he still had close to 400 points of dragon energy surplus. However, the time taken to cultivate should be taken into consideration as well. It was not just the energy that was the crucial element. Assuming Wang Ziyan took this amount of time, he would probably gain more than 400 dragon energy if he hunted in the sea. I shall continue and see if this can be cultivated to a higher level. Wang Ziyan's heart was filled with willpower as he pumped more Azure Dragon energy into spiritual medicine. The Azure Dragon energy allowed the spiritual bead medicine to speed up the growth upon breaking its shackles. Gradually, as the spiritual bead medicine grew, the 6 spiritual beads on the stalk began to turn red. After an hour, Wang Ziyan exhaled a long breath, looking exhausted. In just an hour, he had used up all his Azure Dragon energy, which only allowed the spiritual medicine to grow to about 80 centimeters, and was still far from the full evolution. He decided to recover his energy before he carried on. As the full recovery took place after an hour, he continued to pump the energy into the spiritual bead again. Slowly, it grew to 90 centimeters, and to 1 meter. Wang Ziyan sensed yet another shackle upon reaching 1 meter. Guess I have to use my dragon energy again. The difference between the Azure Dragon energy and the dragon energy was the Azure Dragon energy contained essence of the wood element and could be replenished through recuperation upon full consumption, while the dragon energy would be gone permanently under the same circumstance. Currently, Wang Ziyan's dragon energy was standing at 500. So it was not a big deal using just a bit to cultivate a tuft of spiritual medicine. This time, Wang Ziyan used up 200 dragon energy. Spiritual bead level 2. Extractable dragon energy 2. 312. It's level 2. It has reached level 2, and the 6 spiritual beads have turned a fiery red color. These spiritual beads might be in their 500th year, he thought, and continued to cultivate. Since it was still early, he wanted to see how far he was able to cultivate. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 8 hours passed. 10 hours passed. Exhausted, Wang Ziyan lay flat on the seabed like a dead dragon after 12 long hours. This was just like fighting in a war. No one would be able to stand after fighting such long hours, especially when all energy had been used up. However, a smile was drawn across Wang Ziyan's face as he persevered to push the spiritual medicine to 3 meters with the 6 spiritual beads bore with yellowish fruits. Spiritual bead level 4. Extractable dragon energy 13. 654. A level 4 spiritual medicine had been created after more than 10 hours, utilizing more than 3 dragon energy. He realized that the cultivation would get tougher and tougher. It would require at least 3 days to reach level 5. It would take half a month to reach level 6. The higher the level, the tougher it gets. It might even need 3 to 4 months or more in order to reach level 7 or 8. He had to go on without any recuperation during this period. I shall let Zou Yu try on one to test its effectiveness, said Wang Ziyan happily as looked at the fruits and continued to recuperate. Compared to the level 1 spiritual beads, the current fruits were at the size of a fist and were beaming with a faint yellow light. With a twist of his body, Wang Ziyan had transformed back to his human form. He then leaped to the villa's roof. In his hand he held the spiritual bead medicine, which stood at the height of 3 meters and the circumference of an arm. Let's place it here then. It should not perish with the vitality of level 4 spiritual medicine. Wang Xian set the 6 fruits down as he left the level 4 spiritual medicine on the roof. If anyone were to know that the spiritual medicine had been left on the roof, it would invite countless powerhouses to the villa to compete for it after a day. I guess it's past 8 o'clock. Wang Xian thought as he looked at the sky, which had already brightened up after he was gone with the cultivation for more than 10 hours since the day before. He got himself dressed and made his way down. He peeped into the rooms at the second level. It seemed like both Zou Yu and her master had already gone down. When he came to the ground floor, he heard soft exclamations from outside. He came to the front door and saw that Zou Yu was training with a sword in her hand. Sweat was rolling down her cheeks. On the other side, Elder Fang was dressed entirely different from her 2 previous outfits. She was dressed in a complete tight-fitting gear which displayed her perfect body line. Such sultriness to that derriere which was firm, round and big, such enticement with her hair tied up. Elder Fang was standing on the other side while giving guidance to Zou Yu's sword skills. "All right, we shall call it a day. We need to rush to Flow City," said Elder Fang as she looked at the time. Zou Yu took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, master." "Brother, where did you come from, and just where were you yesterday?" asked Zou Yu with some astonishment as she saw Wang Xian standing at the front door. She had searched for her brother for a long time when he had suddenly disappeared. "Oh, I went out and got something for you," said Wang Xian with a smile. "How mysterious. I can't believe that you were starting to hide things from me already," said Zou Yu. With her lips touted, feeling unhappy, she said, "What on earth did you get for me that you had to leave without a sound? I almost called the cops after a long and wasted effort searching for you." "Ahem ahem." Wang Xian smiled awkwardly as he was faced with his sister's complaint and said, "I went to get something for your training. Here, take this." As he spoke, he presented the fruits bore from a level 4 spiritual medicine. Chapter 170 Auction 1. Chapter 170 Auction 1. Translator Larbre Studio. Editor Larbre Studio. A yellow fruit appeared in Wang Xian's hand. When Zou Yu wiped off the perspiration on her face and saw the fruit, she was completely speechless. "What, you went to get fruit for me? Huh." However, Elder Fang, who was beside Zou Yu, frowned upon seeing the fruit in Wang Xian's hand. "This isn't any ordinary fruit. This is something your brother had to work an entire night to get for you." Wang Xian was speechless as he walked towards Zou Yu with the spiritual fruit. "This is highly nourishing." "Tisk, you must be lying to me. All you like to do now is lie to me." Zou Yu pouted and was clearly not convinced. "This is..." Suddenly, excitement flashed past Elder Fang's eyes. She had a shocked expression and her exclaim was filled with disbelief. "Oh, it seems like Elder Fang has recognized this fruit." Wang Xian smiled at Elder Fang. Puff puff. Elder Fang's breathing was rapid. Her gaze was tightly fixed on the yellow fruit in Wang Xian's hand as she mumbled, "Spiritual bead takes 100 years to turn green, 500 years to turn red, 1,000 years to turn orange, and 1,500 years to turn yellow. This is the fruit of a level 4 spiritual beads grass." Elder Fang explained, and her body was shivering slightly. She looked on in disbelief. She did not have a great understanding of spiritual medicine in general, but was very clear about spiritual beads grass. The Thistles and Thorns sect had paid a huge price to get a level 1 spiritual beads grass. At that time, she had gone to find out more information about spiritual beads grass. The fruits from the spiritual beads grass were known as spiritual beads. Based on the difference in level, the colors would be different too. Fruits from 100-year grass, 500-year grass, 1,000-year grass, and 1,500-year grass were green, red, orange, and yellow respectively. Based on the color of this fruit, it was clear that it was the spiritual bead of a level 4 spiritual beads grass. She had not even seen a level 3 spiritual medicine, let alone a level 4. Rumor has it that for a peak level 9 martial artist, he has a 10% chance of advancing to half-step to inborn if he consumes a level 4 spiritual bead. If he can gather the entire spiritual medicine, he would have a 60% chance of advancing. 10% might seem low, but it was in fact very high for a level 9 martial artist, let alone 60%. Elder Feng's face was turning a little red from excitement. This made her even more alluring. The value of this level 4 spiritual bead is similar to an entire city. Miracle Dr. Wang. How did you get it? I did expend a lot of effort to get it. Wang Ziyan smiled and replied. Seeing the shocked expression on Elder Feng, he felt a little proud of himself. It was just something he created by skipping a night of sleep. Hee. Expend a lot of effort. Elder Feng's expression was interesting to watch. She really didn't know what else to say. Getting a level 4 spiritual medicine just because you have expended a lot of effort. This. Master. Is this fruit really that awesome? Zou Yu opened her mouth slightly and asked in astonishment. This is a spiritual bead and isn't an ordinary fruit. Elder Feng gritted her teeth. She felt that this pair of siblings was really strange. One managed to get a level 4 spiritual bead after expending a lot of effort, while the other asked if this fruit is really that awesome. If it wasn't because of her great mental qualities, she would probably be spewing blood. Level 4 spiritual bead couldn't be bought with anything less than 700-800 million. Moreover, even if you have the money, you need to wait for the opportunity too. The frequency of the sale of level 4 spiritual medicine might not even be once in an entire year throughout the ancient martial arts circle. Elder Feng explained. This. So expensive? Zou Yu's eyes popped open and were filled with disbelief. Yeah, Elder Feng nodded her head solemnly. More often than not, level 4 spiritual medicine couldn't be measured using money. Under most circumstances, there have to be exchanged with other objects. Oh my gosh. It's worth that much. Wang Ziyan was shocked too when he heard Elder Feng's explanation. He had initially thought that the value of this fruit to be a few dozens of millions at the maximum. It was beyond his imagination that this would worth 700,800 million. It seemed like he had underestimated the value of a level 4 spiritual medicine. What do you think, Zou Yu? Do you want to try a fruit that cost 700,800 million? Seeing Zou Yu's shocked expression, Wang Ziyan joked. Zou Yu swallowed her saliva and stared at the spiritual bead in her brother's hand, which she had previously dismissed as just a normal fruit. Miracle Dr. Wang. Zou Yu's current cultivation level is a little too low. She wouldn't be able to withstand the enormous spiritual energy in it. It's better to wait for her to consume it after reaching level 9. Elder Feng's mouth twitched a little as she spoke. Can we just cut it into smaller pieces before eating? Wang Ziyan was taken aback and asked inquisitively. That's possible, but a large portion of the energy of the spiritual bead would be lost. Elder Feng said. It's fine. Just cut it smaller and eat it. If Zou Yu can't finish it, Elder Feng, you can have some. Although it's a little hard to get this, it is not impossible to get. Wang Ziyan said nonchalantly and emitted the aura of a ruler. Seeing how he could say those words calmly, Elder Feng was stunned and didn't know how to respond at the moment. Her thistles and thorn sect had gone through mountains and seas just to get a level 1 spiritual medicine to aid Zou Yu in her cultivation training. In the end, Zou Yu's brother easily took out level 4 spiritual medicine for Zou Yu to waste. This. Can it be that it's our thistles and thorns sect that is too trash-like? No. It's this juvenile who is too insane. Elder Feng looked at this mysterious and good-looking juvenile and started to go into a daze. That's a little beyond her imagination now. Miracle Dr. Wang, from the old street of Rivertown, is definitely not that simple, she thought to herself, and had a desire to demystify the aura around Wang Ziyan. Brother, you are really nice to me. I'm sorry for grumbling about you previously. Zou Yu walked over, feeling touched. Haze. All you have to know is that I've done all these things for you. Wang Ziyan smiled. However, if you are leaving next time, you still have to inform me. Otherwise, I'll be calling the police, Zou Yu continued. Upon hearing her, Wang Ziyan's face stiffened as he patted her head. At this moment, Elder Feng commented, let's not let Zou Yu consumes the level 4 spiritual medicine. We can head to the auction today and see if we can get some level 1 or 2 spiritual medicine for Zou Yu. Auction. Wang Ziyan was taken aback slightly and looked at Elder Feng in doubt. Yeah. An auction organized by the 9 Stars Auction House. 9 Stars Auction House's auction is a blend of ancient martial arts and modern style. As long as you have the money, you can enter. They will be hosting an auction in the southern province this time. All the wealthy people and ancient martial arts sects in the surrounding 2 provinces will likely be sending their representatives over. The scale of this auction is pretty huge and would likely have lots of precious items. Elder Feng looked at Wang Xian as she explained. Oh, if I have something to put up for auction, can I leave it there for sale? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. He only had approximately 30 million and less than 1% of the resources needed for the Dragon Palace had been gathered. It was time to get some money. It's a little too late to sell it by consignment now. However, there's a session after the auction that allows one to exchange items for items. Naturally, you could get money for your items. You can even save on the auction fees in this way. Consequentially, you might not be able to get a good price since you lack the publicity, Elder Feng explained to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head and made up his mind. Brother, what are you selling? Zou Yu asked Wang Xian inquisitively. A few blood corals. Wang Xian thought about it. That heart-shaped blood coral with the other corals should be able to fetch 1,200 million. However, it was still too little. And a level 4 spiritual bead. As he spoke, he took out another yellow-colored level 4 spiritual bead. Elder Feng and Zou Yu were instantly stunned. Chapter 171 Auction 2. Chapter 171 Auction 2. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. When Elder Feng saw another level 4 spiritual bead, she suddenly felt like she was a beggar who had met a filthy rich person. Her lips were parted slightly as she stared at the spiritual bead that every martial artist wanted to lay their hands on. Such a spiritual bead was held casually by Wang Xian, who wanted to sell it for money. He dismissed this as something simple. Zou Yu was also stunned when her brother held out the spiritual bead. She hugged her brother's arm immediately and exclaimed, "My tycoon brother. Enough. Let's go." Wang Xian smiled at Zou Yu. "Get yourself washed up. You stink." Okay. Zou Yu nodded to Wang Xian and ran back to the villa joyously. Elder Feng stared hard at Wang Xian before she walked back to the villa. Wang Xian went back and checked out the kitchen. He realized Zou Yu and Elder Feng had bought a lot of food when he opened the refrigerator. He made a simple breakfast and waited for Zou Yu while eating it. Wow, brother. You made breakfast, but we can only have it on our way. The auction is about to begin. Zou Yu was thrilled as she took some food from the table and handed her master some. Are we in such a hurry? Then let's go now. Wang Xian stood up and nodded. The auction starts at 10:30 a.m. and ends at 3 p.m. It will be almost 10:30 when we arrived at Flow City, said Elder Feng to Wang Xian. Okay, let's set off now. Wang Xian nodded. He took out the blood corals and headed outside. Flow City was the capital of the southern province. The prosperity of the city was similar to that of Rivertown. It was also a second-tier city. However, Flow City was nearer to the first-tier city, Summer City. As such, the riches and the ancient martial artists from the 2 provinces would be going to the auction held at Flow City. Here's a list of the auction items. Miracle Dr. Wang. You can take a look to see if anything catches your eye. Elder Feng handed an exquisite auction booklet to Wang Xian. Thank you. Wang Xian nodded and took over the booklet with curiosity. The first page was an introduction to 9 Stars Auction House. 9 Stars Auction House was considered the first-class force, mainly for auctioning some items that were from the ancient martial art world and the present society. Apart from the Starry Auction House managed by the Starry Sacred sect, 9 Stars Auction House was the top-notch auction house in the domestic country. Each auction they held could attract many wealthy people and experts. This auction was the same as well. Wang Xian flipped to the second page, which showed the first item for auction, the authentic calligraphy of Lai Bai. Lai Bai, known as the Sword Celestial, was also a legendary ancient martial artist and a powerful inborn expert. The name, Sword Celestial, was crowned for his mighty swordsmanship. At the same time, he had integrated his swordsmanship into his calligraphy. According to rumors, if anyone could decipher his swordsmanship from his calligraphy, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the Sword Celestial. The first item, Lai Bai's authentic calligraphy, held high value in collection and cultivation. The bid started from 20 million. The second item was an antique which was not as expensive as the first one, with a starting bid of several million. Subsequently, there were other antiques, accessories, and all kinds of jewelry. Apart from those, there were things like renowned swords and herbs ranging from millions to billions. Many things inside the booklet stunned Wang Xian a little. Besides that, there were a few secretive items which were unrevealed. However, the booklet claimed that these items would spur fierce competition among the experts. Wang Xian flipped through the booklet and had some understanding of the auction. The car drove them fast to the border between Flow City and Summer City at 10 a.m. This area was a suburb with a pleasant environment and a beautiful lake next to it. It was surrounded by villas too. The car finally came to a halt in front of the auction house where various branded vehicles were parked around it. 9 Stars Auction House. Wang Xian stepped out of the car and walked forward. He saw a huge stone monument standing beside the auction house as it gave off a majestic vibe. Let's go. It's almost time, said Elder Fang to Wang Xian and Zou Yu. The two of them nodded and walked toward the entrance. Please show your pass. 2 young men stood at each side of the entrance spoke. Elder Feng took out a pass and handed it to one of them. You may enter, he said respectfully after examining it. Young Master Liu, you may enter. At this time, the 2 young men spoke to the person behind them with respect. King Yu. 9 Stars Auction House shares a close relationship with the Liu family. He'll get them to keep a lookout for nice jewelry from now on. A young guy's voice was heard from the back. Thanks. Young Master Liu. A girl thanked him in a monotone voice. You're welcome. I ought to do this, said the young guy. Wang Xian, who was about to enter, paused when he heard the conversation between the young guy and the girl. His expression changed. Hey, why did you stop suddenly? Move. The young guy's impatient voice was heard from behind. Wang Xian hesitated before he spun around. Zou Yu and Elder Fang turned back with questions too. Zou Yu looked at the pretty girl in red and parted her lips. She quickly turned to her brother. At this time, Wang Xian knit his eyebrow slightly when he saw that girl. She was still the same one who liked to dress in red, looking ravishing as before. The only difference was she seemed to be more aloof and tired. The girl was Lan Qingyu. When Lan Qingyu saw Wang Xian, she was shocked, surprised, and more. She felt a great sense of loss. How? Wang Xian opened his mouth. How have you been lately? He was mostly responsible for Lan Qingyu's withdrawal from school. Wang Xian had always felt guilty to her. Good. How about you? Radiance flickered in Lan Qingyu's eyes, but her face remained expressionless. Good too. Wang Xian smiled. Young Master Liu, who was beside Lan Qingyu, was shocked as he looked at Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu again. His expression slowly turned awful. Everyone could tell that Lan Qingyu had some relationship with this lad. Qingyu, who is he? Young Master Liu asked with a darkened expression. Just a classmate. Let's go. Lan Qingyu replied in a down-spirited tone and walked forward slowly. Young Master Liu looked at the back view of Lan Qingyu with a mixed expression. He then glared at Wang Xian with a pair of ruthless eyes. He walked over to Wang Xian and whispered a warning. Brat, I don't care who you are. Just stay away from Qingyu. Otherwise, he'll make sure you live in a living hell. Wang Xian was already in a bad mood when Lan Qingyu left immediately. Hence, he was impatient when he heard the young guy threatening him. Scram. Chapter 172 Auction 3. Chapter 172 Auction 3. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Scram. When young Master Liu heard Wang Xian, his face stiffened instantly. He stared coldly at Wang Xian and revealed a hideous look. Great. Great, you are the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner. Wang Xian looked him in the eyes before walking in impatiently. Young Master Liu stared coldly at Wang Xian as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Miracle Dr. Wang. That is Little Sword Celestial. Liu Feiyan, from the tyrannical sword family. A first-class family. He already possessed the strength of a level 7 martial artist at the age of 27 and specialized in swordsmanship. He once defeated 3 martial artists of the same level with his swordsmanship and has since been known as the Little Sword Celestial. His talents are tremendous. Seeing that Wang Xian had made Liu Feiyan his enemy, Elder Feng frowned and reminded him. Wang Xian nodded his head. However, he was focused on the figure in red dress ahead of him and wasn't paying attention to Elder Feng's reminder. Seeing how he reacted, Elder Feng shook her head slightly. The decorations within the 9 Stars auction house were extremely grandiose. When one entered, he would see a huge hall. Tables and chairs were already set up within. At the very front, there was an elevated platform of approximately a meter tall. There was a huge screen on the elevated platform that would be used for the auction. The auction house could be divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was for the public and there was an additional floor above it. For the second floor, they were mainly suites. There were quite a number of suites which totaled 20 to 30. These suites weren't VIP suites or for those with strength. Instead, it was just a very ordinary suite. One could not see the clients that had walked into a suite from the outside. These were private spaces that 9 Stars auction house had prepared for their clients. Some clients might not want to let others know that they had obtained some precious items from the auction. Therefore, they would prefer to enter into a suite. As one of the top auctions houses in the country, 9 Stars auction house would also ensure 100% confidentiality with regards to the buyers and sellers' information. Let's get into a suite. Elder Feng took a glance at Liu Feiyan, hesitated for a moment, and led Zou Yu and Wang Xian to a suite on the second floor. One could still clearly see what was happening on the ground floor from within the suite. More and more people entered the 9 Stars auction house. This auction was clearly highly successful, with approximately 200 people attending. These people were largely from the southern province and the 2 other provinces neighboring it. They were entrepreneurs, directors of large organizations and strong experts from ancient martial arts families and sects. The ratio of wealthy men to martial artists was roughly 11. From the second floor, Wang Xian could see Liu Feiyan and Lan Qingyu sitting around a table near the elevated platform. Liu Feiyan was explaining to Lan Qingyu enthusiastically. Wang Xian looked away and started observing the people of the auction. Liu family of the tyrannical sword from Hailing province, Ancient Fist sect, Lingyu sect from the Dongqing province and Demon Subduing sect. I had not expected the first-class forces from the 2 neighboring provinces to all be here. Elder Feng looked down and spoke solemnly. The Liu family members who practice tyrannical sword, Ancient Fist sect, Lingyu sect from the Dongqing province and Demon Subduing sect were all first-class forces. Speaking of which, the southern province was relatively weaker and didn't have any first-class forces. Welcome, everyone, to our 9 Stars auction house. At 10 a.m. sharp, an old man walked up to the stage and spoke to the guests. The old man was loud and didn't require another sound amplification system. He was able to project his voice clearly to everyone's ears. This is sound transmission art. This old man is at least a level 8 martial artist, Elder Feng explained to Zou Yu. Martial artist level 8 incredible. Zou Yu revealed a shocked expression. 9 Stars auction house can be considered to be in the top tier, even amongst the first-class forces. They have 5 to 6 inborn experts and their disciples are extremely strong. An ordinary first-class force couldn't be compared with it. Elder Feng continued her explanation. Zou Yu nodded her head and looked down curiously. We have a total of 40 items on auction today. Without further ado, we will be starting the auction for the first item. A real calligraphy piece of Lai Bai. 1. Lai Bai was known by many as the Sword Celestial and had integrated his swordsmanship into his calligraphy. If anyone could decipher his swordsmanship from his calligraphy, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the Sword Celestial and become invincible. The old man remarked. 2 beautiful and employees in skimpy outfits carried a calligraphy piece onto the auction stage. The handwriting was wild but had sharp vibes to it. Any ancient martial artists would be able to tell that this piece of calligraphy wasn't ordinary. However, it was extremely hard to decipher anything from it. The starting price will be 20 million. The auction begins. Ding 25 million. Just as the old man completed his sentence, the screen on the stage showed that there was someone who had upped the bid. For this auction, one wouldn't have to raise a card. Everyone had a button in front of them. One would just need to enter the bidding price and press the button to submit one's bid. 25 million from that Mr. at table 8. Is there anyone who would like to make a bid? The old man revealed a price after seeing the bid price. The crowd immediately turned their attention to table 8. This calligraphy piece. I'll definitely be getting it. Around table 8. Liu Feiyan lifted his head proudly and made his intention clear to all. He's the little sword celestial of the tyrannical sword. It's the Liu family, let's just forget about it. We naturally wouldn't compete with the little sword celestial for the swordsmanship. Since young Master Liu is so determined, we naturally wouldn't compete with you for something you are fond of. The crowd looked at Liu Feiyan. Some of them greeted him while some exchanged customary words. 1. Within the auction house, the Liu family would rank in the top 4 in terms of strength. Unless it was necessary, no one would like to compete with the Liu family. Haha, thank you. Everyone. Liu Feiyan revealed an excited look. He laughed loudly and greeted the crowd before turning his attention to Lan Qingyu, who was beside him. Qingyu, if there are any jewelry-related items in a while, I can win the bid for you. With the name of our Liu family, others would still show us respect. Liu Feiyan looked at Lan Qingyu proudly. Thank you, Mr. Liu. However, the Zhu jewelry has Lingyu sect as their support. Would I be troubling young Master Liu? Lan Qingyu shook his head gradually and looked to a table just a short distance away. Lingyu sect. Liu Feiyan squinted his eyes and replied confidently. Qingyu, our Liu family isn't afraid of the Lingyu sect. Let me help you. If our enemy is only Lingyu sect, there's nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, the old man on the stage shouted suddenly. A 35 million bid from Suite 13. Is there anyone who would like to increase the bid? Liu Feiyan was taken aback. The smile on his face stiffened. He immediately lifted his head and looked towards the big screen. On it, Suite 13 had just made a bid for Lai Bai's calligraphy work at 35 million. The crowd was slightly shocked too as they looked at the enraged Liu Feiyan. 40 million? Liu Feiyan's face sank. He lifted his head and looked to the location of the suite as he sneered. 45 million. At this moment, Suite 13 increased the bid by another 5 million. The gloominess on Liu Feiyan's face was heavy. Just a while ago, he still claimed confidently that everyone would show his Liu family respect. Just as he finished his sentence, someone stood out and competed with him. The action was similar to slapping him in the face. And notes? One Lai Bai is a very well-known poet in Chinese history. 2 greetings here aren't referring to waving to someone or a similar action. The action is similar to clasping the right fist with the left hand. Chapter 173 Jewelry Standoff. Chapter 173 Jewelry Standoff. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Brother, do you want to buy this painting? Zou Yu looked at Wang Zan shockingly. In Suite 13. Nope. Wang Zan shook his head. Then why are you bidding on it? Zou Yu threw him a stunned look. He just irks me, Wang Zan said with a smiling face. Zou Yu and Elder Fang looked at Wang Zan, speechless. 50 million. Does anyone want to bid any further? This time, an elderly man's voice was heard. Wang Zan looked and realized that many people were casting their glances over their sides. Wang Zan gave a playful look and stopped his bid. Since Liu Feiyan was so determined to get that calligraphy, Wang Zan purposely raised the bid to annoy him. Liu Feiyan wanted to save his face. As long as the Liu family's reputation was concerned, he would not let go easily. Wang Zan took this as an advantage to up the price. Congratulations to Little Sword Celestial for winning the auction for Lai Bai's authentic calligraphy. I hope young Master Liu can obtain the Sword Celestial's inheritance. When the elderly man on the auction table saw that Suite 13 gave up bidding, he knocked on the table and gave a final confirmation. Liu Feiyan was not as thrilled as just now, even though he had won the auction. His face turned glum, and he went silent. He might have gotten the authentic Lai Bai calligraphy, but he spent an additional 25 million and got a slap in his face. Naturally, he was in a bad mood. One by one, the items were auctioned away. Next on the list, a tuft of level 2 spiritual medicine Renling leaves of 500 years. After consumption, it could enhance body strength and strengthen body skin. This was the famous foundation building spiritual medicine. The auction began from a base price of 15 million. Level 2 spirit medicine is beneficial to your current cultivation. I will bid on it for you. Elder Feng stared at the auction item again with an unwavering expression. She immediately increased the bid to 20 million. 20 million. 21 million. 22 million. The competition for level 2 spiritual medicine was better than those antiques. The number of competitors reached a dozen instantly. 30 million. Elder Feng was not surprised by this situation. When the bid hit 28 million, she increased to 30 million immediately. The price of 30 million has already surpassed the value of level 2 spiritual medicine. 30 million, forget it. It's too expensive. Spending 30 million for a tuft of rendling leaves is not worth it at all. After all, it's only useful to level 4 and 5 martial artists. When the price hit 30 million, the individual families and sects shook their heads slowly. 30 million was beyond its own value. Elder Feng did not feel the pain for such a price that surpassed its own value. Since it was for the cultivation of Zou Yu, it was worth it. Sweet 13 bid 30 million. Is there any higher price? The elderly man stood on the stage and asked everyone. Sweet 13. Cold radiance flashed in Liu Fei Yun's eyes. He cast a glance upstairs and sneered. 31 million. Young Master Liu bid 31 million. Any more bidders? Liu Fei Yun's bid slightly stunned the elderly man. Subsequently, he drew a smile on his face. The other party bid 30 million. They should be determined to get this tuft of spiritual leaves. Young Master Liu is upping the price. Looks like young Master Liu bears a grudge against Sweet 13 from when they raised his bid just now. This is revenge. People from Sweet 13 were ignorant. Provoking young Master Liu is not a wise choice. When the crowd saw Liu Fei Yun raise the bid for another million, they understood immediately and exchanged discussion in whispers. Back in the suite, Elder Feng's expression was awful when she saw Liu Fei Yun bid deliberately. Zou Yu, at the side, raged as she glared at Liu Fei Yun, who was sneering. Forget it. Let him have it. It's just a lousy level 2 spiritual leaves, said Wang Xian to Elder Feng. He drew a faint, cold smile when Liu Fei Yun was competing with him. Elder Feng was slightly stunned with a mixed expression. Level 2 spiritual leaves are not lousy. Have Wang Xian chuckled out in embarrassment as though he spoke too haughtily. He quickly smiled and repeated, not lousy, not lousy. Any more bids? The elderly man's voice was heard from the auction table again. He was surprised as he looked towards the second story. Logically speaking, Sweet 13 should continue to bid if they were determined to get this item. Why are they keeping quiet? Liu Fei Yun at table 8 was also taken aback. Coldness slowly faded out from his face. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Congratulations to young Master Liu for winning the level 2 rendling leaves once again. The congratulatory voice of the elderly was heard again. Gosh! They people of character. Young Master Liu was obviously provoking them. They actually surrendered. This is not about a man of character, but rather, that there is no need to fight anymore. For a level 2 rendling leaves, 30 million is already too much. This, young Master Liu is unwise. He raised the bid because the other party wanted the item out of spite. In the end, the other party withdrew while he stumbled on it. The surrounding people exchanged their conversations in whispers as they looked at Liu Fei Yun and shook their heads. What a fool. Little sword celestial, if it wasn't for his gifted talent in cultivation, he'd be totally useless. Hee. People from Sweet 13 know their limits. On the contrary, Liu Fei Yun was too head-headed. It's hard for him to succeed. In the hall, people from the Ancient Fist sect and Ling Yu sect looked at Liu Fei Yun as they commented impassively. Young Master, we still have to bid for the last few items. We should not overspend. A middle-aged man frowned slightly as he reminded Liu Fei Yun. I know. Liu Fei Yun darkened his expression as he stared at Sweet 13 with resentment. Lan Qingyu, on the side, shook her head when she witnessed this. Next, we're auctioning the emerald gemstone, weighing 2 kilograms at a starting bid of 200 million. A jade-green colored emerald gemstone was taken out, and it was beaming with dazzling glow under the lights. Emerald gemstone was considered to be the top-class jewelry. A carat would cost tens of thousands. A 2-kilogram emerald gemstone was worth over millions of dollars. The emerald gemstone could be used to make a dozen sets of jewelry. The price of $200 million had silenced everyone in the hall. The affluent people stopped at the sight of it, while the martial artists would not buy ravishing, but impractical jewelry. $210 million. Just then, an aloof voice was heard. Lan Qingyu raised the price and spoke emotionlessly. $220 million. Haha. The Zou are determined to get this emerald gemstone and all the jewelry today. An arrogant voice cut the air as a middle-aged lady stood up with multiple posh accessories hanging around her. She spoke impassively to Lan Qingyu. $230 million, Lan Qingyu said as she looked at the lady with an unchanged expression. Chapter 174, A Strange Stone. Chapter 174, A Strange Stone. $250 million. Just as Lan Qingyu completed her words, the voice of the middle-aged woman sounded. She looked at Lan Qingyu and gave a cold smirk. The two large jewelry companies are going against each other head-on. A contest between two organizations that are worth dozens of billions each. This is going to be interesting. I heard that Lingyu sect found a gemstone vein on Lingyu Mountain that produces lots of precious gemstones. The Zou jewelry has deep connections with Lingyu sect. After obtaining the support of Lingyu sect, the Zou jewelry has been on a frantic drive to quash deep-sea jewelry. It was said that deep-sea jewelry's billion-dollar investment in Dongqing province failed completely a while ago, and they lost everything. The Zou jewelry has the backing of a first-class force, while deep-sea jewelry doesn't have the support of any ancient martial arts forces. When competing with the Zou jewelry, deep-sea jewelry is at a deep disadvantage. I heard that deep-sea jewelry will have a political marriage with the Liu family of the tyrannical sword. I wonder if that's true. The surrounding crowd was looking on in shock as they witnessed the contest of these two large organizations. Deep-sea jewelry and the Zou jewelry were ginormous organizations in the southern province and Dongqing province. Their financial wealth wasn't something that ordinary rich people could compete with. Despite seeing the strong stance put on by the middle-aged woman, Lan Qingyu maintained her emotionless face. $331.53 million. If the Zou jewelry would like to continue bidding, the deep-sea jewelry will choose to give up, Lan Qingyu said to the middle-aged woman plainly. When the middle-aged woman heard Lan Qingyu's bid, she was taken aback slightly as she stared at Lan Qingyu fervently. I finally understand why the Lan family will let a little girl like you take over the deep-sea jewelry. You're indeed capable. This piece of emerald gemstone is worth at most $331.53 million when made into jewelry. You can choose to ignore the cost of production, but if this gets too high, it will become pointless. Nonetheless, what's important is that the deep-sea jewelry couldn't afford to absorb these losses. But the Zou jewelry can. The middle-aged lady revealed a faint smile and increased the bid. $331.54 million. Lan Qingyu wasn't shaken. She did not increase her bid or say a word. Congratulations to the Zou jewelry for getting a precious piece of emerald gemstone at the price of $331.54 million. The old man looked at the middle-aged woman in astonishment before glancing past Lan Qingyu. That's what a real businessman would look like and how a fully commercialized organization should act. The middle-aged woman from the Zou jewelry was incredible, but the girl from deep-sea jewelry wasn't simple either. The auction resumed. Pieces after pieces of antiques, jewelry, painting, precious swords and various weapons and spiritual medicine were being auctioned off. Elder Fang was able to get her hands on a level 2 spiritual grass for Zou Yu as she fulfilled her wish. Wang Xian looked at the various items put up for auction, but none really caught his attention. He didn't know how to appreciate antiques, jewelry and paintings, and had no need for weapons or spiritual medicine. He simply sat down and drank his tea. The next item is rather unique. One could see it as a piece of art. However, it has a faint mysterious energy signature and is indestructible. The consignor has placed this with us for sale at a starting price of 10 million. The auction was approaching the end. The old man took a sip of tea before announcing this to the crowd. A piece of stone was being brought up the stage on a tray. The stone was entirely red with tiny marks on it. It was the size of a fist and looked magical and beautiful. The crowd below the stage looked inquisitively at this unknown item. This piece of stone was obtained by the consignor by chance in the seas. Our auction house wasn't able to tell what this is. Even an inborn expert couldn't destroy this stone. The starting price is 10 million and the auction will begin now. The old man continued. The fist-sized stone was projected onto the screen for everyone to take a good look. An unknown item being auctioned at 10 million. Isn't this a little too expensive? A martial artist looked at the stone inquisitively. Even an inborn expert couldn't destroy it. It might be a treasure. Perhaps one could make a killing after buying it. Even an inborn expert couldn't tell what this is. Do you think you will know what's the use of getting it? A few martial artists exchanged their views and the surrounding crowd nodded their heads in approval. Since the stone had been examined by inborn experts without results, what's the use of getting it? Oh, isn't this stone pretty beautiful? The middle-aged lady from the Zou jewelry was interested. She hesitated for a moment before entering a bid price of 10 million. The Zou jewelry is really rich. All the jewelry sold today was bought by them, and they had spent approximately 500 million in total. Deep-sea jewelry isn't able to get any peace at all. The rich always have the final word. For the near future, the Zou jewelry might just become the largest jewelry company in the country. The surrounding crowd was astonished. With the support of Lingyu sect, the Zou jewelry might evolve into the largest jewelry company in the future. When the middle-aged woman heard the exclamations of the crowd, she was cockily pleased as she touched the ruby in her hand. That stone, why is it giving me a strange sensation? In a suite on the second floor, Wang Xian was taken aback when he saw that stone. He had felt a strange sensation welling up in his mind. He felt that this piece of red stone wasn't dead but alive. Why would I get this feeling? Wang Xian frowned deeply. However, as the distance was too far, he couldn't get any information. This piece of stone isn't simple. Wang Xian focused and made up his mind immediately, following which, he entered his bid 11 million. Suite 13 has made the bid of 11 million. Is there anyone who has a higher bid? The old man announced loudly. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before increasing the bid to 12 million. 13 million. Wang Xian didn't up his bid immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before shouting. The middle-aged lady from the Zou jewelry didn't follow and the crowd didn't join in. 13 million. Deal. Congratulations, Suite 13, for getting this piece of mysterious stone. I hope that you will be able to unveil the mysterious aura around this stone. The old man congratulated him. Brother, what did you buy this stone for? Zou Yu looked at him and asked while feeling lost. I feel that this stone isn't simple. I bought it to do some research on it, Wang Xian said. How can a stone be so special? Zou Yu commented but didn't continue further. Wang Xian also didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the employee carrying the stone towards their suite. Wang Xian realized that the closer the stone was, the stronger the feeling he had. That palpitation seemed to have triggered a response from the deepest part of his bloodline. This stone is definitely not simple. Wang Xian felt his heart tingle and he stood up gradually. Creak. The door was opened and the employee walked in with the red stone. Sir, this is the item you have bid for. Wang Xian looked at that stone. His body froze immediately and his eyes were filled with shock. Essence Blood of the Suzaku. Chapter 175 Spiritual Stone. Chapter 175 Spiritual Stone. Blood Essence of Suzaku. Wang Xian looked at the red stone. Shocked. Suzaku was one of the 5 phoenixes. They were named Red Suzaku, Yellow and Su, Green Ran, Purple Saku Tori, White Hanjun. Phoenixes, like the divine dragons, were the top race in the universe. In history and myths, the emperors were represented by dragons, and the empresses were represented by phoenixes. The Chinese idiom 9 and 5 reign supreme was originated from the 9 dragons and 5 phoenixes. Phoenixes had a formidable ability, nirvana, ability to be reborn. It was different from the 9 divine dragon transformations of the dragon race. The 5 phoenixes' cultivation was known as 9 nirvana transformations. At the same time, it was the most formidable existence in the universe. Wang Xian did not expect he could buy a piece of Suzaku essence blood with more than 10 million. This was hitting the jackpot. Suzaku blood essence level 15. No dragon energy could be extracted, but it could be used to refine medicine, weapons, and nirvana. A simple message appeared in Wang Xian's brain. Such a simple blood essence was actually a level 15. This was a total surprise to him. A piece of Suzaki's blood essence was already level 15. It was not hard to imagine its mightiness. After Wang Xian swiped his card, he could not take his eyes off the blood essence. Brother, what is this thing? Zou Yu observed it with curiosity. Good stuff. I'm going to study it. Wang Xian stared at it. Zou Yu rolled eyes at his behavior and continued to focus on the next round of the auction. The auction had begun with the last few items bidding. The competition remained fierce. How can we activate this thing? Wang Xian stared at the Suzaki's blood essence puzzledly. With a slight hesitation, his finger moved, and a drop of blood appeared. He slowly smeared the blood on the stone, and the blood slowly seeped into the Suzaku blood essence. And then, nothing happened. Wang Xian tried to instill Inferno Dragon energy, but soon, he realized nothing got in. Is it because of my low level? After playing it for 20 minutes, Wang Xian did not figure out how to use the Suzaku blood essence. He was ignorant of refining medicines and weapons. As for Nirvana, he knew nuts about it. Without any choice, Wang Xian could only keep the Suzaku blood essence for now. I wasn't expecting that Manjak Jai would be hiding in the crowd. Totally unexpected. Master, who is he? There is a saying in the ancient martial world. Be mad, be a maniac, do whatever it takes. Maniac Gai Yuan-kun. What a name. I saw that Liu family, Ancient Fist sect, Ling Yu sect, and Demon Subduing sect were quite wary of him. Master, how strong is he? An inborn expert. Just then, the exclamations from Elder Fang and Zou Yu drew Wang Xian's attention. He spun around with doubts and looked down. A man was sitting at the last table at the back. His shoulder-length hair hid his face as he sat there like a dead person. Everyone in front of him was looking at this man with fear and respect. Master, why do people call him a maniac? Asked Zou Yu curiously. There's a reason behind it. Jai Yuan-kun was from an ancient martial artist family in Flow City. Back then, Jai family was of second-class strength. His father was a half-step to inborn. After they provoked a first-class force, his entire family got eliminated. Both parents and his wife were killed. At that time, he fled with his 5-year-old son in his arms. 10 years later, Jai Yuan-kun hunted down his enemies on his own and exterminated that first-class force. More than one people were killed. It was a shocking piece of national news. But Jai Yuan-kun was avenging himself, so none of them said anything. After which, Jai Yuan-kun killed the miracle doctor ranked number 9 on the miracle doctor's chart. He did that because of his son. His son was saved 10 years ago, but he was poisoned and remained unconscious all the time. It was Jai Yuan-kun who used a myriad of spiritual medicines to keep his son alive. He brought his son to seek medical treatment, but was humiliated by that miracle doctor. Hence, Jai Yuan-kun killed him. His family demise and his unconscious son seem to have impacted him, causing him to act eccentrically. Now, he does crazy things to cure his son's illness. With his terrifying strength, none of the forces are willing to provoke him, said Elder Fang slowly. Then he's quite pathetic, said Zou Yu. Elder Fang chuckled. This type of person is the most frightening. The strongest person in the southern province is Maniac Jai. He did not rebuild his family nor join any forces. By the way, the auction has ended. Let's go down. Didn't your brother want to auction some stuff? Elder Fang threw a glance at Wang Xian. Okay, let's go down. Wang Xian nodded. Miracle Dr. Wang. Let's detour to avoid the suspicion of others, said Elder Fang to Wang Xian as she took them on a detour. Wang Xian knew her qualm. She was worried that Liu Feiyin would suspect they were in Suite 13. After detouring, Wang Xian realized that no one had left the place. The wealthy people, families, and sects were still looking at the auction table. On the stage stood a martial artist who was holding a level 2 spiritual medicine. Level 2 spiritual medicine in exchange for 100 pieces of stone with spiritual strength. I wonder if anyone wishes to trade. After the auction ended, 9 Stars Auction House would provide a free trading place for all the guests to trade their items. A spiritual stone. Just when the middle-aged martial artist was waiting for a reply, a cold voice cut through the air suddenly. The middle-aged martial artist cast his glance over and narrowed his pupils. Immediately, he said, "Sure, Senior Jai." Maniac Jai swung his arm from the back row, and a white, twinkling spiritual stone was sent flying to the middle-aged martial artist. Spiritual stone. A complete spiritual stone. This deal is worth it. A spiritual stone is usually used by inborn experts for their cultivations. The value of it is more than level 2 spiritual medicine. I have heard that Maniac C has been collecting various spiritual medicine. Looks like the rumor is true. The surrounding crowd exchanged discussion in whispers. Wang Xian looked at the spiritual stone falling into the middle-aged martial artist's hand slowly. He was stunned. Spiritual stone 100 grams. Can be used for cultivation? Spiritual stone. It's the real spiritual stone. When the message appeared in Wang Xian's brain, his eyes turned passionate. He finally saw the core material required for building the Dragon Palace spiritual stone. This spiritual stone is 100 grams. Yet its value is more than 10 million. If he needs a ton of spiritual stone, that would be 1 kilograms. Based on the price, 10 of such spiritual stones would cost 100 billion. Wang Xian thought for a moment and frowned. I have a family sword that cut iron like mud. I would like to exchange it for level 1 spiritual medicine for improving blood circulation, or cash. After the middle-aged martial artist went down, another martial artist went up to the stage with a honed sword. Wang Xian ignored the auction on the stage as he fixed his eyes on Maniac C at the back. Since he possessed spiritual stone, he must have known how to obtain them. Chapter 176 Heart-Shaped Blood Coral. Chapter 176 Heart-Shaped Blood Coral. Translator Larber Studio. Editor Larber Studio. Brother, aren't you going to auction some items? If you are, hurry up. Zou Yu reminded Wang Xian as he saw him pondering. There had been 5 to 6 people who had gone up to trade their items. After Wang Xian recovered, he looked forward as a well-suited magnate walked down the auction stage. Just as he was about to stand up, Liu Feiyun from Table 8 stood up before him. It was obvious that he did not get anything he wanted from the auction previously, evident from his bleak expression. As Liu Feiyun walked up to the stage, he looked at Lan Qingyu before looking around. His gaze eventually stopped at Ling Yu sect and the Zhu jewelry. He took out an exquisite box from his pocket and opened it. I believe all of you can guess what the item I'll be trading away is. Yes. This is one of the petals from the ethereal flower. Its value can match that of a level 3 spiritual medicine. I want to trade this for any jewelry. Any type of jewelry will do as long as its value matches that of this petal. Those from the Zhu jewelry and Ling Yu sect. Do you want to trade? As Liu Feiyun spoke, he started to grin, and a slight sense of domination could be felt from him. Kiki. I did not expect that Lia's family to come up with such a precious item to support deep-sea jewelry. It seems like we will be facing off against them directly in the near future. A middle-aged man from Ling Yu spoke indifferently as he looked at Liu Feiyun with a smile. Liu Feiyun looked towards Ling Yu and replied calmly. Now that the deep-sea jewelry has the support from our Lia's family, no one can take advantage of them easily. Haha, great. In that case, we will like to give it a try. Liu family of the tyrannical sword Tesk. The middle-aged man from Ling Yu sect snorted. There was tension in the air. Liu Feiyun was undaunted. At this moment, he seemed domineering and indeed lived up to his name of the little sword celestial. Everyone, he'll be trading level 3 spiritual medicine for jewelry of equivalent value. If you have such jewelry, you may come forward to trade. If you don't have it now, you can come to the Liu family in the future for trade. Liu Feiyun repeated himself before turning to Lan Qingyu, after which, he left the stage with a delighted expression. He believed that his actions would definitely move Lan Qingyu. Ling Yu sect is supporting the Zhu jewelry and now, the Liu family is supporting deep-sea jewelry. This is going to be interesting. The Zhu jewelry has the support from a first-class force. Deep-sea jewelry has to react and find a strong cooperation partner. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match at all. Trading spiritual herbs for jewelry. From what it seems, Lia's family is giving great support for deep-sea jewelry. In the future, they might just have a chance against Zhu's family jewelry. Wang Ziyan pondered as he overheard these conversations of the crowd. It seems that the Lan's family might have run into some crisis. After Liu Feiyan exited, Wang Ziyan stood up immediately and walked towards the auction stage. Everyone's attention was on him as they waited in anticipation to see what he would be taking out for trade. Below the stage, Lan Qingyu was staring at Wang Ziyan blankly. Liu Feiyan looked at Wang Ziyan with a heavy expression on his face. Glimmers flashed in his eyes. "I'm selling a few things." Wang Ziyan smiled as he spoke. He then took out 4 exquisite blood corals. Blood corals, a type of precious gemstones from the seas. There are 4 of them here and one of them is. As Wang Ziyan spoke, he lifted one of them to show it to the crowd. A heart-shaped blood coral that is formed naturally. I believe that the value of this would be very high. I'm selling all of these and accepting only cash. Wow, these blood coral are so stunning. 4 blood corals with 2 of them likely weighing 4 to 5 katas. These are valuable. Naturally formed heart-shaped blood coral. That blood coral is simply breathtaking. It also has a branch that looks just like a red line. It's beautiful one. Blood corals are often regarded as precious gems that aren't inferior to diamonds. These 4 blood corals would likely be worth more than 300 to 400 million. Below the stage, the crowd exclaimed, "Bang!" At this moment, a middle-aged woman from the Zhu jewelry stood up with eyes beaming with desire as she stared at the heart-shaped blood coral. Heart-shaped blood coral and one that is formed naturally. Using just this as a marketing gimmick would be enough to bring huge fame for the Zhu jewelry. In fact, if the publicity was done well, the heart-shaped blood coral would enable the Zhu jewelry to make its way to the top rankings of jewelry companies in the entire world. Naturally formed blood corals that had an auspicious symbolism weren't something that emerald gemstone could compete. Lan Qingyu also stared fervently at the heart-shaped blood coral in Wang Ziyan's hands. She clenched her fist tightly. 400 million. The Zhu jewelry will be taking all these blood corals. The middle-aged lady from the Zhu jewelry shouted as she stared at the blood corals on the stage. 420 million. Lan Qingyu shouted without any hesitation. 450 million. The middle-aged woman had no hesitation either. Give us those blood corals and our Liu family will ensure you a life of wealth and fame, Liu Feiyan said to Wang Ziyan, as he saw the competition that involved Lan Qingyu. Do we need the Liu family to give him a life of wealth and fame? A middle-aged man from Lingyu sect stood up immediately and continued. Sell them to us and you will get the friendship of Lingyu sect. I'll forgive you for offending me previously. You can also use these blood corals to exchange for level 3 spiritual medicine from the Liu family. I'll give you 5 petals of the ethereal flower. Liu Feiyan ignored the middle-aged man and remarked coldly, "My friend, you've got to think this through. Sell it to us and the Lingyu sect will ensure your safety. You won't have to worry about others taking revenge on you." Sensing the aggression towards Wang Ziyan from Lingyu sect and Liu Feiyan, Lan Qingyu frowned slightly and said to Liu Feiyan, "Young Master Liu, I can compete for this on my own. I don't need the Liu family to help me. It's alright. Qingyu, leave this to me. I will definitely get those blood corals for you," Liu Feiyan replied confidently. Lan Qingyu frowned further as she looked at Wang Ziyan. She increased her bid once again. 500 million. The value of these blood corals has exceeded my expectations. Wang Ziyan was slightly shocked at the development. He turned his gaze to Lingyu sect and Liu Feiyan, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. An auction is an auction. Trying to threaten me? We have a deal, Wang Ziyan said as he looked at Lan Qingyu. Lan Qingyu was stunned, but revealed a faint smile. Haha, you are a smart person. This is a wise decision. Liu Feiyan laughed heartily, and remarked as he saw Wang Ziyan selling these blood corals to them. He then looked at Lingyu sect with a taunting expression. HMMPF. The middle-aged man from Lingyu snorted as he looked at Wang Ziyan. Haha, you are interested in level 3 spiritual medicine? Liu Feiyan looked arrogantly at Wang Ziyan and asked. I didn't say I was selling them to you. Furthermore, what use do I have for those 5 petals to rear bees? When Wang Ziyan saw the arrogant looks of Liu Feiyan, he wasn't pleased at all. He didn't know why he always found him extremely annoying. Wang Ziyan's words shocked the surrounding crowd. What just happened? Brat. What are you saying? Level 3 spiritual medicine? Do you know the value of level 3 spiritual medicine? Insolent brat. When Liu Feiyan heard him, his face darkened instantly. End note. 1. In Chinese culture, it is said that couples have an imaginary red line tying them together. Having a branch that looked like a red line is an auspicious sign. Chapter 177 The Impact from Level 4 Spiritual Medicine. Chapter 177 The Impact from Level 4 Spiritual Medicine. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. How arrogant. 5 Level 3 spiritual medicines are more than enough to exchange these blood corals. This young man actually said it's for rearing bees. Ignorant people aren't afraid of anything. How dare he say he'd use Level 3 spiritual medicines of Liu family to rear bees. Those were the flower petals from the Level 4 ethereal flower. Each of them is equivalent to Level 3 spiritual medicine, and they are priceless. I guess he didn't know the value of Level 3 spiritual medicines. He was lucky to have gotten those blood corals. All the martial artists' families and sects were dumbfounded when they heard Wang Ziyan. Subsequently, they commented sarcastically, not only Level 3 spiritual medicines, but even Level 1 ones were also precious. Only the first-class forces could lay their hands on Level 3 spiritual medicines. Liu family could become the first-class force because they had 2 stalks of Level 4 ethereal flowers. Hence, they had consistent supplies of ethereal flowers petals. In fact, every level of spiritual medicine marked a difference. Some of the spiritual medicine trees could bear a lot of spiritual medicines. Hence, the value would be higher. Ethereal flower petals were considered to be low in value among the Level 3 spiritual medicines, but it was not easy to obtain either. Now, Wang Ziyan actually commented on using them for rearing bees. Thus, everyone felt he was too arrogant. Are the Level 3 spiritual medicines formidable? Wang Ziyan chuckled softly as he looked at Liu Feiyan. Then he turned to Lan Qingyu and picked up the blood corals. Well, deal according to the price you said. Lan Qingyu stared at Wang Ziyan with gleaming eyes. She stood up slowly, nodded, and walked over. I'll transfer the money immediately to you. Lan Qingyu took over 4 blood corals with surprise flashing across her eyes. Imam Wang Ziyan nodded and did not utter another word. Lad, aren't you talking big? It's better to stay low profile. The value of Level 3 spiritual medicine is not something you can spout nonsense about. When Lan Qingyu took over the blood corals from Wang Ziyan, Liu Feiyan clenched his fist with a dreadful expression. You are the arrogant one. Wang Ziyan glared at Liu Feiyan with a disdainful look. He then took out a yellow fruit from his pocket slowly. Let's carry on with the auction. Spiritual bead. A Level 4 spiritual medicine. Spiritual bead fruit. What? When Wang Ziyan took out the spiritual bead fruit from his pocket, a faint, refreshing aroma drifted into the air. Boom! At this moment, people from dozens of tables stood up in the auction hall as they stared at the fruit in Wang Ziyan's hand with fire in their eyes. The fruit bore by spiritual bead. It's 2 years old. Level 4 spiritual fruit. This can give you an additional 10 chance to attain half-step to inborn for Level 9 martial artists. This thing is a must-have. We need to get it. The fruit from Level 4 spiritual bead. This is even more valuable than the petals of ethereal flower. Gosh! How did this young man get Level 4 spiritual fruit? All the martial artists from the families and sects stared hard at the Level 4 fruit with burning eyes. They almost went short of breath. Level 4 spiritual fruit was extremely beneficial to a family or a sect. If any of the Level 9 experts from the clans or families could achieve half-step to inborn realm with this fruit, their family or sects would attain huge improvements. In particular, those third-class forces could upgrade their strength by a class with a half-step to inborn expert, and the fruit could give birth to 1 half-step to inborn expert. In history, Level 4 spiritual fruit has only appeared thrice in 9 Stars Auction House. It's totally unexpected to encounter one over here. An elderly Level 9 martial artist was exhilarated as he stood up, staring at the spiritual fruit. No wonder he said Liu family's Level 3 spiritual medicine was trash. He's got a better one. And he actually took it out to trade. Damn. Compared to the Level 4 spiritual fruit, Leu family's level 3 ethereal flower petals are indeed trash. Young lad, what do you want to trade this spiritual fruit for? An old man from the demon subduing sect asked Wang Xian with a pair of eager eyes. Spiritual stones. I only want to trade for spiritual stones through bids, Wang Xian said immediately. Initially, he had wanted to trade for money, but the corals fetched a price that was beyond his expectations. Besides, the spiritual stones appeared. As he spoke, he turned to look at Maniac Jai at the back. Just then, Maniac Jai lifted his head and revealed half of his head, looking at the level 4 spiritual fruit in Wang Xian's hand. Spiritual stone. After Wang Xian revealed his trading requirement, everyone had a complicated look. Spiritual stones were valuable, and not any ordinary families or sects could possess them. Besides, they did not have a large number even if they owned some. Without 70 or 80 spiritual stones, it was impossible to win the auction. At table 8, Liu Fei Yun continued to have a mixed expression on his face. He fixed his gaze on the spiritual fruit in Wang Xian's hand and gritted his teeth. He did not expect this fellow to have a level 4 spiritual fruit. Recalling what had happened just now when he asked Wang Xian if he knew the value of the level 3 spiritual medicine, it was another slap in the face, and this was not the first time today. Young Master Liu, level 4 spiritual fruit, we must fight for it. We must win it. Just then, the middle-aged man beside Liu Fei Yan exclaimed excitedly, if we can win this spiritual fruit, our head of family will be pleased. The voice of his middle-aged steward darkened Liu Fei Yan's expression even more. He took a deep breath and nodded with a dreadful look. Upon seeing Wang Xian stir up a commotion with just a thing he took out, Lan Qingyu had a look of yearning. If she was the chosen one, how wonderful it would be. 70 spiritual stones. An old man from the demon subduing sect bid immediately. 71 spiritual stones. A young man from ancient fist sect shouted. 73 spiritual stones. Liu Fei Yun clenched his teeth and yelled, ho ho! Why is the Liu family participating in the auction? The middle-aged man from Lingyu sect looked at Liu Fei Yun and jeered at him. Just now, I wonder who said the other party was ignorant about the value of spiritual medicine, and who claimed that his level 3 spiritual medicine was awesome since it's so awesome. Why do you have to bid? Liu Fei Yun's face turned black immediately upon hearing what he said. If you want to bid, just offer your price. Stop saying useless shit. HMPH. How arrogant for a junior. Just because he thinks he's the little sword celestial. The middle-aged man from Lingyu sect had chilly eyes. He shouted out immediately. 75 spiritual stones. 76. 77. 4 first-class forces are competing for it. Forget it. We are not qualified to participate in this. Spiritual stones are the hard currency for the top-notch forces, but it's too difficult to obtain them. I only had 3 of them, and I already used them all up for my cultivation. The rest of the people watched dumbfoundedly as Liu family, Ancient Fist sect, Demon Subduing sect, and Lingyu sect competed against each other. All of them let out a soft sigh. They were totally ineligible to participate. 85 spiritual stones. Just when the 4 first-class forces were in a heated competition, Maniac's voice cut the air once again as he raised the bid to 85 spiritual stones. This was an extremely high offer. Chapter 178 Maniac Jai. Chapter 178 Maniac Jai. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. The offer from Maniac Jai made the 4 main bidders hesitate. It wasn't because they were afraid of the Maniac Jai's strength. For a level 4 spiritual fruit, they would dare to continue bidding even if they were going against Maniac Jai. However, Maniac Jai's offer was too high. A level 4 spiritual fruit was worth around 80 spiritual stones. It would not be a good deal for them if the price went any higher. 85 spiritual stone. Maniac Jai's offer is too high. In order to cure his son, Maniac Jai is searching all over the world for all kinds of spiritual medicine. He won't be concerned about the price. Sigh. It seems like Maniac Jai is going to win the bid for this spiritual fruit. Putting Maniac Jai aside, who is this young man? He can't be simple, especially since he has a level 4 spiritual fruit. I agree. He can't be simple, since he dares to mock the little sword celestial. He definitely has someone's backing. Those who were around started to whisper as they witnessed the events unfolded. Wang Ziyan looks satisfied, especially when he saw the four main powers stopped increasing their bid. He was contented with 85 spiritual stones. These added up to 500 grams. Although it was still far from the target of 1 ton. At least there was progress. Wang Ziyan said, "Congratulations, Senior Jai, for securing this spiritual fruit." He smiled as he looked at Maniac Jai and walked towards him with the fruit. Maniac Jai nodded and looked at Wang Ziyan. "Take this," Wang Ziyan said as he put the spiritual fruit beside him. Maniac Jai picked up the fruit and retrieved 85 spiritual stones from the bag beside him. "For you, Miracle Dr. Wang," he said. "Oh, you know me," Wang Ziyan replied with surprise. "I am familiar with all the miracle doctors that are ranked in the top 50s. Since Miracle Dr. Wang had defeated Fang Huazi, who was ranked 18, I would have definitely heard about you," Maniac Jai said with a blank face. "I see." Wang Ziyan laughed. He looked at Maniac Jai and continued, "Senior Jai, do you want me to take a look at your son? Your medical skills are still insufficient," Maniac Jai commented calmly. "Don't you want me to give it a try after all? Your son's conditions are already as such. What if I can cure him?" Wang Ziyan insisted with a smile on his face. There was also a tinge of excitement in his tone. "Get out of my sight or die." At this moment, Maniac Jai lifted his head slightly with killing intent clearly directed towards Wang Ziyan. Those who said such things about his son were courting death. "What's going on?" That young man offended Maniac Jai. "FCK. He must be courting death. How dare he offend Maniac Jai? That's equivalent to seeking his demise." At this moment, those in front of them visibly felt the intense killing intent. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and turned their attention over. "This guy is courting death. I hope Maniac Jai kills that young man." A flicker of surprise flashed across Liu Feiyan's eyes as he spoke and gloated. Elder Fang and Zou Yu looked over hysterically. Maniac Jai was seated in the last row and the seats in the middle were empty. As a result, many did not overhear their conversation. However, they knew that the young man had offended Maniac Jai. This is Maniac Jai's style, killing a person once he gets into an argument. As Wang Ziyan felt Maniac Jai's aura, he did not care much. He stretched his hand over to tap on Maniac Jai's shoulder. When Maniac Jai saw the composed looks on Wang Ziyan, bloodthirst welled up in him as he grabbed towards Wang Ziyan's arm. Hack pack. Wang Ziyan's arm was stopped by Maniac Jai. However, he still managed to tap on Maniac Jai's shoulder twice. "If you believe in my medical skills, you can look for me at Old Street. You know it." Wang Ziyan smiled while he turned and left. What's going on? Why didn't Maniac Jai strike? The young man must have said something that offended Maniac Jai. However, Maniac Jai probably did not want to kill him. Although Maniac Jai is eccentric, he doesn't kill the innocent. He probably has clear rules on who he should or should not kill. At this moment, no one saw the astonished looks on Maniac Jai hidden behind his long and messy hair. He looked blankly at his palm, which was blood-flushed. And he was in awe. How could he be so strong? Maniac Jai mumbled to himself. Just a few moments ago, he had felt fear trickling down his soul when his palm touched the young man's arm. He was certain that the young man was stronger than him, and the difference was huge. Wang Ziyan smiled as he walked to Zou Yu and Elder Fang's side. It was all his intentions to speak so much to Maniac Jai and even taunt him with words. He had his own thoughts for providing treatment to Maniac Jai's son. He felt that it was time that he paid more attention to the construction of the Dragon Palace. In the near future, he should try to look for the resources required. The trading session continued to about 3 p.m. in the afternoon. When the trading session ended, Wang Ziyan, Elder Fang and Zou Yu smiled and exited the venue. It had been a fruitful trip for Wang Ziyan today. Suzakus Essence Blood, 85 spiritual stones, 500 million in cash and relevant information about spiritual stones. He was thrilled. The ancient martial arts families and sects from the southern province, Hailing province, and Dongqing province were left in bewilderment as they looked at them leaving. Lan Qingyu looked at Wang Ziyan and hesitated. After a while, she quickened her pace and walked towards him. She called out, "Wang Ziyan." The voice shocked Wang Ziyan. He turned around and smiled. Lan Qingyu said gratefully. Thank you for the day. Wang Xian smiled and replied. That's not necessary. We are classmates after all. Lan Qingyu smiled and replied. Still, I should thank you. At a few meters away, Liu Feiyan was beaming with killing intent as he thought to himself. Damn you brat, and you. Lan Qingyu will be marrying me in the near future, and yet you are acting so flirtatiously. He clenched his fist tightly. Liu Feiyan was deeply embarrassed today. Liu Feiyan looked at his butler and said with rage. Butler Zhao, check it out. I want to know the background of this brat and where he obtained the spiritual fruit from. I want him dead, and I want you to bring his head to me. Yes. Young Master Butler Zhao replied and nodded. Liu Feiyan had a savage expression on his face and mumbled. It will be our engagement ceremony in 5 days. You dare to mix with an external guy right here, Lan Qingyu. I will definitely give you a surprise once we are engaged. I will make you submit to me under my crouch. After a brief chat with Lan Qingyu, the two went their own ways. Wang Xian wasn't clear about his feelings for Lan Qingyu. Nonetheless, he knew that there was a sense of guilt. After driving into the villa, Elder Fang brought Zou Yu to train. As for Wang Xian, he went to the courtyard, got a big vase, and filled it with soil before bringing the vase with soil to the top of the villa, after which, he planted various spiritual grasses in it. He nodded with satisfaction and lay down under the sunshade umbrella by the side. He then took out his phone and called Guan Shuking. Wang Xian pondered about getting her to the villa and then, haha. Chapter 179 Invited for a Treatment. Chapter 179 Invited for a Treatment. The next morning, it was the 4th day of their 7-day holiday. After watching Zou Yu practice her sword in the courtyard, Wang Xian came to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall at the Old Street. The medical hall had been closed for 4 days. Some of the calls from the hospitals were rejected by him too. Even though I have 500 million now, I must continue to work hard when I think of the resources required for Dragon Palace. Wang Xian opened the door of Divine Dragon Medical Hall, boiled a flask of hot water and poured himself a cup of tea with smiles. He lay there while waiting for patients to come to him. In less than 20 minutes, an ambulance siren was heard outside. Wang Xian had already called and instructed the hospitals to send those patients in need over on his way to the medical hall. Be careful. Careful when you shift to the bed. Here. No hurry. Doctor. Is the miracle doctor here that formidable? If he wasn't that formidable, would I have taken you here? Speak no more after you enter. You need to abide by the rules. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. You should have found out about the reputation of the Divine Dragon Medical Hall these past 2 days. The conversation between the family members of the patient and the doctor was heard from the outside. One by one, 3 patients were brought in one shot. Wang Xian stood up and swept his gaze across the 3 patients. Payment first, and I guarantee your recovery. After his shout, he went to the patient and began his treatment. Miracle Dr. Wang. I brought my son here. Please take a look at him. At this point, a voice was heard. Bring him upstairs first. You need to queue for getting treatment. Wang Xian did not look back at him as he spoke. Maniac Jai was not displeased at all. He immediately signaled to the people behind him with gestures. The few of them nodded and carried a juvenile out from a car outside with care. The juvenile was 14 or 15 years old with rosy cheeks, and did not seem like a patient at all. However, the juvenile was unconscious with no signs of waking up. One could vaguely see the black bones of the juvenile. Wang Xian was treating another 3 patients. To avoid being watched, he got a few curtains in the room so that no one could see him from the outside. Maniac Jai watched everything Wang Xian was doing. Subsequently, he stood quietly at the side. The rest of the family members were standing at the side too. Is this the place? Divine Dragon Medical Hall. It should be here. I heard there's a new miracle doctor that entered the miracle doctor chart. Now he's ranked 18, so he should be quite skillful. He beat Fang Huazi to earn his ranking, but he has no cases to prove his reputation. Let's try and see if he can cure Big Brother's injuries. If not, we'll have to find the miracle doctor from the medical saint sect. Just then, there were a few middle-aged men talking outside the door. They were dressed uniformly with a wolf embroidered on their clothes. "Is Miracle Dr. Wang around?" asked the three of them directly. When they stepped into the medical hall, they frowned when they saw that people were standing around in silence. "Queue up if you're here for treatment," Wang Xian answered impassively when he heard the voice outside. The three of them were stunned and chuckled immediately. "Dianling sect would like to invite Miracle Dr. Wang to Rongju to treat our big brother. We'll reward you handsomely then." Rongju. Wang Xian was slightly taken by surprise, as no one had ever come to Rivertown to invite him for treatment. It looked like his reputation had traveled far, which was a good thing. "I don't have much time these next 2 days. You can bring him over." Wang Xian smiled and replied. Rongju might not be far from here, but it would take 4 to 5 hours of traveling. He would waste a day if he traveled back and forth, which was a troublesome thing. The middle-aged man in the center knit his eyebrow slightly and said again, "Miracle Dr. Wang, our big brother's injuries are quite severe. He's not fit to travel so far. I hope you can come along with us." "How much are you paying if I cure him?" Wang Xian asked immediately as he frowned. 20 million. So long as you can cure our big brother's injuries, we will pay you 20 million. Also, we'll provide those required herbs and spiritual medicines," the middle-aged man continued. 20 million. Wang Xian shook his head and declined. "I'm busy." "You." The middle-aged man was stunned as his expression turned awful. It was more than respectful for a first-class sect. Dianling sect. Here to invite a miracle doctor that was ranked 18. But the other party did not even give them any face. Besides, he did not even come out to show his face. "Miracle Dr. Wang, we can negotiate the price again. You should at least show your face. You're not showing respect to us if you do this." The middle-aged man darkened his expression as he spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian, who was treating a patient inside with his azure dragon energy, frowned impatiently. He drew the curtain open and looked at the three of them outside. "I'm busy. If you want to get treatment, bring the patient over. Make your choice, and stop interrupting my treatment of other patients." Wang Xian looked at the three middle-aged men and spoke without any patience. "Fuck. It took us almost 5 hours to get here just to invite you over. Is this the right attitude? Your ranking isn't high, and you're fucking proud of it. How could you not give a face to Dianling sect?" A middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian with fury on his face. "Looking at you. I don't think you deserve your reputation. You look so young. I wonder what means you used to win Fang Huazi. That's enough. Third brother. Stop it." The middle-aged man in the center frowned slightly and waved his hand to stop him. He then looked at Wang Xian and coldly said, "We heard about your reputation, and that you're young and promising. But you're such an arrogant fellow that you were not showing the Dianling sect respect, even when we came here and invited you. Heh. Scram if you're not here for treatment." Just then, Maniac Jis' voice was heard from the side before Wang Xian could reply. He lifted his head and looked at the trio from Dianling sect with immense killing intent in his eyes. The three of them froze as they spun around with nasty looks. An infuriating bellow sounded, "Fuck you again." But when they saw Maniac Jai, they swallowed whatever words they had. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at him with disbelief. You are Maniac Jai." The three middle-aged men trembled all of a sudden as they revealed frightening expressions. Inborn expert. Maniac Jai was well known for his name. They had even seen him before. Looking at the middle-aged man whose hair was long, and who was filled with a murderous aura, who else other than Maniac Jai could be here? They swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great fear in their eyes. "Senior Jai. Hello. Well, leave now." Like now. The trio was full of fear. They were well aware that Maniac Jai was a terrifying existence, as he had once exterminated a first-class force all by himself. Even though Dianling sect was also a first-class force, they were not that different from the one that Maniac Jai had exterminated. If their sect leader knew they provoked Maniac Jai, they would get slaughtered immediately just to appease Maniac Jis' anger. After all, Maniac Jai liked to do things based on his preferences, and he could kill anyone without batting his eyes. Chapter 180 The Treatment. Chapter 180 The Treatment. The trio is so arrogant. The first thing they did was to demand Miracle Dr. Wang to follow them to Dianling sect to treat their big brother. That guy with long hair looks so strong the trio was terrified by just a sentence from him. Even the middle-aged man with long hair had to queue with his son for the treatment, and yet the trio dared to demand that the miracle doctor follow them to Rongju right away. Don't they know the rules here? How dare they still kick up a fuss here? At this moment, those around the group started to whisper to one another. As the trio overheard the conversations, their bodies stiffened. There was a flicker of fear in their eyes. Even the maniac Jai brought his son here for treatment and queued patiently for his turn. Is he just a miracle doctor that ranked near the 20s in the ranking board? Even the miracle doctor that ranked 9 was murdered when he offended the maniac Jai. We are sorry, Miracle Dr. Wank. We will scram immediately. Immediately. The trio left the place immediately with fear evident on their faces. Looking at the trio with slight disdain, Wang Xian shook his head slowly. It was human nature to bully the weak and be fearful of the strong. Ignoring this brief interlude, Wang Xian walked to the last person in the queue and continued with his treatment. After 5 minutes, he nodded with satisfaction and walked out. Let's go take a look at your son, he said to Maniac Jai. Yes. With a flicker of hope in his eyes, Maniac Jai nodded his head and followed Wang Xian up the stairs. At the second story, Maniac Jai walked to his son who was on the bed. His eyes were filled with love he had for his son. With determination in his eyes, he said, Miracle Dr. Wank, I can promise you anything so long as you can cure my son. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the young man who was on the bed. Haven't you looked for other skillful miracle doctors to treat him? Maniac Jai replied in a solemn expression. I once approached the ranked 4 miracle doctor. He told me that only the 10 years cleansing elixir could cure him. The 10 years cleansing elixir was considered to be level 7 or 8 spiritual medicine. Disregarding the chances of finding it, whether it really existed was a question. After hearing from the maniac Jai, Wang Xian reached out and lifted the young man's arm. He felt a slight warmth from his arm and a faint glow emitting from his arm. However, one could also vaguely see that his bones had turned black. The toxins had already bound with his bones. Ordinary medical techniques couldn't possibly cure it. It would require a large amount of strong spiritual herbs to purge the toxins from the bones. While holding the young man's arm, Wang Xian injected a stream of azure dragon energy into his body. Through his senses, he noticed that the young man's bones were all pitched black. It looked horrifying. However, there was a sweet scent of spiritual medicine emitted from his body too. If it wasn't for the vast amount of spiritual medicine in his body, he would have died long ago. Maniac Jai told Wang Xian. Although that miracle doctor did not cure Zou Zhang's illness, he reminded me of a way to keep his life using the body as medicine to suppress the toxins. For every cycle, I would need various spiritual grasses and decoct them into soup to feed him. Otherwise, he would be beyond curing if the toxin enters the body. If Wang Xian had not demonstrated the terrifying strength the previous day, Maniac Jai would not have bothered and wasted his time on a miracle doctor that ranked only 18th. He wouldn't have queued patiently and wasted his time explaining all this to him. As the energy of the azure dragon flowed into the young man's body, Wang Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. As he was still too weak, the energy of the azure dragon couldn't deal with the toxins in the body. These toxins are really vicious. The dosage of the toxins is horrifying too. As the energy from the azure dragon contacted the toxin, the energy was being neutralized at a terrifying speed. The toxin seemed to be alive and would attack the energy from the azure dragon frantically once they sensed it coming. This venom was released by a half-step to inborn expert just before he died. This venom that was released was sufficient to kill 10,000 people. As Maniac Jai spoke, he shook with wrath. There were signs of madness in his eyes. Wang Xian looked at Maniac Jai. With how it looked now, Maniac Jai was no doubt experiencing madness in his mind. If his son had died, Maniac Jai would likely fall into deprivation and become a real demon. The situation is within control, Wang Xian said as he sent divine dragon energy into Zou Zhang's body this time. SSSSSS. Wang Xian could hear burning sounds from the body of Zou Zhang. He realized the concentrated toxins and the divine dragon energy were neutralizing each other. Although dragon energy was considered to be among the highest air energies, the amount was limited. On the other hand, the toxin had been inside Zou Zhang's body for several years and was deeply rooted in his bones. Nonetheless, neutralizing the toxins in his body was still possible with the dragon energy. 100, 200, 300, the dragon energy was being exhausted quickly. The amount of toxins in Zou Zhang's body far exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. However, the expense of the dragon energy was nothing compared to what there was to gain. This. As he looked at the black toxin diminishing from his son's body at a pace visible to the naked eye, Maniac Jis' eyes lit up with excitement. He crouched beside the bed, hugging his own head. Wang Xian looked at Maniac Jai and thought to himself, even a crazy person has a soft spot in his heart. Wang Xian utilized both of his arms and emitted dense dragon energy from his body. At the same time, he was emitting the demeanor of a supreme emperor. Maniac Jai was in awe. Horror flashed in his eyes as he lifted his head and looked at Wang Xian. This aura, it's too strong. Puff. Alright, the toxins in your son's body have been removed. Wang Xian exhaled as he spoke. He had used up more than 2 points of dragon energy to cure Maniac Jis' son. This was a huge price to pay. Arg! Just as they spoke, Zou Zhang started to murmur. With the help of the vast quantity of spiritual medicine in his body was recovering at a rapid pace after the toxins had been purged. In the future, if he started to cultivate, he could easily reach martial artist level 8 or 9. Jai Zhang, my dear son, Maniac Jai exclaimed in excitement. Wang Xian looked back at him while walking down the stairs. He wanted to give the father and son some personal time. As Wang Xian returned to the first story, the other 3 patients had left. He poured himself a new cup of tea and started drinking in his chair. The fragrance of the tea was what he liked. Bang, bang, bang. About 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard from above. Jai Zhang, wait for me outside the medical hall. I will join you shortly. A fatherly love could be felt from Maniac Jai as he spoke. He was no longer in the state of madness. Yes, father. Jai Zhang nodded as he walked out. Maniac Jai walked to Wang Xian and bowed deeply. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Wank. I will fulfill all your requests so long as you don't send me to die. I would still like to accompany my son for some time, he promised. As Wang Xian rose from his seat, he smiled at Maniac Jai and said, I need an astronomical amount of spiritual stones. I need a way for me to obtain them. Chapter 1 – 81 Ways of Obtaining the Spiritual Stones. Chapter 1 – 81 Ways of Obtaining the Spiritual Stones. I only have 50 pieces of spiritual stones. When Maniac Jai heard Wang Xian's conditions, he frowned as he did not have that many spiritual stones. Tell me, where did you get yours from? Asked Wang Xian to Maniac Jai directly. Underworld's missions. Spiritual stones are very precious items for cultivation use. They are the hard currency in the underworld. Hence, some of the top-notch sects and families use them to trade. Maniac Jai explained to Wang Xian. Missions. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows with doubts. Everyone in the world earns money to survive. It's the same for the underworld. There were many ways to do that. And it makes no difference. Just like the modern world. But the underworld is more practical. You can log onto a website, and they have all kinds of missions. You can also set your own missions. All the sects and clans are gathered on the website. Maniac Jai looked at the computer next to him. And Wang Xian agreed. Maniac Jai got on the computer and logged into a special website. When he entered, the screen showed a message. With various sects and clans in the underworld, our heroes emerge. On the home page was all the various ranking charts. Underworld's outstanding experts. Doctors. Spiritual medicines. Art of cultivation. Young heroes. Assassins. And more. The charts piqued the curiosity of Wang Xian. The happenings in the underworld were much to his surprise. He clicked the medical ranking with some interest and scrolled to the 18th position. A name was on it with some comments. Miracle Doctor's Chart No. 18 Wang Xian. Age 20. Defeated Fang Huazi on Sep 17. This year, he crippled his arm and gained his fame overnight after this match. replaced Fang Huazi's ranking. But his competence and medical skills remained unknown. He has a divine dragon medical hall at the Old Street, Rivertown. Hee. This evaluation is quite to the point. Wang Xian read the website with a face full of smiles. The founder of this website is Tiangxiao Sacred Sect. No one can beat them in terms of information. There is a space dedicated to all kinds of missions with about 400 to 500 missions daily. Some of them are easy. Some of them are difficult. Each mission has different rewards. You can also publish your mission and trade your items on the platform. Maniac Jai introduced the website to Wang Xian formally. Then he hesitated. Since you want the spiritual stones, I can collect them for you. He'll give you 100 annually for 15 years. What do you think apart from that? You can command me whenever you need help. For the next 15 years, I'll obey your instructions. With 100 spiritual stones annually, that would make 500 pieces for 15 years. If these stones were converted into cash, it would be more than 100 billion. On top of that, the inborn expert service for 15 years was added to the price paid. You can collect as many spiritual stones as possible. If I have other needs, I'll find you again. Wang Xian waved his hand as he spoke to Maniac Jai. Yes, Maniac Jai hesitated before he nodded. Miracle Dr. Wang. I have some spiritual medicine with me. I'll get someone to send it over to you tomorrow. Sure. I'll give you an address later. You can deliver them to that place. Wang Xian nodded. I'll take my leave now. Maniac Jai bowed and left. Be it because of the power that Wang Xian displayed or the ability to cure his son, Wang Xian was someone who deserved Maniac Jai's respect. I didn't know there was such a website. How interesting. Wang Xian drew a smile on his face as he clicked on the outstanding experts of the underworld. The number 1 on the chart was Nai Wuhan, sect leader of Dong Yu, a sacred sect. Number 2 was Hai Jiao, an island owner. There were only 20 names on the outstanding experts chart. Most of them were aces from the sacred sects. There were 8 sacred sects in the underworld which stood tall within the country. Wang Xian read them with interest. Subsequently, he clicked on the missions page. There were all kinds of missions including assassinations, looking for bodyguards and seeking spiritual medicine. Moreover, Wang Xian discovered that many missions were related to foreign disputes such as competing against and even killing experts from other countries. There were some group missions for competing for some treasures. Unbelievable. It's amazing. Wang Xian browsed the individual tasks to think of how we could earn those spiritual stones. Currently, 2 ways could earn spiritual stones within the shortest possible time. One was to save people. Another way was to sell spiritual medicine in exchange for spiritual stones. Both methods were the fastest ways. Wang Xian preferred the second method. He just needed to spend over 10 hours to make some spiritual medicine to exchange for 400 to 500 pieces of spiritual stone. It should not be that difficult to get more than 10 pieces of them. Zou Xian. Just then, Guan Shuking's surprising voice was heard from the outside. Wang Xian turned around with a smile on his face. Guan Shuking, in a white skirt, had obviously made an effort to doll herself up. Her skirt, at knee length, was similar to a student skirt, revealing a pair of fair and beautiful legs. She wore a shirt on top with her curvy bust lifted by her garment. Such an attractive beauty. What are you looking at? When Guan Shuking saw Wang Xian's look, she rolled her eyes, but her face had nothing but smiles. Hee. Wang Xian giggled. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I missed you. Since I missed you, I just want to look at you. What a glib tongue. Guan Shuking pouted her lips slightly as she walked to his side. Wang Xian shut his computer and stood up immediately. He walked to her and said, Let's go. I'll bring you to the new house that I bought. Great. Let's go. I want to check out the house. Guan Shuking smiled and nodded. We need to go back to school to pick up my bike first. I drove today. My dad just bought me a car the other day. Great. Come to think of it, I'm not a good boyfriend. I haven't given you any presents before. HMPH. Now you know. Should we go to the city center first to buy you some presents? Another day. I want to go to your house and see if you're keeping a mistress. Haha. How can it be? Wang Xian and Guan Shuking laughed as they came to the car park. Guan Shuking's dad had bought her a Maserati, which was costly too. Wow, it's so beautiful over here. A house with a sea view. Guan Shuking walked into the villa and looked around in amazement. Wang Zan drew a smile on his face. Let's go. I'll take you to the roof. It's more interesting upstairs. Wang Zan brought Guan Shuking to the roof with enthusiasm. It's so beautiful here standing on the roof of the villa. Guan Shuking looked out to the sea and exclaimed with happiness. Hee hee. It's your home from now on. How is it? Do you like it? Guan Shuking blushed slightly and did not answer. She kept observing the surroundings with joy. She ran happily on the roof, and her skirt was lifted slightly. Pink. Chapter 182 My Broadsword Is. Chapter 182 My Broadsword Is. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Wang Zan expressed that his big D was thirsty. While admiring the beauty of Guan Shuking, he had an idea in mind, and thoughts started flowing. Shuking, let's go and swim in the sea. The weather today is the best and most comfortable for it, Wang Zan said with a smile to Guan Shuking. Sure. Guan Shuking replied happily. However, her expressions soon changed to helplessness as she continued. I forgot to bring my swimsuit. I have some here. I asked Zou Yu to buy for you when she was buying one. Come over. Wang Zan replied with a righteous smile. He then brought Guan Shuking to the changing room. The swimsuits were definitely not bought by Zou Yu. As an upright man, the swimsuits Wang Zan gave Guan Shuking were all bikinis. Hee hee. This. Guan Shuking was shocked as she replied, and her face quickly turned red from embarrassment. What happened? Wang Zan asked innocently. This. The swimsuit is too revealing. Why is it all? Guan Shuking blushed as she asked while pointing to the wardrobe. Oh, that's true. This sister of mine, why did she get swimsuits like these? What if others see my gorgeous Shuking in these? That will be bad. However, don't worry about that. There aren't any outsiders here. How about you just wear it now? Wang Zan explained while pushing the blame to his younger sister righteously. There was a flicker in Guan Shuking's eyes and the blush spread to her neck. She nodded her head slightly and replied, all right. She shivered as she took a swimsuit. After which, she said to Wang Zan, go out first. Fine. I will go out. I will go out. Wang Zan nodded and smiled. He then walked out. Wait, however. At this moment, Guan Shuking called out to him. Wang Zan was stunned for a moment and curiously turned his head around. He saw Guan Shuking blushing as her eyes started to flicker. She pouted, stared at Wang Zan and asked, will your younger sister get this type of swimsuit? Wang Zan looked at the swimsuit Guan Shuking was holding. The swimsuit was skimpy and even had a hole at the bottom. He recalled the recommendation the boss gave when he was buying. Wang Zan's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Zou Yu, I asked you to buy a swimsuit. Look at what you've bought. What is this? He walked out as he pretended to be angry. On the way, he closed the door. Bam! Tisk. Guan Shuking snorted after she saw through Wang Zan's act. She then gave a supercilious look as she changed for another swimsuit. Big brother, what are you talking about? Didn't you choose the swimsuits yesterday? Zou Yu asked. What are you saying, Zou Yu? Why aren't you training? Wang Zan retorted. At this moment, Guan Shuking overheard the conversation vaguely. PFT. Guan Shuking could not hold back her laughter further. She then looked for a swimsuit that looked comparably normal. Wow! You're so gorgeous, Wang Zan exclaimed. He was lying below the sunshade umbrella. When he saw her walking over, he went up to her to welcome her. Tisk. Guan Shuking rolled her eyes. She wore a black swimsuit, and because the swimsuits Wang Zan bought were only able to cover the important parts, it was exceptionally appealing to the eyes. Wang Zan's eyes lit up as he walked over, pretending that the previous events had not happened. He said, let's go and swim in the sea. We can slide down from the slides from the third story. It's really interesting. Come, let me help you. Okay. Today's weather looks great. Guan Shuking looked up at the sun happily and replied, yes. The weather is great today. The seawater is very clear too. Let me help you. Wang Zan replied as he walked over, rubbing his hand. He then extended his arms around Guan Shuking. While enjoying the skinship with Guan Shuking, Wang Zan was really satisfied with his choice of swimsuit. This is great. You. Guan Shuking blushed suddenly as she said. You. Can you just use your hands to help me? You don't have to hold me by the bottom too. Wang Xian was stunned. He looked down immediately, and saw his little brother sticking out to help Guan Shuking. Embarrassment was soon written all over his face. "I'm in the prime of my youth," he replied while forcing a laugh. After which, Guan Shuking kept a distance from Wang Xian. She looked at the slide and sat on it enthusiastically. Wang Xian followed behind her, while swimming in the seas. The only shame Wang Xian felt was that Guan Shuking knew how to swim. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. After playing in the sea until 5 p.m., Wang Xian felt hot all over his body. "You can just stay over for the night." At dinner, Wang Xian regained his serious looks and continued. "We have a lot of rooms here. Why don't you just stay behind for the night?" Guan Shuking hesitated. "There is a family theater in this villa. Let's watch some movies tonight." Wang Xian replied as he saw Guan Shuking hesitating. "Time to strike the metal while it's hot," he thought. "Yes, it's possible." But Guan Shuking looked at Wang Xian and hesitated. In the end, she did not say what she was thinking of. He. Wang Xian made a big grin. Zou Yu was eating her food at the side while looking at her own brother. She felt that her elder brother had changed and had become a pervert. After dinner, Wang Xian left Guan Shuking in the living room to rest while also asking Zou Yu to chat with her. He immediately rushed to the family theater and made a call. "Dahai. Hurry up, send me the seeds." Wang Dahai, who had just picked up the call, was bewildered. He was having dinner with his family and questioned. "What seeds are you talking about? Can you be clearer?" "Japan seeds," Wang Xian exclaimed. His broadsword was already thirsty beyond words. He must succeed tonight. Suddenly, Dahai noticed silence over the dining table. He lifted his head gradually and saw his parents. "What nonsense are you spouting? I already have a girlfriend. I have already confessed to Sukian and she agreed to it." Wang Dahai walked towards his room as he replied to Wang Xian. "What a good brother you have been," Wang Xian praised. Wang Xian saw the few seeds that Wang Dahai sent over. He gave a vile smile on his face as he started to meddle with the player. The family theater was connected to the internet. There were a few comfy sofas at the center of the room and they could fit a family. Wang Xian slotted the files from Wang Dahai behind Detective Chinatown and selected the autoplay function. Haha. Wang Xian laughed vilely and revealed a satisfied look. He returned to the living room and talked briefly to Guan Shuking and Zou Yu. At around 8 o'clock, Elder Feng pulled Zou Yu away for training. "Let's go, Shuking. Let's go and watch a movie," Wang Xian said to Guan Shuking with a smile. "Alright. Oh, which room will I be staying in tonight?" Guan Shuking asked. "Just a room on the 3rd story will do. We have plenty of rooms here," Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Let's go," Guan Shuking nodded with a smile as she replied. "We should sleep after the movie. Shall we go shopping tomorrow?" "Sure. No problem. I will get some gifts for you tomorrow. This is also my duty as your boyfriend," Wang Xian replied. "You promised," Guan Shuking exclaimed. Naturally, Wang Xian smiled as he brought Guan Shuking to the family theater on the 3rd story. "Let's watch Detective Chinatown. Have you watched it before?" Wang Xian asked. "Not yet. Let's watch this movie. The reviews for it are great," Guan Shuking replied. Wang Xian nodded his head and the two of them sat on the sofa. He held Guan Shuking in his embrace lightly throughout the movie. Guan Shuking did not push him away and she leaned on Wang Xian. It was warm and romantic. The movie started soon after and it was a good comedy show. Guan Shuking was amused by it. As the movie was ending, Guan Shuking commented joyously, "This movie is so funny. What a great movie." "Yes, it was a great movie," Wang Xian replied while squinting his eyes at Guan Shuking as the movie ended. "It's already 10 p.m. time for bed," Guan Shuking said shyly when she noticed Wang Xian staring at her. "Let me hug you for a while longer." "Just a while more," Wang Xian replied softly. "All right," Guan Shuking nodded and replied. She loved the current atmosphere. Sexy female dealer deals the card online. 2. At this moment, a familiar piece of music sounded. On the screen, a shocking movie started playing. End notes. 1. This is in reference to a torrent file. 2. This is the starting line of many Japanese porn movies. Chapter 183 Nirvana. Chapter 183 Nirvana. The cards were dealt totally. Wang Xian was extremely exhilarated. Guan Shuking did resist in the beginning, but she gave up. She allowed him into her room. Wang Xian was thrilled as he hugged Guan Shuking fast and furious as soon as he came to her room. The door was opened and closed in one go. Subsequently, it was the most exciting moment for Wang Xian, even though it was his first time doing this. He had seen a few clips under the influence of Wang Dahai. At the very least, he was not a total noob. After the shrill cries, it was the alluring moan. At 11 p.m., the moon was high in the sky, and the waves washed up onto the shores. It was a beautiful night. Be it outside or inside the villa, it was full of seductive glows and sounds. However, at this time, two black figures were dashing towards the villas. This is the place. The one whom young master wants to kill is inside. There are only 3 women and Wang Xian in the house. This lad has some luck with women. HMPH. How dare a miracle doctor who is ranked 18 provoke our young master Liu? Go to hell. As the two black figures spoke, they moved in swift actions. With a leap, they entered the villa immediately. Killed them all. A black figure looked into the villa and spoke in a murderous tone. Go. The two black figures charged into the villa at a daunting speed. Ring! Suddenly, the bells beside Elder Feng rang without any warning when she was resting in her room. Someone broke and she immediately opened her eyes and dressed up. With a skip and an arm swing, she picked up her sword and walked out of her room. She cast a glance at the door that was tightly closed at the side where Zou Yu was resting. With some hesitation, she leapt to the 3rd floor. I should remind Zou Yu's brother. But when she jumped into the room, she heard the seductive voices within the room. Along with that, it was conversations like, "No, stop it. I'm dying. And let's change to another position." Elder Feng stared with her eyes wide open. Subsequently, her face turned red instantly. Ring! At this time, the bells in her hands rang again. She could not stay here any longer. With a leap, she jumped down and walked to the entrance of the villa. Who is it? How dare you barge in like this? Elder Feng drew her long sword with a slightly blushed face as she spoke coldly to the two black figures in front of her. I did not expect to see a martial artist here. The two black figures narrowed their eyes and launched their rapid and fierce attack. Seeking your own death. Elder Feng had a slight change in her expression. She wielded her long sword and darted out at the two figures. Level 8 martial artist. Both black figures were shocked. They exchanged eye contact and wielded the daggers in their hands for another attack. The two black figures were level 8 martial artists too. Zou Yu, who was deep in her sleep, did not know her master was battling with someone outside. All the more, Wang Xian was ignorant about it. He was also battling at that moment. If he was not battling, he could have easily detected the happenings outside. Elder Feng and the two black figures fought for 20 minutes. Eventually, they left the place quickly with bewilderment. The woman possessed a combat skill that was way beyond their expectations. Woo! Who are they? All their strokes were ruthless, and they were out to kill. Elder Feng knit her eyebrows slightly as she looked to the distance. The two black figures had long since disappeared in the dark. She pondered for a moment and went back to the villa. In a move, she jumped directly to the 2nd floor. Standing outside, she could still hear some voices from upstairs. Elder Feng blushed once again. She took a deep breath and went back to her room. 3rd floor. Within Wang Xian's room. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Guan Shuking felt numbness in her entire body as she was almost blacked out. I can't go on. Zou Xian. I really can't. Guan Shuking was almost tearing up as she pleaded. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. I haven't. Zou Xian. I really can't go on. My lips are swollen. Guan Shuking shook her head with slight terror. He was too strong, and he lasted for too long. Simply formidable. Wang Xian gave a bitter look on his face. He was not expecting himself to be so formidable. After almost 4 hours, he was still energetic. Could it be because of his dragon nature? He frowned slightly. With a bitter face, he said, Okay, Shuking. It was my fault today. As Wang Ziyan looked at the pale King Guan Shuking, his heart ached as he consoled her. No, it was my fault. I didn't. As Guan Shuking spoke, her voice got softer and softer. Eventually, she fell asleep. Well, it's not good to be too strong either, Wang Ziyan sighed as he pulled the quilt at the side over Guan Shuking. Bam! What he did not notice was something from the table dropped onto the bed as he pulled the quilt. It was a piece of bloodred stone, and the stone landed around Guan Shuking's thighs. There was a trace of blood on the bedsheet. When that piece of bloodred stone fell on it, it slowly emitted a red glow. I shall take a shower. Wang Ziyan stood up and walked to the bathroom. When the bathroom door was closed, the red stone gave off an immense amount of glow which encompassed Guan Shuking slowly. A virtual image of Suzaku flashed and disappeared shortly. The Suzaku's blood essence was gone too. Guan Shuking, who was lying on the bed, did not know that she was undergoing her nirvana. The next morning, Wang Ziyan looked at Guan Shuking, who was still sleeping. He used his Azure Dragon energy to heal some of her wounds. Subsequently, he came downstairs quietly. Brother, where is my sister-in-law? Get her to have breakfast with us, said Zou Yu when she saw Wang Ziyan walking down. She's still sleeping. We can have it first. Wang Ziyan giggled and sat down to have his breakfast. Oh, are you going out today? Zou Yu continued to ask. I don't think so. We should be taking a rest. Wang Ziyan shook his head when he thought of Guan Shuking. Elder Fang, next to him, looked at Wang Ziyan discreetly as she ate her breakfast quietly. After breakfast, Elder Fang suddenly instructed Zou Yu. Zou Yu, go upstairs now. I have something to talk to your brother about. Zou Yu hesitated and was confused for a while before she nodded and headed upstairs. Wang Ziyan looked at Elder Fang with questions. Yesterday, someone snuck into the villa. They were 2 level 8 martial artists with strong murderous intention, Elder Fang told Wang Ziyan sternly. I'm afraid there will be stronger ones next time, and I won't be able to stop them. After hearing what Elder Fang said, Wang Ziyan was stunned. With a frown, he asked, are they after me? Elder Fang nodded her head slowly. I think so. Wang Ziyan's eyes turned cold. Leave this to me. I hope they'll return again. Elder Fang was slightly stupefied as she fixed her gaze on Wang Ziyan without uttering any words. Chapter 184 The Conversation Between Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. Chapter 184 The Conversation Between Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. In one of the rooms on the 3rd floor of the villa, Guan Shuking's eyelashes twitched a little. She reached around her and frowned. Her body was trembling when she recalled the craziness of last night. She started blushing as she lay on the bed, feeling weakness throughout her body. That was too tiring. She felt that she would need 2 to 3 days of rest to recuperate. Buzz! Buzz! A mobile phone vibrated beside her just as she started imagining things. She stumped for a while before reaching for the mobile phone. It was Wang Ziyan's phone. When she saw the message, she was taken aback. The message was from Lan Qingyu. There wasn't much in the message and just a sentence: thank you for your help at the auction the other day. If you have any jewelry in the future, could you sell it to our deep-sea jewelry? Guan Shuking frowned slightly. She did not reply but instead quietly placed the mobile phone back. A few moments later, Wang Ziyan walked into the room and saw that Guan Shuking had woken up. He immediately said, Shuking, you are awake. Are you hungry? I have made some chicken soup for you. Hee. Let me get it for you. Sure. Guan Shuking looked at her man and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Soon, Wang Ziyan walked into the room again with a bowl of chicken soup in his hands. Come have some, it helps in your recovery. Thank you. Zou Ziyan, Guan Shuking replied. She drank a mouthful before leaning against Wang Ziyan's legs. Let me feed you. Wang Ziyan's expressions were full of tenderness too as he fed her slowly. All right. I am full now. Let me rest a little more. It's all your fault from yesterday, Guan Shuking said. Guan Shuking lay down as she rolled her eyes at Wang Ziyan. Together, let's lie down together. Wang Ziyan tried to snuggle into the bed ecstatically after hearing what Guan Shuking said. You, stay away, Guan Shuking exclaimed. She was scared of him. Wang Ziyan was slightly disappointed with Guan Shuking's reactions. Haven't your injuries recovered yet? Guan Shuking nearly cried out after hearing him. Her external injuries had recovered, but she had not recovered from exhaustion. No, get out, you were not allowed on the bed. Get out, Guan Shuking remarked. Wang Xian was speechless and walked out feeling disappointed. How should I deal with this? Guan Shuking started pondering as she looked at the back view of the leaving Wang Xian. I cannot satisfy Wang Xian. If this continues on, he will. Guan Shuking was lost. She lay on the bed and fell into a daze. After pondering for some time, Guan Shuking made up her mind. She picked up Wang Xian's mobile phone. On second thought, she decided to use her own phone and look for Lan Qingyu's on WeChat instead. Are you there? She typed. Guan Shuking bit her lips as she looked at her mobile phone. Yes, is there anything? Lan Qingyu replied. In the deep-sea building in the city center of Rivertown, Lan Qingyu was busily handling the paperwork. She looked drained. She was surprised when she saw Guan Shuking's message and frowned. Do you like Xiao Zhan? Guan Shuking asked after pondering for a while. Is there any purpose to your question? At this juncture Lan Qingyu replied calmly while taking a deep breath. I believe Xiao Zhan is in love with you too, Guan Shuking continued. And then, Lan Qingyu smiled bitterly after looking at this message. She supported her forehead with her hand. What if I'm agreeable to letting you stay beside Xiao Zhan? Are you willing? Guan Shuking replied immediately. Lan Qingyu was stunned when she saw the message. She bit her lips and replied. I'm already out of the picture. Besides that, aren't you there for Xiao Zhan already? Are you willing if the three of us stay together? The truth is that I also don't want to share him with you. However, I'm out of other options. Guan Shuking sent out this message bitterly. She didn't want to share her husband with anyone else. However, when she thought of the craziness of Wang Xian from the previous night, she was aghast. Furthermore, as one who was born in a Woltoto family, she knew clearly, even her own father was having an affair outside. There were few men who were rich but loyal. Moreover, Wang Xian was too outstanding. Even if Wang Xian didn't think about it, there would be lots of women trying to approach him. She should be active instead of passive. Although Lan Qingyu was once her competitor, she admired Lan Qingyu. In the office, when Lan Qingyu saw Guan Shuking's message, she was shocked and stared at it blankly. All I want now is to stay beside him, Lan Qingyu murmured. She looked down and continued. However, everything is too late now. She wiped her tears and replied. I am getting engaged soon. What? Guan Shuking sprang up upon seeing the message. She hurriedly continued. You are getting engaged? Do you mean it? Yes. It's true. Xiao Zhan, and you will have my blessing. I'm really envious of you. Goodbye. Guan Shuking was shocked by the last message from Lan Qingyu. She doubted. How could Lan Qingyu be engaged? How can this be possible? Her expression changed and she hesitated. She then looked at the clothes that were ripped into pieces. Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, Guan Shuking shouted weakly. Huh. Wang Xian, who was surfing the underworld website, immediately rushed over. What's the matter? Shuking, what happened? Wang Xian walked over and asked caringly. Do you know that Lan Qingyu is getting engaged? Guan Shuking asked Wang Xian. What? Wang Xian was shocked by what he heard and his expression changed drastically. Guan Shuking saw the changes in his expression and asked. Xiao Zhan, do you like Lan Qingyu too? Wang Xian smiled bitterly while looking at Guan Shuking. He replied, I do feel a little sorry towards her. Fine, you don't have to explain it to me. Guan Shuking rolled her eyes before continuing. I wanted to ask her if she would like to be with you too initially. However, I had not expected her to be getting engaged. This isn't right. Based on my understanding of Lan Qingyu, she wouldn't abandon herself to despair just because Xiao Zhan hasn't chosen her. Why would she suddenly be getting engaged? Furthermore, from my conversation with her a while ago, she must still be in love with you. However, she seemed to have something she couldn't tell me. Guan Shuking analyzed seriously. A woman understood another woman best. Furthermore, the sixth sense of woman was usually very strong. Wang Xian was startled after hearing Guan Shuking, and he opened her mouth briefly. What does she mean? Okay. Xiao Zhan, I am tired and I want to rest. If you can convince Lan Qingyu, I want object. Guan Shuking lay on the bed. Closing her eyes as she spoke, Wang Xian's expression changed again. He looked at Guan Shuking, walked over and gave her a kiss. He took back his phone and left the room with questions. After looking at Wang Xian closing the door lightly, Guan Shuking opened her eyes. PFF. You are a teddy. A big teddy one. After walking out of the room, Wang Xian started to frown. He recalled the day when he met Lan Qingyu at the auction house, and the conversation of those around. End note. One teddy is internet lingo that describes a sexy man that no woman can resist. Chapter 185 Lan Family. Chapter 185 Lan Family. Mo Qinglong. Check on the recent events that happened to Lan Family. And check on the tyrannical sword. Liu Family. 2. Back on the roof at the villa, Wang Xian commanded Mo Qinglong over the phone. Yes. Dragon King. What strength do we have now? And the dragon sect Wang Xian continued to ask Mo Qinglong. Dragon King. We have 50 Dragonians at level 8 while Mo Yuan is already a half step to inborn. Mo Qinglong answered. Okay. I got it. Have you brought the 9 venomous sea snakes back to the sea? Yes. They are safe in the sea now. Great. After Wang Xian hung up the phone, he looked at the message sent by Lan Qingyu. He immediately asked, are you a willing party in this marriage? Sometimes, you can't get what you want, and you can't refuse to do something when you don't want to. About 5 minutes later, Lan Qingyu gave a double-edged reply. I'll get the things I want, and no one can force me to do something that I don't want to do. I'll have control of my own fate. Wang Xian stared at the sea in the distance, drawing the corner of his lips. At the same time, 2 middle-aged men were standing beside Liu Feiyun with respect in a manner at Hailing Province. Useless things, you've got 2 people. And you can't even kill a level 8 martial artist. Liu Feiyun screamed impatiently at the 2 middle-aged men beside him. Young master, her swordsmanship is formidable. And she was at the peak of level 8. We were afraid we might draw attention if we got into a tangle with her for too long, both middle-aged men explained with an awful look. Oh, formidable swordsmanship. Liu Feiyun drew his lips slightly. Last night, I finally deciphered the art of Sword Celestial from the authentic calligraphy of Lai Bai and obtained Sword Celestial's inheritance. Soon, I'll become a level 8 martial artist. I would like to meet and spar with the lady you said to be strong in her swordsmanship. However, I'm too busy lately, and I don't have the time to play with them. Young master, you obtain Sword Celestial's inheritance. I'm sure you'll make it to the outstanding young heroes chart one day, and overlook the rest of the heroes. The 2 of them quickly flattered him as they were shocked. Haha. Of course. Outstanding young heroes. My tyrannical sword, and I will ascend to the top. Liu Feiyun laughed. Congratulations. Young master. Both of them quickly licked his boots again. HMPH. He's just a miracle doctor ranked 18. Both of you will make a trip with Butler Zhao and Liu San the night after tomorrow. You must kill them for me. Otherwise, don't come back, said Liu Feiyun coldly. Yes, young master. Well, deliver his head to you, the 2 middle-aged quickly answered. Liu Feiyun waved his hand and smirked. Wang Xian, miracle Dr. Wank. And you, Lan Qingyu, if it were not for your billions worth of assets, do you think the Liu family would go all the way to help you out? You are just a plaything to me. Since a plaything is not obedient, I'll make sure you listen to me. Liu Feiyun displayed a haughty look. With the inheritance of Sword Celestial, he would become one of the most formidable Sword Celestials in the world soon. 2 days passed. These 2 days, Guan Shuking had been resting while Wang Xian was waiting quietly in the villa. The school would open tomorrow, and Wang Xian took a month's leave. Dragon King, the information you wanted is here in the afternoon. 2 figures jumped up to the roof like ghosts when they reported to Wang Xian under the beach umbrella. Wang Xian reached and took the information. It was about tyrannical sword Liu family and Lan family. 1 inborn expert, 4 half-step to inborn experts and 13 level 9 martial artists. No wonder they are the first-class force. Wang Xian squinted his eyes as he read Liu family's information. The entire document had detailed records of the strength in the tyrannical sword Liu family. The only one that could evenly match with them in the entire Hailing Province was Ancient Fists Act. In Hailing Province, no one dared to offend Liu family. When Wang Xian picked up the information about Lan family, an invitation card was caught in between the papers. Wang Xian opened it up. It was an invitation for an engagement party sent by Lan family to other wealthy families. His eyes turned cold as he continued to read. Deep-sea jewelry and Lan family had taken a hammering under the Zhu jewelry and Lingyu sect just recently. First, they took a loss in a billion-dollar investment project in Dongqing province. Next, they were targeted by the Zhu jewelry. This caused a huge blow to the Lan family. In desperation, Lan family had to join hands with Liu family to stand up against the Zhu jewelry and Lingyu sect's hammering. However, Liu family requested Lan Qingyu to marry to their family. Tomorrow Wang Xian stood up slowly. Liu family will not be a concern anymore. You may leave. Wang Xian gestured for them to leave and pondered quietly. Night fell when Zou Yu, Guan Shuking, and Elder Fang were watching soap operas downstairs. Wang Xian was thinking of his plan for tomorrow. Should he inform Lan Qingyu in advance? Should he ask for Lan Qingyu's advice? At about 10 p.m., Zou Yu and the rest went back to their rooms to sleep. Guan Shuking did not allow Wang Xian to enter her room. Without any choice, he went to the next room. Around 11 p.m., Elder Fang woke up in her room as she looked at the bells ringing non-stop at the bedside. With a swift movement, she opened her door. Elder Fang, let's do it together. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. She lifted her chin and saw Wang Xian looking over with a smile. Elder Fang paused before she nodded. Wang Xian made a quiet jump into the living room. Indeed, Miracle Dr. Wang is not that simple. Looking at the way he moved, Elder Fang thought to herself. She had always believed that the mysterious Miracle Dr. Wang was not someone simple. Last time, they sent 2 level 8 martial artists over here. This time, they will definitely send more formidable people over. Elder Fang reminded Wang Xian. Don't worry. I've got everything prepared. Wang Xian chuckled and looked outside. Voila! The door was opened and the 4 black middle-aged men walked into the villa. I have been waiting for you guys for many days. Finally, you guys came. Wang Xian gazed at the 4 people in front of him with smiles on his face. The 4 black figures hesitated as they swept their watchful gazes around. Just the 2 of them. A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Kill them, and behead the man." The middle-aged man in the middle spoke in a cold and harsh tone. What's the hurry? I still want to ask who sent you guys over. Wang Xian wore a smiley face as if everything seemed like a breeze to him. Kill. However, the quartet did not hesitate at all. With swift movements, they launched an attack at them. You are really asking for it? Wang Xian looked at the 4 black figures with an icy look. Chapter 186 Dragon King's Order. Chapter 186 Dragon King's Order. You guys are courting your death. Just as Elder Fang was preparing to pull out her long sword to attack, a voice pierced through the silence. The 4 black figures wavered and looked at their surroundings attentively. How dare you barge into the forbidden grounds of the Dragon King? How audacious! The voice sounded again and a shadow appeared in front of the 4 black figures, staring at them coldly. You! The 4 black figures were shocked by the sudden appearance of an old man and instinctively staggered back several steps. You! Who are you? Oh no! We are ambushed! The 4 black figures stared at the old man who appeared suddenly. Feeling aghast, Elder Fang also perked up and stared at the old man in front of her attentively. To her astonishment, she didn't manage to see how this old man had appeared. Cough cough. The Dragon King is asking you guys a question. If you aren't answering, he'll just have to make you talk. Mo Qinglong stretched his arms out slowly. The 4 black figures looked at Mo Qinglong with heavy expressions. As Mo Qinglong stretched his arms up, a devilish force swept towards them. Shit, he isn't someone we can stand up against. Run, hurry. Run. The 4 black figures were petrified. At the instant the old man raised his arms, they felt the fear of death creeping upon them. Can you escape? Mo Qinglong commented mockingly as waves of dark energy entered the body of the black figures. The 4 froze and horrified expressions were seen on their faces. To everyone's astonishment, the old man was able to control their bodies just by raising his arms, following which, their eyes were shrouded by darkness and their bodies stiffened. This is the devil path, an inborn expert. Elder Fang was horrified to see Mo Qinglong controlling the 4 men through such a terrifying method. Devil path. Moreover, he was a powerful expert at the inborn realm. An inborn expert who practices the devil path takes orders from Wang Xian. Could it be that he also practices the devil path? Elder Fang thought. Speak, who sent you guys here? Wang Xian asked the 4 men coldly. It's our young master, the 4 black figures replied together. Who is your young master? Wang Xian continued asking. Young master Leu Feiyun. He wanted us to come and claim your head and kill off everyone in the villa. He wanted this as his present for his engagement ceremony the next day, they replied. Leu Feiyun. Fine. Wang Xian squinted his eyes as murderous intent flashed past his eyes. He didn't expect these men to be sent by Leu Feiyun. Furthermore, he ordered these men to decapitate him. Since that's the case, I will send you a congratulatory gift tomorrow. Kill them, he said coldly to Mo Qinglong. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong waved his arms and the 4 collapsed on the ground. Elder Fang's heart skipped a beat as she saw the developments. She looked at Wang Xian with her eyes flickering. Get everyone in Rivertown to go to the Lan family's villa tomorrow. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded respectfully. Shifting his stance, he disappeared from sight. Dragon King. Elder Fang thought to herself. Elder Fang heard how the terrifying inborn expert addressed Wang Xian. She had a lot of questions in mind but didn't act rashly. You are going to the Lan family tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day the Lan family and the Liu family hold their engagement ceremony. Elder Fang reminded Wang Xian. I know. Wang Xian replied. He continued calmly. Elder Fang, you should go get some rest. Elder Fang looked at Wang Xian once again. She hesitated but still went back into her room. She pondered for some time before taking out her mobile phone and calling sect leader Tang. Elder Fang, did something happen for you to call me at this time? The voice of sect leader Tang could be heard from the other end of the phone call. Sect leader, I have a very important thing for you. Elder Fang said solemnly. Just say it. Sect leader Tang got serious and answered. It's about Zou Yu's elder brother, Miracle Dr. Wang. Elder Fang took a deep breath and continued. The Liu family from the tyrannical sword sent assassins to assassinate him tonight. However, a terrifying old man appeared and addressed Miracle Dr. Wang as the Dragon King. The old man uses devilish techniques and is definitely an inborn expert. With a wave of his hand, he murdered 2 level 9 martial artists and 2 level 8 martial artists. Furthermore, Miracle Dr. Wang is preparing to meet the Lan family tomorrow. My guess is that he will be confronting the Liu family. Liu family of the tyrannical sword inborn expert Dragon King. Sect leader Tang's expression got worse as Elder Fang spoke. He replied, I knew Miracle Doctor wouldn't be simple since he can take out a level 4 spiritual medicine effortlessly. However, I hadn't expected an inborn expert to address him as Dragon King. The Liu family only has an inborn expert. Since Miracle Dr. Wang dares to go, he should have enough confidence. Sect leader Tang's eyes flickered as he continued. Miracle Dr. Wang and Zou Yu. I will bring some men to the Lan family tomorrow. Elder Fang was stunned after hearing sect leader Tang. Nonetheless, she replied respectfully. Yes, sect leader. Dragon King and an inborn expert. Sect leader Tang started to ponder. Tonight was fated to be an eventful night for the people of Rivertown. None dare to defy once the order of the Dragon King is issued. The Ren family head replied respectfully to the Dark Shadow. The Dark Shadow nodded. His body moved and disappeared from the luxurious villa. The order from the Dragon King had been issued. Rivertown will be chaotic once again, Ren family head said, as he looked at the Dark Shadow disappearing. He could feel a faint pressure from the Dark Shadow. However, he knew that this was just an ordinary member of the Dragon sect. Tomorrow is the day the Lan family and the Liu family host their engagement ceremony. It seems like the Dragon King is targeting the Liu family. The Ren family head eyes flickered and he shouted to those outside. Come in, family head. 2 people rushed in and addressed him respectfully. Gather all the elites of the Ren family. Follow me and obey the orders of the Dragon King tomorrow. Yes, family head. The 2 members were shocked and nodded their heads. Old Duan got dressed early in the morning and gave his orders to the elites of his family. Tomorrow, We shall obey the command of the Dragon King. Obey the command of the Dragon King. Obey the command of the Dragon King. Each and every ancient martial arts family from Rivertown answered in unison and would obey the command of the Dragon King. At the Qin family, Old Qin dressed up and laughed heartily. Brother Wang Xian wants to blow this up with the Dragon sect and everyone from Rivertown. There's no reason to be scared of the Liu family. Haha, incredible once the order of the Dragon King is issued. No one in Rivertown dares to disobey. The news spread to every elite and wealthy man in Rivertown. Old Qin from the Qin family had told them personally. The order of the Dragon King had been issued and they shall obey the order tomorrow. Although this group of people did not understand much about the Dragon King and some might not have heard of him, Old Qin and those wealthy men with connections with ancient martial arts families had all received the news. Tomorrow, they shall head to the Lan family and take orders from the Dragon King. At night, the whole of Rivertown shook just because of a person's order. The night passed by peacefully. However, turmoil had started to brew. So, the Dragon King has the Dragon sect backing him. Dragon King, I have come too. At the top floor of a building, a long-haired man stood there and spoke plainly. Chapter 187 Im Wang Xian 1. Chapter 187. Im Wang Xian 1. The next morning at Flowing Water Villa. Flowing Water Villa was a private club in Rivertown with a horse racing track, golf course and swimming pool. This was a high-end private club. Also, a high-end banquet venue. Lan family, second to Qin family in Rivertown, was indeed a billion-dollar group. Even though the stock price of Lan family had fallen sharply in the recent period, they still maintained their status. No ordinary companies or groups could easily shake Lan family's status. Besides, they had their foundation. It would be difficult for them to fall. Today was a rather important day for the entire Lan family. Lan family would be joining hands with the tyrannical sword of the Liu family from the Hailing province. To put it bluntly, Lan family was getting tyrannical sword Liu family as their backing. Tyrannical sword of the Liu family possessed formidable strength in Hailing province. Their family assets had reached hundreds of billions. But this was secondary. Liu family was strong in its mighty strength. In the entire Hailing province, it was scarce to have someone who dared to offend the tyrannical sword of the Liu family. Hence, the political marriage of Lan family's future heir, Lan Qingyu, and tyrannical sword of the Liu family, Little Sword Celestial, was a big deal for many people. Early in the morning, many luxury cars were parked outside the Flowing Water Villa. All elites were well-dressed as they headed to the villa. Second Master Liu. Hello. Second Master Liu. Hello. A middle-aged man put on a smile as he stood at the entrance, greeting all the guests. Haha. Thank you for traveling so far to attend Zou Yun's engagement ceremony. Second Master Liu laughed as he greeted the guests politely. You're welcome. It's young Master Liu's engagement ceremony. We must be here for the celebration. It's our honor to be here. That's right. Since young Master Liu is of the Hailing province, the friends from Hailing province must join in the celebration. The middle-aged men and elderly men quickly replied. Haha. Thank you. Everyone. Second Master Liu cupped his fist and smiled. Many people drove their luxurious cars with presents from Hailing province. They were heading towards the Flowing Water Villa joyfully. Those wealthy families, martial artist families, and sects had to come and showed their support since it was a political marriage between Liu family and Lan family. Besides, it was the Little Sword Celestial who was getting engaged. That's Magnate Guo. He's in the top 5 tycoons in Hailing province. I didn't expect he would be here personally. They are from the Hushan sect of Hailing province. A second-class sect. That's Wu family of Hailing province. Another second-class family. Gosh. So many people actually came to support Liu family. If this ceremony were to be held in Hailing province, I believe there would be more people. It was the right choice to have this political marriage. Liu family's strength in Hailing province was too formidable. A few people from the Lan family were in disbelief when they saw the stream of people who walked in. Liu family was simply too strong. Lan family found themselves a strong backing with the political marriage despite making some sacrifices themselves too. Zou. Have we sent out all our invitations? A middle-aged man asked the woman next to him. Yes, we did. We sent them to all well-known people, including the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown. It's just that I don't think the ancient martial artist families would turn up since we have no contact with them. The woman frowned. Lan family was considered to be widely known in Rivertown. They also invited many people since the future heir of the family was getting engaged. Even though they could not compare their lineup with Leu family, they should not lose out at the very least. I wonder if Qin family will turn up. The middle-aged man hesitated as he frowned and spoke while observing the guests from Leu family. I think someone will come. It's just that we're not sure about that person's status. The woman pondered and said, forget it. Let's not think about these things. We're still far from Leu family. Once we finish this engagement, we will not be afraid of the Zhu and Lingyu sect, the middle-aged man said as cold radiance flashed in his eyes. The magnates from Rivertown are here. Let's receive them. The middle-aged man and woman were the parents of Lan Qingyu. He looked at those magnates from Rivertown and went up to greet them with smiles. Director Lan. Congratulations. One by one, the Rivertown magnates greeted him with smiling faces. However, their smiles seemed to be odd and peculiar. Director Lai. Welcome. Thank you for attending my daughter's engagement ceremony. The middle-aged greeted him with smiles. Hee. You're welcome. Director Lai gave an awkward smile. Director Lan. Congratulations. Thank you, Director Lan, for inviting me. I must thank all of you for attending the ceremony. Please come in. Looking at the Rivertown magnates, Director Lan put on a smiling face and spoke fervently. The group of Rivertown magnates chuckled and walked inside. Dragon King. Two magnates who knew each other went inside. One of them spoke softly to a middle-aged man. The other middle-aged man nodded. It was Dragon King's order. Old Duan called me personally and said he will show up too. Who family had asked me to come. Old Qin informed me to come over. All elites in the entire Rivertown came over under an order. I bet Lan family has yet to know about this. Who dares to tip them off? The group of magnates went inside. Old Qin is here personally. At this time, Lan family's people who were receiving the guests were thrilled when they saw Old Qin and other well-known magnates walking over. I think they are taking account of Leu family. What a great influence for a first-class force. Old Qin actually turned up personally for our political marriage with the Leu family. Old Qin, it's our honor for you to come here personally. Thank you very much. The parents of Lan Qingyu quickly went up and spoke to him with smiling faces. Hee. I had to come this time. Old Qin greeted them politely with a double-edged comment. It's my honor to have you attend a junior's engagement ceremony. Old Qin. This way. The middle-aged man and the lady welcomed him inside. Carry on with what you're doing. We can go over by ourselves. Old Qin smiled and waved them off as he led a group of people inside. Just then, a middle-aged guy from Lan family exclaimed, Hey, those are the ancient martial art families. Ren family, Su family, Duan family, and Hu family. Gosh, the influence of the Leu family is too overwhelming. All the ancient martial artist families of Rivertown are here. We don't have a second-class force in Rivertown, not to mention a first-class force. Hence, no one will dare to provoke us since we're in-laws with the Leu family. Besides, they need to give us some face, so they are here to make peace with us today. Haha, you're right. Well, enjoy a higher status in Rivertown in the future. This engagement was the right decision to make. Chapter 188 Im Wang Xian 2. Chapter 188 Im Wang Xian 2. The members of the Lan family were conversing joyously. The number of people who had attended this wedding was completely beyond their expectations. Old Qin had come personally, and the majority of the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown had already arrived. This made them feel extremely proud and lucky at the same time. They felt lucky that they were having a wedding with the Leu family. This political marriage would bring the Lan family countless and tangible benefits. Even the ancient martial artist families in Rivertown are wary of the Leu family and are here to show goodwill. This political marriage is worth it. A young member of the Lan family commented happily. The surrounding members of the Lan family also smiled radiantly. As the guests entered the villa one after another, The Lan family noticed that the majority of the wealthy men and ancient martial artist families of Rivertown had all arrived. There were a total of 300 to 400 of them. This was undoubtedly a huge number. Together with the guests from the Lan family and the Leu family, the number of people attending this engagement ceremony was over 1,000. Within a room in the flowing water villa, Lan Qingyu sat in front of the dressing table without emotions. Behind her, several maids were helping her put up exquisite makeup and adjusting her beautiful white engagement ceremony dress. Sister Lan, you should be a little more thrilled. Today's your big day. Do you know how many people are out there? There are at least 1,000 of them. Oh my god, I heard that the wealthy people in Rivertown have all arrived. Moreover, there are many influential figures from Hailing Province. The Leu family is truly incredible in Hailing Province. Moreover, Liu Feiyun's fame has spread far and wide despite his young age, and many refer to him as the Little Sword Celestial. Qingyu, you are really blessed. Beside her, a young lady commented. Lan Qingyu's eyes flickered and were filled with fatigue and indignance. She looked at the reflection of herself in the mirror. She was beautiful, but she didn't like the white dress. She preferred a red wedding gown. However, she did not say it out loud. This was because she wasn't a willing party to this engagement. If it wasn't for the Lan family, or if the person she liked had the same feelings for her, she would have never agreed to the engagement. Qingyu, are you done? At this moment, the door to the room opened. Liu Feiyun was wearing a neat set of attire. This attire wasn't a suit, but a family costume of the Liu family. Slightly above the chest area, the word Liu was imprinted on it. There was also an image of an ethereal flower embroidered onto the costume. He had a sword behind him that indicated his identity as a member of the Liu family who was known for their tyrannical sword. His attire wasn't typical for an engagement ceremony, but it was, in fact, the most formal costume of the Liu family. It'll be done right away. Lan Qingyu nodded her head slowly and replied without turning her head over. Seeing how she reacted, a cold look flashed in the eyes of Liu Feiyun. As he looked at Lan Qingyu from top to bottom, vile thoughts arose in his mind. The engagement ceremony will begin in half an hour. Qingyu, get dressed properly. We have a lot of people that have come from Hailing Province, Liu Feiyun said. His lips curved into a smile as he turned around and left. Qingyu, look at how charming Liu Feiyun is. You and he are the real perfect couple, the young lady by her side commented. Lan Qingyu didn't respond to it and simply looked into the mirror with hollow eyes. The golf course of Flowing Water Villa had been modified into a large engagement ceremony field. On it, there were over 100 exquisite tables with delicious food on them. At the center, there was a pathway laid by the red carpet. At the front of it, there was an elevated platform set up for the engagement ceremony. The stage was huge and the place looked just like the launch event of major popular brands. Although it was outdoors, the surrounding decoration was luxurious with a tinge of romance. At this moment, the guests of the Liu family and the Lan family were seated to the left and right respectively. Sect Leader Tang, please come in. I had not expected Sect Leader Tang to attend our Lan family's wedding. It is truly our honor. At this moment, several members of the Lan family welcomed Sect Leader Tang, and a dozen members of the Thistles and Thorns sect enthusiastically before leading them to their seats. Director Lan, how could the Thistles and Thorns sect stay out of today's event? Sect Leader Tang looked across the crowd from Rivertown and commented with a faint smile. Yes. Thank you for coming everyone. Please, the middle-aged man and the other members of the Lan family replied joyously. They had never expected Sect Leader Tang of the Thistles and Thorns sect from the southern province to lead their members to attend this engagement ceremony. This was a second-class force. Who would have expected the Lan family to have so many guests? The sect leader of Thistles and Thorns sect from the southern province is even here personally. Moreover, the Qin family and the majority of ancient martial artist families from Rivertown have all come. They aren't doing this for the Lan family. Instead, they are showing respect to the tyrannical sword of the Liu family. If the Lan family could really invite them over, they wouldn't be so badly bullied by Lingyu sect. That's true. Those people from the southern province and Rivertown wouldn't be here if not for the Liu family. To the left of the crowd from Rivertown, The guests of Liu family were looking at the guests of the Lan family while whispering softly. Around the table closest to the stage, 7 to 8 members of the Liu family and Lan family sat around. An old man with a white beard sat on the seat for the host. He looked around satisfactorily and said to the old man beside him, "The Lan family sure has a lot of guests. Haha. Old Liu. I'm sure you know that they are here mainly because of you." The old man from the Lan family replied courteously. Haha. That's true. The tyrannical sword of the Liu family is still rather influential around the surrounding provinces. Your granddaughter is really lucky to be marrying my grandson. The old man with the white beard wasn't humble at all as he remarked arrogantly. Yes. Yes, the old man from the Lan family nodded his head. A tinge of embarrassment flashed past his eyes. The other members of the Lan family simply exchanged pleasantries with the other members of the Liu family. The difference between the strength of the two parties had determined the difference in their status. Just as they were conversing, the guests around them consciously and unconsciously looked over. Who would have expected old Liu to be here? He's the pillar of the Liu family. Old Liu rarely shows up in the Liu family's villa. He probably rushed over for his beloved grandson's engagement ceremony. Old Liu has reached the inborn realm for over 20 years. His strength is probably even more horrifying at this moment. The crowd discussed softly, with an inborn expert sitting right there. It was hard for them to not pay attention to this area. It seems like I'm not too late. At this moment, a young man walked over slowly. He looked towards the Liu family with a smile before walking to the location at the front. When the ancient martial artists of Rivertown saw Wang Xian, they held their breath as they saw him walking ahead. And he sat around the table with Old Qin, Old Duan, Old Zou, sect leader Tang and others. Chapter 189 Im Wang Xian 3. Chapter 189 Im Wang Xian 3. Thank you all, Wang Xian said and smiled as he looked at the few people at the same table. He. Wang Xian already called us to come. How can we not turn up? Old Qin smiled back at Wang Xian. The bride and groom are out. Today's main characters are here. Just then, some voices came from the side. Wang Xian spun his head around and peered towards the back. Everyone turned around too. The clean-looking, white gown with a refined makeup turned Lan Qingyu into a ravishing beauty. Every move of hers was giving off a unique vibe. Liu Feiyun, beside her, was in a blue suit with a long sword behind him. He looked around with a face full of smiles. His dignified demeanor and confident appearance made him an elegant man too. They were made for each other. The man is dashing while the lady is striking. Haha, such a perfect match. The crowd was pouring endless praise when they saw the attractive couple walking on the red carpet. Let's welcome the couple who are walking towards their happiness. A renowned host was holding onto a microphone with smiles on the front stage. Liu Feiyun, 28 years old, is well known as Little Sword Celestial, who is a well-mannered and impressive gentleman. Lan Qingyu, 22 years old. She's already the general manager at Deep Sea Jewelry at such a young age. And she's a famous talent in Rivertown. Today, they will be tying the knot over here. As the host introduced the couple, soft music was played. All the guests kept quiet as they watched smilingly. She's still so beautiful. Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyu and displayed a faint grin. Upon hearing his comment, Old Qin and Old Zou threw him a gaze as they widened their smiles. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Look, they are here. As they were approaching, the host said with smiles, "Please face our friends and relatives. Today, they will be witnessing the couple tying the knot of a lifetime." Liu Feiyun turned around as he grinned from ear to ear. Lan Qingyu followed suit too. Thank you for attending the engagement ceremony of Mr. Liu Feiyun and Ms. Lan Qingyu. Today will mark a new beginning for the couple. Let's give them our most sincere congratulations. Today, all of you will witness the engagement of the couple. Even though this is not the wedding ceremony, getting engaged is equivalent to proposing. I wonder if the fiancé has prepared anything. The host looked at Liu Feiyun with smiles. Liu Feiyun returned a grin to him. Of course. Then let your show begin, the host joked. An engagement was different from a wedding. The fiancé had to propose on the grand stage. Liu Feiyun drew his lips slightly. After he took 2 slow steps backward, he swung his arm. and the long sword behind him was drawn into the air. He threw his arm up, grabbed the long sword, and began his sword dance. In amongst flowers with a bottle of wine. I drink alone, for there is no one close by. I raise my chalice to invite the shining moon. The moon casts me a shadow, and we have a triad. Since the moon never learns to drink, my shadow absent-mindedly shall follow me. Nevertheless, I have them around me, enjoying the moments, just like how it should be. I sing, and the moon lingers. I dance, and my shadow whirls under. In my sober moments, we rejoice together, and we bid goodbye as soon as I am drunk. Such fellowship shall last despite our parted ways. Only heaven knows when we shall come together again. A sword danced in front of the audience. As Liu Fei Yun wielded his sword, he recited one of Lai Bai's renowned poems, Drinking Alone Under the Moon. His sword was gleaming with a faint and wavering glow from the moon, which was beautiful and extravagant. The audience was taken aback by Liu Fei Yun's swordplay such that they could not hide their shocking expressions. Little Sword Celestial's swordsmanship seems to be much stronger than what the rumors claimed it to be. Gosh! This is impressive. His sword seems to have drawn a picture in the air. Young Master Liu's swordsmanship is getting more powerful. He lives up to the name of Little Sword Celestial. Haha. Awesome. It's indeed the art of Sword Celestial. Well done. An elder with a full white beard was sitting in the front row, looking ebullient when he gazed at the strokes Liu Fei Yun displayed. Liu Fei Yun was even more proud when he noticed the surprised looks from the audience. He then turned to Lan Qingyu. Wine and Moon were the most loyal companions throughout Lai Bai's entire life. I hope, Qingyu, you can become my most loyal companion in my life too. Just recently, I obtained the Sword Celestial's inheritance, and I'll rise to the highest level in no time. As my wife, you'll also enjoy a high status with me. As Liu Fei Yun spoke, he pointed the long sword into the air, and a diamond ring appeared on the top. He threw his long sword back into its scabbard and took the diamond ring as he gazed smilingly at Lan Qingyu. Qingyu, will you be my companion? Liu Fei Yun looked at the ravishing Lan Qingyu. Wow, this is so romantic. If someone were to propose to me like this, I'd say yes immediately. All the females in the crowd were falling head over heels for him. Liu Fei Yun, who performed swordplay, was simply too romantic and touching. I didn't expect that young Master Liu could obtain the Sword Celestial, Lai Bai's inheritance. No wonder the sword dance was beautiful, yet ferocious. What a surprise. I heard that he won the auction of Lai Bai's authentic calligraphy. He's such a talent to have comprehended its essence in such a short time. He even obtained the inheritance. He's such a gifted man. Given young Master Liu's talent, he will take over old Liu's position and become the next inborn Sword Celestial of the Liu family. When the audience heard what Liu Fei Yun said, they were struck by surprise. The talent displayed by Liu Fei Yun was daunting. Lan Qingyu fell into a trance-like state as she gazed at Liu Fei Yun and the diamond ring in his hand. A different phase of life would begin as soon as she received the ring. Immense bitterness filled her eyes as she closed them. Upon seeing how Lan Qingyu was responding, Liu Fei Yun frowned slightly. Impatience flashed in his eyes as he sounded stiff. Qingyu, will you say yes to me? Of course not. Just when Lan Qingyu opened her eyes to accept her fate, a voice cut the silent air in the engagement ceremony. Upon hearing the voice, Lan Qingyu jerked slightly as she spun around with disbelief. She stared hard at Wang Xian. Her abrupt voice had stunned everyone from the Lan and Liu family. Liu Fei Yun, on the stage, turned around immediately. When he saw Wang Xian, he was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he glared at Wang Xian with a murderous face. Who are you? Brat, how dare you spout nonsense here? Seeking your own doom. A middle-aged man who was sitting beside the white-bearded old man stood up. He stared at Wang Xian with a sharp and ferocious look as he shouted at him. The white-bearded old man swept his gaze across Wang Xian before he turned to look at the seniors from Lan family unhappily. Apparently, he was displeased with the fact that the person who had interrupted was a guest of the Lan family. Wang Xian returned a smile to that middle-aged man as he replied impassively. Chapter 190 Wang Xian 4. Chapter 190 Im Wang Xian 4. Im Wang Xian. It was just 3 short and ordinary words, but they exhibited endless confidence. Wang Xian, where did this brat come from? How dare he spout nonsense here? Is he courting his own death? At this moment, before the Liu family responded, a burly man among the Liu family's guests stood up and shouted emotionlessly at Wang Xian. That's right. How dare you spout nonsense in young Master Li's engagement ceremony? You must be too eager to die. I have not heard of Wang Xian. However, he'll probably be attending your memorial service the same day next year. What an arrogant brat to kick up a fuss in Liu family's engagement ceremony. You must be tired of living. After that burly middle-aged man stood up to reprimand Wang Xian, other ancient martial artists stood up one after another and stared coldly at Wang Xian. Some of the ancient martial artists emitted strong auras directly as they threw their gazes filled with killing intent at Wang Xian. In an instant, everyone's attention had fallen onto Wang Xian. Without having to take actions or say a single word, there was already a group of guests who were willing to stand up for the Liu family. In fact, if it wasn't a joyous event today, they would have taken actions directly to get on the good books of the Liu family. Zou Xian. Why are you here? Get away quickly. Lan Qingyu was shocked to see Wang Xian. After hearing the threats of the crowd while still being in shock, her face turned pale and she blurted out. She knew that Wang Xian was incredible. However, the other party was the Liu family, who was one of the top forces in Hailing province. Lan Qingyu's body was shivering a little and her eyes were filled with horror. Huh! When the crowd heard Lan Qingyu, they were stunned. What does this mean? When the female party of the engagement ceremony said those words, the meaning behind it would be great. Is Wang Xian the old flame of Lan Qingyu? Or perhaps he was her secret lover? A bright green grass field slowly appeared over Liu Feiyan's head. 1. You couldn't really blame them for reading too much into this. With the development of the situation, it wasn't hard for them to reach this conclusion. In fact, those with a wilder imagination already had a few versions in their minds. The young missy of the Lan family is forced to marry the Liu family. The lover of the young missy appears to snatch the bride. The young missy of the Lan family has an affair with a poor kid. Little sword celestial of the Liu family is made a cuckold. Wait. Lan Qingyu. Liu Feiyan saw the expression of Lan Qingyu and heard her words. His expression was savage and he was clenching his fist tightly. Under such circumstances and during his engagement ceremony, for her fiancé to be involved in a scandal with another man, this was the utmost humiliation to him. How could he possibly face the public in the future as the little sword celestial of the tyrannical sword? Bam! Preposterous. At this moment, at the table of the host, the white-bearded old man slammed his hand heavily on the table with a solemn expression. All the cups on the table were knocked over. The old man from Lan family beside him looked extremely pale. The other members of the Lan family were also as white as a sheet. Some even stared at Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu angrily. The burly middle-aged man from before saw how furious old Liu was. He stood up and immediately remarked, Old Liu, leave this to us. We can handle it. Yeah. Old Liu, just leave this brat to us. Those ancient martial arts families and sects who wished to get on the good side of the Liu family stood up one after another and requested old Liu to let them help. Drag him out. Old Liu didn't say a word, but the middle-aged man beside him did. Yes. Instantly, over 10 people nodded their heads. They were from different families and sects. They stood up and stared harshly at Wang Xian before walking towards him. Brat, you are courting your own death. The burly middle-aged man stared coldly at Wang Xian with killing intent. Zou Xian. Seeing this, Lan Qingyu's complexion turned even paler. A teardrop streamed down her cheek. Wang Xian looked at the dozen people walking towards him and revealed a mocking smile. He stood up gradually. Rattle, rattle. At this moment, sounds of tables and chairs scraping the floor sounded. To the astonishment of the Lan family, the Liu family and the guests, all the ancient martial artist families and wealthy men from Rivertown, and the members of the Thistles and Thorns sect together with sect leader Tang stood up. They stared coldly at the dozen people walking towards Wang Xian. The atmosphere dropped below freezing point in an instant. Everyone from the Lan family looked at this scene with disbelief. All the major families, ancient martial artist families from Rivertown, and the members of the Thistles and Thorns sect had all stood up with the young man. They were shocked by the development. The Lan family had initially thought that they were only here to show goodwill because of the political marriage with the Leu family. They thought that the Thistles and Thorns sect, old kin, and the wealthy men from Rivertown were only here in hopes of getting to know the Leu family. However, they realized that they were completely wrong. They weren't here because they wanted to show goodwill to them for the political marriage with the Leu family. And they weren't there because they were wary of the Leu family. They were here for that young man. The dozen martial artists walking towards Wang Xian were stunned. They looked at the Rivertown crowd in shock as their expressions turned solemn. Just a while ago, they were still commenting that the ancient martial artist families of Rivertown and sects from the southern province were only here because of the Leu family. At this moment, those were just their wishful thoughts. They were here to get on the good books of the Leu family. Nope. They were here to go against the Leu family. Haha, great. Great. The middle-aged man beside the white-bearded old man looked hideous as he saw the crowd stand up. He stood up gradually and fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. Brett, I think I know who you are. To have such a huge influence in Rivertown and to be so young. You must be Miracle Dr. Wang, who ranks 18th on the Miracle Doctors chart. Not bad, you are pretty good, Brett. However, you choose to not enjoy your bright future and instead offend our Leu family. Do you think this trash from Rivertown is sufficient to challenge our Leu family? The middle-aged man shouted out the last sentence. Rattle, rattle. As the middle-aged man completed his sentence, the guests of the Leu family stood up immediately. In terms of number, they weren't inferior to the people of Rivertown. When it came to strength, they were much stronger than the crowd from Rivertown. Among the guests of the Leu family, there were 3 to 4 second-class forces. On the other hand, only Thistles and Thorns sect was a second-class force on the Rivertown side. Just a small Rivertown, and yet you dare to challenge the Leu family. You guys don't know where you stand. The Leu family doesn't even need to take actions, and we can easily annihilate you guys. Haha, interesting. A small Rivertown that doesn't even have a second-class force, and the southern province, which doesn't even have a first-class force, are thinking of challenging us and the Leu family. They must be really eager to seek their own death. He'll give you guys a chance right now. Cripple that brat and throw him over. Otherwise, we will annihilate the entire Rivertown. The guests of the Leu family looked down on the group behind Wang Xian. If it was just the forces of Rivertown, they weren't wary at all. In fact, even if they included the southern province, they weren't afraid if they included the Leu family too. I'm sorry that I'm late. At this moment, a nonchalant voice sounded in the ears of everyone. End note. 1. This is a metaphorical description. It means that Liu Feiyan has an unfaithful partner. Chapter 191 Annihilation 1. Chapter 191 Annihilation 1. I'm sorry that I'm late. A nonchalant voice sounded in the ears of everyone. Everyone was stunned as they turned their attention to the entrance at the side. It was a middle-aged man with hair that spread around his shoulders. He had a saber at his back. His fringe was concealing his eyes. But even so, a bright and fearsome radiance could be vaguely seen from his eyes. Behind that middle-aged man, dozens of followers were trailing behind him. They had the same weapons in their hands. All of them shared an extraordinary vibe that came from someone who held high positions for a long time. Who was he? A middle-aged man observed the horde of people with surprise as he displayed a puzzled look. But everyone had the same sentiment when the horde of people emerged. All of them were staring at the long-haired middle-aged man who was leading at the front. We've got more than enough people to challenge you guys. The man was obviously Maniac Jai. Following behind him were all formidable people from the ancient martial artist families and sects in Flow City. Maniac Jai might not have established any forces of his own, but he was born and lived in Flow City. He truly deserved to be the king of Flow City, even if he did not claim to be the king. All the families and sects in Flow City recognized him as one. Maniac Jai's identity was similar to Wang Xian's in Rivertown. They were kings without having to proclaim themselves as such. None of the people in Flow City dared to defy his orders. Maniac Jai slowly lifted his chin and stared at the middle-aged man who remarked, "A small river town which doesn't even have a second-class force and the southern province which doesn't even have a first-class force were thinking of challenging them and the Leu family. They must be really eager to seek their own death." Maniac Jai, that middle-aged man, filled his eyes with fear as he swallowed his saliva with a trembling body when he saw Maniac Jai staring at him nonchalantly. Maniac Jai. He's Maniac Jai. All the guests from Leu family went pale in panic. Reputation was all a person needed. Be mad. Be a maniac. Do whatever it takes. Maniac Jai. Back then, Maniac Jai stooped to any means just to annihilate the entire first-class force. And this created a stir in the ancient martial arts world. Anyone who encountered this maniac would be petrified. Maniac Jai swept his impassive glance across those guests from Leu family as he paced his way to Wang Xian. With a bow, he shouted respectfully, "Miracle Dr. Wang." "You're not late." Wang Xian had not informed Maniac Jai, but he was pleased to see Maniac Jai here. Jai Yuankun might be known as Maniac Jai, but he had a strong sense of comradeship, and he was someone who kept his words. Glad to hear that, Maniac Jai revealed a smile. After his son recovered, he finally found his long-lost smile. "Miracle Dr. Wang. Should I annihilate Leu family?" Maniac Jai's voice was heard once again. When the guests from Leu family saw the chilly smile Maniac Jai was wearing, their foreheads broke into a cold sweat. No doubt it was Maniac Jai. The first thing he said was to annihilate tyrannical sword of Leu family. "Maniac Jai, do you want to set yourself against us?" At this time, the white-bearded old man who was sitting at the front could not take it lying down. He stood up immediately with frosty radiance flickering in his eyes. Maniac Jai ignored the white-bearded old man as he continued to look at Wang Xian, waiting for his reply. "Do it." Wang Xian spat out the words coldly. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Just then, the white-bearded old man laughed wildly. He stared at Wang Xian with a malevolent expression. "Brat, you were thinking of annihilating Leu family." "What an arrogant tone. Do you think Maniac Jai himself could do that by himself?" The white-bearded old man continued as he glared ferociously at Maniac Jai. "Others may be afraid of you, but I, Liu Jingshan, am not. Do you think you can be my match?" The white-bearded old man exhibited immense confidence on his face as he spoke. 20 years ago, he had made a breakthrough and attained inborn realm, while Maniac Jai had accomplished that only 5 years ago. Hence, Liu Jingshan was dauntless. "Wang Xian, damn you. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands." Liu Feiyun felt embarrassed when he saw a horde of ancient martial artist families and Maniac Jai led by Wang Xian. He slowly drew the sharp-edged sword with a pair of murderous eyes as he glared at Wang Xian. Today, Leu family had nothing to fear if a fight broke out. His grandfather could hold Maniac Jai while the rest of the guests from Leu family could cripple Wang Xian's men. "Kill me with your own hands." Wang Xian stared at Liu Feiyun coldly as he filled his eyes with an immense amount of killing intent. He swung his arm. Whoosh! At this time, 4 figures were thrown over to the side. Everyone was appalled as they quickly turned to check on the black figures. Bam! 4 black figures were thrown to the stage, making 4 thumping sounds. 4 bodies, all of them were aghast as they stared at the 4 bodies on the stage. Liu Feiyun fixed his eyes on the 4 bodies with an awful look on his face. He could even recognize them at one glance, as they were the ones who he had sent to assassinate Wang Xian last night. "How dare you send someone to kill my family and me? Heh! I must destroy Leu family." As soon as Wang Xian finished his words, a group of people, in black attire with a golden divine dragon embroidered on their chest, marched slowly towards them. There were 52 in total, including an old man and a middle-aged man at the entrance. The remaining ones were young men. As they marched over, they exuded an intense killing vibe. All of the people from Leu family varied their expressions. Every one of them stared at those black-attired people as they surrounded them. Liu Jingshan narrowed his eyes as he sensed danger brewing. He stretched out his arm and drew a honed sword as he stared at Wang Xian coldly. With a stern look, the guests from Leu family fixed their eyes on the 50 people who emerged out of nowhere. A small amount of cold sweat broke out from their faces. They were already aghast that Miracle Dr. Wang could gather all the people from Rivertown. They did not expect he could gather Maniac Jai, let alone a group of more than 50 black-attired men who surrounded the area. They might not be aware of their strength, but they could tell that this bunch of people were not ordinary given the killing and imposing vibe they exuded. Besides, the brave act of besieging the Leu family already proved their strength. On the other hand, people from Lan family were dumbfounded and appalled as they watched the event unfold. They did not expect that the political marriage of Lan and Leu family would have such developments. Dazedly, they fixed their eyes upon that young man who had apparently engaged in some entanglement with King Yu. Initially, they thought this young man would be easily killed by Leu family. Never did they expect things would turn out this way. Experts emerged and eventually besieged them all. They were dazzled as that young man seemed like he wanted to annihilate Leu family. These must be the forces behind him. It's much more formidable than I thought. Sect leader Tan was stunned as he looked at Maniac Jai and the group of black-attired men around him, but he was glad that he had made this choice. Chapter 192 Annihilation 2. The crowd from Rivertown behind Wang Zan looked on silently. Although they knew the strength of the Dragon King, they were still slightly surprised to see the sudden appearance of Maniac Jai. Wang Zian smiled and looked towards the Leu family and the crowd behind them. The Leu family targeted me and I'm only going to target them. However, if you choose to take action, I wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. Wang Zan revealed a murderous look and looked at Liu Feiyan, who was on the stage. Oh, little sword celestial, who has inherited the will of the sword celestial? Let me see your true strength. Wang Zan spoke sarcastically. Behind him, a Dragonian walked directly towards Liu Feiyan. He had a young look and was younger than Liu Feiyan. Do you really think that this is your home ground and you can be so brazen? Seeing Wang Zan's confident look that seemed to have treated him as prey, Liu Jingshan revealed a cold look. He lifted the long sword in his hand slowly and spread a strong aura towards the surroundings. Bam bam bam. The cups and plates on the table rattled and made a loud sound. Members of the Lan family quickly moved to the side in horror. The crowd behind the Liu family was hesitating. Looking at the current situation, it was clear that the Liu family was the passive side. The strength of the 50-odd people that surrounded them was unknown. They didn't know how to make a decision, nor did they dare to make a decision. Feeling the strong aura from old Liu, everyone's attention turned to Maniac Jai. As long as the battle between inborn experts was decided, the victorious side would be clear. Maniac Jai, I would like to see how strong you really are. If you help him this time, you will be the archenemy of the Liu family. Liu Jingshan pointed his longsword at Maniac Jai. He. You will be the second inborn expert that will die in my hands. Maniac Jai drew his longsword slowly and wasn't wary of going toe-to-toe with Liu Jingshan. It's better if you leave this to the dragon sect. A domineering voice sounded. Bang! A black aura exploded instantly and coalesced into material form. What? The strong aura shocked everyone as they looked at the old man standing at the entrance. The old man lifted his head. The surrounding black aura masked his appearance, but the horrifying aura he emitted suppressed an area spanning over 1,000 meters. A heart-wrenching power could be felt from the old man as the crowd shivered. Even Maniac Jai or Liu Jingshan did not give them such a strong sense of suppression. So strong. Maniac Jai's hand was shivering. He looked in shock at the old man emitting black aura as he clenched his longsword even tighter. Inborn expert. It's another inborn expert. A guest of the Liu family couldn't contain himself and exclaimed. That young man had managed to summon 2 inborn experts. Inborn. Members of the Liu family felt their hearts skipped a beat. Dull clouds cast a shadow over their minds as they stared fervently at Mo Qinglong. Liu Jingshan, who was holding a long sword in his hand, could feel perspiration breaking out of his palm as he looked at Mo Qinglong in disbelief. 2 inborn experts. They had to face 2 inborn experts while facing off against a small river town. Moreover, these 2 inborn experts were both summoned by the same young man. This! Liu Jingshan's face sank. That horrifying old man had locked onto him with his aura. He was sure that if he moved, the other party would definitely attack him. Moreover, he felt that he wouldn't be a match for this old man. This made his heart pump violently. Little Sword Celestial of the Tyrannical Sword Celestials Inheritance Mo Washi. Level 8 Martial Artist. Seeking your guidance. At this moment, a Dragonian walked up to the stage. He stared coldly at Liu Feiyan. His voice instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Everyone immediately turned around and looked at the stage. At that spot, a man even younger than Liu Feiyan was standing in front of Liu Feiyan. Liu Feiyan's expressions were changing rapidly. He took a glance at the old man with terrifying aura, and perspiration covered his forehead. After which, he gripped his sword tightly as he looks to the young man in front of him. Miss Lan, be careful not to be injured. At this moment, sect leader Tang moved and appeared beside Lan Qingyu. Using his internal energy to cover her, he sent her towards Wang Xian. Zou Xian. You. Lan Qingyu looked at Wang Xian, still feeling a little disheveled. I know that this isn't your own intention. Moreover, I will not let you marry a dead man today. Wang Xian smiled at Lan Qingyu and walked to her. Die. At this moment, Liu Feiyan let out a loud roar. With a hideous look, he charged towards Mo Washi. Mo Washi was unmoved. Looking at the constantly changing swordsmanship of Liu Feiyan, he extended his hand to take the attack directly. You must be courting death. Seeing Mo Washi was intending to use his body to take his attack directly, Liu Feiyan revealed a savage look. His swordblade turned even sharper. Bam bam bam. Sounds of metal clashing propagated. Mo Washi used his palm to take on the sharp sword directly before pushing forward with his entire body. This is bad. Liu Feiyan was shocked as horror filled his eyes. Bam! A palm hit Liu Feiyan heavily. Mo Washi followed up and stepped on Liu Feiyan with his feet as he stared coldly at him. How dare you offend the Dragon King with these meager skills? Mo Washi looked down on Liu Feiyan with contempt. Little Sword Celestial inheritance from the Sword Celestial trash. Liu Feiyan's eyes popped open and were filled with disbelief. This man who was even younger than him was surprisingly able to crush him easily. He had always been a proud person, and even swore to make it to the top of the outstanding young heroes chart. However, what happened now made him feel utterly defeated. He was one of the top 20 on the outstanding young heroes chart, and yet he lost to an unknown young man easily. He tilted his head and stared at the young man who was looking at him with contempt. He was the little Sword Celestial who had received the inheritance of the Sword Celestial. He was supposed to become an inborn expert in the future. Bam! However, an intense pain cruised throughout him at this moment as he felt his consciousness slipping away from him slowly. Feiyan. Feiyan. The members of the Liu family were aghast as they looked in horror at Liu Feiyan, who was lying on the elevated stage. Wang Xian looked at the members of the Liu family coldly and remarked, "If one tries to kill me, I'll definitely kill him. Liu Feiyan sent people to assassinate me and my kin. I'll be returning these right now." His voice propagated to everyone's ears. Everyone in the Liu family was horrified. What he meant was that Feiyan wanted to kill him and his family. Therefore, he would also kill Feiyan and all his family members. Qingyu, it's going to get bloody. Let's leave this place, Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyu gently. Lan Qingyu looked at him blankly. Shortly after, tears streamed down her cheeks as she nodded her head heavily. Chapter 193 Annihilation 3. Chapter 193 Annihilation 3. The sun was shining. A gust of cool breeze drifted over, cooling the summer. When the cool breeze came off the engagement ceremony at Flowing Water Villa, it was a bone-piercing chill. All of them watched as the young man and girl took their leave while the black-attired men slowly closed up the blockade. You want to destroy Liu family? Liu Jingshan clenched his long sword tightly with a ghastly look as he swept his gaze across the black, imposing old man and maniac Jai. Miracle Dr. Wang cured my son. You can only blame your grandson for this. Maniac Jai drew his long saber slowly as his body gave off an immense killing aura. Heh! Unexpected. A mere miracle doctor of Rivertown could summon 2 inborn experts. What a surprise. Liu Jingshan let out distasteful laughter. Apparently, he misunderstood that the people of Dragon Sect also owed Wang Xian their favor. He swept his gaze across all the people, destroying Liu family. I'm afraid it is not that simple. Heh! I'll wipe out your entire family instantly. Mo Qinglong looked at Liu Jingshan with a disdainful look. As he spoke, he struck. Run, get out of here, land family, and the rest of the guests fled in all directions with fear when they saw how the situation developed. The battle of inborn experts was not something they could participate in. If they got involved, they'd either get seriously injured or die. Why didn't you tell me when such serious things like this happened to you? Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu strode to one of the rooms and turned a deaf ear to the devastating screams behind them. Why should I? Lan Qingyu looked over her shoulder and returned a question. Wang Xian drew a bitter smile on his face. It seemed like Lan Qingyu still bore grudges over his choice of Guan Shuqing. But for what you did today, I'll forgive you. Lan Qingyu hesitated as she saw his smile. But, Liu family. Leave the Liu family to them. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of them. Wang Xian chuckled and continued. We'll settle your family's affairs together. When people learn about what happened today, Lingyu sect and Zhu family wouldn't dare to play any tricks. If they did, there's nothing to fear either. Thank you. Zou Yu and Lan Qingyu stopped and looked at him. As she was touched, Wang Xian grinned. A red wedding gown would suit you better. Wear the red one next time. Lan Qingyu slightly blushed when she heard his comment. She reached out her hands to hug him gently. Wang Xian revealed a thrilled expression as he hugged her tightly. He whispered in her ear. You must be tired from the last few days. Why don't we enjoy ourselves for a few days? I'll take you out to sea. Sure. I'll call my parents to tell them that I'm having a break for the next few days. Lan Qingyu struggled out of his hug and stretched herself. She then ran to the room next door with a beaming face and took out her phone to call her parents. Hello. Qingyu, are you okay? Lan Qingyu's father held his phone as he watched Liu Jingshan spit out fresh blood in the air. He asked this with trepidation. Dad, I'm going out with Zou Xian for a few days. These last few days have been tiring for me. I want to have a good rest. Lan Qingyu spoke in a joyful mood. Sure. Go and have fun with Miracle Dr. Wang. You don't have to worry about anything. Lan Qingyu's father quickly agreed. Since his daughter had gotten such capable boyfriend, why the hell would they want to continue with the political marriage with Liu family? What's more, they were almost dead now. So long as they befriended Miracle Dr. Wang, Lan family was not afraid of Zhu family and Lingyu sect. Besides, the Miracle Dr. Wang was, obviously, much easier to get along with than the Liu family. I'm done. Zou Xian, let's go. I want to relax for a few days. Lan Qingyu changed out of her wedding gown and came to Wang Xian with thrills all over her face. She looked like she was a little carefree girl. Let's go. Well, go out to the sea. The yacht that I bought a few days ago just arrived today. Wang Xian said with a smile. Sure. Let's go to the sea. I'm going to swim, surf and fish. Lan Qingyu exclaimed with excitement. Sure. Let's go. Wang Xian held her hand and went outside. Lan Qingyu was only 22 years old now, and she should not be responsible for the entire group. She should not endure a marriage that she hated. She should be learning and having fun in school without a single worry. Wow, what a beautiful villa and yacht. They took a car to the villa that sat right next to the sea. Lan Qingyu was animated as soon as she saw the villa and the yacht. I'll pick up something from the house. As Wang Xian spoke, he went into the villa and picked up swimsuits, red wine, tea leaves, and some supplies. Qingyu, let's head out to the sea. Wang Xian brought her to the yacht. What a beautiful yacht. It's much better than the one my dad bought. Lan Qingyu looked at the luxury yacht that was over 30 meters long with an ebullient expression. The yacht was divided into 2 levels. The ground floor had a sofa, kitchen, dining area, and it was quite spacious. There were 4 rooms on the second floor. A 30-meter-long yacht had a floor area that was larger than an average house. Zou Xian, can you drive a yacht? Lan Qingyu asked as she roamed around the yacht. Ahem. I think there should be driving instructions. I'm quite smart, so there shouldn't be any problems. Driving a yacht required a license too, but Wang Xian believed he could handle it. Haha, let's do it together. Lan Qingyu followed behind Wang Xian with much interest. Wang Xian took the operating manual. He was examining the brand new yacht with a beaming face. The oil tank is full. Let's set out now. With a smiling face, Wang Xian began to operate the yacht as it sailed slowly out to the sea. Be careful. Zou Xian, You're maneuvering it without a license, Lan King, you said. Grinning. Haha. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Let's go somewhere shallow first before we go further out. We can enjoy ourselves for the next 2 to 3 days, said Wang Xian with a smile. Sure. The yacht continued to sail across the sea. As a first-timer, Wang Xian did not dare to drive it too fast. But without knowing, he actually drove them to somewhere near the Dragon Sect Island. He hesitated and stopped the yacht. Let's stop and check out this place. Okay. I want to catch some fish. How about having fish for dinner? There is diving equipment on the yacht. We can dive and catch some lobsters for dinner. I don't dare to do that. Is the water deep over here? Will there be any sharks? Haha. How can there be? Let's go. I'll take you out for a swim. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu changed into diving suits and dived underwater freely. Swimming, diving, and fishing. Wang Xian even caught some lobsters and crabs for dinner.